The battle begins.
Okay, gather around everyone, Ivy called, signaling for a huddle. Sirius had given them some time to strategize before the game officially started. Team Ivy, clad in white jumpsuits with red stripes on their chest and upper arms for easy identification, formed a tight circle. Ivy took a step back as Hermione naturally assumed the lead. It had been this way ever since Hermione first attended Harry's birthday after she and Ivy became friends in their first year. Before Hermione joined, Team Ivy had been plagued with internal conflicts, mainly Ivy and Daphne bickering, which made teamwork difficult. As a result, Team Ivy had a losing record against Team Harry. Frustrated by their constant squabbling, Hermione had taken charge, nearly leading them to victory in her first year and securing wins in the last two. Alright, let's go over the rules to make sure everyone's clear, Hermione began. Both teams are wearing white, but our opponents have green stripes. The balloons are filled with colored liquid, so aim only at those with green stripes. She continued, everyone gets 3 hits before they're eliminated. Each hit temporarily removes you from the game. You'll have to return to the starting point, wait for 30 seconds, and only then rejoin. This wastes time and weakens our team, so avoid reckless attacks. The group nodded in understanding. We'll be moving in pairs. Cover each other's backs. If your partner gets hit, try to take out their attacker before they can escape. Remember, it takes 3 hits to eliminate someone, so it won't be easy, but we need to be strategic. Hermione took a deep breath and moved on. Now, let's talk about the most important factor, the balloons themselves. Sirius mentioned they follow a pattern in their erratic movement. If we figure it out first, we'll have the upper hand. Each team member received a balloon to inspect. Since magic isn't allowed, there must be a way to decipher the pattern without spells. Are we sure we can trust Sirius?
Ivy questioned.
What if he's pranking us and there's no pattern? Just luck. I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss him, Potter, Daphne said, holding up her balloon. There's a square mark on mine. See if yours have similar symbols.
Found one.
Mine too, the Weasley twins confirmed. I've got a triangle.
A circle for me.
Mine's a star, Tracy added. Upon inspection, they found only 4 markings: square, triangle, circle, and star. I bet these markings determine how the balloons move once thrown, Sully, the only Ravenclaw in the group, speculated. If we figure out their trajectories, we can dramatically improve our accuracy. She raised her hand to test a throw, but Ginny stopped her.
Wait. Look.
Everyone turned to see Quinn tossing a balloon lazily into the air, a knowing smile on his face. He's just tossing it up, Hannah observed.
No erratic movements.
Did he already figure them out? Or he wants us to think he has, Tracy countered. Then, with a smirk, Quinn squeezed the balloon, letting green liquid burst onto his hand. Astoria stepped out from behind him, dragging a thumb across her neck in a mock execution gesture.
What the hell?
Susan murmured. He's playing mind games with us, trying to get into our heads, so devious, so shrewd, we absolutely love it, the Weasley twins chimed in unison. This won't be easy, will it? Hermione sighed. That's why Harry invited him and kept it a secret from me, Ivy muttered.
Ignore him.
Don't give him the satisfaction of thinking he's getting to us. Daphne nodded in rare agreement. Yes, let's focus on deciphering the balloons before the game starts. Before they could continue, a sharp whistle cut through the air. Sirius stood with a grin. Time's up, kids. Let the chaos begin. They turned back to Quinn, but his grin only widened. He had successfully wasted their time. The game unfolds. Ginny Weasley and Sully moved cautiously through the playing area, designated by Sirius as the battlefield. They had split up to test the balloons and communicate their findings when they met up or during respawn breaks. Let's find a safe spot to test these, Ginny said, checking the supply in her jumpsuit's enlarged pockets. I've got an idea on how to analyze them quickly, Sue replied. A sudden rustle in the trees made them freeze. Emerging from the foliage were Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, and Lee Jordan. Both groups hesitated before instinct kicked in. Balloons flew. Keep the pressure on, Ginny urged as they ducked behind cover. The skirmish escalated, with both sides throwing and dodging with increasing aggression. Eventually, Team Ivy managed to take out Seamus and Lee, but not before getting hit themselves. As they prepared to return to the respawn zone, Seamus and Lee handed extra balloons to Dean.
That's cheating, Ginny protested.
Sirius never said we couldn't, Lee grinned smugly.
Confessions and chaos.
Elsewhere, Ivy and Hermione tested their balloons together.
Hey, Hermione.
Ivy started hesitantly.
Hermione
responded, mid-throw. I have a bit of a crush on Quinn.
What? Sure.
You want to get caught? Then why drop a bomb like that? It just felt like the right time.
Hermione gaped.
When did this happen?
I don't know. It just did.
Even Ivy herself couldn't believe it. If someone had told her years ago she'd feel this way about Quinn, she'd have checked for a love potion. What are you going to do?
Hermione asked cautiously. Well, he sort of kissed me today.
What?
Sure.
It wasn't like that.
He kissed me on the cheeks.
Said he just got back from Italy.
Oh. Hermione processed.
Do you think he likes someone? He told someone that nothing happened with Fleur last year. But that was just a rumor.
I hate that you're making sense, Ivy groaned.
Maybe ask his friends if he's interested in someone. Or tell him directly. Or write a letter.
Ivy shot her a look. Write a letter? Really? I don't know.
I'm new to this too. Before Ivy could respond, balloons pelted them. They turned to see Quinn grinning before vanishing into the trees.
So him, Hermione deadpanned. Yeah. The final strike.
Team Ivy, battered and frustrated, regrouped at the respawn area. Quinn had hit almost everyone.
He tricked us, Susan groaned.
Same tactic every time, Daphne added. He made us think he'd been hit. Ivy checked the scoreboard. Quinn hadn't been hit even once. That means he faked it from the start, she realized. He burst his own balloon before the game to test friendly fire. It doesn't count as a hit.
Exactly, came Quinn's voice.
Team Ivy spun to see Quinn, Astoria, and Neville step out, balloons in hand. Sorry, Neville muttered before they unleashed a barrage of green balloons. That day, Quinn-led Team Harry dominated. Even the Weasley twins, who had taken out 10 players, couldn't win against Quinn's ambush tactics. Ivy watched as Quinn walked off, grinning in victory.
She sighed.
Why do I like him again? The Great Hall awakens. The entrance hall flickered with torchlight, echoing with footsteps as students poured across the flagstone floor, heading through the grand double doors into the Great Hall for the start of term feast. Inside, the 4 long house tables were filling rapidly under the enchanted ceiling, a seamless expanse of black mirroring the night sky outside. Floating candles illuminated the lively faces of students reuniting after summer, exchanging stories, calling greetings across tables, and casting curious glances at new haircuts and freshly pressed robes. The new school year had begun, and Hogwarts thrived once more. Quinn drummed his fingers against the Ravenclaw table, listening to the claps and cheers for each nervous student emerging from beneath the Sorting Hat's judgment. His gaze lingered momentarily on the ancient hat, its wide tear near the brim reminding him of his own sorting. He briefly wondered how the hat would classify him now before dismissing the thought, his acclimacy tightening instinctively. This year's Sorting Hat song had been different, branching beyond its usual descriptions of house values. It had warned of looming dangers and urged unity, a rare and ominous message. The hat resided in Dumbledore's office year-round, absorbing far more than most realized. As the last student was sorted, Dumbledore rose from his ornate chair, spreading his arms wide with a beaming smile.
To our newcomers, welcome.
And to our returning students, welcome back. There is a time for long speeches, but this is not that time.
Tuck in.
Laughter and applause filled the hall as Dumbledore sat down, neatly tossing his long beard over his shoulder to keep it clear of the now overflowing platters. The 5 long tables groaned under the weight of roasted meats, steaming vegetables, fresh bread, rich sauces, and flagons of pumpkin juice. Excellent, Marcus groaned in delight, piling his plate high with food. Eddie, seated beside him, smirked. I half expected both prefect positions to go to the Potters, but it seems Granger edged out the good one. Pity that badge went to the wrong sibling. Quinn turned slightly, glancing toward the Gryffindor table. Amidst the sea of students, he spotted the gleaming red and gold prefect badges on the lapels of 2 fifth-year Gryffindors. Between Hermione and Ivy, the former values authority more, which likely played a role in the decision, Quinn mused. As for Harry, he might enjoy the title if he embraces the responsibilities. Then again, prefect duties aren't particularly demanding.
Don't talk nonsense, snapped their 6th-year prefect counterpart. We do plenty. Quinn waved her off. Sure you do.
But let's be honest, the perks outweigh the workload. As students finished eating and the hall's noise level climbed once more, Dumbledore rose again. The chatter immediately died down. Quinn felt Luna leaning drowsily against his shoulder, mumbling something about her warm 4-poster bed. Now that we are all contentedly full, Dumbledore began, a few customary notices. First years should be aware that the Forbidden Forest is, as ever, out of bounds. This is a lesson some of our older students might need to revisit as well. Polite laughter rippled through the hall. Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has once again requested I remind you that magic is not to be used in corridors. A full list of banned items can be found on his office door, for those interested in what not to bring next year.
A few students snickered.
We have 2 staffing changes this year. We welcome back Professor Grubblyplank, who will be teaching care of magical creatures. Additionally, our new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Umbridge, joins us.
Who's that?
Marcus asked, pointing at the toad-like woman seated among the staff. If you've read the Daily Prophet, you'd know, Quinn replied, faintly amused. That's Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic. She's been quite vocal lately. Umbridge looked like someone's meddling aunt, squat, curly-haired, and clad in an eye-watering pink cardigan. When she turned slightly, her pale, poachy face gave her an unsettling resemblance to a toad. The applause for her was notably muted. Dumbledore continued, tryouts for house Quidditch teams will take place.
Hem.
The interruption was so unexpected that it took a moment for students to realize what had happened. Professor Umbridge had stood, though given her height, the effect was negligible, and had interrupted the headmaster mid-sentence.
It was unprecedented.
Dumbledore recovered quickly, settling back into his chair with an interested expression, though other professors were less composed. Professor Sprout's eyebrows had disappeared into her flyaway hair, and McGonagall's lips were pressed into a thin line. Thank you, headmaster, for your kind introduction, Umbridge simpered in a breathy, girlish voice.
Eddie shuddered. I don't like her.
She gives me the jitters.
Umbridge coughed daintily. Hem.
It is truly a pleasure to be here at Hogwarts. What a joy to see so many eager young faces. Quinn scanned the hall. None of the faces looked eager. Most seemed bewildered at being spoken to like 5-year-olds. I look forward to getting to know you all, she continued, and I'm sure we'll be the best of friends. The breathiness in her tone lessened as she launched into a rehearsed speech about the ministry's dedication to students and the importance of tradition, efficiency, and progress. Quinn listened with faint amusement. Beneath the sugary pleasantries, the subtext was clear. The ministry intended to interfere at Hogwarts. When she finally sat down, Dumbledore politely applauded, and the staff followed suit, though with little enthusiasm. Students, caught off guard by the abrupt end, barely clapped before Dumbledore took control again.
Thank you, Professor Umbridge.
That was most illuminating. Now, as I was saying, Quidditch tryouts will be held.
A subtle power shift.
As students exited the Great Hall, Marcus turned to Quinn. That speech wasn't just fluff. She's here to meddle.
Quinn nodded. Correct.
The ministry is tightening its grip because of Dumbledore's claims about you-know-who's return. Fudge fears he's after his position, so it's easier to discredit him than admit the truth.
Marcus frowned.
The prophet's been painting Harry as delusional and Dumbledore as senile. It's working. People are losing confidence in him.
That's politics, Quinn said.
Dumbledore still has influence, but Fudge is minister. Control over Hogwarts is just another piece of the puzzle.
Marcus sighed. I don't trust Umbridge. She's trouble. Quinn patted his shoulder.
Keep thinking critically. Logic and instinct will serve you well. As they left the hall, Quinn glanced back. Umbridge stood near her seat, her saccharine smile firmly in place. The storm was coming to Hogwarts. And Quinn was already making his moves.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, said the short, squat woman dressed in bright, in-your-face pink, looking over the classroom with a sickeningly sweet smile. The class was quiet when they entered the classroom. Umbridge, as yet, was an unknown entity, and nobody knew yet how strict of a disciplinarian she was likely to be. Good afternoon, said a few students while the other observed. Tut, said Professor Pink, that won't do, now, will it? I should like you to reply, good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. One more time, children. Good afternoon, class. Quinn, Marcus, and Eddie glanced at each other before shrugging. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge, they chanted back at her. There, now, said Umbridge sweetly. That wasn't too difficult, was it? Wands away and quills out, please. Many of the class exchanged gloomy looks. The order wands away had never yet been followed by a lesson they had found interesting. Quinn, in expectation, hadn't taken out his wand and only had a notepad and his trusty fountain pen in front of him, neither of which, he thought, was going to come in much use today. Umbridge opened her handbag, extracted her wand, an unusually short wand, and tapped the blackboard sharply with it. Words appeared on the board at once. Defense against dark arts. An ethical guidance to budding wizards. From what I have been informed and gathered on my own, your learning in this subject has been rather disrupted and fragmented for the past few years, hasn't it, dears? Said Umbridge, turning to face the class, hands clasped neatly in front of her. The constantly changing faculty, many of whom do not seem to have followed any ministry-approved curriculum, has unfortunately resulted in your OWL scores being thoroughly unsatisfactory. At novel bin at. Utter bull crap, thought many students in the room, especially the Ravenclaws in the room. A lot briefly glanced towards Quinn, as he was the reason that despite the rocky teacher situation, the grades hadn't suffered to a level that Umbridge wanted to make it appear. The students who had genuinely read Quinn's exam notes, everyone bought them, didn't have much problem clearing the exams with grades above acceptable. Quinn's batchmate's OWL result had a 10% outstandings, 20% exceeding expectations, 50% acceptables rate, with the remaining scoring below that level, which was a respectable result on any measuring standard. Quinn, of course, didn't mind anything that came out of Umbridge's mouth. He didn't start the notes initiative because it would be beneficial to students, no, he started it because Padma Patil came to him for notes, and he saw an opportunity and took it to spread his influence in the school. Even if he cared about the entire school's grades, he wouldn't have referred to Umbridge. Instead, he would have gone for the report cards to see authentic results. You will be pleased to know, however, that these problems are now to be rectified. We will be following a carefully structured, theory-centered, ministry-approved course of defensive magic this year. Has everybody got a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard? There was a dull murmur of assent throughout the class. I think we'll try that again, said Umbridge. When I ask you a question, I should like you to reply yes, Professor Umbridge, or no, Professor Umbridge. So, has everyone got a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard? Yes, Professor Umbridge, rang through the room. Good, said Umbridge. I should like you to turn to page 5 and read Chapter 1, Ethicality of Defense Magic. There will be no need to talk. Professor Umbridge left the blackboard and settled herself in the chair behind the teacher's desk, observing them all with those pouchy toad's eyes. Quinn looked to both his sides to see Eddie and Marcus flipping through their books. He looked around and saw people dully reading their books. Quinn closed his eyes and started to do his own thing, expend some magic, practice occlumency, mess around with stuff. Several silent minutes passed, and silence reigned supreme in the classroom. Next to him, Marcus noticed that Quinn had his eyes closed, and his focus began alternating between his quill and Quinn. Soon, Eddie got bored of the inane book, and he was just staring at Quinn. After several more silent minutes had passed, however, Eddie and Marcus weren't the only ones watching Quinn. The chapter they had been instructed to read was so tedious that more and more people were choosing to watch the motionless Quinn, wondering if he had gone to sleep. When more than half the class were staring at Quinn rather than at their books, Umbridge seemed to decide that she could ignore the situation no longer. Umbridge got up from her desk and walked to Quinn with her stumpy short legs. The new professor stood in with hand clasped behind her back. Are you sleeping, my dear? She asked, as though he had only just noticed Quinn. No ma'am, I'm wide awake, came out from Quinn. Then why do you have your eyes closed? I'm simply resting my eyes, said Quinn. I'm done with my reading. Umbridge glanced at the table and saw no book on the table. I don't see your book, dear. If you don't have a copy, why didn't you report it to me when I asked? I have the book. But as I said, I've already completed my assignment. There's no reason to have my book out. Then you wouldn't if I asked you to tell the class about the first chapter, said Umbridge, showing her small, pointed teeth. Chapter 1, Ethicality of Defense Magic goes over the circumstances when a civilian is ethically and legally allowed to raise his or her wand against a fellow magical. I hope you mean wizard, dear. Umbridge's voice became determinately sweeter, and I require my students to know the course material by heart word for word so that they completely and thoroughly understand what's the correct way to use magic. So take out your book and study a little, please. I would take note of your progress at the end of the class, she said before turning to walk back towards her desk. Quinn finally opened his eyes and glanced at the woman's pink-clad back, and opened his mouth. What is defense magic? Defensive magic is divided into two main branches, jinxes and counter-jinxes. Jinxes deals with the spells that fall into the category, when used by a person, would disable their attacker, stopping the attack on the defender. By contrast, counter-jinxes deal with the spells that are used to deflect. Eddie raised one of his brows and removed his eyes from Quinn to his book. He turned back a dozen pages. He was a fast reader even if, in his own words, this was a piss-poor and utterly dull read, and reached back to page 5. Holy shit, he's reciting it word for word, muttered Eddie with a chuckle in his voice. The mutter wasn't as quiet as Eddie was trying for it to be, and it reached many ears, including the ears of one Dolores Umbridge. She slowly turned around and found Quinn staring at her as his mouth spoke a word after another. Umbridge gently placed her hand on Marcus' book and slowly yet forcefully dragged the book. She looked at the page Quinn was supposedly reciting for him, and there it was. Quinn's words matched the book's print. That's why instead of engaging your attacker, the first step would be to negotiate to either calm the attacker down or to buy time till an auror comes to your aid. Quinn finally stopped reciting. Will that be enough? I have, as you asked, the assignment learned by heart. As I said before, I don't require a book. Yes, said Umbridge, smiling, then smiling more widely. She turned her back on Quinn and walked to the front of the class, then faced the entire class. Don't stop reading, the rest of you. Mister. She faced Quinn to ask, what's your name, dear? Quinn West, answered Quinn plainly. Oh my, I have heard about you, my dear. The smile on Umbridge's face was splitting her toad-like face. For those who might not be aware, Mr. West scored the highest results in the OWL exams taken last year, and as you can see, he's the perfect example of what all of you can achieve if you follow proper instruction and curriculum. The woman is decent, thought Quinn. She, at the start, probably wanted to make him an example, but when he foiled the plan, she turned it around and turned Quinn into an example, just of another kind. Quinn once again closed his eyes. It had been a good 2 years where Hogwarts had a decent enough defense against dark arts professor. Remus Lupin was an excellent teacher and coached students in both theory and practical. He was the best defense against dark arts Hogwarts had in Quinn's time here. Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as Moody, wasn't a traditional teacher of the subject, but he had been trained by Voldemort himself, and to properly play his part as the Exoror, Barty had provided the students with a top-class practically education and extensive demonstration on a wide variety of dark spells. But now, here she was, the pink monstrosity, Umbridge. Quinn knew this was going to come from, but just staring at the woman made him upset. Even Quirrell was better than her, even though both stuck to the theory. At least, Quirrell's teaching made sense, and at that age, the theory held more weight than practicals. Quinn wasn't worried about himself. He had completed his Newt education years ago, but he was concerned about the education of his friends. A war was coming, and defense against dark arts was of the utmost importance in defending themselves. His friends not getting proper instruction wasn't sitting well with him. He, of course, could train them on his own, and he had been doing that for years. Luna had been under his instruction for a while now. Marcus and Eddie had learned much from their proximity to him, and despite their worries about what subjects to take, both were already past Newt level in studies because of Quinn's influence. Positive peer pressure did wonders when it gave way for positive motivation to arise. I might need to push them a bit, he thought. Maybe I should put them on the same course as Luna. The class ended with Umbridge staring hidden daggers at Quinn while he continued to keep his eyes closed. Scene break. You should mingle more, you know. Quinn looked away from the small crowd of prefects and turned to face Cedric Diggory, who was staring down at him with 2 butterbeers in hand. He moved a bottle towards him, but Quinn shook his head. Butterbeer is a bit too sweet for my taste, said Quinn, raising a flavored soda, but thank you for offering. He turned to the crowd and pointed with his chin. Parties aren't my scene. I tend to linger around the corners. It's a habit. All the balls he had been with his grandfather and sister, Quinn had spent in corners, staying away from all the flattery. You have been doing fine with commentary, said the newly minted headboy as he sat beside Quinn. They were inside a classroom that they were unofficially for the prefect/headboy girl party. It's just parties, said Quinn watching Harry and Draco exchanging barbed words. How is the new title feeling? He asked. It's the same thing as prefect, sighed Cedric. It's just now I get to decide what you guys do. Correction. I get to decide what you and I all do because I'm both a prefect and headboy. All I get in return is a new bedroom. So, not worth it. Oh no, it's totally worth it. When I get out of Hogwarts I get special commendations and letter of recommendations. That, along with being a Triwizard champion, has you sorted for the recent future. Damn, you have got it all figured out, haven't you? Cedric laughed. He really looked like he was free on any weight, not something seen in Newt year students. Newts are still going to be tough, but yeah, I do have things sorted out. He glanced at Quinn and spoke with a change in subject. I heard that you went head-to-head against the new professor, the pink one. I did no such thing, said Quinn. I was simply following instructions. She wanted us to rote memorize the book. I did so. Nowhere did she say that I wasn't allowed to rest my eyes and spend my time in peace. Oh, come on. We both know you lay low in classes, so you can do homework without gaining the ire of the professors. Your grades pretty much ensure that you can do whatever you want in the class as long you don't disturb it. Why this sudden exception to Madam Undersecretary? Her reputation isn't great. That's an understatement, chuckled Cedric. I sat with the head of the house today, and none of the 4 are happy with Umbridge. They were actually quite satisfied with your little stunt. But be careful, Quinn. Misbehavior in Dolores Umbridge's class could cost you much more than house points and detentions. She won't move against me, at least not like you are suggesting, stated Quinn. A solid fact. She won't move like that against you or any other student with parents with any decent level of influence. But, first-generation magicals or those without much voice, they won't be spared from her schemes. If she does anything, the chances of that happening are astronomically high. I will need to look out for the younger ones and the rowdy ones, said Cedric, sighing. Make sure they don't get out of their way to provoke or have fun with Umbridge. She hasn't done anything. Quinn glanced at Cedric. Yet you act like she will act maliciously. Your father must not have a positive experience with her. Cedric nodded. Dolores Umbridge is an evil woman who represents the very worst of even scum. She's extremely cruel, brutal, corrupt, sadistic, intolerant, power-hungry, and devoid of any kind of moral or ethical center. My father once told me that she will go to any number of lengths to get what she wants. That woman has made my father's job at the Goblin Liaison Office difficult on several occasions. I have seen his hair gray and wrinkles deepen with that woman standing over his head. It was no secret that Umbridge held a deep dislike for half-breeds and other intelligent humanoid species. As such, the Goblin Liaison Office was one of Umbridge's favored hunting grounds. Well, my doors are open to all and any who need help, said Quinn. Eventually, the back and forth between Draco and Harry was broken up before it turned physical. Draco sat himself down with a heavy thump, away from his Slytherin peers, trying to calm his anger and irritation. He popped open a butterbeer and felt the cold and fizz go down his throat, cooling him down. Potter is an utter twat, tosser, he thought, his eyes glaring at Harry, who sat among the Gryffindors, chatting it up and laughing as they hadn't fought at all. You should frown less, Malfoy. I fear your face will set into that expression. Draco turned with a heavy frown on his face to suddenly feel a jump of surprise to see Quinn sitting an arm's distance away from him. When did you get here? He asked. I was here before you, said Quinn, placing a glassy red pellet in his mouth for it to turn into a mist upon touching the tongue. Quinn immediately closed his mouth, but his face went red before red fuming bubbles came steaming out of his nose and ears. Oh, that was good. Weasley twins definitely know how to create good stuff, said Quinn before holding up a pellet. You want to try one? It's like getting drowned in carbonated fizz. No, thank you, said Draco. So, how it's been going, Malfoy, said Quinn, making small talk. By the way, congratulations on becoming a prefect. You deserved it. Draco had excellent grades and combined that Snape was chummy with Malfoy Sr. He was a shoo-in for the position. If you get bored during your after-curfew patrols, pop by the office, we will chat it up till it's time to go sleep. Draco stared at Quinn, who looked as relaxed one could be. What are you doing? He asked. What do you mean? Said Quinn. This, he said, pointing between them. I know you don't like me. Now, where did you hear that from? It's not true at all. Even if it was, I don't think it would have made a difference. You and Harry talk enough to be very close acquaintances, and I'm willing to bet my entire fortune that there's no love spared between you two. Draco made a displeased face at the analogy, and while could argue against it, looking at Quinn, there was no use doing so. I never disliked you, Malfoy. I barely know you enough to actually dislike you. If you do want me to dislike you, how about we spend some time together, and then we will see where that takes us, said Quinn, lazily grinning. Then why would you get my father in trouble all those years ago? Asked Draco, pointing to the Christmas ball. I did nothing of sorts. You were the one who brought your father into the fray at the ball. I simply brought mine to counter it, said Quinn. And why are you bringing up something so old? Move on, I barely remember that anymore. Though that day was fun, Daphne was easier to tease back then. Draco stared at Pansy Parkinson sitting with the rest of the Slytherin group. You're not upset that Pansy got the prefect position instead of Greengrass. Just the fact that you bring this up shows that you think that Daphne would have been better than Parkinson, smiled Quinn. It doesn't really matter if Daphne got the prefect position or not. It isn't much use to her except the perks that come with it. That, of course, goes for me and you as well. And if she really wanted the position, she would have gotten it. Quinn checked the time on his pocket watch, got up from the conjured couch. He turned to face Draco and placed the latest generation aid card beside Draco. Don't be a stranger, Malfoy. Drop by if you have any problems, I will solve them for you. Draco stared at the card and then at Quinn's back as he walked away before going back to staring at the card. When the couch was eventually vanished, no card fell on the ground. With Quinn, he was simply thinking about how it was about time he should try to secure a critical asset as the Malfoy heir in his pocket. He never knew when Draco might just come in handy. The time was after hours with the night curfew in full effect. The place was the ever-illustrious aid office owned and established by Quinn, who sat behind his desk, staring at the translucent silver entity sitting in the seat opposite to him. To be honest, I never thought you would make it this far, said the ghost of the fat cleric. Us, the 4 house ghosts, including me, never thought that a student would be able to complete a single vault. Never in our imaginations did we guess that someone would reach the 5th vault. Friar, the Ravenclaw house ghost stared at Quinn with fascination and excitement. But here we are, about to talk about the last vault. It has been quite a journey, that's for sure, but it's not over yet. We never know, I might not be able to complete this vault. He, of course, wasn't thinking of that possibility. Quinn was going to complete the vault and get his reward. All right, tells here about the last riddle. I want to know what I will be facing this time, said Quinn, rubbing his hands in excited curiosity. Friar gazed at Quinn with his ghostly eyes and smiled as pleasantly as a ghost could. There is no riddle. The challenger of 4 vaults frowned a smudge. What do you mean there's no riddle? Asked Quinn in confusion. That's not ideal. I need something, anything, even something vague would be a start. It's not that I don't want to give you a riddle, Quinn. It's just there is no need for a riddle, said the ghost before smiling. I will be guiding you to the entrance of the vault, and you will be taking it onwards from there. I don't have to find the vault, said Quinn in surprise. That's unusually generous of you. I have spent months to find the vaults, and now you are saying that you will guide me to the entrance. That's the reason why we're not giving you a riddle. Us ghosts don't know anything except the location of the entrance. We ghosts have been here for so long, together we figured out the location of the vaults, and in most cases, and given that there isn't much that can affect us, we were able to peek to see what laid inside, Friar's side, but in this case, we don't know how the entrance works and in turn, what's inside. That doesn't sound encouraging, said Quinn. If you don't know how the entrance works, are you even sure that you have got the location right? There's no doubt about the legitimacy of the location, said Friar before asking, tell me, Quinn, do you remember what I told you about Death Day parties? Quinn nodded. It's a celebration thrown by ghosts to commemorate the anniversary of their death and their rebirth as ghosts. That is correct. Death Day parties at Hogwarts are quite grand. Ghosts from far and wide come to visit. Friar then stared at the ceiling above. We get met many ghosts not from Hogwarts, and in doing so we realized that we're different from them. Different? How so? Asked Quinn, leaning forward. He hadn't read anything about types of ghosts. Did you know that I can award and deduct house points? Chuckled Friar. There was once a time we couldn't do that, and except the 4 house ghosts, no other ghost can do so. For some magical reason, through the centuries, we have formed a connection to Hogwarts. It wasn't our doing, as we never even thought that it was possible, but as you once said, Hogwarts is a mystical place. Because of that connection, we know that there's something behind the entrance. Friar moved his eyes back to Quinn and revealed, this vault was the oldest. Quinn. I studied under Lady Ravenclaw herself and was killed fairly young before coming to haunt Hogwarts. Theirs isn't much that predates me, and even though the creators of the other vaults were able to hide their actions and were able to create the vaults without us knowing. Quinn was utterly engrossed in Friar's words. Many forgot how old the house ghosts were. But the last vault, it is older than us, said Friar, and unlike the other vaults, it was part of the original design. The vault is as old as Hogwarts. How can you say it with such certainty? Friar floated up from his seat. Follow me. Now, asked Quinn, standing up. Right now might be the best time. Hogwarts was a fascinating place. It was a beautiful castle with its eccentricities which gave it its charm, but in the shade of the night, when the lifeline of the school, the children, slumbered in Morpheus' kingdom, the castle was as eerie as it could get. But to a ghost who couldn't sleep and a guy who roamed the same lifeless halls every day, these corridors were home. Are you serious? Said Quinn, staring at the entrance of the last vault. Friar nodded. That's why I said, this is the best time. Hogwarts' entrance hall was so big that one could have fit an entire house in it, and there would still be space left in it. The ceiling was so high that it was almost difficult to make out. In the morning, the hall was lit in bright lights of fire torches, but right now, the same torches shed a dim and warm glow on the hall, casting giant shadows everywhere. Quinn and Friar stood in one corner of the entrance hall, illuminated by the same fire torches everywhere in the hall, but these torches shed cold blue light because of Friar's ghostly influence on fire. They gazed up at the golden statue of a lean man sporting a majestic beard styled with curls akin to tornadoes. The man wore an ornate headdress and elaborately embroidered robes that flowed to the floor. Clutched in his long and thin digits were a long roll of parchment charts in one hand and a model of the Hogwarts castle in other. He's the architect, isn't he? Said Quinn. He had this same statue inside the mind replica of Hogwarts inside his mindscape. Yes, Stigward Grag, the personage who designed the very castle you stand inside, said Friar with admiration in his eyes. Not much known about him, but one thing is for sure, that he has immortalized himself in the annals of history and magic. He has touched the countless lives of every person who ever studied in Hogwarts and will continue to do so till this glorious school continues to do its mission to propagate magic to the young witches and wizards of the future. Quinn nodded. Living forever wasn't the only form of immortality after all. So, you are saying that you can feel something from this statue? Asked Quinn as he peeked behind the statue and touched the figure made from solid gold. Yes, we can feel that there's something in here. Quinn sighed as he scratched the back of his head. This is going to be difficult. I can't work on this vault before curfew without gaining the eyes of literally everyone. Every single person in Hogwarts passed through the entrance hall to get to the Great Hall for meals. This year is going to be a sleepless one, groaned Quinn. He turned to Friar and spoke. Are you sure you don't have any information related to how to proceed from here? Friar shook his ghostly head. Quinn stared intently at the statue. How much trouble do you think I would get in if I broke it? A lot, came Friar's curt reply. Friar then saw Quinn sit down on the floor as he stared at the architect's statue and knew that it was time for him to leave. He had given the challenge. Now, it was up to Quinn to conquer the vault. But the 4 house ghosts would be lying if they said they didn't have great expectations from their latest challenger. Scene break. What the hell, Dumbledore? Thundered Sirius Black angrily, slamming an issue Daily Prophet on the table inside 12 Grimmauld Place. What the hell are you planning at? Sirius, exclaimed Molly Weasley disapprovingly. But Sirius ignored the Weasley mother and the other hushed voices that accompanied her. Dumbledore looked at the paper and saw a page which was devoted to an advertisement for Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, which was apparently having a sale. I've got all the robes I want, Sirius, said Dumbledore. Not that. Sirius placed a finger on an article, read this. Trespass at Ministry. Sturgis Podmar, 38, of number 2, Laburnum Gardens, Clapham, has appeared in front of the Wizengamot charged with trespass and attempted robbery at the Ministry of Magic on August 31st. Podmar was arrested by Ministry of Magic watch wizard Eric Munch, who found him attempting to force his way through a top security door at 1 o'clock in the morning. Podmar, who refused to speak in his own defense, was convicted on both charges and sentenced to 6 months in Azkaban. Why was an order member caught breaking into the ministry? Said Sirius. Do you know how much work I had to do just to reduce his sentence to 6 months? I was almost questioned by unspeakables. For God's sake, why would you order him to break into the Department of Mysteries? Dumbledore remained silent for a moment before starting. I issued no such order. Why would I want Sturgis to break into the ministry? Then why would he go in there? I would guess that he was put under the Imperious Curse and manipulated into breaking into the Department of Mysteries. Sirius exhaled heavily and calmed himself down. It wasn't like he hadn't thought of that possibility. He was a senior Auror, it was his job to think about the possibilities. But the case wasn't handed to him and his team. Sirius couldn't get access to Sturgis and could only work from outside, so when Sturgis had refused to defend himself, he had assumed that Sturgis was protecting the Order and especially Dumbledore because of the scrutiny Dumbledore was under. Death Eaters? Asked Sirius. They are the most likely plausible culprits, replied Dumbledore. We don't have any proof, sighed Sirius and glanced at the other senior Auror in the room. Are you all right, James? James Potter sat in the corner of the Order of Phoenix meeting, out of character for the Potter family head, who was always heavily involved in the Order matters. I have said it time and time again that we should destroy the prophecy, but you, he looked at Dumbledore, have refused to listen to me and now look, he pointed at the paper, Voldemort is aiming for the prophecy and is using our own people to do his bidding. Because there's no point in destroying the prophecy, said Dumbledore, there isn't anything in the prophecy that would help Voldemort move against Harry. The portion he knew, he had already acted upon it. Then why have you kept the prophecy hidden from us for so long? Asked James in a tone harsh enough to surprise the attending members. It was a burden on James' chest that he didn't know the entirety of the prophecy pertaining to his son's fate. Only the people involved can hear the prophecy, me, Harry, and Voldemort. Of course, there are Sybil and the Keeper of the Prophecy Hall, but Sybil doesn't remember issuing the prophecy, and the Keeper has already passed away. This means currently, only I know the prophecy's entire content, said Dumbledore. That doesn't answer my question. James, wouldn't you want to read a prophecy that mentioned you and your fate and how a child could end your life, said Dumbledore. Even if you didn't want to, Voldemort would, without a shred of doubt would want to listen to that prophecy. By making sure that only I know the entire contents, I'm making sure that Voldemort doesn't have no choice to either come and face me and pry the prophecy off my head or break into the Department of Mysteries and get his hands on the prophecy orb. Between the two options, the latter sounded much more easier. Going after Dumbledore wouldn't only require incapacitating a magical powerhouse but also breaking into a highly fortified mind while looking out for surprise legilimency attacks. Voldemort won't come after me, so the only choice he has is to go to the Ministry and get to the prophecy orb, which he wouldn't do personally, at least not for some time. He has just returned, and his group, his organization, his cult, is weak after 14 years of separation and absence. He can't go out strolling to Ministry without taking a massive risk of being seen and proving Harry and me are right, exonerating me off any slander against me, thus strengthening the support towards us. You want to keep him occupied, said James. Yes, as long as his attention is focused on the prophecy, the world would be safer from his maniacal actions. Dumbledore removed his glasses to clean them and continued with his eyes closed. It's regrettable that Sturgis got arrested. We must definitely learn from this and ensure the safety of our members, especially those with higher access and those who are in charge of guarding the prophecy hall. They will be the Death Eater's prime target. Novel bin at. After the meeting was over, Dumbledore asked James to remain in the meeting room, while others were asked to leave. How is Harry doing? Asked Dumbledore. Even though he was the headmaster and Harry stayed in Hogwarts, he had been too busy to keep track of Harry's well-being. Lily says he has been doing okay, sighed James. It's inevitable there are children who don't believe his words, but he has his friends around, supporting him. The prefect duties keep him occupied with some work, and his position makes other children think twice before speaking anything to Harry. James half chuckled. As you know, Harry isn't the most forgiving person. From what Lily tells me, he's enjoying taking points away and giving detentions. He's not abusing his power, is he? No. Fortunately, he has Hermione by his side. She makes sure Harry's not deducting points and giving detentions because of personal reasons, said James while smiling. Speaking of detentions, I'm surprised that Harry is able to control himself in front of Dolores, asked Dumbledore curiously. James leaned back into his chair and sighed. We talked back at home. Made him understand to stay out of trouble and not to provoke bitch because she will particularly have an out for him. I'm not sure how long Harry would be able to keep it down. Both my children don't have good tempers. I hope the presence of Lily would keep him calm, said Dumbledore. It would be better if Harry stays out of Dolores' ways. She will do anything to wrest away power inside Hogwarts. He sighed. All of this is happening because of Fudge's paranoia. Why doesn't he understand that I don't have sights on his position? Because he is an idiot, said James, stating it like a fact. He had been given the minister protection details sometimes, and Fudge had left him utterly frustrated every time. He, with the Lucius support, has already kicked me out of Wizengamot, and I don't think he will stop without getting me out of Hogwarts, sighed Dumbledore. If, James took a pause, if you are indeed kicked out of Hogwarts, would George West still support the school as he promised? I don't know, said Dumbledore. If I know George West, then there are two outcomes after I'm kicked out of Hogwarts. First is as you suspect, he will pull his support. That man won't make a move if he's not entirely sure in his decision. Second, Dumbledore chuckled, is that George West will take over Hogwarts. I'm sure if he puts his mind to it, he will have Hogwarts under his control in no time. Do you think he will try to get control of Hogwarts? If I exit, Hogwarts will fall under the control of the political landscape, more than it has now. And if it does, George West can exert control over it with his resources. If he wants Hogwarts, then he will get it. Everything will be set for him to take over, especially with Fudge being his current self. I don't know if it'll be good or bad. George West taking control of Hogwarts, that is, said James, and he really couldn't imagine how Hogwarts would turn out. Well, one thing is for sure, George West won't be the headmaster, chuckled Dumbledore merrily, so I suppose, the headmaster would either be a ministry figurehead or maybe he'll elect from within if he does get control of Hogwarts. I hope he would elect McGonagall, though there is a very high chance that Poppy might ascend to headmistress. Poppy as in Madame Pomfrey. Yes, smiled Dumbledore in amusement, imagining what it would be like. It would be a fun new Hogwarts, that's for sure, said the headmaster as he got up from his seat and walked away out of the room, leaving James alone. James watched the headmaster walk away with confusion and unanswered questions. Why, Madame Pomfrey, he called out. All he got in return was laughter followed by a whoosh of fire. Quinn sat behind his desk, his elbows resting on the table with a glowing red thread of Empyrean looping between his 10 fingers as he played cat's cradle with the magical material for practice. In the time Quinn had begun studying Empyrean, he had realized that the magic could really do some fascinating things. For example, the thread which Quinn playing with was a width of a thick woolen thread, but he could thin it down to the length of a hair yet at the same time give it the strength of an intertwined steel cable. But while his hands and magic played with the Empyrean malleability and manipulation, Quinn's mind was thinking about the fifth vault. He was torn between the names, Architect's Vault and Hogwarts Vault. The Architect's statute, which acted akin to a gatekeeper to the mysterious and hidden vault inside, refused to budge and give way for Quinn to proceed. He had tried channeling magic inside, looking for a key or switch, see if some type of puzzle, but nothing had popped out to him. He had essentially spent, night after night, just looking around, hoping to chance upon something that would allow him to make progress, but with no avail. I need to make some progress, or I'm just wasting my time. The thoughts passed through his mind as the strings in hand made the shape of a lion. There must be something, anything on the statue that would help me. I would hate to destroy it. Who knows how much would they task me? I broke the gold statue. Quinn lifted his chin up a little to admire the raven reflected in the network of strings weaved and looped around his digits. As he did that, Quinn felt the detection ward ring in his ears. The Empyrean vanished from around his fingers, and Quinn lifted his eyes to look at the door just in time to hear the door chime ring and see a redhead and curly-haired brunette enter his sanctum sanctorum. Welcome, ladies, he smiled. Hope you're doing well. What can I do for you today? Ivy Potter gazed towards Quinn, and it was a bit strange for her to see him sitting idle in his office. What are you doing? I was contemplating the meaning of life and its existence. Really? Said Hermione, wondering if he actually meant it. I had just reached the point of realizing that human life didn't even amount to a grain of dust when in comparison to the vast universe, the size of stars, and other stuff. But then I got bored and realized that the stars didn't have to work and they just explode and die, but I do have to work and don't have the explosion option. Well, I have, but, so I started thinking about transfiguration and was about to descend into the rabbit hole just before you entered. I see, that's nice, said Ivy as both girls took their seats. So, what brings you two here? We came here to buy 2 sets of 5th year owl notes, said the top of her year with a tinge of sparkle in her eyes. Quinn quirked his brow up. That's fast. We aren't even a month into the school year, but he did lean down to pull out 2 sets of 5th year notes from the desk drawers. May I ask the reason for this early purchase? Umbridge, spat Ivy with an intense glare forming in her green eyes. That pathetic pink imbecile of professor is going to make every one of us fail the owls. Her lessons are getting more and more moronic every time she enters the classroom. Quinn noticed that Hermione hadn't rebuked Ivy. She only teaches theory, and even that theory is so inane and out of context that it makes me want to pull that eyesore of a cardigan off her and stuff it into her mouth hole, just to shut her mouth from spouting things which makes anyone who hears them dumber. Ugh. Oh my, that's some strong emotions, said Quinn as he received the joint payment from Hermione. Ivy crossed her arms and silently fumed just thinking about the ministry stooge ruining their school life. What about you? What do you think of her? She said to Quinn. Don't tell me that she doesn't piss you off. I would be lying if I said that I'm unflappable, but I don't feel any strong emotions toward her, at least not yet. Maybe she'll do something in the future which will make reach your level. But for now, I'm just sitting in her class with my eyes closed. I wanted to ask about that, said Hermione, looking up from the notes. How's she in the class with you? I mean, with you not studying in her class, I can imagine her taking in strides and being an angel about it. Ivy scoffed at even the thought of comparing Umbridge with an angel. Quinn glanced at Ivy, thinking if she would be the one to break before Harry did. She and I don't interact much in her classes, he told Hermione while giving her the bill. Even after a couple of classes, she tries to catch me off guard. Quinn chuckled, but in our last class, she made me handwrite the chapter just to make me do something. Someone needs to do something, or this school is going to be in serious trouble, said Ivy, tapping her feet. It seemed that Umbridge had really affected her. I just know worst has not passed yet, and it may seem not possible, but the pink toad is going to do something more abhorrent. Quinn smiled sympathetically as he knew that Umbridge had the potential to be worse, much worse. The only thing that could be worse about her would be if she's a Death Eater, said Hermione, channeling the frustration of being refuted proper answers time after time. I doubt it, said Quinn. I know her by reputation, and I'm sure she's no Death Eater. She's foul enough to be one, said Ivy scathingly. Yes, but the world isn't split into good people and Death Eaters, said Quinn with a wry smile. I know she's a nasty piece of work, though 2 years ago, she almost succeeded in passing something that could only be seen as an anti-werewolf legislation which would have made nigh impossible for werewolves such as everyone's beloved ex-Professor Lupin to get a job in the magical world. He gazed at Ivy. The bill was vehemently opposed and thwarted in Wisengamot by your father and Sirius Black. What's she got against werewolves? Said Hermione angrily. Scared of them, I expect, said Quinn, smiling at her indignation. Apparently, she loathes part humans. She campaigned to have more people rounded up and tagged last year too, and tried to have Fleur disqualified as a champion. You don't suppose she's being extra revolting because of that, is she? Asked Ivy. Who knows, said Quinn giving a shrug. People are never rational and logical. She might taking out her frustrations by trying to get a rise out of you to get you into detention. Scene break. It seemed that the very next day, Umbridge had indeed made things worse by pulling the move Quinn was expecting her to make, and he got confirmation while serving of eggs. He stared at a large photograph of Dolores Umbridge, smiling widely and blinking slowly at them from beneath the headline. Ministry seeks educational reform. Dolores Umbridge appointed first ever High Inquisitor. High Inquisitor, said Eddie darkly, his half-eaten bit of toast slipping from his fingers. What does that mean? Quinn glanced behind the raised newspaper and looked at Marcus. So, what do you think about this? Marcus pulled back the newspaper and read aloud. In a surprise move, last night, the Ministry of Magic passed new legislation giving itself an unprecedented level of control at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The minister has been growing uneasy about the goings-on at Hogwarts for some time, said junior assistant to the minister, Percy Weasley. He is now responding to concerns voiced by anxious parents, who feel the school may be moving in a direction they do not approve. This is not the first time in recent weeks Fudge has used new laws to effect improvements at the Wizarding School. As recently as August 30th, Educational Decree 22 was passed to ensure that, in the event of the current headmaster being unable to provide a candidate for a teaching post, the ministry should select an appropriate person. That's how Dolores Umbridge came to be appointed to the teaching staff at Hogwarts, said Weasley last night. Dumbledore couldn't find anyone, so the minister put in Umbridge, and of course, she's been an immediate success. Loud chortles of laughter spouted out of Eddie and Quinn. There wasn't a place that held more hate for Umbridge than the Ravenclaw house. Especially the 5th and 7th year Ravenclaw students who were worrying their hairs grey stressed about failing their owls and newts. To say that the change was an immediate success was the biggest joke. Wait, there's more, said Marcus grimly. An immediate success, totally revolutionizing the teaching of defense against the dark arts and providing the minister with on-the-ground feedback about what's really happening at Hogwarts. It is this last function that the ministry has now formalized with the passing of Educational Decree 23, which creates the new position of Hogwarts High Inquisitor. This is an exciting new phase in the minister's plan to get to grips with what some are calling the falling standards at Hogwarts, said Weasley. The Inquisitor will have powers to inspect her fellow educators and make sure that they are coming up to scratch. Professor Umbridge has been offered this position in addition to her own teaching post, and we are delighted to say that she has accepted. Marcus finished reading and looked across the table at the other two. But before he could speak, Eddie craned his neck up and called out to Ron on the Gryffindor table. Hey, Weasley, when did your brother turn traitor? He yelled across the tables. Ron looked up from his plate full of bacon rashers with confusion flashing on his face before realizing what Eddie was talking about, and his face colored up to match his hair. Why are you being mean to the poor guy? Asked Quinn plainly while making himself a sandwich. Eddie was still grinning at Ron, trying to catch the redhead's eyes. I heard that he got selected as an option for keeper. I'm just trying to get into his head, you know, easier for me if he's even a bit frazzled. The 3 Gryffindor vixens might be decent, but their efforts will be for naught if their keeper is a sieve. A knock on the table by Marcus got their attention back to him. So now we know how we ended up with Umbridge. Fudge passed this educational decree and forced her on us, and now he's given her the power to inspect other teachers. Marcus was breathing fast, and his eyes were very bright. I can't believe this. It's outrageous. There's nothing we can do about it, said Quinn with a candid shrug, putting the final touches on his sandwich, but behave appropriately in the classes and not give professors a hard time. That's the only way we can help. He then sighed, if Umbridge comes to inspect in one of our classes, I'll have to stop doing my homework. What an utter nuisance. That's what you're worried about, said Marcus. I'm already wasting an hour with Umbridge. Of course, this inspection stint of her might end up wasting more of my time, and that's a no-no, replied Quinn, licking his lip towards his delicious creation. Then study in the classroom. Damn it, said Eddie and Marcus in unison. Where's the fun in that? Mock-whined Quinn before taking a bite of his sandwich. For a second, his wind rolled back, and a short food moan escaped him. Marcus, here, have a bite of this. It's really good. Oh, really? Then I will have a bite, said Marcus taking the sandwich in hand. His mouth salivated as he had just seen Quinn's reaction to the sandwich. Yeah, take a bite. Only a bite. Hey, that's a bit. You fatso, that's not a bite. You chumped off half of it. Give it back, give it back. Scene break. Quinn didn't end up meeting Umbridge in one of his classes for inspections, neither did Eddie, but Marcus wasn't so lucky and ended up meeting High Inquisitor Dolores Umbridge. He was pulling out his Muggle observation diary in a seat right in the middle of the homely Muggle studies classroom when his seatmate elbowed him in the ribs and, looking around, he saw Umbridge emerging from the door with a broad, lip-thinning smile on her face, wearing yet another pink cardigan, making him think if she didn't own any other color and if she didn't, then why pink? The class, which had been talking cheerily, fell silent at once. The abrupt fall in the noise level made Professor Lily Potter, who had been wafting about handing out her routine Muggle facts pamphlet, look round. "Good afternoon, Professor Potter," said Professor Umbridge with her wide smile. "You received my note, I trust. Giving the time and date of your inspection." Lily nodded curtly and, looking composed, turned her back on the pink intruder as if Umbridge didn't exist and continued to give out the pamphlets. Still smiling, Umbridge grasped the back of the nearest armchair and pulled it to the front of the class so that it was a few inches behind Lily's professor seat. She then sat down, took her clipboard from her flowery bag, and looked up expectantly, waiting for the class to begin. Lily walked to the front of the class and surveyed the class with her vivid green eyes. "Good afternoon, I hope you have been having a lovely day," she spoke with her usual bright smile. "Today, we'll be picking up from where we left in the last class and continue talking about the Muggle inventions that changed the world." Lily raised her wand, and behind her, below the blackboard, a small wooden box opened, and from within, chalk powder rose up in lines. The lines of white flew to the blackboard and stuck to its surface in various to give shape to a figure as if it had been drawn from a chalk stick. "This is an airplane," said Lily pointing at the illustration of a wide-body airliner. "Any guesses on what an airplane is? Please, no guesses from Muggle-born students or the half-bloods who know the answer. Let your other classmates take a guess." "It's some sort of Muggle toy," said a student from an all-magical family. Lily hummed and turned to look at the blackboard. She raised her wand, and the sketch on the board changed to now show an airplane standing in line beside drawings of the Whomping Willow, a forest troll, and a tiny little human. "Now, who would like to take another guess?" said Lily with a smile as she watched the expressions of many of her students change when they deduced the actual size through comparison. There were various guesses from around the class: a new type of Muggle house, dragon catcher, a place for a Muggle sport. Each guess made those who knew the answers chuckle and laugh while the guessers became bolder and bolder in their guesses. "Marcus, how about you answer the question?" said Lily. "Professor, I already know the answer," said Marcus with a smile. "Muggle studies were always fun. At novel bin at. Please enlighten your classmates," said Lily. Marcus was nodded and was about to answer but was cut off. He looked at the seat behind where Lily was standing and saw that Umbridge had stood up from her chair with a hem, making it clear that she wanted to speak. Marcus considered himself a mild-mannered person, but every time he heard the hem, it made him want to cut her voice box and make her eat it. "Yes, Professor Umbridge? Do you want to contribute to the class discussion?" said Lily, but inside she seriously doubted that Umbridge was capable of any positive contribution. "No, dear. I don't think I can contribute in make-believe," said Umbridge, looking up at Lily. "You've been in this post how long, exactly?" Lily held back a scowl, clasped her hands behind her back, and stood up straight to stand firm against the indignity of the inspection. After a slight pause in which she seemed to decide that the question was not so offensive that she could reasonably ignore it, she said in a flat tone, "This will be my 5th year." You can't be considered a new teacher with that amount of experience," said Umbridge, making a note on her clipboard. "So it was Professor Dumbledore who appointed you." "That's right." Umbridge made another note. "And you joined the same time as you children started their schooling at Hogwarts." "Yes," said Lily. She still held her voice, but there was a twitch in her eyes at the implication. Umbridge scribbled more in her notepad, looking happier by the second. She looked up inquiringly, still smiling. "Which book do you use as the reference material?" "I don't use any. I personally provide my students material every class." "I see," said Umbridge. Her toad-like smile widened as she made another note on her clipboard. She turned away, leaving Lily standing rooted to the spot. The entire class watched and listened sneakily from behind their diaries. Most of the class were staring transfixed at Lily as she drew herself up to her full height. She turned to the class, put on a smile a bit dimmer before speaking up. "Sorry for the disturbance. Let's continue. Where were we?" In the dark, dimly lit entrance hall, a figure could be seen doing a moonwalk from one end of the enormous hall to the other. The figure was, of course, Quinn, who had gotten tired of sitting in front of the architect's statue and had decided to think while walking, which somehow turned into him doing moonwalks on the entrance hall's marble floor. "It's night, and I'm lonely," he softly sang in whispers, "the one who defies the destiny. Way-a-ho yeah, I'm fate's enemy, Can someone listen to me maybe because right now this boy needs this problem's remedy." Quinn was so engrossed in his ugly singing that he didn't notice when he reached the end of the path. His back bumped into something pointy, startling himself, and he ended up jumping forward in surprise. He turned in a hurry to see what he had bumped into and saw Founder Rowena Ravenclaw cast in pure gold, standing with a diadem in one hand and a tome in the other. He let out a sigh of relief and stepped forward with a smile. Quinn knelt in front of the statue. "My fair lady, this student of yours asks for your guidance. This poor one's wit has reached its limit, and only your divine intellect could grant me the hope to succeed the architect's arduous trials," he said, exaggerating every word that came out of his mouth. There was a widespread belief that a change in perspective could help things along and sometimes allow a breakthrough when stuck at a problem. And technically, Quinn was looking from a different perspective. He was looking at Rowena Ravenclaw's golden statue while kneeling instead of standing. And in doing so, he noticed the palm on which the tome rested. It was a tiny thing, and at any other moment, he wouldn't have noticed it, but as he looked up at the end, he noticed a ring on Rowena Ravenclaw's middle finger. But that wasn't the odd thing. The thing that popped out to Quinn was that the ring wasn't melded into the finger as it would in a sculpture or statue. The ring looked like it had been put into the finger separately. Quinn stood up at once and looked around the entrance hall. There were, in total, 6 golden statues in the hall: Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Salazar Slytherin, Helga Hufflepuff, Architect Stigward Grag, and the unnamed one-eyed witch. He hurriedly jogged to the nearest statue and reached Godric Gryffindor's statue. The man with the portly stood tall, dressed in leather armor under his robes. His hands rested on top of a vertically standing sheathed sword with the only very tip of the blade touching the floor. With both hands laying on top of each other, the lower hand was partially hidden from sight. Quinn bent his knees and got in close to finally get a glimpse of a ring on Godric Gryffindor's ring finger. "That's 2, he muttered quickly before excitedly running to Helga Hufflepuff's statue and the homely plump woman holding a small golden cup with 2 finely wrought handles with a badger engraved on the side. Here too, the ring was placed in a hard-to-spot place on the Hufflepuff's curved index finger grasping the cup's handle. The 4th founder, Salazar Slytherin's bald head and cold eyes were perfectly depicted in gold. The ancient and monkeyish man with a long thin beard that fell almost to the bottom of his sweeping robes had so many rings on his hands that Quinn hadn't noticed that one of Slytherin's pinky was also not melded with the finger and was a separate entity. He looked at the founders' statues standing in different corners of the room. 4 founders, 4 statues, 4 rings, said Quinn in but a whisper. His hand instantly snapped into a fist, and his magic flowed. The ringed fingers of the 4 founders straightened out with the power of transmutation as the gold heeded the command of Quinn's magic. The 4 rings, one from each founder, slowly rotated around the fingers as Quinn pulled them out, and the second the rings left the fingers, they zapped through the air and arrived in front of Quinn in mere seconds. He stared at the rings and noticed the common denominator of the rings except that they were made from gold, the 4 mascots, he voiced. The rings had etchings of the 4 house animals, lion, eagle, snake, and badger. Quinn knew what he had to do. He walked towards the architect's statue and rested his eyes on the architect's hand holding the model of Hogwarts with the fingers digging into the ground below the model. All of his digits were bare with not a single ring in sight. Once again, the magic worked its course. The architect's golden fingers were pulled out from the model and straightened out so Quinn could insert the rings. Rowena Ravenclaw's eagle inscribed ring taken from her middle finger went into the architect's middle finger. Godric Gryffindor's lion inscribed ring taken from his ring finger went into the architect's ring finger. Helga Hufflepuff's badger inscribed ring taken from her index finger went into the architect's index finger. Salazar Slytherin's serpent inscribed ring taken from his little finger went into the architect's little finger. Quinn stepped back and used transmutation once again to curve the fingers back into Hogwarts model and then waited for the show to happen. But nothing happened. He stepped forward to see if the fingers weren't properly inserted or had he made a mistake in the ring placement. But all the things seemed to be in order. Then why isn't something happening? Was my assumption wrong? He muttered in contemplation, but then the bare 5th finger caught the attention. The thumb is still unoccupied. There must be a 5th ring for it. Yes. The question is, where's it? He wondered for a few moments, whereafter he turned to the one remaining statue in the entrance hall and stared at the ugliest statue, which for some reason was also drawn in gold. Quinn walked towards the statue of the unnamed one-eyed witch, hair haggard, unsightly bumps on the skin, heavily hunched back, ragged robes, and a crooked staff. Nothing about the one-eyed witch was pleasant, yet it was stationed in the entrance hall for an entire millennium. At novel bin at. It makes wonder, doesn't? He mumbled and observed the statue of the woman blind in one eye. He first looked at her hands, but unexpectedly there were no rings on her bony fingers. Okay, what else? He looked at her staff, which had big hoops on the top, but they were melded into the staff, which indicated that they weren't what he was looking for. Eye, singular. At first, Quinn thought it was because of the general vibe of the statue that the woman's good eye was bulging and looking in an off direction, but the more he stared at it, the more he thought that the direction in which the statue was looking in was of significance. Quinn raised a hand and rubbed his index finger and thumb. When he pulled them apart, there was a thread of red empyrean connecting them. He took the end attached to his thumb and stuck it right in the middle of the eye. All right, let's see where this goes, said Quinn and started walking in the direction in which the statue was looking in. Soon, he reached a wall, but the statue wasn't looking near the floor level but higher above. He looked up, then at his feet and tapped his heel against the floor twice for a platform of glowing red empyrean developed beneath his feet, which then pushed him up, and soon he was standing atop a solid pillar. He had gotten decent enough to create massive concrete structures. The line of empyrean was still in Quinn's hand, and he pulled it a little for it became taut, then positioned it so that the glowing red line was perfectly perpendicular to the eyeball. When he looked at his end of the line, it pointed right in the middle of a very small framed photo. There were hundreds of magical portraits in the entrance hall. When Quinn looked at the photo, his eyes widened in surprise. What he saw was a photo of the entrance hall, a perspective of the entrance hall as seen from the eye of the one-eyed witch. That's some cool planning, he said in amusement. The picture was too small for Quinn to discern anything valuable with the naked eye, so he conjured a magnifying glass and began observing the magnified picture inch by inch. From the viewpoint of the one-eyed witch, she could have seen all other statues, but because her field of vision was higher, she could only see the wall of photo frames. Minutes went by as Quinn tried to spot something of value, and just as he was about to give up, his breathing hitched, and Quinn gulped. He was looking at the very same spot that the statue was looking at, the photo in the small frame. He could see the frame, but the picture inside the frame was different. He looked at another picture of the entrance hall from the one-eyed witch's viewpoint, but this time there was an old man with tornado-like curls for a beard staring back at him as if knowing that Quinn was looking at him. It was the architect. It was Stigward Grag, and he was standing right where Quinn was standing right now, next to the photo wall. The architect in the magical portrait smiled and turned to where the small frame should have been, but instead, there was nothing in that spot. The architect pointed at the empty square before turning back towards Quinn and continued to smile while staring squarely at him. He leaned back away from the frame, the magnifying glass in his hand vanishing in the process. He gazed at the square frame and the picture-in-picture inside it, thinking about what he had seen. At the very least, him spotting the architect meant Quinn was on the right path. Deciding to act on what he had seen, Quinn undid the sticking charm on the frame and pulled it off the wall to reveal an unnaturally white square area of the wall previously hidden by the frame. But when Quinn brushed his fingers against the newly exposed wall, his lightest touch sent the piece of wall caving in with a click before the entire white square popped out with another click. Whoa, Quinn wasn't expecting this to happen. Nevertheless, he braved forward and pulled the cube of wall out. The surface of the cube felt smooth against his fingertips, and the exposed brick he was expecting was absent. He turned the wall cube around, and saw that it was painted white all around. This isn't brick at all, is it? Quinn felt the cube through his magic and knew what he held was a wooden block wood that had gone through heavy processing to make it feel and look like a piece of wall. Quinn folded his legs and sat down, the wall cube in front of him. His fingers felt a faint lip around the cube, and with a flick of magic, the box opened up to reveal a hard cream yellow material filling what would have been a hollow wooden box. I know what this is. A heat produced through magic traveled from his digits into the cream yellow filling, and immediately the solid substance gave way, and Quinn's fingers sunk into a gooey viscous emulsion, making Quinn's lips turn up on the successful guess. Quinn further dunked his fingers and reached around to feel something solid in the emulsion. He grabbed the small object and pulled a goo-covered ring out of the box. I knew it, said Quinn, sounding pleased with himself. A strong gust of wind blew the goo away to reveal a platinum ring with a black gem fitted in the crown. Quinn then jumped down from the Empyrean, his robes fluttering for a short moment before his feet touched the ground, and he went running towards the architect's statue. He slipped the ring onto the statue's thumb. It was almost instantaneous. The 4 founder rings blazed in clear-colored flames. Red flames covered the lion ring, yellow wrapped the badger, green glittered across the serpent, and blue illuminated the eagle. On the other hand, the jeweled thumb ring didn't burn, but the black gem roused to throw out a deep, dark, and disturbed blackish teal glow. Quinn immediately threw an illusion around him, and the statue, in case a ghost or house elf, was attracted by the glow of the rings. The flames grew brighter in a flash before they went out, and the only light was from jeweled ring glowing in a teal light. But it seemed everything wasn't over yet as the founders' rings started to shake, and suddenly their bottoms separated, and the rings flew out from the fingers, zooming through the sky and flying to their initial positions in the hands of the golden founder statues. The only remaining ring sat in front of Quinn's eyes. He sent a pulse of magic, the thumb straightened out, and the ring spun out of the finger. He raised his hand, and the ring slowly floated down into his palm. Quinn noticed that the black gem had transformed into a dark teal gem, and as the ring sat on his palm, he felt a slight constant thrum from the ring as it vibrated in his hand. Now that the ring was in his hand, Quinn did the only logical next step he could think of and put it on his ring finger. The ring, as many magical rings, adjusted to fit his finger. In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might, beware my magic. Teal lanterns light. By the end, Quinn had his hand raised up, expecting the ring to shoot a beam of light above, but it did no such thing. Yeah, thought so. Quinn brought down his hand and, in earnest, began observing the ring. He felt that the ring was no longer warm, and his skin touched the cool of the metal, but like before, the vibration was still present. What's the mean of this? He touched the ring with his other hand while contemplating the significance of the vibration, but after thinking for a while, he couldn't arrive at a conclusion. He raised his hands up, stood up his toes, and stretched his body from top-bottom, and groaned while doing it. I should go to sleep, I'll see what it does in the morning. He turned towards the direction of the grand staircase to climb up to the Ravenclaw dorm room entrance, but the moment he reached the ground floor level of the stairwell, Quinn noticed a glint from the corner of his eyes and turned his gaze towards it just in time to see the ring jewel flashed brightly and shoot a teal beam of light towards the front. Holy shit, it really shot a beam of light. He watched with wide eyes as the teal light beam hit the staircase, and at once, the ever-moving grand stairwell stopped moving. The feeling of shock was something Quinn couldn't describe. In all the years he had been here, Quinn hadn't seen the sight in front of him once. Not once had he witnessed all the stairs stopped in one place, especially not in the middle of them changing platforms. The complete stoppage only lasted a moment as Quinn's gaze was attracted to a set of stairs moving, and he watched as the stairs connected with each other all the way to the 6th floor. The second the connection completion happened, a teal radiance covered the side railings, marking a path for him to follow. I wanted to go sleep, he sighed, and from the looks of it, if he didn't climb the prescribed path, the stairs weren't going to return to normal. He climbed the illuminated stairs to reach the 6th floor, and looking behind, the teal was gone, and the stairs were once again moving. He looked back ahead, and a clear line of teal was going through the middle of the floor. Following the teal line had him arrive at a dead end in the corridor. The wall he faced was plain with simple tan paint, but just like all other things, the presence of teal was evident on the wall. The line that aided Quinn to arrive at the wall climb up the wall, and in the dead center of the wall, it made a small circle ring. Quinn glanced at the ring in his hand. He walked forward and touched the jewel in the ring to the center of the circle. Teal overflowed the wall, with the light flooding the entire corridor. Quinn opened his squinted eyes and lowered his arm to see a layer of swirling teal had replaced the wall. He conjured a ball and threw it in. The ball disappeared into the teal, leaving behind a single ripple as it vanished. There's definitely something behind here. Quinn gingerly advanced a hand into the teal, which, like the ball, disappeared behind the layer. He stepped forward, and soon, Quinn had left the corridor, leaving behind nothing but a ripple in the teal layer, which disappeared the next second, and all that left was a simple tan-colored wall in the dead of night where silence reigned supreme. When he stepped across the teal permeable layer, Quinn's shoes stepped on a coarse surface with a grainy texture that gripped the soles of his boots. Quinn briefly took in the room in front of him before turning back. The swirling layer of different shades of layers was still there. He exhaled a breath he didn't know he was holding and turned to the front. Even with the room bathing in the soft teal light, the room was clearly colored in a dark gray, giving it a lifeless ambience unlike the public Hogwarts where every wall had a story to it. This room seemed to have been created without a thought of flourish or fanfare. The sheer monotony of the room made Quinn's eyes strain and relax all at the same time. His step echoed in the empty room as he descended down a shallow circular well of stairs and gazed at the surrounding circle of pillars that supported the perfectly circular room's equally dull ceiling. Now, what's this? Quinn's voice echoed along with his steps as he walked around the short, perfectly cylindrical pedestal present right at the room's middle. Like everything in the room, the column-like pedestal was just as the name suggested, a cylinder. Is this really from the same person who designed Hogwarts? Despite the eccentric parts of the castle, Hogwarts was a beautiful construction of its time. To this day, the tradition of taking the first years on boats through the lake was because of the castle's architectural beauty that mesmerized the children and stayed them for a very long time. It certainly did with Quinn, who, despite having seen a range of different architecture that changed with cultures across the globe in his world tour, had been all but hypnotized when he had set his eyes upon the moonlit castle with a 1,000-year history and the evermore enchanting reflection in the clear lake surface. He squatted down fully on his knees and felt the base of the cylindrical pillar, specifically, the place from where the pedestal rose up from the floor. The pedestal wasn't part of the floor, but neither was it sitting on the floor. No, the pedestal column came from within the floor, meaning that there was a length of pedestal beneath the surface of the floor. A thought struck his mind. He straightened his knees with body magic pushing through his muscles. He kicked the floor and launched himself atop the cylinder. Now, let's how my hunch pans out. With body magic still coursing through his body, Quinn took a mighty jump, joined his feet, and pushed down hard on the pedestal with his landing. A slight tremor went down the pedestal as the force generated by Quinn's weight coming down on the pedestal pushed it down into the ground by mere millimeters. At the same instant, Quinn turned his face towards the loud sound of stone being dragged against stone. A part of the wall in the shape of an archway was pushed back a couple of inches. But the very next second, Quinn shifted his feet to maintain balance as the pedestal rose to its original height in an instant, and with the archway merged back into the wall, sending a big wave of tremor, causing Quinn to struggle maintaining balance on the narrow pillar. A weight-based mechanism. Quinn glanced down on the pillar. The pillar needs force to be pushed down, which then will push that section of wall. He gazed at the previously effect spot in the wall, in the shape of an archway, which I'm guessing is the way to the next section of this vault. Well, that's easy enough to solve. Quinn jumped down to the floor and walked to the part of the wall that had shifted. Why follow the rules when you can break the game? He drew up his sleeves before placing his palm snugly against the wall where the archway was supposed to be and pushed magic into the small transmutation. There was no need to push the pedestal into the ground when he could simply excavate the stone in the wall out and see what lay hidden behind the archway. But it turned out that the architect wasn't a dunce. The very next moment, Quinn's magic was met by another force, a magical explosion, and Quinn was sent back, tumbling onto the ground on his back. He groaned with the dull pain spreading through his back and butt. I guess that's why people don't break the rules, he said while grimacing in pain. The stone wall was disabled against transmutation and transfiguration just like the glass in his office, but here, the creator, who Quinn was assuming to be the architect, had provided with some motivation to not try to reattempt breaking the rules. I get it. I'll follow the rules, said Quinn as he walked back to the center pedestal. He bowed his head down while closing his eyes and raised his hands above his head. Magic flowed out in lumps over lumps. When he finally looked up, there stood a massive block of conjured steel hanging overhead, gradually rotating. He looked down at the stone pedestal and cracked his neck. Time to get down into the ground. He retreated back up the shallow stairs and peeked from behind the stone pillars. 3, 2, 1, go. The looming steel cube looming overhead suddenly dropped, and its sheer size buried the thin pedestal within an instant. The entire room quaked, sending waves to every corner of the room, including Quinn, who felt the vibration down to his bones and had hugged the sturdy pillar to not tumble over. When the dust settled and the room no longer shook, Quinn jogged to the archway. Ah damn, really? What he came across was a flat wall with no signs of an exposed archway in near sight. Quinn sighed, and the massive conjured steel cube vanished into nothingness and stood in view was the undamaged cylindrical pedestal as if it hadn't hugged the heavy steel block. So that failed, he said, but in every failure, there was an opportunity to learn. Since his entry into the vault room, Quinn had noted a few observations. The pedestal is connected to the archway and is operated with a weight-based mechanism. He walked to the pedestal and stood with his back leaning against it. The force generated by my highest jump and factoring in my weight could shift the archway a couple of inches, meaning that the steel cube must have achieved that much. But the mechanism needs a constant force to keep the archway exposed. The steel cube must have pushed the archway back, at least the length that I alone did. I can't be sure of how much over that. He was too busy trying not to fall, but given that I wasn't able to see it means that the steel's weight wasn't enough to keep the archway open. He groaned. If the force created by the massive steel cube couldn't push open the archway, then Quinn couldn't see an option that would exceed that. Using an explosion charm or a banishing charm from the ceiling was not an option as it would require him to keep casting magic to keep the archway open. Even if I am able to push the archway to reveal whatever hidden path enough for me to slip inside, it's useless if I can't keep it open while I'm in there, he said with a sigh. He had no plans to entomb himself in a wall after the archway closed up. He had reached a bottleneck in progress. Quinn spent some more time contemplating the next step but then recalled that it was already well past midnight when he had figured out the architect's puzzle. So, he decided to call it in and retire for the day. He gazed around the dull grey room with his hand on his waist. Solving puzzles, struggling to find answers, and standing alone in an unknown, possibly dangerous part of Hogwarts. His lips curled up. This felt correct. This strangely felt like home. Yeah, this is going to be yet another fun year, and he couldn't feel more better about it. Later that night, as Quinn lay in his bed, he gazed up at the teal jewel wrapped around his ring finger. It glowed very faintly, reminding him of the journey he had left in front of him. The architect, this was the first time Quinn had a clue about a vault's creator. The library must have something on him and I guess I need to look at physical mechanisms in case there's a mechanical aspect to the weight mechanism. I wonder if... And sleep took him as he trailed off murmuring all the things he wanted to do tomorrow. Scene break. Hufflepuff and Slytherin houses sat in the perfectly set Transfiguration classroom, waiting for the class to start. But unlike the usual thoughts and emotions that went through everyone's mind, today, they were all busy glancing at the corner of the room. Umbridge and her clipboard were sitting in a corner, staring at her wristwatch with a glint in her eyes. McGonagall marched into the room without giving the slightest indication that she knew Umbridge was there. The High Inquisitor thinned her lips. McGonagall had arrived in the classroom 5 minutes before the class as a teacher was supposed to. That will do, she said, and silence fell immediately. Mr. Knott, kindly come here and hand back the homework. Ms. Jones, please take this box of mice. Don't be silly, girl, they won't hurt you, and hand one to each student. Hem, said Umbridge, employing the same silly little cough she had used to interrupt Dumbledore on the first night of term. McGonagall ignored her. Theodore Knott handed back Draco's essay. Draco took it without looking at him and saw, as he had expected, that his grade was an E. Right then, everyone, listen closely. Tracy Davis, if you do that to the mouse again, I shall put you in detention. Most of you have now successfully vanished your snails, and even those who were left with a certain amount of shell have the gist of the spell. Today we shall be. Said Umbridge. Yes, said McGonagall, turning round, her eyebrows so close together they seemed to form one long, severe line. I was just wondering, Professor, whether you received my note telling you of the date and time of your inspec. Obviously, I received it, or I would have asked you what you are doing in my classroom, said McGonagall, turning her back firmly on Umbridge. Hufflepuff students exchanged looks of glee. As I was saying, today we shall be practicing the altogether more difficult vanishment of mice. Now, the vanishing spell. I wonder, said McGonagall in cold fury, turning on Umbridge, how you expect to gain an idea of my usual teaching methods if you continue to interrupt me? You see, I do not generally permit people to talk when I am talking. Umbridge looked as though she had just been slapped in the face. She did not speak but straightened the parchment on her clipboard and began scribbling furiously. Looking supremely unconcerned, McGonagall addressed the class once more. As I was saying, the vanishing spell becomes more difficult with the complexity of the animal to be vanished. The snail, as an invertebrate, does not present much of a challenge. The mouse, as a mammal, offers a much greater one. Bigger and more complex animals, including humans, can't be vanished as they present complications that aren't yet solved. This is not, therefore, magic you can accomplish with your mind on your dinner. So you know the incantation, let me see what you can do. McGonagall is angry, Tracy said to Daphne under her voice. She is quite angry, replied Daphne. The expression on McGonagall's face might have been stone, but many could feel that she wasn't one bit happy to have a shred of pink in her classroom. Umbridge did not follow McGonagall around the class as everyone had heard she had done with Trelawney. Perhaps she thought that Professor McGonagall would not permit it. She did, however, take many more notes while she sat in her corner. Toads are particularly easy to vanish, said McGonagall in her usual commanding voice. They are such unimpressive and simplistic creatures that even a poorly performed vanish spell can work on a measly toad. So if you ever see one, you can try it out to test your skill and boost your confidence. Tracy couldn't stop her laugh, and a quick chortle escaped her. But the eyes of the two professors made her quieten up instantly. Daphne, at her side, shook her head, but there was a glint of amusement on her face. Many students from both houses had their heads bowed to hide the grins on their faces. When McGonagall finally told them all to pack away, Umbridge rose with a grim expression on her face. "Well, it's a start," said McGonagall as she watched the students dropping the wiggling mouse pieces into the box by her table as they exited. Umbridge approached the teacher's desk. "How long have you been teaching at Hogwarts?" she asked. 39 years this December," said Professor McGonagall brusquely, snapping her bag shut. Professor Umbridge made a note. "Very well," she said, "you will receive the results of your inspection in 10 days' time." "I can hardly wait," said Professor McGonagall in a coldly indifferent voice, and she strode off toward the door. "Hurry up, all of you," she said at the lingering students. And a lot of them swore that the Scottish witch had a faint smile on her face. Among the leaving students, Draco Malfoy walked a little behind his two goons, who talked among each other about food, but he was looking down at his hands at the black card with gold lettering. He couldn't help but wonder a thing that the maker of this card had said to him last year. And the words that he heard just a few weeks ago. "Don't be a stranger, Malfoy." Maybe just maybe he's a noble pureblood after all, thought the Malfoy heir, clenching his free fist before turning back to see Umbridge walking out of the classroom with an unhappy expression on her face, shouting at students to clear the way for her. The morning of the first Hogsmeade visit in the first week of October was a bright but windy day. After breakfast, almost all students 3rd year and above queued up in front of Filch, who matched their names to the long list of students who had permission from their parents or guardian to visit the village. But while the majority of students went to various stores and shops in the village, a small stream of students walked between the tall stone pillars topped with winged boars and turned left onto the road into the village, the wind whipping their hair into their eyes. They walked down the main street past Zonko's joke shop, past the post office, and turned up a side street at the top of which stood a small inn. A battered wooden sign hung from a rusty bracket over the door, with a picture upon it of a wild boar's severed head leaking blood onto the white cloth around it. Hog's Head Inn. The sign creaked in the wind as the people approached, and for the students of Hogwarts, it was a place not many were used to visiting. As such, many hesitated before entering. It was not at all like the Three Broomsticks, whose large bar gave an impression of gleaming warmth and cleanliness. The Hog's Head bar comprised one small, dingy, and squalid room that smelled strongly of something that might have been goats. The bay windows were so encrusted with grime that very little daylight could permeate the room, which was lit instead with the stubs of candles sitting on rough wooden tables. The floor seemed at first glance to be earthy, but when one stepped on it, the soles of their boots would stick to the sticky floor. All who entered in time. There was a man at the bar whose whole head was wrapped in dirty grey bandages, though he was still managing to gulp endless glasses of some smoking, fiery substance through a slit over his mouth. Two figures shrouded in hoods sat at a table in one of the windows. One might have thought them Dementors if they had not been talking in strong Yorkshire accents. In a shadowy corner beside the fireplace sat a witch with a thick, black veil that fell to her toes. They could just see the tip of her nose because it caused the veil to protrude slightly. "So, Potter," said Eddie loudly, who had been sitting silently in the middle of everything, "why have we gathered here? You know that I am a busy man." Marcus, sitting by his side, raised a brow. "So I hope this isn't going to turn into a huge waste of my time. I have only thought of 10 ways to hoop your stuck-up R's in Quidditch, and quite frankly I don't think that's enough in my book. I need to at least plan double to thoroughly embarrass you on the field, so what's the deal here?" A silence had preceded Eddie, and the same silence followed him. Everyone was just staring at him with varying expressions, some amused, some not. "I didn't call you here. I would never call your sorry self even if I was dying," said Harry acidly, glaring at Eddie, who was leaning back into his chair with one arm hanging behind the backrest. "I know that," said Eddie with a smirking scoff, "like I would show up anywhere even if you came begging for it. Maybe I will if you accept that I'm the better man." The rest of the students watched intently as what seemed to barrel into a fight, but just then, an irked voice with a mix of exasperation stopped both of them. "Okay, stop this childishness, you two," said Ivy Potter. "Can you two not fight for once? Do you two somehow feel obligated to go at each other's throat when you see each other? Because there's no such thing, and if you can't, then don't speak at all." She turned to her brother. "I was the one who called Carmichael here. No, I don't want to listen. Harry, now behave, both of you. I want to start." The barman sidled toward them out of a back room. He was a grumpy-looking old man with a great deal of long grey hair and beard. He was tall and thin and looked vaguely familiar to some. The barman froze when he saw the crowd of children in his bar. Possibly he had never seen his pub so full. "What?" he grunted with a glare. "Hello," said Marcus, standing up from his chair and counting the gathered crowd quickly. "Could we have 43 butterbeers, please?" The man reached beneath the counter and pulled 4 dusty, very dirty crates of butterbeer, which he then slammed on the bar. "Take 43. 5 galleons and a sickle. Give me 5 gold, he said. "I'll get them," said Marcus and handed the man 5 galleons from his pocket before returning with the crates levitating behind him. "I paid. We can settle everyone's share at the end of this meet." As Marcus set the crates on a table in the center, Luna took out her wand from her hairbun, and after a chant and flourish of the wand, the bottles had been chilled with ice magic. Ivy watched numbly as the large chattering group took their beers from the table. First came Neville with Dean and Lavender, who were closely followed by Parvati and Padma Patil with Cho and one of her usually giggling girlfriends. Then, on her own and looking so dreamy that she might have walked in by accident, Luna Lovegood, then Katie Bell, Alicia Spinett and Angelina Johnson, Colin and Dennis Creevy, Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch-Fletchley, Hannah Abbott, and one of the most surprising attendees in head boy Cedric Diggory and a Hufflepuff girl with a long plait down her back whose name Ivy did not know. Out of the 5 Ravenclaw boys, Ivy knew Eddie Carmichael and Marcus Belby, who was talking something seriously with Susan Bones. The other 3 she was pretty sure were called Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, and Terry Boot, Ginny, followed by a tall skinny blonde boy with an upturned nose whom Ivy recognized vaguely as being a member of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, and bringing up the rear, Fred and George Weasley with their friend Lee Jordan, all 3 of whom were carrying large paper bags crammed with Zonko's merchandise. Ivy wasn't expecting so many people to show up. Hermione scooted near her. "Wow," she said in a low voice, this is more than we thought." Why yeah," said Ivy nodding in agreement, "this is 20 people more than we thought, 20 people more than our best and most unlikely estimate." "Hi, Ivy," said Neville, beaming and taking a seat opposite to where Harry sat. Ivy gave a polite smile, still feeling a little nervous. Her worries didn't lessen when everyone settled down in 2s and 3s around her, Hermione, Harry, and Ron, some looking rather excited, others curious, Luna gazing dreamily into space. Eddie looked bored, but his eyes seemed attentive. When everybody had pulled up a chair, the chatter died out. Every eye was upon Harry. "Hello everyone," said Ivy, and despite hiding, her voice was still a bit higher than usual out of nerves. The group focused its attention on her instead, though eyes continued to dart back regularly to Harry. "Most of you must have some idea why you're here." "Well, we here had the idea that it might be good if people who want to study defense against dark arts, and I mean really study it, you know, not the utter garbage that bitch had been teaching us." Eddie whistled and suddenly Ivy's voice became much more confident because nobody in their right or even wrong mind could call that defense against dark arts. Here, said the Weasley twins, and Ivy looked heartened. "Well, I thought it would be good if we, took matters into our own hands." She paused, looking at everyone, a few people in the room, and went on, "And by that, I mean learning how to defend ourselves properly, not just theory but the real spells. You want to pass your defense against the dark arts owl too, though, I bet," said Michael Corner. "Of course, we do don't well all," said Hermione. "But I want more than that, I want to be properly trained in defense because she took a great breath and finished, because Voldemort's back." The reaction was immediate and predictable. Cho's friend shrieked and slopped butterbeer down herself. Terry Boot gave a kind of involuntary twitch. Padma Patil shuddered. Neville gave an odd yelp that he managed to turn into a cough, and Eddie along with Marcus frowned deeply. All of them, however, looked fixedly, even eagerly, at Harry. "Well, that's the plan anyway," said Ivy. "If you want to join us, we need to decide how we're going to." "Where's the proof you know who's back?" said the blonde Hufflepuff player in a rather aggressive voice. "Well, Dumbledore believes it," Ivy began. "You mean, Dumbledore believes him," said the blonde boy, nodding at Harry. "Who are you?" said Ron rather rudely. "Zacharias Smith," said the boy, "and I think we've got the right to know exactly what makes him say you know who's back." "Look," said Hermione, intervening swiftly, "that's really not what this meeting was supposed to be about." "It's okay, Hermione," said Harry. Harry knew that something like this was bound to happen and felt that both Ivy and Hermione should have seen this coming. Some of these people, maybe even most of them, had turned up in the hope of hearing his story firsthand. And while they were planning this meet, Harry had stayed quiet when neither had brought up this issue because he knew they wouldn't approve. "What makes me say you know who's back, you say?" he asked, looking Zacharias straight in the face with his arms folded. "I saw him because I was there. But Dumbledore told the whole school what happened last year, and if you didn't believe him, you don't believe me, and I'm not wasting an afternoon trying to convince anyone." The whole group seemed to have held its breath while Harry spoke. Harry had the impression that even the barman was listening in. He was wiping the same glass with the filthy rag. It was becoming steadily dirtier. Zacharias said dismissively, "All Dumbledore told us last year was that you got kidnapped by you-know-who and somehow got back to Hogwarts after a fight with him. He didn't give us details, he didn't tell us exactly how you escaped. I think we'd all like to know." "Do I look, I give a newt's worth of shit what you would like, Smith," Harry said. His temper, always so close to the surface these days, was rising again. He did not take his eyes from Zacharias Smith's aggressive face and looked down at him. "Even though I fought with Voldemort, it wasn't what I would call a traditional duel, and nor was my experience a positive one. Voldemort is every bit as evil as all the stories say about him." Harry didn't want to, but he kept the smirk off his face, which threatened to break on his face when Zacharias flinched at the sound of Voldemort's name. "If any one of you doesn't like my answer or want to know the specifics, you might as well clear out." "I couldn't care less," said Harry nonchalantly. Zacharias glanced at Eddie, thinking that the Ravenclaw would take offense as Harry had addressed all of them, but, "What the hell are you looking at me like that?" said Eddie with jibe in his voice. "Potter said that he doesn't give a newt's worth of shit about what you like. In the same way, I won't listen to his crap if someone paid me to do it." "Then why are you here?" asked Zacharias. "Were you listening, or are those ears just for show? The good Potter and Granger said that this is for defense against dark arts. Why else do you think we are here for?" They're a year younger than you, said Zacharias as a last attempt, gritting his teeth. Congratulations for stating the obvious, doofus. Eddie pointed his thumb towards his back. The fucking headboy and other 7th years are here. I'm going to learn from them, and unlike you, I don't stick to the course material and actually learn to fucking apply myself, but that's to expected. I'm smarter than you after all. And a far better chaser. In the end, no one left their seats, now even Zacharias Smith, though he no longer gazed at Harry. So, said Ivy, moving the conversation along so the group didn't fall silent. Like I was saying, if you want to learn some defense, then we need to work out how we're going to do it, how often we're going to meet, and where we're going to meet. At the back, Cedric leaned forward from his chair and spoke up. This is dandy and all, but we, the 7th year, have newts to prepare for. How is this going to help us? Harry, feeling impatient, rose from his chair and replied, I can produce a corporeal patroness. Cedric, along with the other 7th years, blinked in surprise. A corporeal patroness, you say, said Cedric. That's actually pretty impressive. I can teach it to you, said Harry, and that's a reason for you to attend if you would like to attend. And did you kill a basilisk with that sword in Dumbledore's office? Asked Harry Boot. That's what one of the portraits on the wall told me when I was in there last year. Yeah, I did, yeah, said Harry. Justin Finch-Fletchley whistled, the Creevy brothers exchanged awestruck looks, and Lavender Brown said wow softly. Harry was feeling slightly hot around the collar now. And in our first year, said Neville to the group at large, he saved that Sorcerer's stone. Sorcerers, hissed Hermione. Yes, that, from you-know-who, finished Neville. Hannah Abbott's eyes were as round as galleons. And that's not to mention, said Ron smiling proudly, all the tasks he had to get through in the Triwizard Tournament last year, getting past dragons and merpeople and those god-awful acromantulas and things. There was a murmur of impressed agreement around the table. Look, he said, and everyone fell silent at once. I don't want to sound like I'm trying to be modest or anything, but I had a lot of help with all that stuff, and just like the help I got, we can help each other out and get ourselves out of the mess that bitch had dug for us. Yes, well, said Ivy hastily, moving on. The point is, who here wants to partake in this study group? There was an approving murmur in the group. But in Hogwarts, there was something known as the house system, which could sometimes make things complicated. The Hufflepuffs glanced at Cedric, who thought for a moment before nodding. Hufflepuffs are in, he said, and I will personally help by keeping you updated on what's happening with the professors, meaning, I will spy on Umbridge for you. The Golden Squad being part of Gryffindor meant that the Lions were in, and probably the ones the most excited about this thing defying Umbridge was right up Gryffindor alley. Finally, everyone looked at Ravenclaw, and the members of Golden Squad glanced at Eddie, but the Ravenclaw students glanced at Marcus, who thought for the longest time before looking up at the Golden Squad. Ravenclaw is in, but this better be what you think it's going to be, said Marcus. The gamble of going behind Umbridge's back better be worth the risk. Right, said Ivy, looking relieved that something had at last been settled. Well, then, the next question is how often we do it. I really don't think there's any point in meeting less than once a week. Hang on, said Angelina, we need to make sure this doesn't clash with our Quidditch practice. No, said Eddie, nor with ours. It better not. Nor ours, added Cedric Diggory. I'm sure we can find a night that suits everyone, said Hermione, slightly impatiently, but you know, this is rather important. We're talking about learning to defend ourselves against Voldemort's Death Eaters. Well said, barked Ernie Macmillan. Personally, I think this is really important, possibly more important than anything else we'll do this year, even with our owls coming up. He looked around impressively, as though waiting for people to cry. Surely not. When nobody spoke, he went on, I, personally, am at a loss to see why the Ministry has foisted such a useless teacher upon us at this critical period. Obviously, they are in denial about the return of you-know-who, but to give us a teacher who is trying to actively prevent us from using defensive spells. We think the reason Umbridge doesn't want us trained in defense against dark arts, said Ivy, is that she's got some mad idea that Dumbledore could use the students in the school as a kind of private army. She thinks he'd mobilize us against the Ministry. Nearly everybody looked stunned at this news, everybody except Luna Lovegood, who piped up, well, that makes sense. After all, Cornelius Fudge has got his own private army. What? Said many, completely thrown by this unexpected piece of information. Yes, he's got an army of heliopaths, said Luna solemnly. No, he hasn't, snapped Hermione. Yes, he has, said Luna. What are heliopaths? Asked Neville, looking blank. They're spirits of fire, said Luna, her protuberant eyes widening so that she looked madder than ever. Great tall flaming creatures that gallop across the ground burning everything in front of. They don't exist, Neville, said Hermione tartly. Oh yes, they do, said Luna angrily. I'm sorry, but where's the proof of that? Snapped Hermione. There are plenty of eyewitness accounts. Just because you're so narrow-minded, you need to have everything shoved under your nose before you believe anything isn't everybody's fault. Hermione looked at Eddie, who shrugged. Don't look at me. I stopped arguing against this a long time ago. Plus, she spends so much time with an enabler who indulges her thoughts. Of course, said enabler wasn't present here. Hem. At once, everyone in the inn's bar shivered with their heart almost jumping out of their chest. They turned to expect the pink monster but saw Ginny Weasley smiling. Weren't we trying to decide how often we're going to meet and get defense lessons? She said. Yes, said Ivy at once. Yes, we were, you're right. Well, the other thing to decide is where we're going to meet. This was somewhat more difficult. The whole group fell silent. Right, well, we'll try to find somewhere, said Hermione. We'll send a message round to everybody when we've got a time and a place for the first meeting. She rummaged in her bag and produced parchment and a quill, then hesitated, rather as though she was steeling herself to say something. I think everybody should write their name down just so we know who was here. But I also think, she took a deep breath, that we all ought to agree not to shout about what we're doing. So if you sign, you agree not to tell Umbridge or anybody else what we're up to. Some people signed the parchment, but there were several people who looked less than happy at the prospect of putting their names on the list. But eventually, as the list of names grew, the unwilling ones too joined under peer pressure. When the last person Zacharias had signed, Hermione took the parchment back and slipped it carefully into her bag. There was an odd feeling in the group now. It was as though they had just signed some kind of contract. Well, time's ticking on, said Fred briskly, getting to his feet. George and I have got items of a sensitive nature to purchase and progress reports to draw. We'll be seeing you all later. Same here. Cedric got up from his chair. I have a date to attend. He looked at his girlfriend, Cho, who also got up. See you guys later. Keep me posted. The two lovebirds then left with fingers interlocked with each other. In twos and threes, the rest of the group took their leave too, leaving only the Golden Squad and Eddie, Luna, and Marcus, who was collecting money from everyone as they left. Carmichael, said Ivy, calling to Eddie. Yeah, what? Said Eddie looking up from playing rock paper scissors with Luna. Where is Quinn? She asked. He didn't show up. My boy is busy today. Well, he entered his annual busy season last week. What's he doing? Luna raised her hand in answer. He is worried about weight. Wait, Ivy spoke in confusion. As in, he's worried about his weight. I don't think he's fat, though. Luna shrugged and then went back to making rock, paper, and scissors shapes with her hand with full concentration between her brows. There's no use of thinking what Quinn is doing, continued Eddie. He has the habit of disappearing from time to time. You get used to it. I see. Ivy couldn't say she wasn't interested in where Quinn was. Do you think he will join this study group? I mean, if we are able to get him in, everyone will benefit greatly from it. I don't know if Quinn will join or not. I myself only came here because Marcus was keenly interested in what you were suggesting and because Luna and Cho were also going. If you want to know if Quinn is willing, then you need to ask on his own. But as I said, he entered his busy season last week, and that usually goes for months. Ivy bit her lower lip and nodded. She really wanted Quinn to join. I mean, he will be perfect. He taught us last year, and that was amazing. Yeah, I need to get Quinn to participate, she thought, and by the end was determined to get Quinn to participate no matter what. You know when and where to find him, said Eddie before turning to Ron. See you on the field, Weasley. I'm really looking forward to seeing if I will be able to set some new record against you. You wish. I'll stop every, said Ron, but Eddie was already walking away laughing. Ivy turned to Hermione, who was reading names from the list. Hermione, do you have the aid cards? I want one, she said. Hermione looked up and went off. Which one do you want? I have more than 40 generations worth of cards, do you know. With the latest issue card, you could press it against on any of the classroom's doors, and it would turn into a game of tic-tac-toe if you touch two transformed cards together. That will register them as player 1 and player 2. And then you can play while anywhere in the castle, no matter what the distance. I just need one that would tell me if Quinn's in his office or not. I have the perfect one for you. When we get back, I'll be showing you issue number 19. It's from a few years back, but it's a classic one. Oh okay, said Ivy in the face of the sheer excitement from her best friend. Dark circles, dark bags under the eyes due to exhaustion or lack of sleep. Among other reasons, it wasn't a condition that Quinn wasn't familiar with. He had spent more than his share of all-nighters, but never in his life did Quinn had let himself slip so much that it would cause dark circles to appear on his face. One of his beliefs was, the number of hours you are awake doesn't matter. As much how you spent those awake hours. Sleeping 7 to 8 hours every day was perfectly fine if the remaining hours spent awake were spent efficiently and diligently. The only exception to his track record was the 2 weeks in Hogwarts after the sin curse had broken. In those days, Quinn's condition deteriorated so much that he had on more than a few occasions had taken sleeping draft just to put himself into sleep, a fact that he loathed because sleeping drafts were addictive if taken carelessly over a long period of time. He voiced with his face buried into his hands. Why is this so difficult? It's just pushing a pedestal down into the ground, so why can't I solve that? In the days that Quinn had been going at the weight pedestal archway problem, the amount of progress he had made couldn't even amount to an iota, an imaginary number. No amount of force or way to apply said force he tried. The result was the same, the archway the same as it did when he jumped on the pedestal, and that was it. The pedestal refused to budge beyond that. In frustration, Quinn had attacked the archway wall, but that didn't do him any good. The wall was too tough for him to break through force, not to mention it attacked back with explosions, which didn't harm Quinn anymore, but that didn't make the experience any less pleasant. He took a deep breath, opened the notebook on the table, and stared at the pages upon pages of calculations, theories, decisions, possibilities, opportunities, hypotheses drafted by him to beat the mechanism. Useless. He flipped a page. Ever more useless. Some more. What was I thinking here? This would never work. He snapped the book close. Waste of time. All of this? He crossed his hands and stared straight ahead at a random cabinet door in his workshop, thinking how to proceed from here on. There's absolutely nothing in there that would tell me how to proceed. As Quinn had observed, the vault room was unbelievably plain. The only extra piece of information from the room was the type of stone it was made from. Other than that, the room had told him zilch. Quinn had even gone back to the entrance hall in case he had missed something. But after a thorough study of everything, the results were disappointed, with no gains. Even taking the portrait with the architect on it and keeping an eye on it for 24 hours had not unearthed any new information. With a heaving sigh, he got up on his feet and walked into the office. One step into the office, he heard the door chime bell as expected, saturating the room with a filling ting. Welcome to Aid. How may I be of service today? The customary lines flowed out as he closed the red door behind him. Raising his eyes to the customer met him with familiar faces, Ivy and Hermione. It's you two again. The Gryffindor girl duo walked to his table, taking their seats, used to visiting his office. So what's going to be the agenda today? You don't look good, said Ivy, worried. And you look gorgeous as well, my dear, said Quinn, flashing a smile, and that had some effect on Ivy. I'm lacking some sleep. It's nothing to be worried about. Are you sure? Said Hermione. We can always come back later. It's the middle of the day. I'm not going to sleep just to wake up in the middle of the night. Please, I appreciate your concerns, but be relieved it's nothing that a good nap can't fix. The two girls stared at Quinn for a moment before relenting. Ivy nodded and continued at Quinn's assistance. We want to talk to you about our study group. Ah yes, I have heard about that from Marcus, and I recall Eddie mentioning that you were looking for me. So you know what we are doing, said Hermione. I know that it's a study group for defense against dark arts and that you've been putting out feelers to see who'll be interested. He had also gotten said feelers from Weasley twins in one of their meets. You set up your first meet at Hogshead, and from what the chatter I heard and what Marcus told me, it seemed to be a great success. How many of them were there? Again, saying that, Quinn opened a drawer and took out a sheet of paper and read from it. 46 people attended the meeting, and all of them signed up. What's that? Asked Ivy as both girls stared at the paper in Quinn's hand. This is a copy of the list that you guys drafted that day. Quinn passed on the sheet to Hermione. Hermione, who was in charge of safekeeping of the list, it falling into Umbridge's hand, would have been nothing less than an apocalypse, stared at the so-called copy, and her jaw dropped when she saw that it wasn't just a list of names, it was an exact replica with original handwritings intact. How did you get this? Exclaimed Hermione. It's quite obvious, isn't it? Spoke Quinn. Someone in that meeting made a duplicate using the doubling charm and gave the copy to me, which I then used to create a permanent copy before the charmed duplicated vanished. Of course, the identity of my informant will be kept a secret according to their and my wishes. Seeing the expression of shock and doubt towards him in Hermione and Ivy's eyes, Quinn sighed. My motive behind doing this was not to hold this over you, which might be a bit difficult to believe given our history together, but believe me, I'm not trying to gain leverage on the people in the list. Then why? Said Ivy, a bit unhappy. If you wanted to see the list, I would have shown it to you up front. To make both of you feel threatened. The expression on their faces turned confused. If I can get my hands on that list so easily, when I wasn't even in the meet, Umbridge can also get her hands on the list, and then all of you will be in great trouble, so make sure to keep the original safe. And Quinn pointed at the copy. You can keep that. It's my only copy. As I said, I meant no harm, and it was just an attempt to get you aware of the stakes. Even though they know the risks, I don't want Eddie, Marcus, and Luna to get in trouble. Ivy flourished her wand in hand, and a red zap turned the paper into a pile of dust on the table. Quinn vanished the ash pile and stared at the table to sigh in relief when he saw the absence of scorch marks on the wood. Hey, I'm capable enough to burn a paper without surrounding damage, said Ivy. I believe you, I promise. Ahem, Hermione cleared her throat to gather their attention and continued with haste. So will you take part in our group? Dumbledore's army, said Ivy adventurously. Quinn hummed as if in thought and then glanced at both of the girls. No, he said simply. Why? What's the problem? There are a few reasons, but the biggest reason is that, he pointed at the place where Ivy had burned the list, there were no Slytherins on that list excluding one house while the other three play together is a big no-no. We can't take the risk, said Hermione. If we tell them about our plans, we will be over before we even start. Slytherins will leak our plans to Umbridge. They love her. I understand your worries, but what you're doing is to segregate a group because of the actions of a part of said group. I won't pretend what you are saying isn't correct. You would have been shut down 100% if you kept Slytherin in the loop. He hushed them, but there is a good quantity of Slytherins who wouldn't shake Umbridge's hand with a 10-meter pole, and your group isolating them from this opportunity doesn't fit right with me. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that it's your responsibility to get Slytherin students. This is a private group and not a charitable cause. You can take in anyone you want, even Umbridge herself, but if you want me to join your group, then you'll have you take in some Slytherins. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have contemplated even for a second, but the person in front of them wasn't anyone else. I can make your decision easier and get you a highly curated list of people who would want to be part of this group and would keep their lips sealed about it. I can guarantee that last part. Guarantee, said Hermione. Quinn nodded lightly. What else? Said Ivy, not fiving Quinn an answer immediately. The group name, Dumbledore's Army, said Quinn with a sigh. Listen, I don't mind signing my name on the original parchment as everyone did. It wouldn't be fair to everyone otherwise. Circumventing Hermione's charm was easy enough, but I would prefer if I'm not taken as part of something known as Dumbledore's Army, so I would seriously suggest changing the name. We can do that, said Ivy immediately, because even though they had chosen Dumbledore's Army as their group name, that was just because they thought of it as fitting. We'll get back to you with another name. Great. Next, how is this group going to work? Asked Quinn. What's going to be the system of learning, because I would only attend in an instructor/tutor capacity, so I would need some amount of freedom on how to conduct things. We were actually thinking about letting those good with a spell or concept to teach others. There are close to 50 people with us, so we thought it would be better to conduct it this way, said Hermione. Good, that's fine with me. Organize the slots in which you would like me to come in and help out, and I'll be there. You won't be there for every session, said Ivy, asking. She thought Quinn would be there every week. She hoped that he would be there every week. If you set me up to teach me every week, then I will be there every session, said Quinn, shrugging. He didn't mind taking a few hours every week to help out the study group. It would serve as a great break from his others' commitments. Then we will do that, said Ivy without missing a beat. Hermione glanced at her best friend. She was folding a bit too easily for Quinn's request. Damn, the girl really likes him, she thought. Anything else? Asked Hermione. Nothing I can think at this moment, said Quinn. I'll get you the list of names for the Slytherin people. You can approach them and tell them that I recommended them to you guys and that I recommend the study group that will jump up the conversion rate. Can you give us an idea who's going to be on the list? Asked Hermione. Some of my friends and a few regular clients who I think would like to attend. The Gryffindor girls knew about the friends, of course. There were only a few that Quinn would call friends. The conversation seemed to be over when the office door opened up with the door chime ringing. Quinn looked up while Hermione and Ivy turned back to see Luna enter the room with her satchel by her side and a garland of colorful flowers around her neck. It's evening, she said. A good evening to you as well, Luna, said Quinn in reply. She glanced at the Gryffindor girls as she walked to beside Quinn. You look like a panda. A panda with no chubbiness. A panda without panda-level cuteness. No idea how to respond to that, so I will keep my comments, he smiled. Luna shrugged before taking out a book from her satchel and handing the ancient leather-bound thing to Quinn. I got the book that you wanted me to get. Thank you, smiled Quinn, and Luna got an entire bar of chocolate in return, something that Quinn didn't give out that much. Luna unwrapped the chocolate and took an uneven bite out of it as she turned to Hermione and Ivy. Did you ask him to join Dumbledore's army? She asked. We did. They did. Then did he agree? Asked Luna. He did. I did. That's nice. It is. You bet it is. While Ivy and Quinn were answering Luna's questions, Hermione was staring at the book in Quinn's hand. What is the book about? She asked. Quinn glanced at the book in hand for a moment. It's a book about Hogwarts architect, Stigward Grag. From what I heard from hounding Madame Pants, she says that this book might be written by the man, the myth, the legend himself. And why are you looking for it? Also, why didn't you get the book yourself? I'm just curious about the man who designed the castle, and I'm already at the limit at what I can lend out of the library, so Luna got the book for me on her account. Stigward Grag, was it? He must be quite a person for you to be interested in him. The man who designed hundreds of passages inside this huge castle is bound to be really interesting, isn't he? He stared at the walls above. Even though Hogwarts wasn't like this at the time it was created, he must have thought that someday his creation would turn out like this. I'm trying to peek into the mind of Stigward Grag, attempting to see why he chose to do things as he did, what motivated the man to conceive his creations. He looked down on him and smiled. It's a little project of mine that I have taken up this year. I think it will be inspiring. Inspiration is important, said Luna. I think your garland is pretty inspiring, Luna, said Quinn. It's an arrangement and color combination that attracts Joffins. They are supposed to bring luck and make everything go your way. I have laid a trap for the crumpled horn snorkack near the greenhouses and am hoping that one would settle down in the comfy trap. The crumpled horn snorkack doesn't exist, said Hermione. Luna turned to Hermione and glared at her heatedly. It does exist, said Luna. It doesn't. There's no proof of it, said Hermione, still not willing to indulge in Luna's fantasies. It does exist. The proof is just yet to be discovered, said Luna in a confident return. I'm going to find it and show everyone once and for all that crumpled horn snorkack exists. Then the blonde turned to the red door and disappeared into the workshop, but not before slamming the heavy iron-laden door shut. Quinn looked away from the red door and pumped his brow once at the girls. Luna is a complete nonconformist. She lacks self-consciousness and is not afraid to show who she truly was. The only way to truly convince her of something is to make Luna experience it. From the fundamental experience to the most complex things, Luna will only believe in things she has experienced firsthand. She believes that the crumpled horn snorkack exists, and the only way to convince her that it doesn't is for her to herself look for it, fail, or for her to find it and show others that she was right. What if she never finds and yet never gives up? Asked Hermione. Then she will keep looking and keep believing, said Quinn, smiling. It might be a little tacky, but it's a great mind for learning anything. She applies everything she learns just so that she confirm that the words written in the books and those spoken by me hold the truth. Isn't that sort of unhealthy? Said Ivy. At novel bin at. Usually, that would hold much truth. But not with Luna. She is intelligent and smart. She is critically aware of where is the line, said Quinn in unbreakable confidence. His time with Luna had taught him that she was far from what one feels when imagining crazy or loony. I still can't relate to how she thinks, said Hermione, not convinced. Quinn got up, prompting the two girls to get up too. Well, I'm sure you two would come to realize each other's perspective with all the time you would be spending with each other in the new study group now. Ladies, I apologize that we can't talk any longer, but I have some work to do. Ah, I see, said Ivy, then please do send us the names. Aha, you'll have them in your hands first thing in the morning. As the two were leaving, Quinn spoke the final words, I'm looking forward to this study group. Us too, said Ivy smiling before raising her and waving it. Well then, bye. Quinn confusedly raised his hand as well and slowly waved back, bye. Outside, Ivy felt her face heat up, and the gaze of Hermione in her back didn't help. Bye, said Hermione. It just slipped out. Inside, Quinn lowered his hand, the smile gradually drained, and he turned back, walking to his table. Now, let's get into the messed up mind of the freak Stigward Grag. A vein popped on his head. If this doesn't work, I'm going to dig his tomb and raid his grave. The clicking of a wall clock ticked away in the silent aid office as the owner sat behind his office table, reading the ancient tome written on the life of Stigward Grag and, in turn, making his way through the enormous amount of garbage written about the architect. No, I don't want to know about his neighbor's wife's relationship with his other neighbor, maybe some other day, not now, mumbled Quinn with a sigh, but picked his pen and made notes. One never knew where a code might be hidden. Surely not in the collar of his favorite loincloth. Ugh, why would someone add this to a biography? But he had no choice to read through this book as the room of the now dubbed architect's vault didn't provide him much information. At least, in the icy vault, I knew what I had to work towards to succeed, he said, grumbling while flipping a page and marking some notes. The icy vault had a mechanism, and just like architect's vault, he had no idea how both mechanisms worked. He only got to know the working of the icy vault mechanism after he entered the inner vault room. But in icy vault, Quinn had a direction on how to solve the problem here. He only had a problem, to push the pedestal down, and no way to solve it. The pedestal better not be a decoy for the real deal to be hiding somewhere else, he said before again flipping to the next page to start a new chapter in the book. The magical adventures of Stigward Grag. This might be interesting, he said, but his reading was interrupted when he sensed someone outside and looked up. A few seconds later, the door opened, and Pink entered the room with Argus Filch holding the door for her. You can leave, Argus, said the woman in her sickening voice, and the hunched caretaker left with a bow and a nasty cackle. He watched as the toad-like woman gazed at his office with hands clasped together in the front and a sickeningly sweet smile on her face as if she was watching an infant's playroom. Quinn glanced down at the open pages in front of him, and a sigh escaped from him. Afternoon, Madam Umbridge, said Quinn as he gently closed the book and put it away in a drawer with his notes. To what do we owe the pleasure for you to visit my humble abode? Umbridge continued to look around his eyes and move from one wall to the glass wall. She raised her hand and touched the glass, her fingers curled up into a claw, and her manicured, sharp pink nails dragged down on the surface, but they failed to do damage because of the series of treatments that the glass had gone through. The woman looked dissatisfied and raised her hand to look at her nails, then back at the glass. Good afternoon, Mr. West, said Umbridge finally. I have heard about this club of yours a lot. She reached into her purse and took out a black card. Aid Services, you have been running this club for quite a few years, and I have heard nothing but promising words about it. Thank you, said Quinn nonchalantly. But did you not see Educational Decree number 24, she said, moving towards his table step by step. All student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs are henceforth disbanded. I did see that, but don't you think it was a bit too aggressive to shut down every long-standing club, formal or informal? Of course not, my dear. The smile on her face widened. It's all to improve academics of Hogwarts students. It's for their own good. I'm simply trying to guide the children to grow into functioning part of the society as model citizens. But you ever closed the educational clubs Transfiguration, Charms, Astronomy, and the other ones? Those clubs were a place for students to share, increase, and consolidate their knowledge. Nonsense. The ministry-approved taught in the classroom is more than enough. Sweetness rolled off from Umbridge's tongue as her tone became one used with little children. And if the children do think that an organization is indeed beneficial to them, a provision is given for Rain Station. They would just need to tell me the benefits. Quinn picked a parchment on his table and read from it. 17 applications were submitted to you today, and you rejected every single one of them bar one exception being the Slytherin Quidditch team, and out of the 16 rejections, one of them was Professor Sprout's outdoor club for extra herbology exploration for the interested ones. Your provision doesn't seem to make sense, Madam Umbridge. The Slytherin Quidditch team members all have outstanding grades. There wasn't a need to disband them because of their excellent academic performance. Umbridge had reached the table, and as she spoke, she tried to take a look at the parchment in Quinn's hand, but he had held it vertical enough for her not being able to see a single word. Quinn laughed as he had heard the best joke of the year. And Ravenclaw Quidditch team doesn't, he said. It took you a look at the parchment, a total of 2 minutes for you to dismiss the team captain Roger Davies and reject the application. Do you, a Hogwarts graduate, really think that a group of Ravenclaw students would have poor grades? Surely not. Umbridge fixedly stared at the parchment in Quinn's hand. Mr. West, what's that parch? Quinn cut her off at once and apathetically stared while directly asking what seemed to be a question with an obvious answer. Why are you here, Madam Umbridge? He asked. That's Professor Umbridge to you, Mr. West. First teach me something, then I will think about it. I'm more willing to address the author of the reference as my professor than you. Umbridge's smile twitched a bit. Detention check for that cheek, Mr. West. With pleasure, said Quinn with a shrug. Give me a time and place, and I will be there. Good, at least you're not completely without manners, said Umbridge with a smug smile. Now, I want you to close this little playhouse, she sighed. What were the professors thinking giving a student complete control over a classroom and allowing him to run this ridiculous charade? There's a reason why prefects, head boy, and head girls are selected. They'll help their fellow students and not this ridiculousness from you. Quinn raised a finger and pointed at the prefect pin on his robe's lapel. I'm a prefect if you haven't noticed. I'm aware, Mr. West, Umbridge said in a chiding tone, but you have been wasting your time on this before you were a prefect. I, in good standing, can't allow for this to continue any longer. You'll return the room key to the caretaker first thing in the morning. Quinn shook his head to that. You can't order me to that, he said and took a roll of parchment from a drawer. I was granted the permission to use this room and turn it into Aid's office from Professor Flitwick. You don't have the authority to shut me down. Umbridge giggled without opening her mouth, which Quinn thought was quite disturbing. You don't have the choice, Mr. West, she smiled. Education Decree 24 grants me, the High Inquisitor, to dismiss any student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs. Quinn softly laughed a few chuckles before his face immediately lost all joy in an instant. You don't have that authority, Madam Umbridge. Umbridge made a half-confused face mixed. Did you not hear me, Mr. West? Education Decree 24 allows the High Inquisitor to disband student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs. Quinn raised his chin and smiled deeply. But an organization, society, team, group, or club is at this moment defined as a regular meeting of. Quinn raised 3 fingers, 3 or more students. And Aid, his 3 fingers turned to 2, is a 2-person venture. Quinn's smile turned lopsided. We don't qualify as an organization, society, team, group, or club, so as I said you don't have the authority. Umbridge's smile turned stiff. The pink-clad woman stilled in her chair as she watched Quinn's smile drop once again into total apathy as he continued to stare at her as if waiting for her to leave. I'm the High Inquisitor, she said. And your power is over the professors and from the education decrees implemented from the ministry, said Quinn straightforwardly. You can't shut Aid down because you don't have the authority. You will obey me. Umbridge's breathing started to quicken as her voice rose shriller and louder. You can't make me. Umbridge's vision started to turn red as she began to shake with fury. I'm the senior undersecretary to the minister. You will obey me, she was yelling by the end of her sentence. Quinn once again shook his head in disagreement. You're on sabbatical. You don't have that authority. Even if you did, you still wouldn't have any power over me. I'm not a criminal or in trouble with the law, after all. Detention, detention, detention for the entire month, yelled Umbridge, her voice turning harshly high. Get an education decree, and then we will talk about shutting me down, said Quinn laughing casually before getting up. Come on, Madam Umbridge. Let's go and get this over with. What? Said Umbridge acidly. I was going to your detention punishment. Quinn pointed his fake wand up, and the miles dimmed, but now, I'm going to have them annulled. You can't do that, the she-toad scoffed. But, I can. Quinn walked to the door and held it open. Come on, let's see who's correct, you or me, he grinned. Or do you think I'm in the right here and your detention was out of malice? No? Of course not, said Umbridge harumphing. Let's go and see this farce over. I want to see what nonsense you're talking about. After you, said Quinn, gesturing her to exit first. I don't feel safe and am worried you'll hex me in the back. Not that I would be able to defend myself, you haven't taught me anything that would allow me to do so. In a classroom in the charms wing of Hogwarts, 5th-year lions and serpents listened to Phileas Flitwick, a master of charms, and the charms professor at Hogwarts as he guided them through the theory behind the growth charm, a charm that allowed the user to increase the size of an object. Children, please take note as to not confuse the incantation of the growth charm for that of the color-changing charm. I have seen many students make this particular mistake in their owls and lose marks in practicals where losing marks isn't warranted one bit, said Flitwick from his spot behind the teacher's podium, standing on a stack of enlarged books. And please, I say this time and time again, please don't hesitate about asking me questions and solving any doubts you might have. There was a loud knock on the door, and before anyone could even turn to look, a shrill voice pierced everyone's ear. Phileas, I would like to talk to you. Would you please step out? Every pair of eyes turned to the door to see Umbridge standing at the threshold, arms crossed with foot tapping against the floor, looking absolutely livid. Dolores, I'm in the middle of a class, said Flitwick sighing. You can meet me in the office when I'm free. I would like you to leave now. I want to continue teaching. This is important, said Umbridge heatedly. I'm sure it can wait, but Flitwick didn't share the sentiment. Gryffindors and Slytherin watched as Umbridge's face grew red, and just when everyone was about to think that she was about to blow up, another voice from outside the classroom spoke up. Let me try. Everyone watched as Quinn West came into view. Professor, may I have a moment of your time? It will only take a minute. He then turned to the class and bowed his head politely. Hello, everyone. I hope I'm not disturbing your clothes. Sorry, but I will need the professor for just a bit. Faced with the same request once again but from another person who also turned out to be his favorite student, Flitwick jumped down from the stack of books. Of course, Quinn, said the half-goblin in his squeaky voice. He turned to his class. I will be back in a moment, please complete your notes, we will start casting the charm when I return. As Flitwick, Umbridge, and Quinn went out, inside the classroom, Ron turned to Harry and asked, what do you think that was about? I have no idea, said the bespectacled Potter. Umbridge didn't look happy, that's for sure, said Hermione, but then a thought flashed into her mind. Quinn didn't tell Umbridge about did he? What rubbish are you talking about? Of course, he didn't, said Ivy in instant denial. But, I'm curious what they are talking about. She stood up. I will go listen what's it about. Ivy? Wait, don't go, but Hermione's efforts went unheeded as Ivy sneaked to beside the door, listening to what was going on. Outside, Flitwick looked up at Quinn and asked, now, what's this about? The half-goblin acted as if he couldn't see Umbridge fuming. I'm here to contest an unjust detention. He nudged his chin to Umbridge. He lies, hissed Umbridge. He refuses to call me professor even after my countless times asking. My detention is just, and he will follow it. Quinn, is she telling the truth? Asked Flitwick, ignoring the menace to society. I did no such thing, Professor Flitwick, said Quinn innocently. You be the witness of my character, Professor. Have in all my years at Hogwarts ever failed to give respect to the faculty? I have always given respect where it's due. Quinn faced Umbridge with a hurt expression. Professor Umbridge, I know that you're angry, but I couldn't just stand still and watch the educational decree's integrity be damaged by someone abusing them. Even if that someone is as prestigious as you, the High Inquisitor. Flitwick's pointed ears twitched at Quinn's words. Quinn, what do you mean by education decree being abused? Don't listen to him, said Umbridge shrieking. He's lying. Professor Umbridge came into my office saying to shut down aid immediately because it went against Educational Decree 24, but then I politely pointed out that aid didn't come under the specified definition of student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs. But then, when Quinn trailed off, Flitwick stepped closer and urged, don't be afraid, Quinn. I will not let injustice fall upon you, said the Ravenclaw head of the house. Quinn diffidently glanced at Umbridge before continuing, as she threatened me with her senior undersecretary position. I could only bring her here. I'm sorry if I brought you trouble, Professor. I know she's the High Inquisitor. You don't need to worry about me, Quinn, said Flitwick, standing taller. You don't need to worry about me. He frowned towards Umbridge. Quinn, I believe you. I officially annul your detention. You're free to go. You can't do that, yelled Umbridge. I can, and I'm doing it, said Flitwick in a no-nonsense tone. This detention wasn't given in your class. Any detention assigned outside of a class can be reviewed by head of house, and I with that authority annul this detention. You believe him instead of me? Yes, I do. I believe my top student of 6 years who I nominated as a prefect instead of you. Flitwick shrugged, then turned to Quinn. You can go, Quinn. I will take care of her. Quinn nodded appreciatively, and as he walked by Umbridge, he sneakily gave her a smirk that only served to infuriate her more. But before he left, Quinn nonchalantly sneaked into the Charms classroom and stood real close to not one but two eavesdroppers. You know, it's not good to listen in on conversations, he smiled. Ivy, Daphne. Ivy's eyes widened in surprise, and she hastily turned to see Daphne standing right behind her. When? How long have you been here? Said Ivy, shocked at Daphne's stealth skills and her failed perception check. From the very start, said Daphne, rolling her eyes before turning back to Quinn. Are you alright? It sounded very serious. Meh, it's fine, said Quinn offhandedly. She was trying to throw her weight around. Nothing I can't handle. Are you sure that was a good move? She will try to make things difficult for you, said Ivy, sounding worried. Once again, nothing I can't handle. But you're right, I might just nip the bud before she becomes extra annoying, said Quinn, seeing the point before looking at both the two girls. So, Daphne, will you be attending the little study group? He asked. SHH, said Ivy. Umbridge was right outside. Also, how did you know? I asked her. Of course, I know what's going, said Quinn, acting cool and staring deeply into Ivy's eye. I always know what's going on. Astoria must have told him, said Daphne, shattering the cool moment. She turned to Ivy and spoke. Astoria, Tracy, and I will be attending. Okay, then you'll have to add your name to the list, said Ivy. Ahem, well, I will take a leave before Professor Flitwick comes along, said Quinn, clapping his hand. I need to go back. My break is going to be over soon, and I need to get my book bag from my office. I will see you two around. Bye-bye, said Ivy while waving her hand, and immediately regretted it. Bye, said Quinn, once again feeling a little confused. After Quinn left, Ivy turned to Daphne and found the blonde looking at her strangely. She could only avert her eyes and walk away. After all, she was aware of how Daphne felt about Quinn. That day, the news of the incident spread far and wide in Hogwarts. Angelina sat in a corner of the Gryffindor common room, sulking gloomily as she tried to merge into the cushions of her chair. Her year wasn't going as she had planned. Having just received the reins of the Gryffindor Quidditch team as the captain, Angelina was looking forward to building a cup-winning team, but then Umbridge and her education decrees had ruined her chance of her doing that by taking away the thing she was looking most forward this year. Furthermore, it was painful to tell her teammates the same and watch their crestfallen expressions, which she was sure that her face matched. Alicia, George, and Fred, along with herself, had taken the decision quite deeply because this was going to be their last year at Hogwarts and thus their last chance to play together, something they hadn't done since their 5th year. If not for the tournament last year, we wouldn't have gotten the chance to play last year, she thought, and couldn't imagine how it would feel to not play Quidditch for 2 straight years. She heaved a deep sigh, one of many that day. You really are down in the dumps. Angelina raised her head and saw Harry standing in front of her, smiling consolingly at her. This year sucks, she spat with force but then deflated. It was supposed to be the best year and not this, whatever this is. Cheer up, you know. Nothing is going to happen by sulking here in the corner, said Harry quietly, when she told him, because we've found somewhere to have our first defense meeting. Tonight, 8 o'clock, the 7th floor opposite that tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being clubbed by those trolls. Can you tell Katie and Alicia? She was slightly taken aback but promised to tell the others. Harry smiled and was about to leave when he turned back towards her and spoke. Listen, this might not help, but there's no harm in trying, he said slowly. Quinn is coming to the meeting today, maybe you can talk to him about this. Quinn just might be able to help. Harry chuckled. He did make a joke out of Umbridge, so there might be something he might be able to do. Why don't you give it a try? A light appeared in Angelina's eyes. Yes, Harry was right, she thought. Quinn was able to protect Aid from Umbridge's ugly clutches. He just might be able to help him. If I bring along Diggory and Carmichael along with me, he might do something, she said with a renewed vigor. Yes, he has been the commentator for so long and even organized the tournament last year. He surely will be able to us. She stood up from her seat and hugged Harry. Thank you, Harry. I'll go tell Alicia and Katie. We'll be ready for today. Oh, said Harry, a bit taken aback at the bombastic restoration of energy. Best of luck. I also can't wait to go back to practice and play for the cup. After Angelina left, Harry turned around to find Hermione watching him. What? He said. Well, are you sure we can trust Dobby's plan? He's not the most reliable of people, you know, she said. This room isn't just some mad idea of Dobby's. He even brought a house elf friend of his, and he vouched for the room's existence. Oh well, that's all right then, said Hermione briskly and chose not to raise any more objections. Together with Ron and Ivy, divided into 2 teams, they had spent most of the day seeking out those people who had signed their names to the list in the Hog's Head and telling them where to meet that evening. By the end of dinner, he was confident that the news had been passed to everyone who had turned up in the Hog's Head. At 7:30, Harry, Ivy, Ron, and Hermione left the Gryffindor common room, Harry clutching a particular piece of aged parchment in his hand. 5th years were allowed to be out in the corridors until 9 o'clock, but all 3 of them kept looking around nervously as they made their way up to the 7th floor. Hold it, said Harry warningly, unfolding the piece of parchment at the top of the last staircase, tapping it with his wand, and muttering, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. A map of Hogwarts appeared upon the blank surface of the parchment. Tiny black moving dots, labeled with names, showed where various people were. Filch is on the 2nd floor, said Harry, holding the map close to his eyes and scanning it closely, and Mrs. Norris is on the 4th. And Umbridge, said Hermione anxiously. In her office, said Harry, pointing. Okay, let's go. They hurried along the corridor to the place Dobby had described to Harry, a stretch of blank wall opposite an enormous tapestry depicting Barnabas the Barmy's foolish attempt to train trolls for the ballet. Okay, said Harry quietly, while a moth-eaten troll paused in his relentless clubbing of the would-be ballet teacher to watch. Dobby said to walk past this bit of wall 3 times, concentrating hard on what we need. They did so, turning sharply at the window just beyond the blank stretch of wall, then at the man-size vase on its other side. Ron had screwed up his eyes in concentration. Hermione was whispering something under her breath. Ivy simply closed her eyes. Harry's fists were clenched as he stared ahead of him. We need somewhere to learn to fight, he thought. Just give us a place to practice somewhere they can't find us. Harry, said Hermione sharply as they wheeled around after their 3rd walk past. A highly polished door had appeared in the wall. Ron was staring at it, looking slightly wary. Harry reached out, seized the brass handle, pulled open the door, and led the way into a spacious room lit with flickering torches like those that illuminated the dungeons 8 floors below. The walls were lined with wooden bookcases, and instead of chairs, there were large silk cushions on the floor. A set of shelves at the far end of the room carried a range of instruments such as sneakoscopes, secrecy sensors, and a large, cracked faux glass that Harry was sure had seen the previous year, in the fake Moody's classroom. These will be good when we're practicing stunning, said Ron enthusiastically, prodding one of the cushions with his foot. And just look at these books, said Hermione excitedly, running a finger along the spines of the hefty leather-bound tomes. A compendium of common curses and their counteractions. The dark arts outsmarted. Self-defensive spellwork. Wow. She looked around at Harry, her face glowing, and he saw that the presence of hundreds of books had finally convinced Hermione that what they were doing was right. Harry, this is wonderful. There's everything we need here. And without further ado, she slid Jinx's for the Jinxed from its shelf, sank onto the nearest cushion, and began to read. There was a gentle knock on the door. Harry looked around. Ginny, Neville, Lavender, Parvati, and Dean had arrived. Whoa, said Ginny, staring around, impressed. What is this place? Harry began to explain, but before he had finished, more people had arrived, and he had to start all over again. By the time 8 o'clock arrived, every cushion was occupied, except for one person. Belby, called Ivy, where is Quinn? Marcus took out a pocket watch he had gotten as a gift. The time was 1 minute to 8, and the second hand was 10 clicks from striking 12 on the clock dial. He will be here at 8, said Marcus, looked at the door. 3, 2, 1. The door opened on point, with the last person remaining stepped inside. Good evening, people, said Quinn with a smile as he looked over the gathered crowd. It's nice to see all of you gathered here. The unity that I'm seeing between the 4 houses fills my heart with pride, joy, and warmth. He spread his arms wide. So, to all of you guys, I say get out of here, at once. There was a spell of silence that descended over the room. It took a while for everyone to register Quinn's words and triggered a cluster of whispers among each other. Did you take a strange, untested potion again? Asked Eddie. I told you to test out on the second year twerps before taking it on your own. I didn't take anything, said Quinn, but I seriously need you guys to get out so that I can do my job, which is to teach you guys properly. He clapped his hands. Now, get out, come on, hurry. Luna was the first to stand up and walk out of the room of requirements without question. She was followed by Marcus and Eddie along with the Ravenclaw crowd. The next to leave was all the Slytherin students who had come here because of Quinn's recommendation. Seeing that half of the people had left, Hufflepuff also got up and left with Cedric in the lead, who followed after Cho. Come on, guys. I want to start quickly, said Quinn, urging the Gryffindor to follow. Fred and George shrugged and left the room of requirements, and the rest of the Quidditch team, sans Harry and the newly recruited Ron. Ginny followed after her brothers, and soon everyone left, leaving the Golden Squad remaining in the room with Quinn. What are you doing? Asked Ron. Trying to get this group started, said Quinn in reply. We will get started the minute this room empties out. Ivy matched eyes with Quinn for a moment before she sighed and nodded to the other 3. Finally, everyone in the room, including Quinn. Now, we can finally start, said Quinn to the crowd behind him as the door to the room of requirements disappeared. You guys choosing this room was the greatest decision you made in your school life. The Golden Squad watched with wide eyes as Quinn marched back and forth. But, you, the newbies, don't understand the real abilities of the room of requirements. He knows about the room, they thought. An ornate door with webs and networks of lines crossing in intricate patterns had appeared in the wall. Quinn touched the center of the handleless door, and the entire door disappeared as melting into the air, leaving a gaping arched doorway in the wall. If the room previously was spacious, then this room was even more so. It was lit with miles, purposely dropped in the room of lost things by Quinn. The library was much smaller than the previous one and only held the necessary bare minimum books on their shelves, but that was it. There was nothing else inside. The gathered crowd looked around with doubt, wondering if Quinn knew what he was doing. Are you sure know how this works? Asked Tracy. Of course, I know, said Quinn with a chuckle. I have been using the room of requirement ever since my first year. The Golden Squad's jaw dropped at the shocking revelation. They more or less understood the essence of the room of requirements, and to think that Quinn had been using this room for 5 years, this being his 6th, was mind-blowing. And you fucking minchbag, never thought of telling us about this, said Eddie with his arms crossed. A man needs his space, you know, said Quinn in defense with a smile. This is my secret treehouse, as to speak. He then sighed. Not anymore though. All of you guys now are aware of its existence, which Quinn didn't mind as Project Babel was over, and because at novel been at. A piece of warning though, said Quinn with his tone dipping deeper. No one will use this room except me. I will be the one who will call for the room of requirements to provide our needs and no one else. Why? Asked Dean Thomas, frowning. So that this magical room doesn't turn into a broom closet for people to snog and shag. Quinn bluntness made many blush. I don't want any of you willy-nilly coming to this part of the floor whenever you desire. If anyone comes here out of the meeting timings, they will be penalized, and don't try to be sneaky about it. I will know when someone comes here. But why do you get to be the one to be in charge of this? Said Zacharias Smith haughtily. Quinn plainly smiled and raised his arms. Because I know more about room of requirements than any living person on this planet. Quinn then raised his arms wide. It was instantaneous. Starting from the color of the floor to the shape of the walls and the size of the room, everything shifted as if everything before was simply an illusion lifted to reveal the thing. The Great Hall, said Cedric at the new room they stood in. Cedric's words made everyone's eyes flash in recognition. The room was indeed like the Great Hall, an empty Great Hall with only the shape and size resembling strikingly to where everyone ate their meals. There were no house-long tables, no paintings and hanging candles, no faculty's high table, and nothing. I have been using it for so long that I know how to operate the room of requirements. Quinn clapped once, and instantly, and simultaneously, 2 humanoid target dummies appeared on either side of him. He raised his hand straight up. Everyone looked up, and when Quinn snapped his fingers, a dummy came out of the ceiling. I can control everything in this room, said Quinn. The temperature dropped a few degrees at his words, but everyone felt heat in the room the next moment. I can do anything I imagine. Of course, the room must be able to provide my request, but with the time I have spent here, I know what the room is capable of and what's out of its ability. The group watched as dummy after dummy started popping in the room. No matter what direction they turned, where they looked, there was a dummy there waiting for them. From the corner of her vision, Daphne noticed something and looked down to see herself. The floor was polished enough for her to see her own reflection. The next second, she felt her feet sink into gray sand before everything went back to normal. So, what's the agenda for today? Said Quinn, beaming after he had demonstrated his authority and established himself as the manager of the room of requirements. If no one was going to use it besides the meetings, then he would have it for the remaining time just as usual. Hermione raised her hand immediately. I think we ought to elect a leader, she said. Quinn shrugged. Sure, we can do that. How do you want to do this? By putting it to a vote. It makes it formal, and it gives them authority. So everyone who you think ought to be our leader. The group looked at specific people: Cedric, Harry, Quinn, Hermione, but there was no one in the majority. I vote for Ivy, said Quinn, raising his hand high. Who's with me? Ivy stirred in shocked surprise, acutely becoming aware of everyone's gaze. I have no problem with that, agreed Eddie, shrugging. I vote for the good Potter. Marcus nodded to show his agreement on the matter, with Luna raising both her hands in support. Then everybody their hands up. A lot of them had been approached by Ivy, and Hermione, and others knew of her, so they had no reason to deny her the leader role. "You're right, thanks," said Harry, who could feel his face burning. "And what, Hermione? The name? I think that before starting, we should decide on that before we start," she said brightly, her hand still in the air. "It would promote a feeling of team spirit and unity, don't you think?" "Can we be the Anti-Umbridge League?" said Angelina hopefully. "Or the Ministry of Magic our Morons group," suggested Fred. "I was thinking," said Hermione, frowning at Fred, "more of a name that didn't tell everyone what we were up to, so we can refer to it safely outside meetings." "The Defense Association," said Cho. "The fits with DA for short, and nobody will know what we're talking about." There was a good deal of appreciative murmuring at this. "All in favor of the DA," said Ivy, taking her role as the leader. "That's a majority motion passed." She pinned the piece of paper with all of their names on it on the wall and was about to write the name when Blaise Zabani from Slytherin spoke up in interjection. "Wait," he said. "How about we don't write the name down?" He gazed at everyone who were looking back at him. "This is a secret group, and while it would best to have no name to keep things most secretive but for unity and team building, we chose the name however for a secret to be strong. There must not be a paper trail, so I suggest that we don't write it down. DA will only be kept in our thoughts and nothing else." "As expected from a Slytherin and the son of the infamous Black Widow," said Quinn with a smile, making Blaise squirm about his mother being mentioned. "I am in total and complete agreement with Zabani. Let's not write anything that happens here down. Everything that happens stays in our heads." Ivy, being the leader, thought for a moment before nodding. "Rule number 1, no one except Quinn will access this room. He will be the one to request for rule number 2. Nothing that happens here must ever be written down, not in your diaries or letters home. We will make rules as we move along," she finished. She turned to Quinn and ordered, "We should start. Please begin." Quinn smiled and turned towards the group. "Let's start some magic, shall we?" Now that a leader was selected in Ivy, and after Blaise Zabani's suggestion of not putting anything in the meetings in writing, the jinxed list of names was placed up on the wall. Everyone was on the same page, ready and excited to start. "Right," said Quinn, "before we start, how about we see where every one of us stand when it comes to," he did air quotes, "dueling, or just casting magic in general." He smiled broadly to check that out. "We are going to have some battles." There was once again a murmur of activity among the group. Some were excited about the prospect of dueling, while the others were a bit nervous about dueling in front of so many people. "So, who is going to volunteer to come up to the front?" said Quinn, and a wide circle of color red appeared on the floor with him in the center. "There's nothing to be shy about here. This will help you know where you were on the very first day, and when you look at your performance at the end of the year, you all will see how much you have progressed." Quinn looked around the room of requirement and saw that no one was stepping up. "Come on, people, don't make me call someone up. I want some active, willing participation." He looked around the group that stood around him in a circle. "All right, if no one is going to come up," said Quinn, "then I will choose. Tracy Davis and Padma Patil, come on you two, get inside the circle and show us what you got." The Ravenclaw cheered as Padma stepped out of the bronze and blue group, took a spot in the circle with her wand out by her side, and raised her chin up a smidge in confidence. On the opposite side, Tracy smiled beamingly and threw her outer robe off, which Daphne had to catch, as she advanced into the circle with a hop in her step. "Now, ladies," said Quinn smiling, "you can choose any spell you desire to defeat your opponent, but keep in mind that I don't want fatal injuries. A few scratches and bruises are permissible, but nothing that can't be treated on the spot. Now, I will stop and let you two play. You may begin when the red below your feet turn green." He stepped outside the circle, and the two girls stepped forward, facing each other with their wands pointed at each other in attention. Quinn glanced at the two girls, and with a thought, the red circle turned green. The first one to move was the nimbler Padma, who flourished her wand and whipped a disarming charm. Expelliarmus. The scarlet spell zapped at Tracy, but Padma had mistimed as the spell light missed Tracy's arm and went over her shoulder, only able to push aside some hair. Tracy stiffened as Padma frowned at her spell missing. Then Tracy saw Padma raise her wand again, so she finally let her held breath out and moved her wand as well. "Stupi," chanted Padma, but just at the end of the wand movement, carpe retractum, Padma's wand hand was caught in a reddish-yellow cord wrapping around her wrist. Tracy cast one of the spells that she was most comfortable with and yanked. Padma felt her hand tugged forward, and with her aim disturbed, her stunning spell zapped into the floor. Seeing that she had messed her opponent's balance, Tracy swung her hammer when the iron was hot. Expelliarmus. Padma's wand slipped out her hand and dropped right beside her feet. "Yes," exclaimed Tracy, raising both her hands up, "I won." Eddie immediately started clapping loudly, earning him a very pretty smile from Tracy. It made the boy very happy. Okay, that was decent for a starting point, said Quinn stepping back into the circle as it turned red. Padma, you need to improve your aim. You had excellent speed and job well done on gaining that initiative, but your aim ruined what could have been a one-spell victory. He turned to Tracy. Tracy, while your start was poor, your use of Suzanne pull charm was excellent. You made Padma lose balance, which allowed you to get that disarming charm in for the finish, but your disarming charm wasn't impressive. Padma's wand should have shot out of her hand, far away, not fall beside her feet. Quinn turned to everyone. If you're going to use the disarming charm, then you'll have to perfect it to the point that either you can force the target's wand out to a substantial distance, or you can direct it right into your hands. Alicia Spinnet of Gryffindor raised her hand. That spell, Suzanne pull. Will we be learning that? She asked. Yes, we will be going over Suzanne pull. It's a versatile spell you can use in a variety of ways, and it's one of my favorite spells, he said. All right, who's next? Who wants to duel to assert magical dominance? 2 hands went up in perfect unison. Us. A smile made its way to Quinn's face. He turned to the speakers. Weasley twins, will this be the day that everyone knows who's the better twins, the better half, the superior menace? That was a never question, said Fred, smiling. Everyone knows I'm the better one. And that's exactly why I'm the better one, said George, smirking. If you believe that everyone thinks that you're the better one, then you must be dumber than I imagined. Shut up, Gred. Sawed off, Forge. Quinn rubbed his hands together as the Weasley twins entered the circle with confidence and swagger in their bodies. They took out their wands, and like many previous times, Quinn noticed that their wands were nothing alike. They didn't have twin cores, as both wands were brought second-hand. While it wasn't a common occurrence, neither was it rare, but there were times that magicals grew out of their wands, their preferences changed, and their magic no longer reacted to their wands as it used to before. Other times, the wand cores expired and lost the magical nature that allowed them to conduct magic. When it was the former, many people chose to sell their old wands to wand makers in return for a discount on their new wands. The wand makers would then refurbish the old wands and sell them at a lower market price to people who couldn't afford new ones. This was the case with Fred and George. Pity, it would have made an interesting case study for twin cores in the hands of identical twins, thought Quinn. All right, wands at ready, announced Quinn with an oomph in his voice. Fred and George raised their wands with grins on their faces. They stared at each other while their peripherals watched the circle below their feet. The moment red turned green, their magic thrummed into activity. Incarcerious, yelled Fred, and braided ropes with weights at ends shot towards George. George boisterous laughed and swiped his wand diffindo. The ropes were cut right from the middle, and the weights pulled the cut ropes to either side. That's not how you cast Incarcerious, brother mine, laughed George. This is how you do it. Incarcerious. Unlike Fred's ropes, George produced a steel chain with just a minor alteration in the wand movement. Fred's eyes widened, but so did his grin. His magic surged through his wand Ferrum Rhoda. A ripple of steel bubbled out from a point in front of Fred to form a disc. Clang sparks flew as steel met steel. The shield cracked on the impact, but it did its work as the steel chain lost its momentum, dropped to the ground, and both conjurations vanished the second they hit the floor. Adat novel bin adat. Expelliarmus. Scarlet ripped from both brothers as a battle of attrition ensued. Both brothers exerted force as Red versus Red pushed each other for a few seconds. You're good, brother mine, said Fred smiling when the spell stopped. You're not bad, said George, laughing. Then, let's get this over with. One spell is all we needed. Stupefy. 2 red spells burst out of the wands and zoomed through the air. In real life, things were never so perfect. The spells didn't meet in the middle and passed each other, missing each other by mere inches and hitting their targets squarely in their chests. Fred and George stiffened for a moment before their knee buckled, bodies swayed, and their bodies crumbled onto the ground simultaneously. Quinn stepped into the circle, and it turned red. He stared at the unconscious twins for a while before turning to the crowd. Who can cast reviving spell or renervate? He asked. A lot of hands went up. Good, said Quinn as he gazed through the crowd. Okay, Goldstein and Astoria, please step forward and give pointers to Maisie Reynolds and Dennis Creevy, who will then revive the brothers. As the 4 people stepped out nervously and started to communicate with each other, Quinn addressed the group. As you saw there in the end, he said, pointing to the twins, not every time will the spells meet each other. No, most of the times, the spells won't meet each other. It takes aim or luck to get spells to meet each other, so don't rely on cancelling spells each other or on entering a contest of force because they won't go as you might think. There's a reason why defensive spells exits, and of course, we will be learning them later. Theodore Knott from Slytherin raised his hand. Shield charm, Protego. When this spell exists, why is there a need for other shield charms? Like he glanced at the unconscious twins, wondering who was who. One of the twins used. Is there an advantage? Excellent question, said Quinn appreciatively. Protego is a versatile spell with its variations, and it can be used to block a variety of attacks, but in its basic form, Protego is a defensive shield that works better for spells and charms, which lack the material aspect to them, as in the spells which don't conjure something like Stunning Charm doesn't conjure something physical, but the Bluebell Fire spell conjures a blue fire. If those 2 spells were shot at a Protego shield, the Bluebell Fire would have a greater chance at breaching the shield than the stunning spell's spell light, and that's why there exist a myriad of defensive shield spells, to defend against various offensive spells. As Quinn answered the question, Dennis Creevy and Maisie Reynolds had fumbled through various reviving spells and were able to wake the Weasley twins up. That was an entertaining showdown, twins, said Quinn, but let's keep the talking to a minimum. There won't be much of that in the field, and if your opponent starts talking, then that means they won't be chanting, so get in a good hit while they are busy yapping their mouths. Aye, Captain. Quinn turned to the 4 people who he had called out and spoke to the entire group. This is how we are going to do things here, he said. Those who know how to do something will teach those who don't. In that way, both sides will profit in the way that the teachers will consolidate their knowledge, and they will find their own faults, and the students will learn a new spell, so get ready to teach because everyone will be doing a lot of it. Good, then let's bring in the next pair, said Quinn. Who's up? Come on, get in here quickly. I want to cover as many people as I can today. Everyone here needs to know who they are going to learn from so they know who to approach. It was Eddie who strutted into the circle with confidence, which looked like arrogance to many. And seeing that Eddie had stepped, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the one who had just fought the Dark Lord a few months back, all but hastily hopped into the circle. Harry was excited. It was no secret that he and Eddie didn't get along. Both of them were at each other's throats whenever they met. They both played Quidditch, but because they played different positions, they couldn't directly, and neither came out on top based on their performance. Outside of Quidditch, whenever they met, Eddie would trash talk, and Harry couldn't really beat him with words. The little shit was just too good. And no matter what Harry did, Eddie seemed unflappable. But when it came to magic, this was Harry's chance to shine and one-up Eddie. He was sure that he could soundly defeat Eddie fucking Carmichael and finally wipe that arrogant look off his face. Oh ho, said Eddie, smirking. Potter, you seem to be in a hurry to get your arse hooped by yours truly. How about I make things easier for you? Just stand still there, and I will hit you with a stunner and send you packing. You know, let's get the ball moving and let others show what they got. I'm going to beat you so bad today that you'll be crying for years, said Harry in scorn. We will see about that. Eddie reached into his robes and took out a matte pitch black wand made from blackthorn, having silver engravings going from the wand tip to the handle where a small shiny black pearl sat. Powering the wand as a core was Unicorn's mane hair. His wand is needlessly cool, thought Quinn. On the other hand, Harry took out his holly and phoenix feather wand, which had a handle that still resembled the raw bark of a branch. It wasn't as cool, but the history behind the wand made it special enough. All right, you two, said Quinn, get yourselves ready. I repeat that any lethal usage of magic is not permissible, and the moment I see any of you two stepping over that line, I promise a world of pain. He stepped outside the circle. Now let's see what you got. The first one to move when the circle turned green was Harry as he rapidly waved his wand. Expelliarmus, the scarlet spell, streaked through the air towards Eddie, who maneuvered his wand. Protego, the invisible shield, rippled in silver as the scarlet collided and fizzled against it. Before Eddie could remove his shield and go on offense, Harry had already moved Lignum Virga. 5 wooden rods manifested in front of him, started spinning along their length, and shot towards Eddie with speed. Eddie's eyes widened, and he immediately jumped sideways just in time to avoid the wooden rods ripping the shield into oblivion. Eddie rolled on the floor, and the moment he stood up, impedimenta, a turquoise jet, passed through just under his ear. Stay still, Carmichael, said Harry, laughing. I will make it quick. Let's get the ball moving and see what others got. Stoopy, he ripped another spell towards Eddie. Protego. Eddie created a shield, but it was sloppy, and the stunner from Harry was physically able to push him back the shield and him with it a few steps back. Arg. Eddie grunted in frustration. Since the duel had started, he had been targeted by 4 spells, and in turn, he had only cast 2 shield spells. It was starting to make him irritated. I can hit hard as well, Potter, he shouted. Depulso, a yellow jet of the banishing charm, escaped the black wand. Harry smirked and twirled his wand. Protego. Duo, the invisible shield, rippled in front of him, and with the change in the chant and wand movement, the variant shield charm became stronger. But Harry's eyes widened when he felt Eddie's Depulso collide against his shield. Then everyone saw Harry all but fly away. The yellow jet of magic pushed the shield like a berserk bull. First, his feet skidded, then he was being forced to step back repeatedly as the yellow spell still drilling against his shield, and before Harry knew it, he was off the ground and thrown back a couple feet. Harry blinked and wondered how he was staring at the ceiling. He raised his neck and saw Eddie smirking down at him from a distance. Come on, Potter, feeling sleepy, said Eddie with a shit-eating grin on his face. Harry got up and loosened his tie. That was a fluke, he said. It's not going to happen again, so you can celebrate now because you're not going to do it anymore. Don't delude yourself, Potter, said Eddie, laughing. I have decided that you're going to be looking up at the ceiling time and time again until you give up. Both raised their hands, their magic thrummed, and wands vibrated as the magic flowed. Incendio duo aqua erecto. Every member watched in stunned silence at the duel happening in front of them. Except for 3 people in the room of requirements, none were expecting the duel to be like the one happening in front of them. In fact, their expectations were the exact opposite. Lacarnum infl amari, the wild smile on one Eddie Carmichael's face while casting spells was one every villain would approve. Harry, who saw the fireball wildly spiraling towards him, frowned and gritted his teeth. Protego duo, the fireball met the invisible shield and violently rippled in response. It held its defensive integrity, but Harry could feel the heat from flames despite being behind the magical barrier. Come on, Potter, called Eddie, laughing. Don't tell me this all you got. Defodio, the stone floor near Eddie's feet, gouged out and bundled up into a sizable ball which he then flung towards like a heavy shot put. Seeing the chunk of stone hurling towards him, Harry raised his wands with a frown. De primo, the leaf green spell flew into the stone ball, and green lightning arcs covered the stone before it exploded into pieces. Harry exhaled heavily and stared at the dust cloud in front of him. This wasn't how he was expecting things to go, not in the slightest. All the upper hand he had in the start was gone, and now he was struggling against every spell from Eddie. How in the hell is this happening? He thought. On the sidelines, Ivy watched her brother struggling against Eddie Carmichael. She also thought this should have gone the opposite direction, but that didn't seem to be the case. Are you surprised? She turned towards the speaker, and Marcus Bebley was the one who had spoken. She nodded. Why wouldn't she? It wasn't like Eddie Carmichael was famous for being a great caster. Well, to me, this is actually to be expected, said Marcus, chuckling. Your brother is good, there's no doubt in that, but when you compete in magic with someone with an overwhelming difference in skill and power, one tends to adjust and improve accordingly. What do you mean? Asked Ivy. Eddie is ultra-competitive. It can be his best and worst quality. It depends on the situation, said Marcus. Imagine what would happen if you for 5 years, on a regular basis, you challenged someone so much better at the magic that it isn't even funny, and despite never winning a single time in 5 years over thousands of challenges, you never give up and continue to challenge the much better opponent. Marcus pointed his chin at Eddie. That's what Eddie has been doing with Quinn. He challenges Quinn at least 3 times a week on anything magic and always loses, but he has never given up, not once. Eddie wants to win, he loves to win, he craves victory, but Quinn hasn't given him a single glance of triumph. But because of Eddie's particular disposition, he works hard after every single defeat so that he could win the next one. In doing that, he eventually improved so much that the progress was something to behold. Even so, Carmichael's spells are hitting too heavily. They are almost unnaturally powerful, said Ivy in inquiry. One of the side effects if a good portion of the challenges are duels against Quinn West. Marcus deeply sighed, thinking back to destruction and hazard caused in empty, unused classrooms as the aftermath of duels. If you want to even have a chance to penetrate Quinn's defensive spells, you offensive spells better pack that extra punch and then go over that and have most power beyond that, because Quinn is just too good at magic. There have been times when he had let Eddie exhaust himself without against a simple protego without moving an inch in retaliation. Eddie's magic, or Eddie himself, adapted to his daily situation, and his spells got heavier and more impactful through the years. What you're seeing now is pure hard work on improving offensive spells. At novel bin at. Come on, Potter. Put your back into your shields? It's like I'm throwing my spells at sheets of paper. Total overkill, they heard Eddie shout out while laughing semi-maniacally. Ivy turned to Eddie, who cleared his throat in second-hand embarrassment. That's one of his worst qualities. Harry glared at Eddie, and magic flowed through Holly Wand Argentum Gladio. A single silver rapier rippled into existence, exerting a threatening vibe, and turned in the air above Harry's head to point at Eddie. That, uttered Ivy in shock at Harry's spell. That wasn't a spell to be used against a fellow student. That was a spell taught to Harry by their father and was to be only used in emergencies. Now, that's more like it, grinned Eddie, his magic thrummed in excitement and thrill. Harry slashed his wand vertically down, and the sword streaked with a silver trail, flying towards Eddie to cut him. Eddie's grin widened to this limit. Bombarda Maxima, a glowing white with streaks of magenta emitted from Eddie's blackthorn wand, carrying with it Eddie's heavy-hitting magical deposition. No, stop, don't, yelled Ivy, stepping forward, but her exclamations were of no use as the spells were already dispatched. Didn't I explicitly state that lethality wasn't allowed? Was followed by a heavy sigh. A yellow layer appeared right in the middle of Harry and Eddie, in the path of the silver sword and explosion charm, and simultaneously took the brunt of both spells. The silver sword tried to pierce its way to Eddie but only ended up cracking after trying to breach the shield. The explosion charm exploded against the shield but couldn't even put a fissure on the barrier. When the chaos settled, Eddie and Harry glanced at the still present yellow barrier layer and then at the caster. You know, I didn't expect someone to break the lethality rule so early in this group's existence, on the very first day, but it seemed I was wrong, said Quinn sighing, and swiped his fake wand to disable his cast magic. But I should have expected this from both of you, one with a mouth that loves to rile people up and the other who get easily riled up. He turned to Eddie. Bombarda Maxima, really? That would have taken a chunk off him if it hit. How do you think that would have panned out if I had to take him to Madame Pomfrey with parts missing from his body? Eddie looked a bit embarrassed and turned his face away. And you, he turned to Harry, that silver sword had some form of curse attached to it. I don't know if you are trained in the counter course for that spell. Even if you do know, were you really going to launch that against him? Both of you're idiots, said Quinn bluntly before turning to the entire group. Listen up, everyone. We don't have the leeway to get seriously injured in here and go to the hospital wing to get fixed. I, personally, can fix pretty much every fix you guys right here. But if things take a serious turn, and even if I can heal you back to health, it'll take time, and we can't hide in here for a chill 2 or 3 days without the professors looking for us. So I will repeat this. Do not aim lethal spells at anyone in here. You just need to say the word, and practice dummies can be provided. Be responsible and think carefully before you decide to cast. Luna raised her hand in salute and spoke loudly. Yes, sir. At ease, soldier, said Quinn in reply and took the chance to break the tension and return the atmosphere to normal. All right, Eddie and Harry, take care that this doesn't happen, he said. Now, who's the next one? I will go, said Ivy, stepping forward. Quinn smiled with a smooth nod and gestured her to step into the red circle as the part that Eddie gouged out fixed itself in real time. And, who wants to take on the Potter Princess? Asked Quinn. It was once again Ivy who spoke up. I want to duel her, she said and pointed her red ebony wand with a core made from braided unicorn tail hairs. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw Daphne Greengrass standing at the end. The Ice Queen, as people had started to call her, stared back at Ivy for a moment before raising her chin slightly as she stepped forward. Daphne wordlessly stepped into the circle, placing herself opposite Ivy. We haven't competed in this, have we? Said Ivy to Daphne. No, we haven't, said Daphne as she took out her willow wand with a braided unicorn's tail hair as cores. Another thing we can cross today, said Ivy. She briefly glanced at Quinn before speaking back to Daphne. I'm going to win this one. Daphne noticed Ivy's quick glance towards Quinn, and her brows furrowed slightly. Daphne herself looked at Quinn. She couldn't lose in front of Quinn, so. I wonder where that baseless confidence of yours comes from, said Daphne. Have you ever won against me ever? Are you still stuck in the time when we were children because that's just sad? We are no longer children, Daphne. Ladies, said Quinn interjecting, if you want to compete, I'm all for it, but this is a magic club and not a debate, so less chit-chat and more magic, please. Let's get the duel moving. The girls stared at each other for a moment before both took their positions at ready. Good, spoke Quinn and retreated out of the red circle. 1 second passed, then 2, and the red turned green on the third, signaling both participants that the duel had begun. Petrum Indicibus Ivy's wand shone in an earthen glow, and out of the glowing wand came a volley of fist-sized rocks, rolling in the air towards Daphne. Daphne swiped her wand in a circle. Ignis Ophii, multitudes of crackling fire orbs lit up brightly and whistled towards the rock pellets, blasting them on impacts, nullifying Ivy's attack. Expelliarmus, chanted Daphne, and the scarlet jet passed right above Ivy, who ducked to dodge it. Ivy didn't get up immediately and moved to immobilize Daphne. Petrificus Totalis, the whitish-purple spell, zoomed very close to the ground towards Daphne. Daphne once again didn't move from her spot Protego and effortlessly blocked Ivy's spell. She then immediately raised her wand up. Stupefy, she aimed to finish the duel in one go. Ivy rolled sideways and let the spell narrowly miss her. Quinn's eyes shined as he watched Ivy and then at Harry. The twins had been trained in an important aspect of dueling. Avis, 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 chanted Ivy repeatedly, and a flock of small blue birds filled the space and rapidly flapped their wings to fly towards Daphne with their sharp talons and beaks. That's a newt level spell, said Marcus on the sideline, sounding impressed. He also could do it despite being in the 6th year, but casting it 3 times in rapid succession would be difficult for him. She practices magic more than anyone in Gryffindor, said Ron, even more than Hermione, which is bonkers. The mass of blue startled Daphne a bit and skipped a beat and would have been in trouble if there would have been any more delay in her response. Conf undo. And a pink vapor began spreading out from her wand. Quinn nodded with his lower lip jutting out at her choice. The Confundus charm was a charm that caused confusion in a person or bewitched an object. It wasn't a choice he would have made, but he could see how it would have worked if performed correctly, which couldn't be said in this case. The pink vapor did its job in distracting 2 waves of conjured birds away from her, but she wasn't able to affect the last one. They swapped in and cut her arms and legs, tearing away at her robes and clothes. Protego, chanted Daphne loudly and covered herself in a shield to protect herself from the aggressive birds. Ivy grinned Obis Confractus and shot a generic shield-breaking charm which did its job splendidly and broke the shield, but by now, Daphne's Confundus charm had done its job on the 3rd wave, but Ivy was ready for that and shot another spell, Expelliarmus, and with Daphne's wand flying high into the air, the duel was over and, I win, said Ivy grinning. Quinn stepped into the circle, and it turned red. He lazily waved his fake wand, and the conjured bird fizzled out into nothing. Then he walked to Daphne and watched the girl who had her head bowed down. Are you all right? He asked. Daphne didn't look up but nodded, but from the part of her face that Quinn could see, he saw her face scrunched up in pain from all the cuts she had suffered. Let me see the cuts, said Quinn, sighing. He pulled up one of her arms and pulled the cut parts of her clothes away to reveal the wounds. There's nothing to be ashamed of or be embarrassed about here, you know. He waved his fake wand, and light blue lights covered her wounds slowly but surely, knitting the skin-deep cuts together. What you need to do is learn from what went off here and learn from it to never make the same mistake. Daphne continued to keep her head down as Quinn continued to heal her wounds. If it's any consolation, Ivy's father is a senior Auror. She simply picked up a thing or two from him which allowed her victory here, said Quinn before pausing a moment. I liked your use of Confundus charm on the Avis conjured birds. It was inspiring. If you perfect that spell, you would be able to send the birds back to their caster, turning their own spell against them. That's inspiring. Daphne finally looked up at him. Really? She asked. Do you really think so? How about this? We will go through the spell together, and I will even show you what I would have in your position. Daphne nodded. I would like that. When everyone was talking about the duel in the audience circle, Tracy leaned towards Eddie and spoke. They look good together, don't they? Yes, they do, said Eddie, nodding. Tracy looked at Eddie, and after a slight pause, she asked, do you think Quinn likes her? She was Daphne's best friend, and who better to ask this question than to Quinn's best friend? Eddie stared at Quinn and Daphne standing close to each other as Quinn healed Daphne's wound. As Tracy had said, those two did look good together, and ever since the Yule Ball last year, the two groups, Quinn, Marcus, Eddie, and Luna, and Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria had started to hang out with each other frequently. In that time, Eddie had observed the girl named Daphne Greengrass and had come to know a lot about her. And in his mind, he could imagine a number of girls with Quinn, but if he was to set someone up with Quinn, it would definitely be Daphne Greengrass. Furthermore, he hasn't said it to me directly, but I do think Quinn likes her, he said. Tracy's eyes sparkled. Really? Eddie nodded. He's comfortable around her. He doesn't control his smile around her and looks like he enjoys her company. It helps that she can actually hold a conversation with him without making bedroom eyes at him. And I haven't seen him this close to a girl that isn't Luna and well Astoria, but she sticks to him like glue. What about Fleur Delacour? Nah, that was just him being well, that was just a small stint, said Eddie. He wanted to say horny, but that wasn't fitting. It's whatever Quinn has been saying, it was nothing. That ticked another cross off the question list, and the answer was a good one. That's good, that's really good, said Tracy and then looked at Eddie. He had earned a reward, and so had she. You want to go on a date with me next Hogsmeade weekend? Eddie slowly turned to the girl beside him and profoundly nodded. There was no way in hell he would refuse this, there was not a single reason he could think for refusal. Good, said Tracy smiling, wear something nice. Eddie once again wordlessly nodded. But what they didn't know was that someone was paying attention to their conversation. Hermione Granger had listened to the entire conversation and what she heard wasn't for her best friend. Quinn likes green grass, she thought. Oh, Ivy. The girl in question was standing in the red circle staring at Quinn and Daphne standing in front of her. Just a few moments ago, she was happy at defeating Daphne, but now all that happiness had evaporated. All she felt was envy. Finally, said Quinn with a gleeful smile on his face, finally on the last chapter just a few more pages and I would be finished. He sat behind his office desk with Stigward Gragg's biography in front of him. With no other clue on how to proceed with the pedestal in the architect's vault, Quinn had chosen to focus on the only lead he had, the biography, and had taken upon himself to comb through every paragraph, sentence, phrase, and word written to find some hint, any hint on how to proceed inside the vault. And how he was on the last chapter after an arduous process of analyzing every page, chapter, and section of the book to see if there was something hidden in words. He even went as far as to check the book for the magic to see if it was hiding something. But no, there was nothing weaved into the book other than preservation charms and traces of shelf life elongating potions that the pages had been soaked into. In the dozens and dozens of chapters Quinn had read, he hadn't found a single clue or mention regarding the vault. Yet Quinn was happy. In no way did he think that this book was going to help him. He was simply happy that he would be able to cross this book out of plausible helping resources and proceed to the next step of action, finding Architect's tomb and go grave digging to find the clue. I better find a zombie so that I can bash his head in to release some irritation. He smiled while humming a tune. Finally, with one hand on the book and the other hand holding a pen over a sheet of paper, he began reading the last chapter. But even before his fountain pen's nib could touch the paper and stain it with its glossy black ink, Quinn sighed as he sensed someone out of his office. He closed the book, capped the pen, and put aside his research material just in time to hear the bell chime. He got up to greet his clients/guests. Welcome to Aid, how may we help you today? Quidditch. Angelina Johnson, Roger Davies, and Cedric Diggory, who had entered the office, stopped at the sudden exclamation. What? Asked Roger Davies. You guys are here for Quidditch, said Quinn, then nodded, satisfied with his guess. Yes, how did you know? Asked Cedric. 3 Quidditch captains stepping into my office at the same time. The balance of probabilities dictate as such, said Quinn as he sat down back on his chair and gestured for them to take a seat as well. So, what seems to be the problem? Asked Quinn. Of course, he could guess what they want to talk about. The problem, sighed Roger. It's bitch, hissed Angelina acidly. Who else could it be? Said Cedric putting on a wry smile. Of course, the usual, the High Inquisitor sucking the fun out of Hogwarts, said Quinn chuckling. At novel bin at. Yes, Roger rubbed his forehead. She has allowed the Slytherin team to exist, and they have been practically practicing every free slot they can get at the field, which because of Umbridge span on us is any time they want, as long as they want. We're sure that we will be able to get the teams reinstated eventually, said Angelina, but it might be too late by then. We would be lacking practice, and the Slytherin team would have too much practice. She stared deeply at Quinn. We need to get this ban lifted as soon as possible. I have tried a lot from my side, said the head boy, but no matter what I do, Umbridge isn't budging every time I try. She cites academics and grades as the reason for refusal. Quinn went silent for a few seconds, and the 3 captains waited with bated breath. Can you get the support of the house heads? He asked. Is that even a question? Said Roger. Ever since Umbridge stepped into Hogwarts, continued Cedric. She is willing to rebel, added Angelina. Quinn chuckled as he nodded. All right, that is great for you guys. Now, all I want you guys to do is gather signatures from a majority of people from all 3 houses. If you do that, then I'm willing to guarantee that I will have all 3 teams unbanned the very next day you get me the signatures. You don't really believe that showing signatures from us lowly students will move the High Inquisitor, do you? Said Angeline, skeptical about Quinn's promise and methods. Of course not, said Quinn, laughing at the absurdity of the thought, but the thing is, negotiation isn't a science, it's a strategic conflict, it's persuasion, and persuasion is an art. Negotiation means getting the best of your opponent, and it's unwise to take anything personally during. He chuckled, and with Umbridge's big personality, I'm not sure if she's capable of it. Even if I don't think she would be able to be objective when I'm sitting in front of her. She doesn't like you very much, does she? Said Cedric. No, she doesn't, smiled Quinn. From what I've heard from the ministry, she is in the works to somehow update Educational Decree 24, which is blocking you guys to change the definition of student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs from 3 student bodies down to 2 student bodies. But that isn't going to work, is it? Even she can't stop 2 people from talking and doing an activity together. Quinn was a 6th year this year, and this was Aid's 5th year of operation. In all that time, he had handed out plenty of favors, helped a ton of students, and made many friends, students who had graduated from Hogwarts and were now working in all parts of society. Several of Quinn's friends had joined the ministry as their careers. As such, Quinn had contacts in ministry who could provide him with information. Are you sure this is going to work? Asked Angelina, still a little doubtful. It's going to work, said Quinn, relaxed. You just need to get me those signatures. We can do that, said Cedric. I will work with the willing prefects to streamline this. I'm guessing it will take a couple of days for the stack of signatures to be in your hands. Excellent, said Quinn, smiling. You guys can relax now and start working on building your teams. I will have the Quidditch season started in no time. After thanking him, the 3 captains left, and of course, Quinn asked them to help him out in return in the future. When he had started Aid, Quinn had only aimed to increase his influence inside Hogwarts and hadn't thought of the future after that. But after the first batch of his detees left Hogwarts, he realized that his network had now expanded up from the closed world of Hogwarts to the big, open, real world. Now, let's continue. He took out the architect's biography and his pen and paper. Time passed in silence, with only the clocks ticking and turning of pages audible in the room. After a while, Quinn finally capped his pen, neatly stacked his notes, and then raised them up high in the air, as high as his hand could reach up. And then the flash burned into nothingness. Not even ashes remained. I hate this guy, he said. I absolutely hate this guy. The architect's biography, which Quinn was now sure was an autobiography, was open on his book, and on the second last page of the book, in tiny font, written on the last line of that page was, Magic of Earth shall let the mast sink and reveal the secret. It was utterly unrelated to the contents on the page, and if someone didn't know the context, they wouldn't understand the line. But Quinn was different. He knew the context, and he knew it well. Quinn groaned. He had spent a lot of time analyzing the autobiography, more time he had spent on some magic books, but all his hard work was for naught, as it turned out that he only needed to read one single line. Nasty bastard, wasting all my time, he grumbled heatedly. And the biography wasn't even interesting. Stigward Grag might have been a great architect, but he couldn't write for shit. All right, calm down, sighed Quinn. He's dead, dead for centuries. Don't let the dead guy rile you up. I'm the best, he sucks. I'm the best, he sucks. That's right. He finally calmed down. Damn, earth magic, huh, but then he grinned. Oh boy, it's time to buy new books. Such a treat. He got up and exited the office, heading towards his dormitory. He needed to see what he had and what more he needed. I love the architect. Scene break. A few days passed, and as promised, Quinn had signatures from 75% of the school. A big majority of Slytherin refused to sign because it had nothing to do with them, and they knew that the more time the other 3 teams remained disbanded, the greater chances would have at winning. Of course, as expected, students from the 3 houses refused to sign, fearing retaliation from Umbridge. We thought there would be more, said Cedric as he, along with Angelina and Roger, walked with Quinn as they walked to the headmaster's office. This is more than enough, said Quinn, flipping through the sheets they had given him this morning, updating the information in his hands of who signed and who didn't. He did notice a few names he was expecting to see in the list but were missing. It's true that a number more than 8% would have looked better, Quinn smiled, but that is if we tell her about the number. What do you mean? Asked Roger. We don't have to put a number to the signas. Quinn waved the stack of parchment, instead of telling her a quantity. If we used the physical thickness of this stack and the lines after lines of signature to smack Umbridge in the face, then the voice it would make be resoundingly loud. He turned to the 3 and smiled. While holding the truth is definitely essential, it's more important to know how to say that truth. Even the greatest ideas are worthless if you can't present them to garner interest. Communication is the key to success. If you want to be successful in life, out of 100, you only need 20 points in competence and other in 80 in people skills. The best case example for this was Gilderoy Lockhart. He might not have done all of the deeds written in his books, but he knew how to weave a storyline, knew how to present it, was aware of precisely what people wanted, and thus knew how to provide it. The group reached the gargoyle that protected the door that protected Headmaster's office. Cedric stepped forward and spoke the password. Turkish Delight. The gargoyle rotated on its axis, and its massive wings that blocked the entryway retreated into its back to clear the way for them to enter. They entered the office, and as planned, present inside was Albus Dumbledore sitting behind his desk. To the right of his desk sat the 3 house heads, Flitwick, McGonagall, Sprout. To the left of the desk sat Umbridge with a small purse on her lap, and in the corner of the room stood Snape like an edgelord, leaving the front of Dumbledore's desk clear for Quinn, Cedric, Angelina, and Roger to stand. The three captains looked at Quinn to lead, who was looking around the office. Headmaster, started Quinn, I can now safely say that except the gargoyle guarding the door, I have the better office. He smiled. I would suggest that you make some changes if you wish to stay in the competition. Dumbledore, sitting behind his desk, smiled through his long white beard. I haven't seen your office, Mr. West, said Dumbledore, but if it's as fascinating as you say, then I'm fine with conceding defeat. Some things need to be passed on to the younger generation. Quinn smiled deeply but didn't extend an invitation to the headmaster. He was about to continue with some chit-chat, but there was an interruption in the form of hem that made everyone look at the pink-loving mass of personified evil sitting in the chair. Now that all of you are finally here, said Umbridge with a humph, let's get this farce over with. What do you want to talk about? If it's nothing important, I suggest that you stop at this instance. My duties as the High Inquisitors keep me extremely busy. This school has many faults that need to be fixed. Why does her hubris surprise me? Though Quinn and many others had the same unspoken thought in their minds. We are here to talk about reinstating the Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw Quidditch teams, continued Quinn. I think it's high time that the Quidditch season starts, but for that to happen, we need the 4 teams to be ready for the games. Dumbledore nodded and was about to speak up, but Umbridge interrupted him. That's unfortunate, but the poor performance by the students and the utter lack of discipline doesn't allow leisure for all of you until I see some improvement, she said smugly. Well, I don't think the students share the same thought, said Quinn and took out the stack of signatures. The entire school demands that Quidditch is returned to Hogwarts. Of course, you all would say that. You delinquent children can't see your faults, and what I'm doing is for your good, said Umbridge instantly and then put her hand out. Give those to me, and I will think about it when to reinstate the teams. You all should learn from the Slytherin house. They are excellent children and thus have their Quidditch team. Flitwick, Sprout, and McGonagall didn't like the tone and content of Umbridge's words, but they didn't say anything as it was within her power to ban the Quidditch team. So they settled on glaring at her openly. Quinn smiled, stepped forward, placed the signature stack on Dumbledore's table, and then stepped back, leaving Umbridge's raised empty. The pink woman didn't look happy at all as she put her hand back down. Quinn knew that this would happen, and the signatures were just a piece to set up the foundation and scene of his argument. It's not just the students who are unsatisfied with Quidditch season being delayed. There are the Quidditch businesses in the Hogsmeade who get orders for gear every year and depend on our school for some revenue, said Quinn and once again ignored Umbridge as he handed in the letter of support from mentioned business to Dumbledore. Quinn had written to the broom and gear maintenance shops in Hogsmeade that students went for maintenance work to show how the community was supporting the students. If we stop Quidditch, then our relationship with Hogsmeade might degrade, and we can't have that. Both parties depend a lot on each other, and the village residents look after us and help with the safety of the young ones during Hogsmeade weekends. There were murmurs of approval from the 3 house heads and a nod with a hidden smile behind his beard. And because we don't need to protect ourselves, said Quinn, staring at Umbridge as she was the one who preached this, in case something like Novellus Oxyonites incident happens again in Hogsmeade, we need the assistance of village residents for protection. Umbridge's expression darkened at Quinn's words. The terrorist group has been dismantled by Auror's office, said Umbridge. They won't be coming to Hogsmeade anymore. He looked at Cedric and asked in a wondering tone, how many people died during the attack? Wait, I remember, yes, 3 people died. The room was silent, and everyone looked at Umbridge, who looked like someone had fed her shit. The Novellus Oxyonite incident was a taint on the ministry's reputation and lack of response that led to the deaths. They had to essentially rely on the invisible vigilante because if he wasn't there, the deaths count would have been much higher. Quinn then took out another series of letters from his pockets. These are the letter from various eateries and watering holes. Last year, I had radio equipment installed to transmit the game commentary over a magical radio frequency. Quinn smiled widely. It seems that many of those restaurants and pubs would like to continue to get Hogwarts Quidditch games broadcasted and have shown their support by offering donation funds to set up Hogwarts' own broadcasting system so that they can continue to get game commentary that their customers like so much. The team captains and even the househeads looked surprised that Quinn had gotten these letters. They all loved it. This was perfect reasoning for continuing Quidditch. Umbridge looked red with embarrassment and anger and was about to say that they were a school, a place of education, and not some entertainment center for filthy eateries and watering holes, but then she saw Quinn take out another letter. This is the letter of commendation from the head of magical sports, said Quinn, pulling out a letter from Ludo Bagman, who had sent the letter back in 2 hours after getting Quinn's demands. He believes that Hogwarts without Quidditch isn't Hogwarts at all. He urges that Quidditch shouldn't be stopped and that Quidditch teams should be exempt from Education Decree 24 to keep the tradition with such rich history to continue existing. Bam! A letter from someone in ministry itself supporting a decision in opposition to Umbridge's, the ministry representative, decision. Now, even Snape looked impressed in his corner. Umbridge wanted nothing more than to blow up and scream bloody murder at how she was the senior undersecretary to the ministry, and her decision was final, but then her words died in her throat before she could even open her mouth as Quinn took yet another thin stack letter. These are the letters from the 8 of the 12 members of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, said Quinn. They have all supported that Quidditch should return to Hogwarts and that the game helps promote unity between students and is essential for relaxation from the studies. They have individually written their recommendations with their seals and signatures and demand that this problem be solved immediately. While Education Decree 23 gave the High Inquisitor substantial power and even exempted her from answering to the board's authority so they couldn't touch Umbridge, but they still held plenty of power, and while they had penned the letters as recommendation it was clear that they were demanding Quidditch teams to reinstate it. Quinn had sent out letters making them aware of the situation under the aid letterhead, and because of the last year's tournament, that name now held some weight in the board members' eyes, and his name that he had put along with his name at the end of every one of the letters helped. 8 people that Quinn was sure weren't in cahoots with Umbridge received the letters, and as he expected, they replied with these glorious letters. He once again ignored Umbridge and handed the letters to Dumbledore. He was done. He had started with pulling out the tickling feather in the form of student signatures, then a slap in the face in the form of Hogsmeade letters, the restaurant and pub letters were stunning spell, a Cruciatus curse with the Ludo Bagman's glowing letter, and finally, cast a killing curse with board members' recommendation/demands. Now, Madam High Inquisitor, said Quinn as he took yet another stack of letters, the board members have asked me for your decisions because if you're not comfortable with continuing Quidditch, they are thinking to directly approach the minister to see if he can do something about this problem. So, should I send them in, or would you be taking their recommendations into considerations? Everyone watched the very still Umbridge sitting in her chair. Fudge had issued Education Decree 24 to thwart any rebel groups that he feared Dumbledore was building. If people started to go complain to Fudge that she had been using the decree to shut something like Quidditch, he wouldn't be happy, and if the news went out and the uncontrolled reporters caught the whiff of what she did, it would give Dumbledore the chance to creep back some control. Seeing so much support for Quidditch warms my heart, said Umbridge with a thin smile and extra sweet smile. I will accept the board's recommendation and reinstate the 3 Quidditch teams effective immediately. She raised her hand to ask for the letters that Quinn was going to send to board members, but Quinn pocketed them with a smile. Umbridge's face couldn't be any more darker than it was now. She immediately excused herself as she was busy. When she exited, the 3 captains and their househeads outright celebrated loudly as Dumbledore smiled and Snape frowned at the noise. That day, Quinn received word of thanks, gifts from every Quidditch team member from all 3 houses, and many kisses on checks from many girl members. Eddie said that even he was very tempted to kiss Quinn, but both decided that it was enough to hug it out. The grey room in the architect's vault with the dull ambience was now lit with shining MLE throwing their luminescent glow to brighten up every corner of the place. In the lit-up room, Quinn sat beside the pedestal with his hands on the pedestal. After getting the plainly visible, fantastically hidden, clue from Stigward Gragg's autobiography, Quinn had decided to act on the hint and arrived at the vault the first chance he got. Now, as he sat in the room with magic seeping into the pedestal through his hands, Quinn could feel the existence of something other than solid stone. There's nothing in there, he muttered in a low voice, but it reverberated in the room. He had been sitting in his current position for many minutes, but there was nothing in the pedestal stone. He was using the same principle used by him in his aquatic sonar skill but with earth magic to sense around the floor using earthen vibrations. When it came to elemental magic, Quinn was a master at water, wind, ice magic which he learned from his various escapades, but that didn't mean that he was clueless about the other elements. It was a dream of every boy to control elements like a god, and Quinn was no different in that regard. He had knowledge for and skill in other elements like fire, lightning, and earth, albeit at a lower level than water, wind, and ice. He sighed heavily and retreated his hands from the pedestal. He propped his upper body with his arms acting as a support with his palms against the floor. Earlier today, when he had entered the vault, Quinn was excited about finally making some progress and hopefully finding the answer to the pedestal archway problem, and just maybe applying the solution today itself to move onwards, but from the looks of it, none of that was going to happen. Maybe I just need to hone my earth magic. Maybe there's something here, but my magic can't detect it. His earth magic was indeed weaker than his other specialties. Given that there was nothing for him to do, Quinn decided to just practice his earth magic right here between some very natural earth and rock. His magic once again started to seep out of his palms, this time into the floor. It was only a couple of seconds before Quinn snapped out of his thoughts and sat up straight. He looked towards the floor and once again placed his palms to spread his magic inside, and there was it. He hadn't imagined it. Oh my, there's really something in there, he muttered and closed his eyes. Can't tell what it is, he said with his brows furrowed. It's all so fuzzy. Quinn could feel a couple of inches of stone layers that acted as the floor, but beneath that, there were plenty of hollow spots of various shapes and sizes dotting his range. Well, I can't break the floor now, he sighed. He didn't know what was inside, so it was too risky to split the floor as he had originally planned if the autobiography hadn't given him anything to see what was stopping the pedestal from sinking into the floor. I guess I need to improve my skill to clear the fuzziness of what's inside, but how far does this go? Quinn crawled on his knees and plodded around the pedestal, and as he expected, the hollow spots were all around the pedestal. I should mark the area till these hollow spots extend, he said and reached into his pocket before summoning a red piece of chalk. It was made from the special material to be used in runes, but he didn't have anything else, so he had to make do with an overqualified stick of chalk. Quinn started to crawl outwards, and every 10 inches, he would stop with the chalk ready to mark a circle, but no matter how many 10 inches he repeated, the fuzzy hollow spots didn't stop appearing. Soon, he was at the edge of the floor where it met with the walls. Don't tell me. He immediately stood up on his feet and put his hands on the wall, and it was as he expected. The hollow spots extended into the walls as well. To make sure, Quinn walked around the room, his hands gliding on every surface he could touch. He even climbed up to the roof, and the result was the same. As he stood beside the pedestal with his eyes surveying every corner of the room. Except this thing, he patted the pedestal. There are hollow spots inside every single thing. Pretty sure that architect didn't skimp on costs by using cheap material. There's something in there. The question is what? Quinn rubbed the teal ring on his hand, and his thoughts went to the way he had found it. There was a pattern to the architect's method, and if the second clue was infuriating, Quinn had an inkling that the second clue in the autobiography was just one of the places that the architect might have dropped that line. Pure conjecture. The hollow spots must have something to do with the pedestal. The key is earth magic. I wonder what I would find. Quinn exhaled before climbing the pedestal to sit on it. A book came out from his pockets, and his research on earth magic began. If nothing, he was going to get increased ETH magic skills out of this. Scene break. Ivy Potter, the leader of Hermione Granger, the Gryffindor representative, Daphne Greengrass, the Slytherin representative, Marcus Belby, the Ravenclaw representative, Susan Bones, the Hufflepuff representative, all sat in a modified aid office. A round table had been placed in the middle of the office around which all the members sat while Luna Lovegood, the aid representative, sat behind Quinn's desk with her wand out poking around a rhombicube octahedron made from various materials, woods, glass, steel, aluminum, rubber, etc. These people had gathered here to discuss matters about and Quinn had been generous enough to lend him his office to hold the meeting while he was out. Of course, Luna was there to keep an eye on them. We have to work something out because if this keeps happening, we won't be able to fix another meet, said Ivy with the Marauders map open on her lap to keep an eye on Umbridge, Filch, or anyone who seems to lurk around outside the aid office. It had been 2 weeks since was formed, and they had 2 meets, and things had been going smoothly in those 2 weeks, but now they were finding it almost impossible to fix a regular night of the week for meetings, as they had to accommodate 3 separate Quidditch teams practice. There were no Slytherin Quidditch team members in which were often rearranged depending on the weather conditions. It would be better if we don't try to keep a fixed night for the practices, said Marcus, after considering the Quidditch situation. It would be better for us to keep the timings of our meetings unpredictable and flexible, seeing that it suits our needs better, and if anyone was watching us, it would be hard to make out a pattern. I concur, said Daphne shortly. That's fine and all, but we would still need to work off the Quidditch schedule because that's when the Quidditch players are free, Susan Bones said while looking, and only if there are any last-minute changes, which seeing the recent weather are going to be plenty, that we are going to change our schedule. Then we will need a method of communication to communicate the time and date of the next meeting to all the members in case they needed to change it at short notice, because it would look so suspicious if people from different houses were seen crossing the Great Hall to talk to each other too often, said Hermione, adding her 2 newts. The 5 people collectively sighed. The Quidditch rain station had hit them hard from early morning to the last moment before the curfew started. The Quidditch pitch had been aggressively occupied as the 3 teams started their team training camps later than usual. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw teams worked overtime to procure the little field time they could get after Snape would assign a big chunk to Slytherin even after their regular protests. Any idea on how to bring about this secretive exchange of information? Asked Ivy as the moderator to keep the conversation moving. I have an idea, said Hermione. I was thinking of using the Protean charm. Hermione stopped as Luna suddenly got up from her barstool, making a noise, and all but ran into the place behind the red door as it shut closed behind her, startling them with her abruptness. I know this might be out of context, said Susan curiously, but what's behind that red door? Ivy and Hermione exchanged quick glances, remembering the time they had thought of the question and the outcome of their curiousness. Ivy did know what was inside, even though she was looking in the dark with a lumos lit at her wand tip. It's Quinn's workshop, said Marcus without looking up from the current standing schedules. Have you been in there? Asked Susan, more curiously. Yes, a couple of times, answered Marcus. You have, asked all 4 girls in unison. Marcus looked up, startled at the sudden barrage of questions at him. Why yes, I have, like I said. It's a workshop with everything you would find in a standard workshop, though he does have pretty strange stuff there. There was a look in his eyes that showed that he couldn't forget things even if he wanted to forget. The red door opened up again and came out Luna with a sheet of paper in her hand as she approached the table. She placed the paper smack dab in the middle of the table. As part of the spell enchanting initiative launched in 1994, AID provides a mass order service where you, for a small fee, can place objects in bulk quantity to be charmed with spells of your choice, said Luna as if remembering something she had read from a manual. And lucky for you, as it so happens, our extensive list of spells do include the Protean charm in them. She pointed at the list of spells, and there it was, Protean charm. Luna then raised her sleeve to show her black wrist bracelet with a silver tag on it. She raised her wand and tapped it for the words hello to appear on them. They all watched as the words disappeared and a hey, what is it? Appeared on the silver. Luna tapped her wand once again, making a sale. The 5 people raised their brows at that. Isn't the meet going on? Came the reply. Luna nodded even though the conversation wasn't face to face. I'm selling the Protean charm to them. This is a demonstration. Let me guess. They're thinking of the disappeared and new words appeared ways to communicate for meeting times. The 5 representatives blinked, but they weren't surprised. Another message came back. Well, if you can, close the deal, see you later. Luna pulled her back, and the conversation was over. We offer cheap rates and have express delivery times. We can craft the object to be charmed in accordance with the designs you submit, or you can provide us with the objects, and we can charm them in any protean configuration you desire, she said, finally finishing her pitch, and waited for the response. Daphne was the one to speak for the group. Thank you for that demonstration, Luna. We will let you know our decision after some discussion, she said. Luna nodded and then skipped back to Quinn's desk, back to whatever she was doing before going to pitch mode. So, as I was saying, started Hermione, we can use protean charm to enchant a nondescript object to communicate the date and times of the meetings. As for enchanting the object, she looked at Luna, casting magic at the multi-sided object. I guess we can outsource to aid. What are we going to charm? Asked Susan about the nondescript object that Hermione talked about. We can discuss that out, and one of us can tell it to Quinn, said Marcus. I will / can do it. Came two offers. Ivy and Daphne looked at the other. For a second, they looked at each other with confusion, then varying emotions, and then their eyes flashed a sharp glint at each other. But then something caught Ivy's eye, and she looked down at Marauder's map. Filch is coming this way, she said while getting. We need to leave. This was the deal for using the aid office for the meeting. They had to leave before anyone could see them together, giving Umbridge the leverage to shut down aid. It didn't matter if it was 1 minute after the meeting. If they saw someone lurking around, they would have to leave. Everyone got up and followed Ivy out of the office as Luna waved them goodbye. Ivy led them through one of the secret passages mentioned in the map, and soon they were on an entirely different floor away from the aid office. We will discuss this later, said Daphne. Get your ideas ready for the next time we can meet. They nodded and were about to disperse into their respective directions when Hermione spoke up. Marcus, she called, can I talk to you for a moment? I want to talk about Ravenclaw Quidditch schedules. She also turned to Ivy and said, you go ahead, I will meet you in the common room. Ivy shrugged and walked away, as did Susan and Daphne, leaving behind Hermione and Marcus. What is it? Asked Marcus. I already gave you the booking schedule for this week. I don't want to talk about Quidditch, said Hermione quickly. I want to talk about Quinn. Marcus became a bit suspicious. What do you mean? He asked. Hermione took a deep breath and directly came to the point, completely cutting out the beat around the bush phase. Does Quinn like green grass? She asked. It took Marcus a few seconds to make sense of the words that entered his ears. Why do you ask that? He asked in reply. I want to know, she said shortly. Do you like him? Asked Marcus, thinking that's why she was asking. No, I like someone else, said Hermione trying to squash that line of conversation. I'm asking for a friend of mine. She likes Quinn. At novel bin at. Marcus didn't completely buy that reason. It was cliché. Okay, but where did you find here that Quinn likes Daphne? He asked. Carmichael, she answered. Eddie said that. Yes, does Quinn like green grass, or not? I can't be sure because Quinn doesn't really talk about who he likes or not. So, Carmichael was lying, said Hermione hopefully. I wouldn't say Eddie was lying, as I said. Quinn hasn't ever brought up who he likes, so all we can do is guess who he likes, said Marcus chuckling and sighing at the same time. We have actually talked about this a lot and observed Quinn when he's around girls, and in doing so, there have only been a few who he's free around, and one of them is Daphne. She's the one he's most comfortable around, so Eddie must have pushed that as Quinn liking Daphne, and we never know. It might be true, but Quinn is a private bloke, so only he knows. So, Quinn has never said that he likes Daphne? Asked Hermione. Marcus shook his head. That was good. This was really good, thought Hermione. If it was someone else, then the words of friends might have counted as something, but this was Quinn West they were talking about. One could never be sure about the things said about him if it didn't come from his own mouth. Even then things could still be a bit iffy. If Quinn didn't say that he liked Daphne Greengrass, then there was still hope for her friend. But at the same time, things weren't all well. If Tracy Davis asking Eddie Carmichael about who Quinn liked wasn't a sign, then today, Daphne and Ivy shooting daggers at each other was the proof. Daphne Greengrass also likes Quinn, thought Hermione, and time of the essence. Thank you, Marcus, she smiled. That helped a lot. Also, let's keep this between us. My friend doesn't want anyone to know that she likes Quinn just yet. You know what is it like. Us girls can be mean. Okay, see you later. Then she all but bolted, leaving Marcus behind, confused. Girls are mean? They are confusing as well. As the first Quidditch match of the season, Slytherin versus Ravenclaw, drew nearer, the excitement in the castle grew as well. The fact that the Quidditch Cup had not been held for so long added considerably the interest and excitement surrounding the forthcoming game. After all, while Quinn's Quidditch tournament was new and exciting with 10 brand new teams, there was nothing more invigorating and blood-boiling than a long-stand house rivalry. The Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs were taking a lively interest in the outcome, for they, of course, would be playing both teams over the coming year, and the heads of house of the competing teams, though they attempted to disguise it under a decent pretense of sportsmanship, were determined to see their side's victory. Many had soon realized how much Flitwick cared about beating Slytherin when he abstained from giving the Ravenclaw Quidditch team members homework in the week leading up to the match. I think you've got enough to be getting on with at the moment, he had said squeakily. Nobody could quite believe their ears until she looked directly at Eddie and Cho and said grimly, I've grown sick of seeing the Quidditch Cup in Minerva's study, and neither do I want to see it in Severus' dingy dungeon office nor in Pomona's plant-infested study. So, use the extra time to practice, won't you? Snape was no less obviously partisan. He had booked the Quidditch pitch for Slytherin practice so often that the Ravenclaw had difficulty getting on it to play. He was also turning a deaf ear to the many reports of Slytherin attempts to hex Ravenclaw players in the corridors. When Haley Chambers, Chaser, turned up in the hospital wing with her eyebrows growing so thick and fast that they obscured her vision and obstructed her mouth, Snape insisted that she must have attempted a hair-thickening charm on herself and refused to listen to the 14 eyewitnesses who insisted that they had seen the Slytherin keeper, Miles Bletchley, hit her from behind with a jinx while she worked in the library. But he was quick to give detention to Eddie when he had Deppel-sewed Miles Bletchley into the wall from behind, smashing the Slytherin keeper's nose badly. Despite being penalized with detention, Eddie felt optimistic about Ravenclaw's chances. No way in hell were they going to lose to snakes. Admittedly, the lack of practice time did hurt the insynergy between the 3 chasers and 2 beaters. On the other hand, they also had spikes of greatness with point-perfect pass routes by chasers and interceptions by the beaters. During one memorable practice, the chaser trio had passed the balls 25 times in one play to absolutely confuse the beaters on who to go after to get the ball. On that day, they weren't able to intercept a single pass as the quaffle moved a bit too quickly for them to pick it. In one of the open group discussions, Cho had said that Eddie looked much better with the quaffle than he did last year, which was to say something given that he was by far the best chaser in the previous year's tournament, that there was a focus in his eyes that scared even the Ravenclaw beaters, even though they weren't going to play him in a match. Even Slytherin's tactics of trying to rile Eddie up were failing spectacularly. How were they supposed to rile a guy up who would rile them up every time he opened his mouth? And after the Miles Bletchley incident, no one in Slytherin dared to curse Eddie in threat of brutal retaliation. October extinguished itself in a rush of howling winds and driving rain, and November arrived, cold as frozen iron, with hard frosts every morning and icy drafts that bit at exposed hands and faces. The skies and the ceiling of the Great Hall turned a pale, pearly gray, the mountains around Hogwarts became snow-capped, and the temperature in the castle dropped so far that many students wore their thick protective dragon skin gloves in the corridors between lessons. The morning of the match dawned bright and cold. When Quinn woke up, he looked around at Eddie's bed and saw him sitting bolt upright, his legs crossed with his hands resting on his knees as he stared fixedly into space. "You all right?" asked Quinn. Eddie nodded but did not speak. The two didn't exchange a single word that day during their morning workout session. Eddie knew what to do on a game day morning, and Quinn didn't want to disturb whatever was going on. The Great Hall was filling up fast when they arrived, the talk louder and the mood more exuberant than usual. The Ravenclaw and Slytherin house table being next to each other. When Quinn, Eddie, and Marcus walked through the space between the table, the Slytherin Quidditch members spoke up. "Hey, Eddie boy, I heard Warrington's sworn to knock you off your broom." Eddie turned to the laughing Slytherin lads and shrugged. "Warrington's aim's so pathetic, I'd be more worried if he was aiming for the person next to me," he retorted calmly, which made Quinn and Marcus guffaw and wiped the smirks of the Slytherin's face. "Get yourself a bed booked in Hospital Wing, Carmichael," said Warrington, beater. "Who knows, you might just crash into the pitch like last year." "Well, then I'll go out like a tough son of a wand, and not like a whiny little bitch like you who cries out for mom every time someone does as much as touch you," scoffed Eddie. Warrington's face darkened, and he stood up from his chair. He was taller than so Eddie had to look up at him when he walked closer. "You wanna fight, big boy?" said Eddie. "Don't push your luck, Carmichael," said Warrington, threatening. Eddie lightly chuckled and stepped very close to Warrington. "How about you pinch yourself? You might be dreaming about beating me up. It'd do you good to wake up and apologize to me, big bitch." Behind Eddie, Quinn leaned towards Marcus and whispered, "He seems unusually calm today." Marcus nodded. "He indeed seems quieter today." After the heated standoff was broken off, they sat down to have their breakfast. "How are you feeling?" Marcus asked Eddie, who was piling up food onto his plate, stocking himself up for the game. "Are you nervous?" "At novel bin at. Some nervousness is good, it keeps you on your toes," said Quinn chiming in. "Hello," said the vague, dreamy, and, more importantly, familiar voice from behind him. Eddie looked up. Luna stood there behind and close to him. Many people were staring at her and a few openly laughing and pointing. She had managed to procure a hat shaped like a larger-than-life-sized eagle's head, which was perched precariously on her head. "Ah, so this was what you were making, huh?" said Quinn in understanding. He had seen her, in passing, huddled up in the corner of the workshop, making something. "I'm supporting Ravenclaw," said Luna, pointing unnecessarily at her hat. "Look what it does." She reached up and tapped the hat with her wand. It opened its mouth wide and gave an incredibly realistic eagle's peel that made everyone in the vicinity jump. "It's good, isn't it?" said Luna happily. "I wanted to have it chewing up a serpent to represent Slytherin, you know, but there wasn't time. Anyway, good luck, Eddie." Then she drifted away. "Luna, what about breakfast?" called Quinn, but the blonde with the eagle hat was already in her own world. They had not quite recovered from Luna's hat before Roger came hurrying toward them, accompanied by Cho and Haley, whose eyebrows had mercifully been returned to normal by Madame Pomfret. "When you're ready," said Roger, "we're going to go straight down to the pitch, check out conditions, and change." "I'm ready. I woke up ready. I came to Hogwarts ready. I drank my mom's milk ready. I was born ready," said Eddie. As he got up, Quinn got up, luing his arm around Marcus' neck. "I bet that Eddie is going to massacre anyone and everyone in his way," he said. "I thought you weren't allowed to bet," said Marcus, pumping a brow up. That was last year, said Quinn, silently shooting a list-pinching hex into Warrington's butt, who immediately yelped while jumping. With Umbridge here, I can't open up a gambling den. She would slam it shut and take away aid for that, but that doesn't mean we. He shook Marcus a little. Can't have a friendly, off-the-books, teeny-tiny bet. But I too want to bet on Eddie kicking everybody's arse today. But we can't bet on the same side. Quinn looked around the Great Hall. Maybe we can find the Harry Potter and scam some money out of him. No way he's going to bet in Eddie's favor. The mention of Potter made Marcus remember something and someone. Hey, Quinn, he asked. There's a girl that likes you. Quinn turned his head towards Marcus with a where did that come from expression. There was also the point that Quinn did time to time get confessed to. The number would have been higher if the girls could get a hold of Quinn more. So Marcus and Eddie never brought a girl liking him into their conversation as he had rejected every confession. Well, it came from Hermione. Ever so serious. Granger thought that I should bring it up, said Marcus. Hermione's friend. Did she say who specifically it was? Nah, she didn't. I think she's the one who likes you. N.A., said Quinn, waving that chain of thought off. Hermione likes Harry, that much is clearly obvious from last year's Yule Ball. Well, whatever, we'll see whenever this friend of her arrives, if she does, that is. You aren't curious at all? No. Marcus stared at Quinn as his best friend stayed silent, refusing to comment. You're thinking who she is, aren't you? I am not, said Quinn a bit too quickly. Yeah, right. That conversation died the second they stepped outside the entrance hall, down the steps, and out into the icy air. The frosty grass crunched under their feet as they hurried down the sloping lawns toward the stadium. There was no wind at all, and the sky was a uniform pearly white, which meant that visibility would be good without the drawback of direct sunlight in the eyes. That could mean that the seekers would be able to spot the snitch easier, the keepers would have a clear view of the quaffle, the chasers would have a clearer view of the incoming bloodjares, and the beaters would have a clear view of who set the beaters on. Overall, the weather had set up the scene for the game to be an excellent one. Quinn sat down on the commentator's chair and dragged his palms over the armrest with a smile as he exhaled deeply. He could hear hundreds of footsteps mounting the banked benches of the spectators' stands now. Some people were singing, though Quinn could not make out the words. It's good to be back, said Quinn before turning back to the professors. Good afternoon, all of you, looking sharp for the opening day game. The professors, however, were dressed as they did every day, except for Flitwick and McGonagall, who both had worn robes with house shades, showing their silent support. Ready for another season of commentary, Mr. West? Asked Sprout, smiling a homely smile. The weather is excellent, the company is excellent, I'm feeling chipper. I can safely say that this season is going to be a great one, said Quinn with a beaming smile as he roamed his eyes over the professors, including one pink person, who had a fake, plastic smile plastered over her face. All right, let's get started, said Quinn as he grabbed the microphone and pumped magic into it. Good morning, Hogwarts. I welcome all of you to yet another season of Quidditch Cup, brought to you by the Four Houses of Hogwarts. Let's beat the cold by making some noise, give some yells to heat the stadium up. There was a positively enthusiastic response akin to an army going out to war, causing a beaming plastic on his face. Okay, people, that was nice, spoke Quinn into the microphone and then looked at from a list in his hands. I've only just found out the final lineup for Slytherin. Last year's beaters, Derek and Bull, have left now, but it looks as though Montague's replaced them with two blokes called Crabbe and Goyle. I'd say an interesting choice from Slytherin. From the Ravenclaw side, there is only one change from the team 2 years ago because of the team being youngest of all four at that time. Eddie Carmichael, the best chaser from the last year's Quidditch tournament, will be officially donning the Ravenclaw colors for the first time in his debut game. There was a fanatic cheer from the Ravenclaw stands at Eddie being mentioned. He hadn't officially played a game, but he was already the star player. Now, let's bring the two teams in. Feast your eyes on the Serpents and the Eagles. Welcome the Predators of land and air. Both teams came out of their tunnels, already mounted their brooms, in a single file and into the dazzling sky. They circled the stands once as the roaring sounds greeted them with a mixture of cheers and whistles. On the middle of the pitch, both teams gathered, still in two single files. And as the game hadn't started, it was time for the resident Ravenclaw foul-mouthed to shine. So, Snakes, said Eddie plainly as if bored, I'm really interested in the outcome of this year's Quidditch Cup. He raised his arm to observe his gloved hand, interested in who's going to finish in the second place. I wish you the best of luck so that you can at least finish on the podium. He looked up at them with a smirk oozing with smugness and confidence. The Ravenclaw members smiled as the Slytherins' faces dropped. Your arrogance astounds me, Carmichael, said Bull from Slytherin. Eddie jutted out his lower lip and shook his head as he spoke. I'm not arrogant, I'm just that good. It ain't braggin' if you can back it up. That can't be said for you, unfortunately. Bull was about to say something, but Madam Hooch approached the teams, and before she could say anything, Eddie spoke up. Madam Hooch, can you please make it a rule this year that the other teams aren't allowed to cover me with just one person? They must bring at least 2 people if they want to defend against me, because that one unfortunate bloke who would cover me on his own would suffer the most embarrassing moments of their life. At least if there were 2, they could share the blame for the rest of their lives. Madam Hooch sighed and turned to the 2 captains. Captains, shake hands, ordered the umpire, Madam Hooch, as Roger and Montague reached each other. Eddie could tell that Montague was trying to crush Angelina's fingers, though he did not wince. Mount your brooms. Madam Hooch placed her whistle in her mouth and blew. The balls were released, and the 14 players shot in various directions. Out of the corner of his eye, Eddie could see the quaffle going up in slow motion. It was done in an instant. His broom changed direction, and he zoomed up toward the blue ball. Derek, a Slytherin chaser, grinned wildly as he reached out his hands towards the flying quaffle. He was going to score the first goal of the season. Yes, he thought as his fingertips were barely an inch away from the quaffle, but then his eye caught a set of fingers in their sight, then a complete hand, half an arm till the elbow, entire arm with a shoulder, and soon Derek's sight was covered by Eddie Carmichael grabbing the quaffle. But it was just for an instant as Eddie disappeared from his sight. "Huh," uttered Derek, and he looked to his left, but there was no sign of Eddie. Where? His voice died down in his throat as the cheers of the crowd drowned him out, and the commentary sounded out. "Goal? The first goal of the season is scored, and it's by none other than Eddie Carmichael." "HAAA," yelled Derek and turned towards the Slytherin's goal, and his eyes widened as a flash passed by him. It was Eddie Carmichael. He flew past him without giving Derek a single glance. The game was, and gone with it was Eddie's trash talk. That day. "And it's Carmichael with the quaffle. What a player that man is. I've been seeing him play for years. All I can say that he whines too much. Oh, he scores. That day. And he's ducked Warrington. He's passed Montague. Carmichael's ouch, been hit from behind by a bludger from Crabbe. Montague catches the quaffle. Montague heading back up the pitch, and nice bludger there from Howard Bonnet. That's a bludger to the head for Montague. He drops the quaffle, caught by Roger Davies. Roger Davies of Ravenclaw reverse passes to Carmichael, and he's away. What speed, what maneuverability with the broom. He scores once again. That day. The chants of Sieve from Ravenclaw covered the stadium as Slytherin's keeper's ability was all but absent in front of Eddie. That day. All it took was 2 hours. In 2 hours, Ravenclaw had a 100-point lead on Slytherin with a score of 210 to 60, with Eddie scoring 120 points on his own. That day. "We're seeing history, my friends," said Quinn, genuinely hyped as he stood near the same railing that he had broken. 120 points, 12 goals, 7 assists, and in a rare feat by a chaser, 6 steals. Eddie Carmichael has broken the previous long-standing chaser record for joint stat line in a single Hogwarts game by 40 points, 4 goals, 1 assist, and 3 steals. A minute after Quinn's announcement, the worst thing for Slytherin happened as Cho Chang caught the snitch, putting an end to the game with the final score of 360 to 60. A 300-point crushing, crippling defeat. At the end of the game, Eddie took out his wand from his robes and flew to the center of the pitch, and cast a sonorous, "Listen up all of your, be it Slytherin, Hufflepuff, or Gryffindor. I, Eddie Carmichael, declare this in front of all of you: we are going to win every single game. This year, we will win the Quidditch Cup with an undefeated season, so get ready to swallow defeat and pray to whoever you believe in that your teams come out of this, because..." He filled his lungs with air. "We're here not to take part. We're here to take over." Then a maniacal laugh filled the stadium. "You guys are so screwed. Ha 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 ha." The amount of garbage that was thrown from the stands also broke the previous records. "Looks like everyone is here. Welcome back, all of you," said Quinn as he closed the room of requirements to anyone outside. He removed his outer robe and hung it on a coat rack that appeared beside him. "I hope all of you are feeling well and are ready for another day of fantastical and mystic magical learning." He walked to the center of the room of requirements as the members gathered around him in a circle. "Last time, we finally completed the duels, and I and hopefully you now know where your fellow peers lay on the skill ladder," he said while rotating so he could look at everyone. "A key advantage of making you guys duel each other is that it showed which spell you think you know the best, because usually in duels, people chose their best magic." Quinn raised a finger with a short pause, "Or to be more specific, they chose the magic they think they're the best at. Of course, that's not the cause, is it?" He turned to Tracy and raised her hands towards her. Tracy Davis here chose the disarming spell to strip Padma's wand, and she thought it was her best or obvious option to end the duel. But was it the correct decision? Don't get me wrong, it worked, but her disarming charm wasn't effective in a real-world scenario where the duel doesn't end at disarming the opponent. Any thoughts on why I say that? From the circle, Harry raised his hand and spoke when Quinn nodded. "The duel doesn't end until when you have entirely made sure that your opponent can't cast a spell," said the son of an Auror. Quinn acknowledged and nodded approvingly. "Exactly, stripping your opponent off their wands doesn't mark the end of the duel." He pointed at Padma Patil. When she was disarmed by Tracy, Padma still had her wand right beside her feet, which means Padma still had all the chance to rearm herself, continue the duel, and maybe even turn the table on Tracy. So, what we learned from Tracy and Padma's duel is that when engaging in a duel, front with your best spells, and by that, I mean the spells that you're 100% can cast at a higher level of quality. If you're casting the disarming spell, then make sure it whips the wand out of range. If you fancy the stunner, then ensure that it knocks the person out. If the full body bind is what tickles your wand, then it better restrict your target like a death hold. A third-year Gryffindor raised his hand hesitantly and asked, "What if we don't have spells like that?" His voice quietened a level. "Spells that we're good at." There was a lot of eye-shifting in the crowd as a lot of younger ones and even some older ones had the same question in mind but weren't as brave as the third-year Gryffindor to bring it up. "That's why we are here," said Quinn, smiling brightly to put everyone at ease. The objective of us gathering here is to learn how to cast spells practically. You will learn defense and attack spells, and even study various charms. I sincerely hope that by the end of our time together, all of you have a set of spells you're comfortable with. Daphne raised her hand in question. What are your preferred magics? Crippling ice, drowning water, raging wind, perception-bending illusions, mind magic, flesh-severing spells, a spell that disabled body parts. I like the stunner, said Quinn smiling. It knocks the target out, no muss, no fuss. Another question was raised. This time it was Hermione. What about Harry and Carmichael's duel? Both used various spells. From what I have heard, the number of spells they used was extensive even for experienced duelers. Quinn glanced at the boys in question and recalled the duel they had. There were indeed a lot of unique spells exchanged between the two. He raised his arm and pointed at Harry. Harry Potter is the son of a senior Auror, and from what I know, he has to learn a thing or two from his father. It's not unusual for someone in Harry's position to learn a variety of spells, which he showcased in his duel. Then he pointed at Eddie and continued, Eddie is my best friend, and from that, I know how he learned magic. The way he duels is to cast a series of non-repeating spells, with every single cast packing a punch on its own. This way, the target can't get comfortable, and Eddie will exploit that discomfort to land in a hit. Quinn and Eddie's difference in casting ability and strength of spells was akin to a great chasm. Eddie couldn't compare in that aspect. As such, he, a long time ago, shifted to the tactic of variety and speed. He would never repeat a spell 2 times in a row and cast in the hopes of sneaking one in, and from time to time he had indeed surprised Quinn and had come very close to get a hit, solidifying Eddie's belief, leading him to a path on which he learned and practiced a variety of spells, something that, Eddie as a Ravenclaw, had no qualms in doing. But, said Quinn stressing, you're not to copy both of these guys. The style they use is suitable for them because he turned to Harry and stared at them for a moment, not they. Harry hasn't got the hang of the high variety dueling style. If he reduced his choice of spells, he would have beaten Eddie. Hey, said Eddie throwing his hands up. If you yapped less and cast more, you'd have won, said Quinn shrugging. As I was saying, high variety casting only comes after you're comfortable with a great number of spells and cast them under pressure. If you're not skillful with various spells, you will mess up when it really matters. What do you use? Came a question. I keep my spell choice limited and only use a selected amount of spells according to the situation, answered Quinn. Quinn met the requirement for high variety dueling, but a lot of his spell arsenal was tied up in various situations. Ice was extensively used by Invisible Vigilante. Water was tied up by his stint at the Great Lake. A lot of the spells that he was comfortable using in duels were dark in nature. Illusion magic was free, but he hadn't developed a way that would fit in with his current dueling style. Mind magic was one of his foremost fortes, but the fact that he was Legilimens was a tightly kept secret. Body magic was definitely on the table. Wind magic was still in development, but it was definitely at a stage where Quinn West could use it. But it was his decision to keep it as a last resort. Any of the above magics could be used by Quinn West, but he refrained from using them because they might attract attention and connect back to him. Quinn snapped out his thoughts when another question was raised to him. Then is limited variety, can we say that worse than high variety? Said Blaise Zabinai. Not at all, said Quinn after a pause to collect himself. If you choose your spells wisely and master them, understand their use case, and delve into variations, you'll have the confidence that they will work for you no matter what the situation. High variety style can be challenging to use with practical effectiveness, that's why it's only seen used by Aurors and hit wizards who are trained in various spells to combat every situation they come across. He once again pointed at Eddie. Look at him, he might practice high variety, but his spells are largely offensive spells with a severe shortage of defense spells. If he wasn't so overbearing and quick with his offensive spells, he would have miserably failed at dueling. Eddie puffed his chest in pride, but Quinn cut him down the following sentence. But if someone more skilled, not powerful than him got the initiative, Eddie would be screwed sooner than he could get a cuss out of that mouth of his. Hey, said Eddie once again, throwing his hands up. The point being is that it's better to concentrate on what is part of the Hogwarts curriculum, said Quinn, but you have to go beyond the level and master the variations and capture the essence, because that's the only way you'll actually succeed at limited variety style. Quinn clapped his hands once. Let's stop the chit-chat and get at the good stuff. You guys are going to divide into pairs and then use spells against each other. It's the best way to learn, and it's really fun. One up your partner. Quinn pointed at Eddie with his thumb. Ask Eddie. He partners up with me when he wants to learn a spell. Ask him how fun and effective it is. When everyone turned to Eddie, they saw him make a disgusted face as if someone had just stuffed a scoop of poop into his mouth and tied it shut. One-on-ones were effective, but they weren't fun when you were against Quinn because he would land every hit, and it would soon get frustrating. It was only because of Eddie being Eddie that he was able to hang on without rage quitting. We will start with something straightforward, something at a very basic, said Quinn after everyone had divided themselves into pairs. The disarming charm will be the first spell that Do will learn, and the first step of it is to learn how to get disarmed. There was a pause in the excited pairs on officially learning settled down for a moment. You mean learn how to disarm, said Ivy. Quinn shook his head. No, it's to learn how to get disarmed. The murmurs rose, discussing. What did Quinn mean by learning how to get disarmed? Was there a correct way to get disarmed? The best way to learn a spell is to experience it, stated Quinn. Of course, there are spells like Reductor spell which you can't experience and spells like Stunners which are harmful after a couple consecutive hits, but spells like the disarming spells can be experienced. So what I want you to do is concentrate on how your hand feels when someone disarms you. I want a person from the pair to disarm the other person 5 times in a row before switching the other way round. Remember, concentrate on the feeling of getting disarmed. The feeling of confusion and doubt grew inside the room of requirements as the pair members stared at each other, but Expelliarmus. Everyone looked in the direction of the chant and saw Daphne Greengrass picking up her wand and holding it straight up for Tracy Davis to cast again. Expelliarmus. The wand flew up once again and fell into the air. Both girls were experienced with Quinn's methods as he had made them understand what it meant to pull while he taught them the Cezanne pull spell. Then another disarming chant came from another direction, and everyone saw Eddie Carmichael and Marcus Belby staring up towards the ceiling. Marcus raised his hands up and caught his wand that dropped into his hand from very high up. "Can't you go easy?" said Marcus. "I fear that the wand might poke my eye out." Eddie made the sound before Expelliarmus and Marcus' wand went flying into the air, really high. At novel bin at. Another 2 disarming spell chant was heard, and they turned to see Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, and Ivy Potter and Hermione Granger cast the disarming spells. 3 out of 4 had gone through the same ordeal just last year. They were just thankful they were starting light. Stop staring and start casting. Everyone turned to see Quinn sitting on the ground, legs crossed, with a big block of dark grey stone in his hand. I want everyone to at least get sick about getting disarmed, that's the aim. The room was suddenly full of shouts of Expelliarmus, wands flew in all directions, mist spells hit books on shelves, and sent them flying into the air. Quinn would look up from his rock time to glance around and thought he had been right to suggest that they practice the basics first. There was a lot of shoddy spell work going on. Many people were not succeeding in disarming their opponents at all but merely causing them to jump back a few paces or wince as the feeble spell whooshed over them. I guess it will take some time, thought Quinn before going back to his rock. Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown cast disarming charms on each other, with frustration building in both girls. "Ugh, how long do I have to do this, Expelliarmus?" said Lavender. Parvati picked up her wand with a fed-up expression and aimed it at Lavender as it was her chance to disarm Lavender. Her hand was feeling chafed at her wand repeatedly being stripped out of her grasp. She winced a little as the wand in her grasp hurt and kept the tens of disarming fresh in her wand. Disarming, disarming, disarming. It's so frustrating, she thought, and the feeling of a wand being disarmed grew stronger with her anger. Expelliarmus. A scarlet zap escaped her wand, struck Lavender's hand. The wand flew high into the air, and Parvati blinked in surprise as the wand spun in the air and dropped into her raised hand. Parvati stared at Lavender's wand in her hand with surprise. In her last turn, she was barely able to push Lavender's wand out to a distance outside her reach. Getting into her own hand wasn't even in her sights. "Oh, you did it. Nicely done." Parvati turned to see Quinn standing at a distance from her. "By any chance, were you thinking about getting disarmed while casting?" he asked. "Why yes," said Parvati, still surprised to have cast the spell so well. "Now, how about carrying that same feeling but this time channel them towards Lavender specifically," said Quinn in advice. Parvati nodded hurriedly, and after returning the wand to Lavender, she once again cast Expelliarmus, and this time, she followed Quinn's advice. Once again, Lavender's wand was in Parvati's hand. "It was easier this time," said Parvati, fascinated. "That's to be expected," said Quinn with a smile. "That's how magic is cast, magic within, focused through your wand, shaped by our intents and imagination, made possible with the knowledge and the chant." "Now, can you explain what you felt and did to Lavender?" asked Quinn. Parvati nodded and immediately got to sharing her newly gained ability with Lavender as if she had just heard a new hot piece of gossip that was just too good not to be shared. That day, from Parvati and Lavender, a chain of explanations and demonstrations spread into the entire room of requirements as, one by one, people started to understand how intent, imagination, and knowledge work together to form and shape magic. "Till the next time, I want you guys to practice the spell on anything you can disarm. It can be clothes from hangers, lids from bottles, rings from fingers, anything you can find. But," he raised his voice, "it shouldn't be outside the 4 walls of your dorm room. If Umbridge gets a whiff of you trying spells out in the hallways, she will take advantage of the no magic in hallway rule and push you into harsher detentions than needed." And with that, the meeting was dismissed. After ensuring everyone was out of the room of requirements, the prefects in with knowledge of patrol routes, led their respective houses back to their common rooms. Hufflepuff and Slytherin took a common route to the dungeons, while Ravenclaw and Gryffindor took another route to descend a couple of floors to go to their common rooms. When they were on the 5th floor, Ivy watched as the Ravenclaw group turned towards their common house, but she noticed that Quinn was missing. But I just saw him with them on the 7th floor." She turned to Hermione and asked, "Does Quinn have patrol duty today?" "No, he isn't on duty for 2 more days," said Hermione. "Then where did he go?" wondered Ivy as they descended down to the 4th floor, and she looked up the grand staircase. He could have gotten down only 1 floor between the 7th and 5th floor, and that was the 6th floor. But what's he doing on the 6th floor? She wondered. Magic was a supernatural force that changed aspects of the world at fundamental levels while allowing the possessors to perform feats outside the norm, feats like sensing what lay inside the deep, dense stones. Quinn sat on the pedestal as an exceptional amount of magic flowed out of his body into the stone all around him. Every nook and cranny of the vault room washed in his magic, filled to the brim. Not a single grain of stone was left untouched by Quinn's magic. Aha, thought Quinn as he channeled earth magic. I'm close? I'm really close, it just needs a little bit adjustment. Icy Vault required his ice magic to be excellent in both pure strength and fine laser control and skill. The Aquatic Vault had the same arrangement, with the solution to each trial being a mix of strength and skill, albeit each trial gave more weight to one than the other. At novel bin at. But now, as Quinn sat in the Architect's Vault, he realized that this room only required pure skill for earth magic without a requirement for power. Anyone with a decent amount of magic could fine-train their earth magic to succeed in this room, and currently, Quinn was close to making a breakthrough in his earth magic skill. What he was trying to accomplish was to spread his magic into the stone and turn it into a sixth sense that would provide him a view of the entire room. The fuzziness is because I lack control over my earth magic. Quinn's magic in the stone shifted at his command. The density of his magic thickened in some places, while in some areas, the magic thinned. Remember, it's not about the quantity of magic. The vault doesn't require floods of magic. Stigward Grag was an architect. He was the architect, a profession that requires precision, calculation, and sureness to bring their creations to life. The design and nature of his magic changed. The days of him studying the type of this particular stone were ingrained in his mind, one of the most immersed memory books that he possessed in his mindscape. Imagine being present in every particle of stone. Put yourself in the architect's shoes. Remember how to cast magic. Focus your intent, apply the knowledge you have learned, and turn imagination into reality and bring about the blueprint, an architect's blueprint. Then it happened. Quinn inhaled noisily as his magic clicked into place. The fuzziness that he experienced lifted in all but an instant, and everything became clear as if he was looking at the insides of the stone walls, floor, and ceilings in a brightly lit environment. He opened his eyes and whispered, "Illusion," and the next moment, the self-illusion he cast on himself translated his earth sense into vision, granting him something akin to X-ray vision. Illusion magic is convenient like that, thought Quinn. That was the last errant thought in Quinn's mind as the awe of the sight in front of him overtook his mind. Stigward Grag, for the love of magic, he really was an architect through and through, wasn't he? On the day, he had found that there were hollow spots inside the walls, floors, and ceiling. Quinn matched it with the solution to opening the archway, but not in his slight imagination did he imagine that the fuzzy hollow would be something like this. Every inch of the room, except the solid pedestal, was covered in gears of 100 sizes, shafts of different lengths and thicknesses, levers of different configurations, mechanical switches that locked into various places, rotating axles with screw ends, oscillating half wheels, deadbolts jammed into chem slots at dozens of sites, locking everything into place. The entire vault is goddamned lock, thought Quinn as he couldn't voice it in words. Just below the pedestal were 9 thick plates of stone, each connected to an intricate mechanism that, when solved, would separate the plates from the middle, pulling them apart, allowing the pedestal to sink a level with every solution. What a masterpiece, he muttered. What ingenuity, what creativeness, what must his mind be like for him to create something like this? Every vault before this had been magical in nature, but the architect's vault was purely mechanical, without a trace of magic except the fortification of stone and fail-safes in case someone tried to brute their way through the vault. Just the thought of someone turning the entire room into one huge lock mechanism. I don't know this level of lock picking. Believe it or not, he had ordered various locks to pick while doing extra research on unlocking charms. He followed the same method he taught in DA, but this was another level. This was the level used in complicated safes and vaults. Quinn jumped down from the pedestal and put his hands to his sides. I suppose I need to learn how to pick safes now, he said while sighing but with a big smile on his face. This was going to be different. He could feel it, and it made him excited all over again. He was going to learn something new, and that made his body fill up with giddiness. This is going to be grand. Scene break. The Golden Squad exited Hagrid's house after having a good long chat with the recently home half-giant. He was in bad shape, said Hermione sighing. Ron snorted in response. Bad is saying it lightly. I'm pretty sure he had his ribs broken. Broken ribs weren't a severe injury in the magical world, but it was terrible anywhere if the injury was left unintended for days or yet more than a month, as in this case. Hagrid's hair was matted with congealed blood, and his left eye had been reduced to a puffy slit amid a mass of purple and black bruises. There were many cuts on his face and hands, some of them still bleeding, and he was moving gingerly, which made Ron suspect broken ribs. It was evident that he had only just got home. A thick black traveling cloak lay over the back of a chair, and a haversack large enough to carry several small children leaned against the wall inside the door. They saw Hagrid himself, twice the size of a normal man and 3 times as broad, limped over to the fire and placing a copper kettle over it. We should inform Madame Pomfrey about him and tell her to heal him before Umbridge gets to him, said Ivy, deciding the best course of action. The other 3 nodded. Umbridge had been overbearing these days. It was like she was out looking for even the smallest things to blow them out of proportion. But to think that Voldemort has been going after giants, said Harry. I wondered why someone like that bastard was so quiet, but it seems he was trying to get the giants to his side. Never knew that the Ministry was on a lookout for portkeys, said Hermione. It took a month to get to the place where giants lived, and because anyone associated with Dumbledore was being monitored, Hagrid couldn't take a portkey to the location and had to physically travel there. Hagrid had told them that when he, along with Maxime Olympe, had reached the largest tribe of giants on this side of Europe, a total of 80 giants. There were hundreds of tribes of giants dotting the entire world map, but because they lived in small groups, it wasn't feasible for Voldemort to send delegations to each tribe, as giving gifts to every small tribe was too costly and required too much effort. That's why this 80 giant tribe was the only attainable option, and thus was the one where Dumbledore sent Hagrid and Maxime to. Hagrid and Maxime presented the giant chief, Carve, with gifts to garner his and the tribe's support. Giants loved magic, but because they couldn't perform it, so they liked to collect magical items. Dumbledore had sent a branch of everlasting fire to help them to keep warm in the winter and cook food. Other gifts included a goblin-made helmet for the chief of a battle-hungry race and a great roll of old dragon hide. Unfortunately for the Order of Phoenix delegation, just when Carcas had finally sat down with them, Hagrid and Maxime, to listen to them, tragedy struck. Giants weren't meant to live in tribes with more than a dozen members, and it seemed like an outsider bearing gifts had offset turmoil in the large tribe, as the very next night, there was great inner fight in which a dozen giants died along with Carcas, the chief. Giants were a violent race and had no qualms about killing their fellow members over food, best sleeping spots near warm fires, women, and that's why giant tribes weren't larger than a dozen giants each, as that was the highest number a deep mountain or forest could adequately provide for without inciting infighting. The next day, a new chief was elected, Golgomath. The new chief, it seemed, was on a power roll and wanted to assert dominance to consolidate his position as the head. As the moment Hagrid presented them with their final gift, a great roll of dragon skin, Hagrid and Maxime were captured and hung upside down. They only escaped because of Maxime Olympe whipping out her wand and injuring their captors before making a break for it. That was the end of Hagrid's and Maxime's talk with the tribe, as giants hated the wizard kind. The humans had been hunting giants for a very long time and were one of the reasons why giants had gone through a great thinning in population worldwide. The moment Maxime had used wand magic, any chances of communication were closed. And as Hagrid and Maxime hid in caves to heal themselves before heading out, they chanced upon the newly arrived Death Eater delegation. And they had sent a familiar face, McNair, which was why Golgomath didn't hang them up on sight. The rest was handled by a series of gifts to appease and impress the new chief. In the end, Voldemort got the giants' support, said Hermione worriedly. The four fell into silence as their minds turned in each's imagination of the repercussions of giants falling into Voldemort's hands. Giants were hard to kill or even subdue. Hey, isn't that West there? Said Ron, breaking the silence as he pointed a short distance away from Hagrid's house. Harry, Ivy, and Hermione turned to where Ron was pointing, and they saw Quinn leisurely walk out of the Forbidden Forest trees while stretching his hands over his head. Isn't he cold? Said Harry, commenting on Quinn's attire. He only had a shirt and pair of pants on him, and they were already in peak snowing season. Ivy raised her hand high and reached out to Quinn loudly, who stopped in his tracks and turned towards them. They say him raise his hand and wave back. How are you four doing today? Said Quinn as both parties met halfway. His eyes went to where they previously stood and saw the smoke churning out of the hut's chimney. Looks like Hagrid's back at Hogwarts. I suppose now that I'm here, I'll say hello to him. He has just returned, said Harry, hiding a jump in his voice, and is tired from his travels. We should probably leave him alone to settle back and rest. Hagrid did say that he wanted to get in a good nap in his own. Hagrid's giant adventure was a secret mission given to him by Dumbledore. It was wise if the news didn't spread, given Umbridge's close proximity to Dumbledore and Hagrid. Harry feared that if Quinn saw an injured Hagrid, the word would spread because they couldn't keep him quiet without telling him the reason behind the injuries. Is that so? Then I'll just greet him when I see him in the Great Hall, said Quinn, shrugging. Why aren't you wearing more clothes? It's freezing out here, said Harry, changing the topic. Quinn looked at his attire, and it was indeed not weather appropriate, but on the other hand, he wasn't feeling cold right now, so he once again shrugged. I'm feeling fine now, but you're right, my clothes do seem out of place. He took out a wand and conjured a robe around his body. Do you guys feel comfortable now? The Golden Squad were confused, but they nodded. What were you doing on in the Forbidden Forest? Asked Ivy curiously. Quinn tapped his pant pockets and smiled. I was collecting a herb or two for making potions. Forbidden Forest is a great place to pick out some great herbs, and you know what the best part is? It's 100% free. The Golden Squad stared at the West Heir, who was making a proud impression at saving money on potion ingredients. They seem to be buying it, thought Quinn, observing the Golden Squad. He couldn't tell them that he was stalking the magical wolf tribe that lived in the Forbidden Forest, watching them, their civilization, and their culture. The clothes on his body were actually his transformed noir suit, and he had, without any reason, turned them from a dark forest camo to casual shirt and pants. Last year, he had made plans to observe the tribe, and this year, he was executing them. His motive was to study the wolves and see if they held a clue to cure lycanthropy in werewolves. They were the descendants of two lycanthropy mating under the full moon in their werewolf forms. It was a good possibility that their unique birth could help solve lycanthropy. These wolves essentially had their human forms eliminated by birth. Sure, their intelligence came from the human side of their parents, but there were plenty of non-humanoid species with human-level intelligence. If these beings could have their human physical traits removed, why couldn't lycanthrope be cured of their wolf aspects? So, did you guys inform Hagrid about Umbridge? Quinn asked as they walked towards the castle as Quinn lazily waved his fake wand back and forth, shoveling snow out of their way. We did, said Harry. Hagrid said that he has some interesting stuff planned for the year. I just hope Umbridge would find it interesting as well. I doubt it, said Ron, scoffing with raging disdain. She seemed chummy with that grubbly plank lady. She'll try to make Hagrid's life difficult. It was no secret that Ronald Weasley disliked the new Care for Magical Creatures professor. That dislike increased when Grubbly Plank's inspection went surprisingly smoothly, with Umbridge being the least amount annoying she could be. Credit to Grubbly Plank for being a good professor and staying entirely out of politics. Speaking of, Hermione jutted her chin forward, and the group looked up to see Umbridge standing in the entrance hall with a clipboard in her hand, scribbling things while looking around the entrance hall. What's she doing? Muttered Harry suspiciously. Some sort of inspections to find out, probably to undermine Dumbledore's upkeep ability of the school. Ivy garnered a guess as the group consciously turned into a different direction. But isn't she chummy with Filch? Asked Ron. This is Umbridge we are talking about. She won't hesitate a single second in betraying Filch. That woman is lower than a flea bag, said Harry with a nasty humph. Filch, as few knew, was a squib and thus couldn't use magic. Even though house elves were excellent in upkeep, if Umbridge could find something directly related to Fudge, she could connect it back to Dumbledore and get him a demerit, a severe problem in these dire times. While Filch was in charge of cleaning, Dumbledore was in charge of Filch, and with Dumbledore's inability to retain a Dada professor, it would seem like Dumbledore wasn't adequate in his role as the headmaster. Ah, children, what might you be doing here, dears? The five stopped in their tracks, and four of them released groans and whines. They turned towards the High Inquisitor walking towards them with her stumpy legs, looking funny to Quinn, but he held back the smile, chuckle, laugh, and guffaw. What can we do for you, ma'am? Asked Quinn pleasantly, refusing to say the word professor but still getting by just below the line. Umbridge looked at Quinn up and down, and a sweet smile stretched over her human-like face. A shine of vigor shone in her eyes like a child finding her favorite candy. May I ask why aren't you in your school robes, Mr. West? Said Umbridge. You may not, said Quinn shortly. You don't have your uniform on nor your outer robe. And there's nothing wrong with that? You're a student of Hogwarts, Mr. West, said Umbridge, stressing her point. That I am, said Quinn smiling. I'm even a 6th-year prefect. That will be a detention, Mr. West, said Umbridge, smiling widely, giddy. As I said, I'm a prefect. I know the rules, said Quinn smiling in return. After classes for the day ends, students are no longer required to wear their uniforms for reference. It's Policy Sector 1, Clause 1.5, page 8. He had memorized the rules years ago in case he was caught in some trouble and needed to weasel his way out. Umbridge reeled back in dissatisfaction. She, of course, hadn't bothered to read Hogwarts student rules and regulations. I'm the High Inquisitor, and as I said before, you don't have the authority over the things you're trying to enforce. I expected more from the High Inquisitor, said Quinn nonchalantly before clasping his hands in front. Now, we'd leave you to the important work you're doing and leave us to not waste your time. Quinn immediately walked away without waiting for a reply. The Golden Squad followed after a beat. They had heard that Quinn had shut down Umbridge, but this was the first time seeing him in action. That was a little weak, said Quinn in retrospection. I could have gotten in a jab or two more. I will make sure to remember that for the next time. The Golden Squad had no words for him except a strange sense of admiration and reverence. Back in the entrance hall, Umbridge fumed in silence. She was getting angrier by the second. Her interactions weren't going well, and she was always on the losing front. Just because he's from a powerful family doesn't mean he can get away with this, said Umbridge, gritting her teeth. He's just a kid, a naive, disciplinable rude brat. A glint appeared in her eyes. He wants authority, then I will give him authority. What does this woman toady bitch think she's doing? Exclaimed Eddie along with the rest of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, standing in the Ravenclaw common room with their housemates also reading the notice posted on the Ravenclaw house bulletin board. The one line on the decree notice spoke many things. First was obvious in the face interpretation that brooms were banned outside of Quidditch practices, which meant that anyone outside of Quidditch players wasn't allowed to fly a broom. Not being on the Quidditch team didn't mean that people didn't enjoy flying brooms. In fact, a large majority of Hogwarts had their personal brooms and flew them regularly with their friends playing casual versions of Quidditch or even flew solo to spend some time alone in the sky. And many people who wanted to be on Quidditch teams practiced on their own time to get better so they could pass the tryouts. The second interpretation was to the Quidditch teams. As the sentence stated, brooms were only allowed during authorized practices, which meant that teams could only fly their brooms when practicing in the stadium and not anywhere else. This was a tremendous detrimental as teams practiced as much if not more outside the stadium than inside the stadium. The stadium and the pitch were shared between 4 teams, and none thought that their time during authorized practice was enough. There were even some Quidditch team members, picture Eddie Carmichael, who practiced alone out of team practice. The bitch and Snape are clearly in bed together, said Eddie scathingly. The Slytherin Quidditch team had by far the most authorized practice time because of Snape abusing his power and assigning them the Slytherin Quidditch team the pitch. You, said Cho, making a disgusted face. Don't say that, I just imagined what it would be like. That triggered many people's imaginations, and they too made disgusted expressions and groans while glaring at Eddie. That's when Quinn came down the dormitory stairs into the common room to see the crowd gathered around in front of the bulletin board. What is it? What happened? Asked Quinn as he walked to the front with his eyes on his pocket watch to see if he was running late. Bitch did something stupid again, said Terry Boot, not holding back the hatred in his voice. Quinn finally looked up and saw the decree notice on the bulletin board. The realization dawned on him. Umbridge's being petty, he said. We got Quidditch back before she would have lacked. She prematurely lost one of the leverages to power, so she does this. But I would have to say, that's a good petty jab she got in. Quidditch still goes on, but she restricted broom time, and because Ministry isn't happy about the Hogwarts academic performance, we can't complain about. He smiled. A move well played. Why in Morgana's saga tits are you smiling? Said Eddie, frustrated. This isn't good, not good at all, you do understand that, right? Quinn shrugged his shoulders. There's nothing we can do about this, you know? She, as the High Inquisitor, does have that authority. If you do want this to be fairer, then find a way to convince Professor Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout to do something about Snape's scheduling tyranny. That's the only way you'll get your deserved practice time. Quinn was obviously pro-Umbridge opposition, but he couldn't hold their hands on every problem they encountered. He neither had time nor motivation for moving against Umbridge on every little move she made. He was only going to move against significant actions that were a bit too much. I would suggest that you grab Marcus and have him plan something involving Potter, Diggory, the other captains, and Eddie if you can keep your mouth clean to lobby the professors to stop Snape from abusing his authority, said Quinn, and then look around. Where is Marcus? He went down to Great Hall with Luna to eat, said Eddie. Get him good things to eat, you know, butter him up to provide him some incentive, that'll get him moving, said Quinn, patting Eddie on his shoulder before leaving the common room, leaving the gathered Ravenclaw crowd behind. Eddie turned to the said crowd and spoke, all of them looking back at him. Well, you heard what he said. Now, dish out some money, we'll need a lot of food. Scene break. December arrived, and it was yet another dull and inane defense against the dark arts lecture with Professor Umbridge teaching to the best of her ability, trying to impart crucial knowledge to the future of the British Isles magical community by silently sitting and ordering her students to read an impractical book with pointless ethical jargon. Umbridge looked up from her teacup filled with tea poured from a pink bottle gourd-shaped flask. She smiled pleasantly at the silent class with only the sound of pages turning and notes being scribbled from her class of 5th year Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Memorize well, children, she said with a thin smile curling up. I'll be taking a surprise test next week of all the things I have taught you till now. Yes, Professor Umbridge, said the students in unison like a group trained in synchronicity. Harry Potter sat at the back bench of the classroom, a popular seat in Umbridge's classes, as far away from the pink menace as it was physically possible. The fat cow never got up from her chair, glaring at Umbridge with intense hate in his eyes. He was feeling very much resentful towards Umbridge, greater than he had ever felt towards the woman. This year, he enjoyed only two things at Hogwarts: and Quidditch. The woman had sucked out all that made Hogwarts and left it feeling like a prison. If someone beat him half to death, Harry would give partial credit to Umbridge for the inception of the other thing being Quidditch. Umbridge had tried her best to take that away, and even though they were able to wrestle it back, she had imposed the petty educational decree number 25 and threw a bombarda into what seemed to be turning out to be a good season. His temper had been on an all-time high at the start of the year and had subsided for a while, was now back in full force, nay, it was stronger than before. And so he raised his hand. Umbridge caught the raised hand and spoke with her honey-dripping voice. Yes, dear. What is it? Are we going to be tested in our casting ability in this test? Asked Harry plainly, hiding all his true behind a facade. In the middle of the classroom, Hermione and Ivy were looking back towards the back seat at Harry with baffled expressions, wondering what Harry, who had not said a word in Umbridge's classes for 3 months, had raised his hand now. Hermione hurriedly grabbed Ivy's sleeve and tugged it hard. Cast a cheering charm or something. Hurry, quick, do it now before he does something stupid, she said. But it was too late. Umbridge's smile got wider as she said in reply, no dear, as I've been saying, there's no need for all of you to be casting spells and charms, so why would you need to be tested in your ability? Peter Pettigrew, said Harry. The quiet classroom somehow became more quieter than it was before as the entire class of 30 held their breath. What? Asked Umbridge. Peter Pettigrew, a trusted Death Eater of Voldemort. Everyone in the room showed varied reactions. That man escaped his prison and is now on the run. The Ministry tried to find him, but they were unsuccessful. What if Peter Pettigrew came after me? How would you expect me to defend myself if I can't cast spells? All eyes turned to Umbridge, who stood up and leaned toward them, her stubby-fingered hands splayed on her desk. Why would he come after you? Because he originally came after me. That day Voldemort killed my grandparents. They were after me. Then he paused, and I am the boy who lived, the one defeated Voldemort. Don't say that name, said Umbridge, hissing. Harry stood up. Everyone was staring at him. Seamus looked half scared, half fascinated. Harry, mate? No. Ron whispered in a warning voice, tugging at his sleeve, but Harry jerked his arm out of her reach. Voldemort is dead, according to the Ministry. What if Peter Pettigrew, a deranged Death Eater, who had been in the presence of Dementors, decides to take revenge and come after me? The boy who lived, who killed his master Voldemort, tried to kill me, said Harry with force. The Ministry will take care of. Ministry hasn't been able to take care of him for 2 years now. How am I supposed to feel safe after such a long time of ineptitude? How would I feel safe when a high-ranking Ministry employee such as yourself shivers at the name of a supposedly dead man? Detention, Mr. Potter, said Umbridge. She was so furious that her entire face had turned red. Tomorrow evening. 5 o'clock. My office. The Ministry of Magic guarantees that you are not in danger from any dark wizard. If you are still worried, by all means, come and see me outside class hours. If someone is alarming you with fibs about escaped dark wizard, I would like to hear about it. I am here to help. I am your friend. And now, you will kindly continue your reading. Professor Umbridge sat down behind her desk again, and so did Harry. Both were fuming in their chairs, red down to their necks. But after a while, Umbridge's face went blank. Then she said, in her softest, most sweetly girlish voice, "Come here, Mr. Potter, dear." Harry kicked his chair aside, strode around Ron and up to the teacher's desk. He could feel the rest of the class holding its breath. He felt so angry he did not care what happened next. Umbridge pulled a small roll of pink parchment out of her handbag, stretched it out on the desk, dipped her quill into a bottle of ink, and started scribbling, hunched over so that Harry could not see what she was writing. Nobody spoke. After a minute or so, she rolled up the parchment and tapped it with her wand. It sealed itself seamlessly so that he could not open it. "Take this to Professor McGonagall, dear," said Professor Umbridge, holding out the note to him. He took it from her without saying a word and left the room, not even looking back at Ron and Hermione, and slamming the classroom door shut behind him. He walked very fast along the corridor, the note to McGonagall clutched tight in his hand. When he reached her office, he rapped the door more aggressively than politely. The door flew open, and McGonagall emerged from her office, looking grim and slightly harassed. "What on earth was that rapping, Potter?" she snapped. "Why aren't you in class? I've been sent to see you." "Sent? What do you mean, sent?" He held out the note from Umbridge. McGonagall took it from him, frowning, slid it open with a tap of her wand, stretched it out, and began to read. Her eyes zoomed from side to side behind their square spectacles as she read what Umbridge had written, and with each line, they became narrower. "Come in here, Potter." He followed her inside her study. The door closed automatically behind him. "Well," said Professor McGonagall, rounding on him. "Is this true?" "Is what true?" Harry asked, rather more aggressively than he had intended. "Professor," he added in an attempt to sound more polite. "Is it true that you shouted at Professor Umbridge?" "Yes." "You called the ministry inept?" "Yes." "You told her that Peter Pettigrew might come to kill you?" "Yes." McGonagall sat down behind her desk, frowning at Harry. Then she said, "Have a biscuit, Potter." "Have what?" "Have a biscuit," she repeated impatiently, indicating a tartan tin of cookies lying on top of one of the piles of papers on her desk. "And sit down." There had been a previous occasion when Harry, expecting to be caned by McGonagall, had instead been appointed by her to the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He sank into a chair opposite her and helped himself to a ginger newt, feeling just as confused and wrong-footed as he had done on that occasion. Professor McGonagall set down Professor Umbridge's note and looked very seriously at Harry. "You had been very good, Potter. You had been good for more time than I thought you'd be," she said with a sigh. "I won't lie by saying that I didn't see this day coming." Harry swallowed his mouthful of ginger newt and stared at her. Her tone of voice was not at all what he was used to. It was not brisk, crisp, and stern. It was low and somehow much more human than usual. "What do you, Potter, use your common sense," snapped McGonagall, with an abrupt return to her usual manner. "You know where she comes from. You must know to whom she is reporting." The bell rang for the end of the lesson. Overhead and all around came the elephantine sounds of hundreds of students on the move. "It says here she's given you detention every evening this week, starting tomorrow," Professor McGonagall said, looking down at Umbridge's note. "Again. Every evening this week," Harry repeated, horrified. "But, Professor, couldn't you?" "No, I couldn't," said Professor McGonagall flatly. "But, she is your teacher and has every right to give you detention. This happened inside her classroom, so I can't even cancel it. You will go to her room at 5 o'clock tomorrow for the first one. Just remember, tread carefully around Dolores Umbridge." "But I was telling the truth," said Harry, outraged. "Wormtail could come after me. He was there that night. You know it. Professor Dumbledore knows it." "For heaven's sake, Potter," said Professor McGonagall, straightening her glasses angrily. She had winced horribly when he had used Voldemort's name. "Do you really think this is about truth or lies? It's about keeping your head down and your temper under control." She stood up, nostrils wide and mouth very thin, and he stood too. "Have another biscuit," she said irritably, thrusting the tin at him. "No, thanks," said Harry coldly. "Don't be ridiculous," she snapped. He took one. "Thanks," he said grudgingly. "Didn't you listen to Dolores Umbridge's speech at the start of term feast? Potter. At novel bin at. "Yeah," said Harry. "Yeah, she said progress will be prohibited or well, it meant that the Ministry of Magic is trying to interfere at Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall eyed him for a moment, then sniffed, walked around her desk, and held open the door for him. "Well, I'm glad you at least listened," she said, pointing him out of her office. Harry got up with the biscuit in hand and headed towards the door. "Oh, and Potter." He turned back to McGonagall. "Yes. She also you banned from Quidditch." "What?" Scene break. Quinn sat in the architect's vault, near a part of the wall. Above his hands floated a small replication of a portion of lock mechanism inside the vault's walls. It turned out that when one could see the lock mechanism from the inside with every single piece visible, it got so much easier to figure out how things worked and moving which parts would get the mechanism to open up. In this case, Quinn could see everything as such. He had no problem replicating a miniature version of the lock mechanism inside into one of the models in his hands. He then practiced on miniature hundreds of times to find the correct combination of moves he needed to make the first stone disc below the pedestal split and move to allow the pedestal to fall one level. Rinse and repeat for the remaining discs, and this will be over in a zilch, said Quinn with a smirk on his face and laugh in his voice. Architect must not have thought that someone would go this deep into Earth sensation. He. I'm indeed one good challenger. Now, let's do this. Quinn looked down at the miniature, and immediately, multiple parts started to move at once. Shafts moved, gears spun, links locked together, others snapped open, deadbolts snapped out of places. Every piece served a purpose, and Quinn knew every single one of them. Click, clack, and another tick, tack. Quinn smiled as he did some fancy jazz hands, and with every small solve, 2 pulleys with stone-linked chains pulled on the 2 sides of the miniature disc and pulled them apart. Voila! That's how it's done. He twirled on the spot to celebrate and did the running man before transmuting the miniature back into a block of stone. He had the layout and dimensions memorized by heart, and threw the stone block into his pockets. Now, let me show you how it's done. He placed his hands on the wall, exhaled deeply. His breath touched the wall as he closed his eyes and extended his magic into the stone. There was the usual fuzziness, but as Quinn adjusted his magic, his senses became clearer and clearer until he had the look of precisely the same thing as the miniature. Time for some magic. With the phrase, the magic began its charm. The grand pieces started to shift. The map in his mind shifted at the same time the actual gears inside the walls. The room vibrated, shook, trembled as the heavy stone pieces moved under the effects of Quinn's magic. After a long series of shifts, turns, twists, pulls, pushes, and a wide range of motions, Quinn opened his eyes and moved away from the wall. He looked down the floor as a tremor moved from the wall inwards to the pedestal until everything stopped, and with a huge boom, the pedestal sunk in one level. Quinn immediately looked to another part of the wall and saw an archway portion retreat inside a few inches, setting of dust as more tremors settled inside the room. That's too many tremors, damn it, said Quinn after everything was over. He smiled as he ran towards the newly revealed archway, but before he could even take a few steps, the teal ring on his hand abruptly glowed, making him stop in his track. What? Before he could form another thought, a stronger teal glowed from his back. Quinn's breath skipped a beat as he realized where the light was coming from. He immediately turned to see the murky teal entrance to the vault shrinking on itself, and within mere seconds, the teal had vanished, leaving behind the same simple wall just like those everywhere in the vault. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Quinn walked towards the entry/exit wall to the vault. The teal portal, which was ever-present no matter what he did inside the vault, had shrunk down on itself like someone had pulled the water plug in a sink, and all the glowing teal-colored water got sucked until there was no more, leaving behind the gray-colored rough wall. No, this isn't good. Quinn's palm went over to his forehead. This isn't good at all. What's the time? He fetched his pocket watch out of his pocket and glanced at the watch face and hands that showed the time midnight. 3 o'clock. How much is that? 14 and a half. I've got 14.5 hours, said Quinn after calculation as he started paced around the vault. Today was a Tuesday, day changed to Wednesday at midnight, and because 6th year Ravenclaws didn't have astronomy lessons at midnight today, Quinn was able to start his nightly vault escapades well before midnight. There was a reason why Quinn preferred to do his vault work in the night, as no one would come looking if he went occupied for hours. This was also the reason why Quinn had to carefully manage his time during both his expeditions of both the aquatic vault and underground vault, as he preferred to go in the Great Lake and Forbidden Forest in the evenings while there was still light. Umbridge's class is at 3, he muttered quietly. I have to get out of here and go back before that? Quinn's class timetable tomorrow had him attending arithmancy, charms, ancient runes, history of magic, and defense against the dark arts in that order. Fortunately for him, there was no potions class, and defense against the dark arts was his last lesson at 3 o'clock. He was a prefect and an outstanding student. As such, he could skip one class in every subject, and no professor would mind except potions with Snape and defense against the dark arts with Umbridge, as neither of the two gave rat's ass who Quinn was and what his track record was. He would get detentions from both if he missed class without valid justification, which he didn't have in this case. Quinn was 100% fine with scrubbing potion cauldrons in detentions with Snape, but no way in hell was he going to offer himself up to Umbridge, so she could waste his time for hours on end every day for months. The vindictive woman would definitely go that far. So he needed to get out of the vault in time to get to Umbridge's class to retain his freedom. Even if he ate one of the Weasley twins' purposely sickness-inducing products as an excuse, everything would be for naught if he couldn't get to Madame Pomfrey, who was needed to sign off on sick notes for which he needed to get out of this vault. Luna, I've to contact Luna. Quinn reached into his pocket and took out a leather bracelet with a silver plate, the same kind that Luna wore on her wrist all the time and was connected to this one through the protean charm. I'm busy. Why? Not attend class. Tell ENM to say not well, sleep in dorm. He wrote on the silver and then made it so that it stayed till Luna replied back in the morning. Hopefully, that will do the job, Quinn said, putting back the bracelet into his pocket. Trust the bro code. Trust the bro code. He turned back towards the inside the vault and took in the room. The now shorter pedestal column and the visible archway inside the wall. His magic surged out from his core, flowed out from his legs, and rippled into every corner of the vault. Illusion magic laid its charm over his own eyes, and now he could see the entire layout of the hidden lock mechanism in yellow. "Let's get started," he said somberly. Time was of the essence. Quinn glanced towards the right, and a part of the lock mechanism lost its yellow color and dulled into a muddy and barely visible brown. It was the part of the mechanism responsible for the first disc. 8 more to go. Quinn took out the block of rock used for miniature, and with a wave of magic, it turned into yet another series of intricately connected pieces of the mechanism. He sat down on the ground with his feet crossed and stared at the miniature floating in his hands. Disc 2, combination number 194, simulation start. The moment the sentence left his mouth, the miniature stone gears started to move rapidly for the first 10 seconds, but after that, with each passing second, the movement got slower, more deliberate, more careful, and seemed to demand more Quinn's mind real estate than before. Clack! The sound of stone colliding with stone stopped all the movements in the miniature. Combination number 194 failed, said Quinn without a hint of frustration. He had already gone through this enough times. The stone miniature turned to dust which floated around his hand for a second before it rushed back to solid. It was reset into the initial position before Quinn had moved it around. Disc 2, combination #195, he said once again, and the trial and error with the knowledge of 194 failures behind. Disc 2, combination #238, said Quinn, and for a whole 15 seconds, the mechanism moved at high speed before once again slowing down and finally getting stuck at a point equating to failure. But this time, Quinn didn't immediately start with the following combination in mind and closed his eyes to think about the 238 failures. Every combination he had spun flashed in his mind as his eyes raced behind his eyes. He didn't open his eyes, but the miniature turned to dust and reset back to state 0, and started to parts spun slowly, irregularly, some even rolling back a couple steps back before going a different way, and after 3 full minutes, the chains connected to the two sides of disc were pulled, and the disc was pulled apart into 2 clean hemispheres. Disc 2, combination number 239, success, said Quinn before slamming his fist into the ground, sending a flooding surge of magic into stone. The room once again began shaking with tremors as the real-life pieces of mechanisms began moving under the commands of Quinn's magic. Eventually, after a minute of tremors, the pedestal sank in a level deeper, and the archway shifted deeper inside the wall. Quinn got up and ran to the archway site, and as he expected, a slight gap in the floor had revealed itself. It was just big enough for Quinn to shoot light inside and find it was a staircase. He muttered as he looked at what seemed to be the first step of a staircase that went down. If I keep solving the mechanism, the archway will continue to shift inside. I need to solve this. The key to the exit must be down the stairs. He extended his sense into the stair, and it was just a solid block of stone, but there was a magical interference that restricted his sense from going past the first step. He turned away from the hidden stairs and looked at the portion of the mechanism responsible for the second disc plate, and his illusion turned it to the murky brown for his eyes. Onto the third disc, sighed Quinn as he looked at the miniature that was already in the third form. This is going to take a while. Quinn had already solved the first portion before coming into the vault today and had good progress with the second portion that allowed him to completely solve it in around 35 minutes, but the third was a brand new territory. He had to start from scratch. No time to waste. He sat down and got back to work. Scene break. The sun slowly rose from the horizon, gently shedding its light over everything and anything that stood below it. The birds chirped at the advent of the morning, and even the plants seemed to bloom up in the presence of glorious sun that provided them with life. In Quinn, Marcus, and Eddie's dorm room, a ray of sunlight sifted through a crack in the curtains and slowly crept over Eddie's bed, gradually making its way towards his closed eyes as he sprawled on his bed in slumber. Soon, the lone ray of sunlight did its solemn duty to hit the eyes of everyone who dared to have their curtains open even by mistake. Eddie's brow furrowed as the light disturbed his lidded eyes, so he shifted in bed just to face directly towards the curtain, allowing the light's job to get easier. The furrow deepened by the second until Eddie was full-on frowning, and his eyes couldn't take it anymore, so they set off the internal alarm of discomfort and sent the signal. He sat upon his bed with a rushed jerk as the mumble "burn the toad" escaped his mouth. For a whole minute, Eddie's entire upper body leaned forward as he sat on the bed before he groggily moved his feet off the bed and got up like a stringless puppet. He stumbled his way into the bathroom with a change of clothes clutched messily in his left hand and his right ruffling his messy bed hair into more of a mess. After the sound of a flush, running tap water, and ruffling of clothes, Eddie Carmichael exited the bathroom with exercise clothes, open eyes, clean teeth, and a washed face. He threw his bedtime clothes into a hamper, wore his shoes, and was grabbing his wand from his bedside when he noticed. Where did Quinn go? Eddie looked at the clock that hung in their room to see if he was late, but that wasn't the case. He must be down at the common room, said Eddie guessing, and after making sure everything was ready, he climbed down the dorm stairs and entered out into the common room. I'm ready, let's go. But Quinn wasn't in the common room either. Thinking that Quinn must have left early, Eddie exited the common room and jogged down to their usual spot, but even after waiting 10 minutes, Quinn didn't come. Eddie ran their usual route with a frown on his face to see if he could find Quinn somewhere along the route, but the result was the same. Quinn wasn't to be found. Where did he go? Around the same time, Quinn was sitting in Architect's room holding one of the pillars as the room shook as if it was being hit by a severe magnitude earthquake. When it finally stopped, Quinn got up and walked a couple steps to reach the archway, and the archway had moved almost a foot. He silently stared at the slowly revealing staircase as the illusion he cast on himself once again turned a part of the mechanism to murky brown. Now, I've to find which part of the remaining is for the fourth disc plate and then figure out how to open it, he thought, not choosing to speak at all, and then walked to the middle of the room so that he could get a good look of every part of the room. 6:30 a.m. Scene break. Hey, do you know where Quinn is? Asked Eddie to Marcus as the latter walked out of the bathroom, ready to go to the Great Hall for breakfast. No, I don't. Why? Asked Marcus. He wasn't there when I woke up today, and neither was he down in the grounds, said Eddie as he fixed his hair in the mirror. Did you go to the office? Yeah, but it was locked. Room of requirement. No, I didn't go there. Well, he'll turn up, said Marcus, shrugging. Let's go, breakfast is about to start. Both boys walked down to the common and saw Luna sitting in an armchair with a pencil and parchment in her hand, scribbling on it. Let's go, Luna, said Marcus. Luna looked up from her parchment and handed her leather and silver bracelet to Marcus. Isn't this, said Marcus, recognizing the bracelet. He looked at the silver and read, I'm busy. Will not attend classes. Tell Eddie and Marcus to say that I'm not feeling well and sleeping. Where did he got busy this early in the morning? Said Eddie. I don't know, said Maris, but well, he's asking us to tell the professors that he won't be attending. We'll do that. Even to bitch? Asked Eddie. Never said we have to say it first if she forgets that Quinn is absent. Yeah, not going to happen, that. No way bitch forgets Quinn. He must have something in mind, said Marcus, figuring that Quinn must have some rule in the code of conduct that allowed him to get away from Umbridge without punishment. Let's hope that's true. We can't have him doing detentions. If they only knew the truth. Ha 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 ha, I solved it, laughed Quinn as he watched the pedestal sink deeper as the room shook harder than ever. It took some time to isolate what part belonged to the fourth disc, but he figured that it would be easier to solve when he found the portion, as Quinn had 3 portions under his belt, and he had begun to see patterns that the architect liked to use. Stigward Grag might have planned this intricate lock, but he was still human, and human loved patterns. Quinn even went as far as to isolate the 5th and 6th portions so that he could leave the solving instead of identification for later. But it turned out that the mechanism portion for the 4th was twice as large as the previous 3, marking the complexity of the 4th portion higher than the first 3. In the end, Quinn was still able to charge ahead and really apply himself to solve the 4th. Now, on to the 5th. He was about to change the color of the 4th portion, but Quinn noticed something strange in the placement of the mechanism portions. The 4th and 5th are connected together, said Quinn, his voice trailer longer and slower as thoughts clicked in his mind together. The 4th and 5th had now fused together to become the part of the new, bigger, more complex mechanism portion. It was 4 times as big as any of the first 3 ones. 8 a.m. Scene break. Quinn West said Septima Vector, calling out for her arithmancy classes roll call, and was about to automatically put a tick in front of the attendance parchment when her hand stopped as she didn't hear a response. Septima Vector looked up from the attendance with bewilderment. It was for the first time in 4 years that she hadn't heard a call back when she had said that name. Quinn West, she said again, looking around the class, but Septima couldn't find the face she was looking for. What she did find was Marcus Belbly's raised hand as he sat beside Eddie Carmichael. While Quinn took every class besides Muggle Studies and Divination, Eddie left behind Muggle Studies, Divination, and Astronomy as part of his Newt-level curriculum. On the other hand, Marcus left out Divination and Astronomy from his. Both had outstanding in their potions owls to pass Snape's ridiculous Newt standards. Though they were contemplating if they should drop care with Hagrid back and Wilhelmina Grubbly plank out as the substitute professor. Yes, Mr. Belby, asked Septima Vector, expecting an answer about Quinn's whereabout given the common knowledge about the Ravenclaw trio of best friends. Quinn isn't feeling well today, so he's resting in the dorm, Professor, said Marcus. Oh my, is he all right? Asked Septima. Yes, Professor. He just needs a little rest, that's all, said Marcus. I see, then I hope he'll feel well soon, said Septima, and even though Quinn was absent from the class, she ticked him present to not let the perfect attendance get broken. Disc 5, combination number 58 failed, said Quinn, grunting with frustration. Disc 5, combination number 59. Simulation start, he said as he looked at the ticking pocket watch sitting on the ground in front of him. 9:10 a.m. Scene break. What did you say? Squeaked Flitwick as he almost fell off his stack of books. Can you please repeat that? Quinn ain't coming. He's not feeling well, said Eddie, repeating his words. I should go see him, said Flitwick, worried about his star student. It was the first time since Quinn dunked himself in a freezing potion cauldron that Quinn West had even missed a class. Please don't do that, Professor, said Eddie, keeping his voice plain as Marcus shook his head repeatedly by his side in support. Quinn is sleeping. Going to our room would wake him up from sleep. He's a very light sleeper. Even someone entering the room would wake him up, so let's leave him be. I see, said Flitwick as he ticked Quinn as present on his attendance sheet. I'll drop by before curfew to see if he's awake and find how he is feeling. At novel bin at. Take that, you dumb architect. I did it. It only took me 2 hours. Just 2 hours, yelled Quinn, celebrating what seemed to be a needlessly complex lock mechanism. But then he turned to the walls, and his smile dropped as he watched the newly converted 4th and 5th mechanism potion merge with the 6th to create a humongously annoying mechanism series. He silently screamed as he raised his hand to replicate the new 6th portion into a miniature. 10:10 a.m. Scene break. By lunchtime, everyone knew that Quinn was sick and resting, and somehow it had turned into this big thing that everyone had talked about at least once. And somehow, it had turned a colossal snowball that Quinn West was fighting for his life against some dark curse. "How do you think he's doing?" asked Astoria, worried. "Astoria, the rumors are exaggerated. Given that he's in his dorm room and not with Madame Pomfrey, I'm sure he'll be fine," said Daphne comfortingly, but she was a little bit concerned for Quinn's health. A little part of her mind was thinking if she could get into the Ravenclaw dorms without anyone knowing. "I'm back." The Greengrass sisters turned to see Tracy sit down beside them. "What did Eddie say?" asked Astoria. "It's nothing serious, he says," said Tracy. "He said that Quinn is just tired and needs to rest to get rid of the fatigue so he isn't cursed by a dark curse," she said, eyeing Astoria teasingly. "It could have happened?" "You don't know," said Astoria definitely. "Wait till I tell Quinn," said Tracy, grinning. "I'm sure he'll be very interested in this entire thing." "That is true," said Daphne softly, smiling. She could imagine him talking about the mystery of the Hogwarts rumor mill. Quinn stared at the partially revealed staircase under the archway. He had just solved the 6th portion, and the archway was pushed deeper inside. "This is big enough," he muttered. "Aha, big enough for a raven." He immediately transformed into his animagus form and walked on his 2 talons into the staircase and then fly jumped down the stairs just to come across a dead end. "Of course, no shortcut here," said Quinn after getting out. "I guess I would need to use that to solve portions 7 to 9. He sat down and closed his eyes and brought up his occlumency to the limit. The efficiency aspect allowed Quinn to think faster and even do multitasking at an absurd level, but that was only for simple tasks and a certain level of casting. He hadn't tried to efficiency aspect for anything this complicated and didn't know if it would work or he would just ending up getting confused. "But, it's now or never. Where were you?" asked Eddie in a rushed whisper as soon as Quinn sat down beside him in the Defense Against the Dark art classroom. "I spent half an hour in the morning running around in the grounds looking for you. I got busy last night and didn't return to the dorm," said Quinn back in a whisper. Quinn grabbed his shoulder and stretched his neck. "Ugh, my neck hurts. All-nighters are seriously not my scene." He grimaced a bit. "Should have conjured a chair or something." "What were you doing exactly?" asked Marcus. Quinn sighed tiredly, solving a puzzle, a massive troublesome puzzle with a clock on it. Umbridge, who had finally calmed herself down from broken expectations and fantastical dreams, entered the classroom, and the class went mum-silent as she preferred in her classroom. Eddie and Marcus also left Quinn alone, took out their books, and started reading the book without Umbridge's prompt. Quinn, also for once, took out his book and began pretending to read it. He needed some quiet and peace to nurse his throbbing head. It was killing him. He used thought acceleration to cut down on time to solve the needlessly long mechanism for the last 3 mechanisms. "That dem Stigward Grag. The sheer nerve to lock me inside there," thought Quinn while cursing the architect, but he stopped and squeezed his eyes shut because his head hurt harder. While he was able to barely get out on time, and the thought acceleration gambit had worked, it wasn't a complete success. Back inside to Architect's vault. Quinn stared at the 7th portion of the mechanism, then shifted his eyes to the 8th portion before moving to the last and final 9th portion. "Bastard," he cursed. "How does this even classify as a lock mechanism?" In traditional vault locks, one needed to work a dial, or a multiple, as the interface to the entire hidden mechanism. But here in the Architect's vault, there was no such single interface that Quinn could work off. Every portion of the mechanism needed to be worked on from multitudes of angles, and every different than the previous one. The complexity rose beyond traditional locks just with that. "And now, you're asking me to solve 3 portions at the same time." In front of him, he could see 3 final portions of the mechanism, and the catch was there clear to see. 3 portions were connected to each other, and they weren't connected like the previous 3, 4th, 5th, and 6th. A part of 7th, then shift to the 9th to unlock the part of 8, which then will unlock the next part of the 7th. What kind of requirement is that? Quinn realized that he would need at least 3 hours to get past this if he got working the very second, but he didn't have that time. Quinn only had an hour to figure this out and hoped that after solving all 9 portions, the teal portal back to Hogwarts would reappear so he could make it in time for Umbridge's class. Alright, then it's time to bring out the big guns. He closed his eyes, and his magic began gently flowing into his brain and mindscape. The efficiency aspect of occlumency was the part of Quinn's occlumency that he worked on every day without fail. But there was a catch in the form that he devoted that daily time to increase the immersion on his everyday memories, in the form of memory books, to increase his retention. The part of the efficiency aspect he needed today was thought acceleration and parallel thought processing. Quinn was good at thought acceleration as he used it passively in addition to some classic techniques to extract knowledge from books. But when it came to parallel thought processing, Quinn didn't train this part as much as he did other things. He could control around control pens in the upper 10s and make them write simultaneously, use it in some more complex than normal spell casting, but this was a much more complex task than any of them. Quinn wasn't sure if this would work. If he split his mind to think parallelly on multiple parts of the interconnected mechanism, then if one of those thoughts ended up going wrong, every thought process would suffer because of the wrong input. That problem then would snowball into a big mess in no time, as he would have to roll back to the error that he didn't know because, in Quinn's mind, every process was going correctly. Then there's the stress this will put on me, he thought while pursing his lips. He hadn't used parallel thought processing on a task with this level of complexity. As such, there was going to be a considerable amount of stress on his mind with a clock on how long he could keep it without injuring himself. Okay, let's do this and hope the architects isn't happy in the afterlife. And then Quinn got to work. Quinn breathed deeply once and settled his back into the backrest of the chair, something he wouldn't be seen doing even if he wasn't dead tired. The last 3 discs that stopped the pedestal from going inside came out unlocking simultaneously, and the pedestal went entirely into the floor, with the top coming down just to the floor level. The archway completely sunk deep into the wall, revealing a complete set of stairs with an empty, unguarded, doorway leading to somewhere Quinn didn't bother to check because the second the pedestal went entirely into the ground, the teal portal reappeared, and he rushed out without giving it a single second of thought. Quinn rose out of his thoughts and looked up when he heard Umbridge speak up his name. Mr. West, I heard you've not been feeling today. How are you feeling today? Asked Umbridge, sounding extremely pleasant. Quinn purposely smiled a bit weakly as he responded, I was feeling a bit faint in the morning, Professor, but I felt well enough, so I came to attend your class. It's one of my favorite classes after all. Umbridge's smile cramped for a split second, but she recovered it quick enough before anyone could notice it and smiled widely than before. That's good to hear, dear. Health is paramount and should always come first, she said. If you're not feeling that your nude classes are too stressful, how about giving that silly little club of your a rest and focus that time in resting? Everyone in the classroom ducked their heads a little. If there was one thing clear in everyone's mind about Quinn West, then it was that he would drop classes in his curriculum before he would stop Aid. At this point, Aid and Quinn West were synonymous. Thank you for your concern, Professor, but I think I'll be just fine with what I'm doing now. But I do have something in mind, said Quinn, smiling. Would you like to share it with the class, Mr. West? Asked Umbridge. Of course. If the Ministry doesn't think we would have the need to cast spells because we are perfectly safe without them, then how about we exclude defense against the dark arts from the Hogwarts curriculum altogether, said Quinn, sending murmurs through the room. I know why you're here, Professor, he said. Umbridge narrowed her eyes. What do you mean, Mr. West? I mean you're here because Hogwarts couldn't find an adequate teacher for the defense against the dark arts post, so the Ministry sent you here, said Quinn, but before coming here, you were the senior undersecretary to the Minister. I am still the senior undersecretary to the Minister, said Umbridge, cutting. As I was saying, your position in the Ministry seems to be very important, so if we do away with the defense against the dark arts subject, you would be free from Hogwarts and return to your much important position back at Ministry, where I'm sure you're needed more than you're needed here. There was pin-drop silence in the room as everyone forgot to breathe as they waited for Umbridge's answer. Mr. West, defense against the dark arts has been a part of Hogwarts since its inception by the founders. She saw Quinn raise his hand up. Yes, Mr. West. Some old habits will be retained, and rightly so, whereas others, outmoded and outworn, must be abandoned. Let us move forward, then, into a new era of openness, effectiveness, and accountability, intent on preserving what ought to be preserved, perfecting what needs to be perfected, and pruning wherever we find practices that ought to be prohibited, said Quinn, reciting verbatim from his memory. Professor, didn't you say this during your first address to the student body? Isn't this the perfect example of what must be abandoned and pruned? He asked. Umbridge went silent, and her smile too dimmed a level. It was indeed what she had said after the sorting ceremony. How was she supposed to reply to Quinn that she wasn't here to teach but to keep an eye on Dumbledore, and if this position was done away with, she wouldn't have a reason to be here. High Inquisitor would turn into an auditing role, and she would have to return to the Ministry after giving her recommendation. I will give it a thought, Mr. West, said Umbridge quietly. Please do so, said Quinn, smiling. No one in the class raised a peep with regards to the topic because, in their heads, no defense against the dark was much better than having it but with Umbridge. And the majority in the school were just worried about their owl and newt. If you took away a subject from the grading, then there was no reason for them to study as they simply weren't interested. After that conversation, no one spoke a single word in the class. It was only after the class did people started to chatter. What was that all about? Asked Eddie. Quinn yawned before answered. She gave me a suggestion about Aid. I simply returned the favor by suggesting something about her job. He stretched his arms up and spoke. I'm going to visit the professors to show my face and apologize for missing the classes, then head to the kitchen to grab something to eat. After that, I'm retiring for the day and go to sleep. It's only 3, said Marcus. I don't care. I want to be in bed by 5 and then sleep at least 12 hours. I deserve it. He had broken through the first room of the architect's vault. Scene break. That day after Quinn went to sleep in his bed, away from the worries of the world, Harry Potter bade his friend goodbye and set off for Umbridge's office on the 3rd floor. When he knocked on the door, she said, "Come in," in a sugary voice. He entered cautiously, looking around. He had known this office under 3 of its previous occupants. In the days when Gilderoy Lockhart had lived here, it had been plastered in beaming portraits of its owner. When Lupin had occupied it, one would likely meet some fascinating dark creature in a cage or tank if you came to call. In the imposter Moody's days, it had been packed with various instruments and artifacts to detect concealment. Now, however, it looked totally unrecognizable. The surfaces had all been draped in lacy covers and cloths. There were several vases full of dried flowers, each residing on its own doily, and on one of the walls was a collection of ornamental plates, each decorated with a sizable technicolored kitten wearing a different bow around its neck. These were so foul that Harry stared at them, transfixed, until Umbridge spoke again. "Good evening, Mr. Potter. At novel bin at." Harry started and looked around. At first, he had not noticed her because she was wearing a flowered set of robes that blended only too well with the tablecloth on the desk behind her. "Evening," he said stiffly, keeping down the anger about the Quidditch ban that arose from seeing Umbridge. "Well, sit down," she said, pointing toward a small table draped in lace beside which she had drawn up a straight-backed chair. A piece of blank parchment lay on the table, apparently waiting for Harry. Said Harry, without moving. "Professor Umbridge, before we start, I wanted to ask you a favor." Her bulging eyes narrowed. "Oh yes. Well, I'm on the Gryffindor Quidditch team." Harry had to try once. "I was wondering if you'd lift the ban after my detention is over." He knew long before he reached the end of his sentence that it was no good. "Oh no," said Umbridge, smiling so widely that she looked as though she had just swallowed a particularly juicy fly. "Oh no. This is your punishment for spreading evil, nasty, attention-seeking stories, Mr. Potter, and punishments certainly cannot be adjusted to suit the guilty one's convenience. No, you will come here at 5 o'clock tomorrow, and the next day, and on Friday too, and you will do your detentions as planned. I think it is rather a good thing that you are missing something you really want to do. It ought to reinforce the lesson I am trying to teach you." Harry felt the blood surge to his head and heard a thumping noise in his ears. So he told evil, nasty, attention-seeking stories, did he? She was watching him with her head slightly to one side, still smiling widely, as though she knew exactly what he was thinking and was waiting to see whether he would start shouting again. With a massive effort, Harry looked away from her, dropped his schoolbag beside the straight-backed chair, and sat down. Umbridge watched him with her head slightly to one side, still smiling widely, as though she knew exactly what he was thinking and was waiting to see whether he would start shouting again. She hoped Harry would shout again so she could deal a harsher punishment on him. She herself was feeling quite angry today because of a spoiled rich brat and needed to relieve her stress. After all, stress wasn't good for health, and health was paramount. "There," said Umbridge sweetly, "we're getting better at controlling our temper already, aren't we? Now, you are going to be doing some lines for me, Mr. Potter. No, not with your quill," she added, as Harry bent down to open his bag. "You're going to be using a rather special one of mine. Here you are." She handed him a long, thin black quill with an unusually sharp point. "I want you to write, 'I must respect my betters,'" she told him softly. "How many times?" Harry asked with a creditable imitation of politeness. "Oh, as long as it takes for the message to sink in," said Umbridge sweetly. "Off you go." She moved over to her desk, sat down, and bent over a stack of parchment that looked like essays for marking. Harry raised the sharp black quill and then realized what was missing. "You haven't given me any ink," he said. "Oh, you won't need ink," said Umbridge with the merest suggestion of a laugh in her voice. Harry placed the point of the quill on the paper and wrote, "I must respect my betters." He let out a gasp of pain. The words had appeared on the parchment in what appeared to be shining red ink. At the same time, the words had appeared on the back of Harry's right hand, cut into his skin as though traced there by a scalpel. Yet even as he stared at the shining cut, the skin healed over again, leaving the place where it had been slightly redder than before but relatively smooth. Harry looked around at Umbridge. She was watching him, her wide, toad-like mouth stretched in a smile. "Yes, nothing," said Harry quietly. He looked back at the parchment, placed the quill upon it once more, wrote "I must respect my betters," and felt the searing pain on the back of his hand for a second time. Once again the words had been cut into his skin, once again they healed over seconds later. And on it went. Again and again, Harry wrote the words on the parchment in what he soon realized was not ink but his own blood. And again, the words were cut into the back of his hand, healed, and then reappeared the next time he set quill to parchment. Darkness fell outside Umbridge's window. Harry did not ask when he would be allowed to stop. He did not even check his watch. He knew she was watching him for signs of weakness, and he was not going to show any, not even if he had to sit here all night, cutting open his own hand with this quill. "Come here," said Umbridge, after what seemed hours. He stood up. His hand was stinging painfully. When he looked down at it, he saw that the cut had healed, and his skin was a rosy red color. "Hand?" asked Umbridge. Harry extended his hand. Umbridge took it in her own. Harry repressed a shudder as she touched him with her thick, stubby fingers on which she wore a number of ugly old rings. She would have made Harry write more and really etch the words on his hand, but this was going to be the limit with his mother here in Hogwarts and James Potter being an Auror and a member of Wizengamot. This will do. Please return tomorrow, and we will do something fun again," said Umbridge smiling. Harry left her office without a word. The school was quite deserted. It was surely past midnight. He walked slowly up the corridor then, when he had turned the corner and was sure that she would not hear him, broke into a run. His hand wasn't injured, but he could still remember the pain and could even imagine as if his hand was cut right now. He remembered the look of joy she had on her face every time he winced. He absolutely hated it. After half a day of sleep to recover from the high stress and high performance all-nighter, Quinn felt refreshed and free from the nagging irritation that one felt when one wanted to sleep but couldn't. He sat behind his desk, back straight once again. The patent smile returned to his face, staring at the boy who sat in front of him, looking mightily confused. Why did you call me here? He asked. I heard you went to Umbridge's detention yesterday, said Quinn and watched as Harry tensed up. What did she make you do? Nothing much, just some lines, said Harry, not revealing how those lines were written. Come on, Potter, you reek of blood, said Quinn bluntly, causing Harry to stiffen up more and showed a look of bewilderment. What? Said Harry. Quinn simply sighed. He couldn't see any scarring on Harry's hands, but that didn't mean he couldn't see the usage of blood quill on him. To him, a practitioner of blood magic, there was a strange linger of blood in the air around Harry. She made you do something out of ordinary, didn't she? Quinn couldn't outright tell him he knew about the blood quill because without the knowledge he had, nothing pointed out to the usage of one, even he wasn't that good. Come on, be a lamb and tell me, what did she do to you? Harry remained silent but continued to stare at Quinn, observing him and figuring out what Quinn was after. Quinn didn't say anything for a while, staring back, letting Harry take a good look. You don't trust Dumbledore, do you, Harry? Said Quinn abruptly, startling the boy who lived, and neither do you trust the professors. Am I right? There was still no response from Harry, but Quinn could see that his words had hit home. Even though Harry hadn't gone through as tough of a time as that in the original timeline, he still had to face some harsh times while in Hogwarts. He had suffered through the same whispers and isolation during the Heir of Slytherin debacle. The slander cycle during the Triwizard Tournament wasn't as severe as that in the original, but it was still turned Harry into a pariah for a good part of the year. Finally, this year, plenty of students weren't happy with what Dumbledore was doing because of what Harry had said and were swept by the Ministry's smear campaign on both. But the crux of the matter was that this Harry Potter wasn't as forgiving as the original one. He wasn't brought up in the Dursley household but in one with good parenting. The amount of disrespect Harry had faced in his years at Hogwarts had affected his outlook on various things more than he showed. You don't want to go to your mother because you fear that she might lose her job if she goes against Umbridge, said Quinn, and your father isn't an option because of the stress he might be feeling by working in the heart of Ministry in the Auror's office with smear campaign going on in full force. Am I right? He asked. Harry finally relented and nodded in agreement. There was a part of him that was simply being stubborn for the sake of sticking it to Umbridge, but the other part of him felt trapped because he thought that there were no options for him. She made me use some sort of quill that drew blood by making cuts on my hand, said Harry with a sigh and shared his experience of what it felt like write lines with the quill Umbridge provided. He spoke while gently rubbing the phantom cuts on the front of his hand. What you used is known as a blood quill. Quinn was more than happy to provide the knowledge. Well, at least a form of blood quill. What do you mean by a form blood quill? Asked Harry. They're rarely used, so you might not know, but blood quills are used to sign documents with the blood of a signee as the binding agent. Blood, after all, was the part of the human body tied closest to magic. People are averse in signing magical documents, much less magical documents that ask for blood as the binding agents. Literally, no one wants to sign those, but you see, blood quills don't cause wounds like the one you used. They simply feel like a needle drawing blood. Even that wound is instantly healed, and standard blood quill draws blood only once because not much is needed to sign your name. I'm assuming that was a custom-made torture device and something very dark and very, very illegal. A blood quill wasn't a traditional torture device as it required the target to willingly subject themselves to the pain by continuing to write. At novel bin at. She must have made it herself, thought Quinn. All of this doesn't matter, said Harry. I can't go to anyone with this. But you can go to literally anyone with this, said Quinn. Sure, if you go now, it won't do much. There's no conclusive proof that Umbridge used a modified blood quill on you. Your hand isn't injured, and I only noticed because of the lingering magic, which is already pretty much faded. Even if it was strong, nothing is tying it to Umbridge because first, you wrote the line using the quill on your own accord, and second, it's from a magical item and not from Umbridge's wand. In the end, it's useless. Or you can lend me some of your time and effort to build a case against Umbridge that would, without doubt, nail her on the head so bad she wouldn't be able to hold her head high in the Ministry, much less stay at Hogwarts, said Quinn. Harry was skeptical at the proposition. He couldn't think of a way in which Umbridge would get punished. Without the presence of any proof, it would be his word against Umbridge's, and currently, the value of his word was at an all-time low. Even if his father and Sirius rallied in the Wizengamot, the strength of the Light faction was flying low because of the defamation that Dumbledore was facing. What do you have in mind? Harry asked nevertheless. Quinn smiled, opened a drawer, and took out a small vial with pale green liquid inside. He placed it on the table right in front of Harry. If you take this before you go to detention, you won't feel pain while the blood quill cuts into your hand. Day after day of bloodletting is also not good for health, so if you take this, it'll also increase your body's rate of blood replenishment, said Quinn. So you want me to keep attending detention? That's your solution, said Harry, not seeing how that would help. Quinn nodded and reached into the same drawer to pull out a small square box that could fit in the palm of the hand but big enough that one couldn't hide it by closing their fist around it. What's that? Asked Harry. That's one of my latest inventions. It's the smallest video recorder, a SPCAM to be precise, said Quinn, sounding all hype of a sudden. It has a shrunken down film roll inside on which we can record a video, and I have made it in such a way that it can record for hours upon hours of footage, which we then can expand down to full size and play on any projector. The truth was that Quinn had already found a way to record videos on things other than film rolls, which was the only way to record video which wasn't electronic. But he had to create a recorder that used photograph film rolls because if he introduced something new, there was a possibility that it would be kicked out as evidence. All I need you to do is to sneakily drop this in her room, and I'll take care of it after it. This will record her office when she's in her office, whenever you're in there for your detention, and whenever anyone is there for their detentions inside the walls of her office, where she feels safe and thinks no one is watching. We will be watching. Her every misdeed will be for us to see. So, are you willing to do this? Quinn added at the end. Will this work? Asked Harry. Absolutely. If we can provide the Auror's office with proof against Umbridge, they would literally put it as the top priority and direct all their available resources to her case. A court is a place of law, sure it's full of deception and manipulation, but in the end, if there's one thing that can ensure justice is proof and evidence. If one can provide enough proof, and present it decently, then the guilty party will get what's coming for them. Umbridge, with Fudge's support, will be a tough cookie to crack, but if we present overwhelming proof and put Amelia Bones as the prosecutor, then she will be deep trouble. All right, let's do it then, said Harry. I'll give you footage of 2 weeks of writing lines. Perfect, said Quinn smiling. Let's catch a toad. The two shook hands, and the deal was set. After Harry left, Quinn looked at the table, which was missing both the tiny video recorder and the potion vial. Harry had taken both of them. There was no need to include Harry in the plan. Quinn could have installed the camera by himself, and even now, he would be breaking into Umbridge's office with recon to change the film reels. But he wanted Harry's detention to go well in Umbridge's eyes. She would definitely whip out the blood quill on everyone if she thought she could get away with torturing the boy who lived. And that's what he wanted, for Umbridge to become relaxed and use the blood quill on every student she gave detention to. This way, he would have the overwhelming evidence he was looking for. Dolores Umbridge. I would take her out of the ministry altogether. It's time for her to retire, he thought with a smile. But to think he didn't think of collecting himself, Quinn said, wondering about Harry's lack of action, but maybe that makes sense. His father is an Auror after all. Aurors were essentially a mix of police detectives and armed forces of a magical community. They faced deaths, murders, homicides of magical and non-magical people caused by magical means regularly, and it wasn't strange that many Aurors chose not to share their work with their family members, especially not with children. And with the way the British schooling system was set up, the children from the tender age of 11 only got to stay at home for at most 3 months spread throughout the year because of the boarding school policy at Hogwarts. Any sensible parent who worked as an Auror or hit wizard wouldn't share some hard facts with their children when they were younger than 11 because, after that, they were barely home long enough except during the summer break. So it wasn't strange that James Potter didn't get enough time with his children to get past spending quality time with his children during their summer breaks and teach him some tips and tricks. Let's get to work. Quinn got up and headed into his workshop. There were many preparations to be made for this thing to go smoothly. Scene break. At 5 o'clock that evening, Harry knocked on Umbridge's office door for what he sincerely hoped would be the final time, was told to enter, and did so. The blank parchment lay ready for him on the lace-covered table, the pointed black quill beside it. You know what to do, Mr. Potter, said Umbridge, smiling sweetly over at him. Harry picked up the quill and glanced around the office. It was as repulsive as yesterday. He couldn't wrap his head around how someone could like a decor like this. If he just shifted his chair an inch or so to the right, on the pretext of shifting himself closer to the table, he managed it. Now his left hand was just at the edge of the table, and if he let it dangle, it would be as far as Umbridge he could possibly be in his current seating position. I must respect my betters, Harry wrote. The cut in the back of his right hand opened and began to bleed afresh. I must respect my betters. The cut dug deeper, but unlike yesterday it didn't hurt at all. I must respect my betters. Blood trickled down his wrist. He chanced another glance at Umbridge. Harry looked up whenever he thought he could risk it when he could hear the scratching of Umbridge's quill or the opening of a desk drawer. I must respect my betters. I must respect my betters. The parchment was now shining with drops of blood from the back of his hand, which seemed to be the right time to plant the bug, as Quinn had put it. He pretended to pull out a handkerchief to wipe some of the stray blood, and in doing so pulled the specam out of his pocket and let it fall onto the ground. As the cube fell to the ground, it sprouted 8 spider leg-like protrusions, which it landed on. Harry watched with wide eyes as the cube specam's lens suddenly turned towards Harry before redirecting its lens all around the room. Harry suddenly heard Umbridge's voice and hurriedly turned his gaze towards the parchment. Mr. Potter, is there a reason why you stopped? She asked. No, Professor, he said and started to write again. I must respect my betters. He did give one quick glance towards the floor, but specam had disappeared to be seen nowhere. Inside the aide office, Quinn sighed deeply as he sat beside his desk, looking into a rectangle screen set up in landscape mode sitting on the desk. What the hell is that idiot doing? Said Quinn. He almost ended the sting operation before it started. The cubical body of the specam held things other than the film recorder. The lens of the specam doubled as a transmitter that would send live footage to the screen sitting on Quinn's desk. It was based on the two-way mirror that Sirius Black and James Potter used to communicate with each other when they were in Hogwarts so they could talk each other while serving different detentions. The lens could send videos, not recordable, so that Quinn could control the specam through the spider legs. Then there was an audio transmitter based on Quinn's own magical wireless eavesdropping earbuds. The difference was that Quinn was better at runes than last year and the space inside the Speakam was a bit bigger than the transmitter he used in the original, so the transmission range was much wider than before. Now, let's plant it into a non-descriptive corner. Back in Umbridge's office, the Speakam got to the edge of the floor, and the lens pointed upwards towards the target. It stared at the pink wall for a second before a change appeared on the Speakam, and the black cube turned invisible and began its climb up the wall towards an edge of the wall before planting right on the said edge. Quinn from the 8 office turned the lens towards Umbridge's desk with Harry and Umbridge in the frame. The next second, the small film roll inside the Speakam started to turn as the lens let the light in, which then got concentrated into the tiny space, landing on the individual reels of the film as it spun on the 2 rollers, recording the video at a low 24 frames per second for an extended recording length. "Alright, that's done," smiled Quinn. "Now, High Inquisitor Umbridge, I wonder what sort of things would you show me? I'm truly looking forward to the dirt I'm going to detect." He chuckled. "I wonder if this is how Rita Skeeter feels when she's going her work. So exciting." The bug had been planted. December arrived, bringing with it more snow and a positive avalanche of homework for the students of Hogwarts. The new normal for the Room of Requirements was the DA members practicing their spells in the DA meetings, with Quinn in the lead as he wandered around the summoned room, taking note of the progress while providing guidance to anyone who seemed to be having a tough time and to those who were just a tweak or 2 away from pushing their casting to the next level. "Listen well, people. Today's going to be the last session before Christmas, so please ask about any problems or doubts you have regarding any spells we have covered in our meets. It can be the disarming spell we learned at the very beginning or the severing charm we learned today. I will front any doubt right now, so you don't go home feeling unsure about what we have learned." It was already nearing Christmas, and Hogwarts would enter a winter break of roughly a week while DA would be suspended to rest for 2 weeks. The progress had been coming along pretty well, and the ones who weren't proficient in a given spell were improving, while those who were good at them were moving on to spell variations to solidify their repertoire. A hand was raised from the crowd. "I've been meaning to ask, but why's he a part of DA?" said the person pointing to another person from the group. The hand was pointing to Theodore Nott, 5th year Slytherin. Theodore Nott was a dirty blonde with amber eyes with classic pure-blood aristocratic features. From Quinn's interactions with Theodore Nott as an aide client and legilimency screenings, he had observed him be a taciturn guy who was keenly observant of his surroundings. Of course, not many got past the obvious to know the guy. "His father is a Death Eater. Shouldn't he be the last person to be here?" said the person who had raised his hand. "We never know if he's working with Umbridge. I suggest that we get rid of him before he betrays us to Umbridge." There was a scathing cut in his voice as if he was talking about the worst scum of the earth. Quinn pursed his lips as if holding himself from screaming. "You know, I was asking more of a magic question, but alright, let's take care of this." He looked at the rest of the listening group. Who else has this same problem? No one raised their hands, but Quinn noticed a few shifts in eyes and shuffle of feet. He didn't call out any of those people. "Alright then, Harry Potter and Theodore Nott, come forward," he said. "Ivy, you approached the Slytherin students and invited them, so you take this up and tell them why Nott is here." The 3 5th-years-old stepped out from the group to the front as Quinn stepped back to the side with his arms crossed. Ivy took a look at both her brother and Nott before turning to the group. Like every Slytherin student here, Theodore Nott was invited based on Quinn's recommendation. We ourselves did some checking on him, and he, for the most part, came out clean. No one was perfect. When we ensured that Nott would keep the secret, we approached him to see if he was interested, and the answer, as you can see, it is obvious. She turned to Harry and asked, "Do you have any problems with Nott being part of DA?" "Not really," said Harry. "We never had any bad blood between us, so I had nothing against him joining DA. And well, I did ask him the question straight up." Ivy, once again, turned to Nott. "What was the question, and what did you answer?" "What do I think about you-know-who," said Nott. "My answer. I am not my father." It had surprised him when Harry Potter had suddenly, out of nowhere, for the first time since both had come to Hogwarts, had spoken to him, but the question, on the other hand, didn't surprise him. Taking that answer with Quinn's recommendation, we thought that was enough to induct him into DA. "What do you think about bitch?" Ivy added the question to Nott at the end. "She is annoying to say the least," said Nott shortly to the point. "Well, there you go, he and I are of the same mind," said Harry. "If I don't have a problem with him, then I don't think anyone should." Ivy turned to the person who had initially raised the question. "If you're still unsatisfied with our selection criteria, then we're sorry because we don't have anything better than this, and Nott hasn't done anything for us to dismiss him out from the group. Also, I don't want to see house discrimination in here. The sole reason for the creation of this group is to learn magic with no other agenda. There's no Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, only Hogwarts when you come into his room. So if I hear any reports of daft petty arguments based on house differences, there'll be recuperations, and I will give out punishments." As this was going on, Quinn silently stepped beside Marcus and whispered, "Why did he suddenly call Nott out after so many classes?" Apparently, Nott and that guy were pitched against each other quite a few numbers of times during mock duels and paired as practice partners. "And well, it's, to say the least, but that guys and Nott aren't on the same level," said Marcus, whispering back. "Ah, so this was out of frustration, huh?" said Quinn. Alright, I'll put in more effort for the pairings. That'll take some thinking to do well. I'll put Eddie against Harry, that'll be really fun. They will try to tear each other apart, said Marcus. That's a genuine possibility, but then Quinn waving it off, nah, it'll be fine, they'll be fine, what's the worst they could do, a couple of broken bones, I can fix that in a jiffy. There's going to be a lot of blood, said Marcus sighing. Oh, absolutely. That's without a doubt, said Quinn smiling. After the meeting ended and everyone was leaving for their common room, Quinn was stopped by Theodore Knott. Quinn, can we talk? He said. Sure, what do you want to talk about? Said Quinn, and both the boys stayed in the room of requirements after everyone left. Thank you for standing up for me, said Knott. I don't know if you were paying attention or not, but I stood by the side and let the three of you do the talking. Yes, I know that. I'm talking about your recommendation that allowed me to be a part of DA, said Knott. When I was invited, I was visited by both the Potter twins, and I don't think they liked me for DA, and neither did they try to hide the fact they didn't like me. If it wasn't for your recommendation, I wouldn't have been considered for being a part of DA. Well, you're welcome, said Quinn, and usually the talk would end here, but Quinn noticed the tension on Knott's face. He sighed silently, and 2 chairs manifested in the room. Sit down, he said when Knott looked at him in confusion. Now the niceties are out of the way, you thanked me, and I accepted. Let's come to the point. Tell me, what do you actually want to talk about? Knott followed Quinn's instruction and sat down on the comfy chair but didn't start speaking immediately. Quinn watched as Knott seemed to struggle and looked he was building up the courage to speak up. The Dark Lord is back, said Knott after the silence. Yes, I realize that, said Quinn. His return, if it's true or a hoax, is all people can talk about these days. No, I'm telling you that he's back. My father, he told me that the Dark Lord is alive, and in the summer he went out to gatherings in his Death Eaters. He even talked about the Dark Lord to some guests who were all Death Eaters. Quinn observed Knott, and the guy had his hands clutched with. There was a bead of sweat dripping from his forehead. You seem to be stressed, said Quinn. Do you fear that your father will induct you into Death Eaters when the time comes? I don't fear it. I know it will happen, said Knott, raising his voice. He'll present me to the Dark Lord even if it means to cast Imperius on his own son. That man hadn't talked about you-know-who at home before last year, but now he can't stop talking about him. By the end, he was all but wheezing. You wish to escape the fate of being forcibly drafted as a junior Death Eater, said Quinn. Theodore Knott nodded deeply. Can you help me? Asked Knott. I'll do anything if you help me, please. Quinn stayed silent for a moment before speaking up. I can't make your father disappear. Well, he could, but that wasn't the point. Neither can I change him from a devout flavor of the Dark Lord to a saint with the Father of the Year award, but I can provide you with freedom, to be specific, financial freedom. What do you mean? You're a 5th year, and I'm pretty sure your father won't have you marked at least before you're of age, which will be before your 7th year. Hell, I bet, if things go well, you will not get marked until you have graduated from Hogwarts, because your father won't want the risk of his son marked and then sending him to study under Dumbledore. That made sense to Theodore Knott, and he had never thought he would be marked with the dark mark before he graduated. So, you're probably safe till you exit Hogwarts, said Quinn. Your grades here at Hogwarts are decent, and you look fairly competent with magic, so what I can offer you is a job. A job? Asked Knott, confused. Yes, a simple, honest-to-magic job, said Quinn, a job that'll earn you money and allow you to start a life of your own. I can even reallocate you far away from here so that your father can't just whisk you away back to continue the family legacy. The choice here is yours. If you're willing to leave the life of comfort you have been living till now, change your lifestyle, which will probably degrade a lot because you won't have your father paying for everything, and you'll need to pay for yourself. Hell, you've 2 years. If you work hard, you can improve your skills, both hard and soft, and that will get you a better starting job, which in turn will pay you more. This wasn't even Quinn doing him a favor. His father had set up the recruitment drives every year at Beauxbatons, and that cooperation between his family business and the school continued to this day. Even if Leah never went to Beauxbatons, the West family still would have picked up students from the school. Quinn could do the same and set up something similar in Hogwarts. Picking up talent when they were young and nurturing them to be a part of the company community was good for any business. He didn't even need to immediately set up something concrete. If Quinn simply offered the jobs to people like he did to Knott, he could probably pick up a good majority of the best people from Hogwarts, except those who had something particular in mind, like Weasley twins who wanted to open shop, or those who had the dream to get a job in the ministry, or those who wanted to be aurors or a particular niche. Are you sure you can do that? Asked Knott. Providing you with an opportunity is simple enough, said Quinn, shrugging. If you're able to convert it into something good is all up to you. So, I just need to work hard? Asked Knott. Yeah, find out what you're passionate about, see if there's a demand for it, if it's something you can make money doing, how to get good at it. Then come to me to tell me, and I will set you up with a job. If it's something you can't do without further training, then we can sign a contract where we can provide you with training in exchange for you working a number of years for us. Education, or, more specifically, gaining useful skills, can open many doors for you, Knott. You just need to look for them. Then Quinn got up, prompting Knott to do the same. Feel free to come to me if you've anything you want to talk about, and I will sort you out. You don't have to worry, Knott. Your future isn't set in stone, your future still remains firm in your grasp for you to shape it in any way you like. Why yes, said Knott, his voice cracking with emotion. It felt a rock had been lifted off his chest. I'll work hard. Quinn nodded with a smile and then saw nod off. He watched in thought as the Slytherin walked away. The child of an inner circle Death Eater, thought Quinn, an important asset if used correctly. Quinn was willing to provide Theodore not with an escape. But there was rarely free lunch in the world. The thing was to see if the future would allow Theodore to gain a free lunch, or he would have to pay something in return after all. Only time will tell, thought Quinn. I wish the fates are on your side, not. Quinn looked out of the corridor towards the pale half-moon shining in the night sky and wondered what was the key player responsible for Theodore's worries was doing right now. At novel bin at. Scene break. In a room lit with burning candles and the blazing fireplace, the Dark Lord, the one with multiple lives, the one who sought immortality, the one who had instilled so much terror in the minds of people in this country that people didn't dare utter his name and addressed him as you-know-who or he who must not be named behind his back. Those loyal to him bowed their heads and kissed the edge of robes to show the subservience. The resurrected Dark Lord Voldemort sat in a chair, staring at the fire in the fireplace. His thoughts were interrupted when there was a knock on the room's door. Enter, he said. The door creaked open, and Lucius Malfoy entered the room, his head bowed. My master, said Malfoy Sr. I hope you bring good news, Lucius, said Voldemort, not removing his eyes from the fire. I apologize, master, but the news is not good, said Lucius Malfoy. What went wrong? Broderick Bode successfully entered the prophecy hall without any problem, but when he picked it up the defensive around it was triggered, and he suffered from mental damage. He seems to think that he's a teapot. So, even an unspeakable can't touch the prophecy, said Voldemort in a low pondering voice. Broderick Bode was an unspeakable working in the British Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries. Lucius Malfoy, Voldemort's spies at the Ministry, placed Bode under the Imperious Curse to force him to attempt the same theft. He seemed to be strangely resistant to the Imperious Curse, said Lucius pointing his observations. I suppose it could have been because Bode, being an unspeakable, knew what would happen if he tried to remove one of the prophecies and tried to resist. How's the news of his condition being taken at the Ministry? They believe that Bode had simply been injured in a workplace accident. He was taken to St. Mungo's for treatment, but it seems his injuries seem to irreparable, and as such, he was moved to the spell damage ward. From what I have heard, he's comatose most of the time, and those times he was awake, he was mumbling and staring at the ceiling. Leave him there, but keep an eye on him to see if he gets better, said Voldemort. He resisted the Imperious Curse. There might be a chance that he might have identified you if he gets his mental facilities back. It might turn problematic for you. Lucius, the word of an unspeakables hold a weight that even you can't shrug off. Your concerns are wasted on me, master, said Lucius, bowing. I'll put some people to keep an eye on Bode. Was all Voldemort said in reply, and because he hadn't dismissed Lucius, Malfoy Sr. could only stand in his spot waiting for the next order. Voldemort hadn't removed his eyes from the fireplace once, and he continued to observe the flames as they licked the wood for food. Voldemort knew that only those related to the prophecy could retrieve it, but he had hoped that an unspeakable would be able to get it for him, but that plan had failed. The next option was Harry Potter, the brat who got lucky, but Potter's occlumency shields were good enough that Voldemort couldn't send him anything through their mysterious connections. If only I could get my hand on Potter, I would rip his shields apart one shred at a time. It displeased Voldemort that he wasn't able to get into Harry's mind. The next person was Dumbledore, but that wasn't an option. The old man avoided the prophecy like the plague. So, the only remaining person was himself, but he had been avoiding that, but now with no choices, things had to change. Lucius. Yes, master. Get things ready, it's time to get our old friends back. Lucius knew what Voldemort was talking about, and he wasn't really thrilled about it. Master, would that be wise? He said carefully. You should be happy about it, Lucius, said Voldemort with a rare chuckle in his voice. Your wife would be happy to have her sister back. Lucius could only stiffly nod his agreement even though it was the last thing he wanted. I will make preparations, he said. Good. It was time to bring home his most loyal followers, those who wouldn't hesitate a bit to give their lives for him. The day before the Christmas break, close to 11 in the cover of night, Quinn stepped into the architect's vault and into the first room of the vault. It was as he had seen it for the first time he had entered the vault. At novel bin at. Solving this every time I come in here is annoying, Quinn voiced to himself as he descended the few steps to the pedestal in the middle of the room. Quinn had found out that every time he stepped out of the vault, the pedestal would rise up again and lock the archway staircase back into the wall. He stood by the pedestal as he flooded everything stone in the vault with his magic, and soon after, the entire room began shaking as Quinn began solving the mechanism inside the walls. The 9 portions that made up the mechanism could be divided into 3 parts: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The first 3 were individual locks with no dependence on other portions from their group. The second 3 were connected in successions where every solved portion was added to the next portion. The last 3 were interconnected and were mutually exclusive to each other and needed to be solved simultaneously. And as Quinn stood by the pedestal, he solved all 3 sets simultaneously to be quicker, and now that he knew the correct combinations, he was able to use parallel thought processing at a manageable level without a migraine in his future. The pedestal started to fall one by one in quick successions, and as he walked towards the revealing archway, the last 3 portions clicked together, the pedestal went into the ground. He stared down the dark staircase with the end nowhere in sight. 2 orbs of light manifested around him as he stepped down the first step, and they flew steps ahead of him and stopped to hover at the sides of the staircase. Another 2 orbs of light shimmered into existence and flew farther than the previous 2 orbs and placed them beside the walls. Just like that, 2 new orbs of light would appear, fly deeper into the staircase, and line the walls to light up the entire staircase. Soon he arrived at the end of the staircase and stepped out of the tunnel into an expansive room. Quinn stared around the strange room as he stepped forward deeper into the room. It was an empty chamber, just like the first room with the pedestal. This room didn't have any decoration and seemed purely functional in nature. He stopped 1/5 of the way into the room and stopped just at the edge of where the floor ended and stared down the deep and dark chasm right in the middle of the room. The first time he had entered the room, the chasm had reminded Quinn of an abyss. He looked up from the ravine and stared at the other side to see the continuation of the floor and the opposite of the room. 3/5 of the room was the chasm, with 1/5 of the floor of the room's length on each side. Quinn's initial thought had been that the architect wanted him to cross over the chasm and get to the other side, which he easily did with a broom, but the result was disappointing. There was nothing there. The room only had the one door, but that was just code for the existence of a hidden exit. "Where's it hidden this time?" said Quinn, once again looking for clues, which he had already done the last time he was here. The room was definitely created by the architect. There was no surface in the room that wasn't smooth and straight. The ravine in the middle of the room was perfectly rectangular with no irregularities. The walls, the floors, the ceiling were marked with grid lines. There was only one place remaining in the room that he hadn't looked in. He once again looked down into the dark ravine, and dozens upon dozens of orbs of light appeared above the ravine before dropping down into the chasm, lighting it up in the bright white light. "Let's go," said Quinn and stepped forward and down into the chasm. His robes fluttered up as he fell down around 30 feet and landed with a smooth, bright blue arresto momentum. He landed on a flat surface and looked around the lit-up bottom of the chasm with observing eyes, and just like above, the surfaces were covered in grids, but there was one thing that seemed out of place: a large white cube laid in the middle of the floor. It stood out from its gray surroundings. Quinn approached the cube cautiously and walked around it a couple rounds to observe it thoroughly. From just taking a look, there wasn't anything of exception other than that the cube was sitting perfectly on a square in the grid on the floor. "All right, let's see what's the deal with this," he said and stepped near the cube, but when the tips of his fingers touched the cube, it suddenly trembled. "Whoa," Quinn immediately stepped back from the cube. "I just touched it." The tremble lasted only for a few seconds before the cube stilled. It was only after that the changes started to appear. First, a line appeared that separated the cube into 2 halves, upper and lower. Then another line further divided the upper half into 2 other halves, left and right. Next, 2 large circles appeared on both the right and left halves, and then 2 perfect cylinders with smaller radiuses rose from the circles. They rose for a foot before stopping. The second the cylinders settled at their peak height, another circle appeared in the middle of the upper half of the cube such that the line which divided the cube into left and right passed right through the center of the circle. The portion of the line inside the circle disappeared, and another cylinder rose. This time, the entire circle rose instead of a smaller part. Quinn watched as the cylinder rose for half a foot before he saw the end of the cylinder as it rose up into the air and then flew to the straight right above one of the raised cylinder platforms. The floating cylinder stilled for a movement before it started to vibrate and wiggle. The cylinder turned into a pile of grainy dust before reforming into a perfect solid cube, which then gently set down on the cylinder platform. "That's," thought Quinn, but before he could even finish it, a sound broke his line of thought. Quinn looked to his side to see a cube in the wall grid slide out with the sound of stone grinding against stone and suddenly changing to white from its original gray. "That's transmutation," said Quinn, looking back and forth between the wall cube and the apparatus that rose from the center cube. "So what do I need to do here?" Quinn said to himself. There were generally no written instructions for him, and he needed to figure out the next from the circumstantial clues present in front of him. He touched the small cube on the cylinder and flooded it with his magic. It was made from a dense stone with an incredibly smooth surface. Then he moved to the bigger wall cube and did the same things. This one was made from the same material. "Okay, let's try this," said Quinn with a scrunched up expression on his face. Quinn pushed out more magic into the stone, and this time, instead of scanning, he used transmutation and pulled his hand back for a block of white stone to come out detached from the bigger block. Quinn heavily sighed in relief. "Oh, thank magic, this wasn't covered with defensive spells." He had tried transmutations in the first room, and it was safe to say that Quinn wasn't a fan of explosions going off in front of his face. Same material transmutation from the vault's side. My own transmutation also worked perfectly. Quinn contemplated for a good few minutes before he went back to apparatus cube. He put down the block he had taken out from the wall cube aside and focused his attention on the cube sitting on the cylinder platform. He reached into his pockets, took out a tape measure, and began measuring the sides of the cube, and after a couple of measurements, he picked up the block from the wall cube and cast transmutation on it. The block vibrated and turned into an unstable state before solidifying into a cube shape. As the block was heavier than the cube on the platform, the resulting cube was larger than it. So, Quinn began shaving it down with transmutation until he had a replica of the platform cube in his hand. "Now, let's see if my guess is correct." Quinn gently placed the replica on the second cylindrical platform, and it was instant that the apparatus cube began vibrating. The vibrations persisted for a couple of seconds before the replica cube rose and along with it the material that Quinn had shaved off. Everything went back into the wall cube and transmuted back to its initial stage. The wall cube then slid back into the wall, and when it was again part of the grid, it turned back from white to gray. But it wasn't over yet because the cube next to it in the grid slid out and turned white. Quinn looked back at the apparatus cube and saw that the cube on the platform had also changed into a cuboid. Ah, so that's how it's going to be, huh, said Quinn. He understood what he needed to do. Every time a cube came out of the wall, he needed to take some out of it and use transmutation to make a replica of the object on the first cylinder platform and place said replica on the second cylinder platform. If it matched the material he took out would go back in, and the next wall cube would come out, the shape to replicate would change, and the process would repeat. Well, that's good and all, but Quinn looked around the chasm and then at the roof above. He imagined the entire room. Isn't this too much? Of a rough calculation off his head, there were at least around a couple hundred cubes in the grids around the room. This is going to be another freaking long thing, said Quinn, his voice showing his displeasure. He didn't like grunt work at all. He didn't know that the architect had something else in his mind when he created this room. Scene break. I'm home, said Quinn up as he entered the West Manor through the front gate after operating from the King's Crossing. It was the third week of December, and Hogwarts students were allowed to go back for a 10-day winter/Christmas/New Year's break, and as he did every year, Quinn always went home to spend time with his family during the holiday season. Quinn had never gone home during the 2-week Easter/fall break in April because that was usually the time he was fully locked in with the vault progressions, but he never missed winter break. He walked the familiar halls with a smile on his face and arrived at the lounge, but there was no one there. Today he had come home alone because he had asked his family not to come to pick him up at King's Crossing. Polly, he called loudly, and in the time he set down on his briefcase the West family house elf popped in the room. Little Master is home, said Polly clapping as she jumped excitedly as soon as she arrived. I'm home, Polly, said Quinn smiling back, very happy to see Polly even though she was the one family member who he could see with a single call. Where's everyone? He asked. Big Master and Mr. Ellie are away. Little Mistress is to arrive in the evening. Missy Rosie is in the back gardens, said Polly. How long have they been gone? Asked Quinn as George and Elliot could be out in the day and back by evening, or they could be away for a couple days for a business trip. Big Master and Mr. Ellie went away 2 days ago, said Polly as she summoned some refreshments. They be returning on Boxing Day. So, it will only be me, Leah, and Ms. Rosie this Christmas, huh, said Quinn. Maybe I'll invite Luna home if she's free. After Polly and Quinn caught up, Quinn went to the back gardens to meet Ms. Rosie and tell her that he had returned. He had stopped Polly from doing so. When Quinn found her, Ms. Rosie looked as she always did, dressed in prim properly in one of the classic Victorian-era styled robes that she liked so much, with her hair tied into a bun covered in a black net. She wore reds and browns. All her clothes were of the warm color palette. He just stared at her for a couple of moments as she took care of her own personal section of the garden. Ms. Rosie, I'm home, he finally called out. She turned around at once and stared at Quinn for a moment before speaking. You stopped Polly from telling me. That I did, he said, smiling as he hopped his way to her. Ms. Rosie looked Quinn over for a while before she nodded with satisfaction. He looked all right. Welcome back home, she said. How was your first term? It was horrible, said Quinn pulling a pitiful face. Dolores Umbridge is a horrible woman, sucking all the fun out of Hogwarts. She tried to shut down Aid, but I showed who's the bigger bully in Hogwarts. Bigger bully? Why would you use that term to describe yourself? Said Ms. Rosie sighing. Bad guys, when done right, are way cooler than the good guy. Ms. Rosie shook her head. Sometimes, she couldn't understand Quinn. Maybe it was because of the generation gap, she thought to herself. What else did you do? She asked, wondering if Quinn took on something new for this year like he did last year. I've been tutoring some people. Your friends? What were their names again? Ms. Rosie asked and then answered on her own. Luna Lovegood, Eddie Carmichael, Marcus Bebley. Yeah, them, said Quinn, and a couple more people. Around 40 more. You should bring them home, said Ms. Rosie. I would like to meet them, and I'm sure so would your grandfather if I'm right. Only Leah has met them. How about I invite them over for Christmas? Nothing big, just a small party. How about that? Not for Christmas, Ms. Rosie refused outright. Your grandfather and Elliot won't be home. I'm not even sure if Leah will be home for Christmas, and you have work to do on Christmas. What do you mean? You will be attending the Ministry Yuletide ball in your grandfather's place. Quinn's reaction was immediate. Can I not do that? He said, pleading. Make Leah do it, please. You know I don't like attending those events. They're bothersome, annoying, and boring. As I said, Leah might be busy, and your grandfather asked this because you have been skipping events like these for a couple of years. It is essential to show your face in public once in a while to build some connections. But I've connections, said Quinn in rebuttal. I've more than enough. No, I have an absurd number of connections in Hogwarts and all in the right places. There's no need for me to go to the ball to make more. Be that as it may, you will go to the ball. You will be going as your grandfather's representative. Your sister has done it plenty of times. It's time you do your share. But not liking it is not an excuse I will be accepting. End of discussion, said Ms. Rosie. Now what would you like to eat? I will have Polly prepare for you. I can ask her to make sausage rolls if you would like. I know they are your favorites. That change of subject isn't fair, said Quinn, all but pouting. But yes, I'd like some sausage rolls, please, and I would like a Shirley Ginger to go with it. Furthermore, I demand steak for dinner with 4 scoops of ice creams in the dessert. We can do that, said Ms. Rosie, but you'll only get 3 scoops, and that's only for today. This is oppression. Leah West sat on a sofa in West Manor's lounge, legs crossed, with a smile on her face. She stared ahead with amusement evident on her face. Why do you dislike functions and balls so much? She asked, chuckling. In front of her sat her baby brother, all dressed up in a suit, ready to go to the ball, but his mood wasn't what one would expect from a person ready to a party. Crossed arms, grumpy face, and an overall displeased body language weren't the telltale signs of looking forward to an evening enjoyment. Why would I enjoy working on Christmas? Said Quinn huffing. And it's not even the work that I enjoy. A ball with me trying to avoid those bootlicking people trying to get handsy like we are close, isn't how I ever imagine how my Christmas would go. It's not that bad, you know, said Leah smiling. Weren't you the one who complained about getting hit on by old fatties? That I did, and that's exactly why you should go. Why should I have all the fun? Again, this isn't my definition of fun, said Quinn. Ugh, it's too late to pick up Eddie. He has a very good don't you dare come near me face. I would just stand beside him, and he will do the scarecrow work for me. I'll just spread a spray of a mild confutus around myself. Confuse people into leaving me alone, said Quinn. That actually isn't that bad of an idea. Maybe I'll just do that. Don't do that, said Leah, sighing. Properly show you face to the people that matter, and if you want to leave after that, you're free to do so, but no magic shenanigans at the ball. All right, I'll try but no guarantees, said Quinn. If anyone gets extra annoying, I'm coming home. I might even go for a movie. In a suit? Asked Leah. A little illusion magic won't hurt anyone. You know what, I'll go see a movie like this, fully decked out in this classy thread. Don't talk like you're definitely going to see a movie today, said Leah. The clock struck 6:30, and Quinn got up to leave. He and Leah walked to the Flo fireplace room. I could apparate there, said Quinn. I know a place 3 minutes away from there. I could walk the rest way. How would you deal when someone tries to escort you after the party, and you don't have anything prepared for you? It would be better if you take the Flo, or you could have listened to Ms. Rosie when she tried to book you a carriage, said Leah. Quinn sighed. He hadn't been the most cooperative when it came to the Christmas ball. He wanted to keep things as simple as possible without fanfare, which meant no winged horse-pulled carriages. It's Windford Hall, said Leah. Yes, said Quinn. All right, I'll see you around 10. Have fun, said Leah in a sing-a-song voice. Yeah, said Quinn casting a spell on himself to keep the flu dust off him. Windford Hall, Quinn threw the flu powder in and disappeared in the gulf of green. Leah waited for the fire to disappear before turning back. It was time to get drunk with Ms. Rosie and Polly. A girls' night was the theme of Christmas. Scene break. Quinn came out of the green fire onto a polished marble floor on which he could see his reflections between the patterns. He looked around and saw that the wall behind him had 5 fireplaces, all burning in weak green fires only to flare up when someone traveled out from the Flu network. Quinn looked to the right side of the hall. He spotted the entrance to the building and could see carriages pulling outside with guests. On the left of the hall, he could see a smaller entry, and based on the people coming in and out, Quinn assumed it was a hallway that probably led to the restroom area. To his front of him was the grand entrance to the shiny, all sparkly ballroom, the place he needed to spend around 4 hours mingling with people. People can sometimes be dull, he thought. A wave of magic swept over him, and his clothes and appearance were fixed to look the best. He proceeded inside and saw a small line starting from the top of a staircase that led down to the main hall area. Mr. and Mrs. Ogden of Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey. Quinn realized what was happening. The man in front of the line was the master of ceremonies, and he was announcing the arrival to the ball. To Quinn, this was an open invitation for people to come and talk to him, so he reached into his coat, his extended pockets, and took out a big handful of galleons, and conjured a royal velvet pouch/purse around them, and tied the top with a similarly conjured string. When he reached the front of the line, the master of ceremonies extended his hands and asked, "The invitation, please." Quinn placed the invitation letter in the hand of the man who opened it to check the authenticity. He nodded as it was the genuine article and was about to announce the name Quinn's name as it was written on the invite, but Quinn cleared his throat to catch the master of ceremonies' attention. "Yes?" asked the announcer. Quinn placed the pouch/purse in the hands of the man and smiled, an appreciative gesture for your hard work and something for your silence. The master of ceremonies felt the weight of the pouch in his palm and saw the glint of gold peeking from inside. He bowed his head with a small smile. "I wish you'd have a merry Yuletide, Master West," said the man in a low voice as he gestured for Quinn to proceed down the stairs. "And you as well," said Quinn before he stepped down with a smile on his face. At least one thing well, and he felt it was a good start to the evening. At the end of the stairs, Quinn picked up a goblet with a random drink from the waiter's tray and gently started to sway as he looked around the ballroom to take in the vibe. Luxurious, grandiose, extravagant. Quinn headed straight to a corner of the room and looked down into his glass. The red liquid under Quinn's sway and a bit of magic had turned into a tornado inside the goblet. "I picked wine, huh," said Quinn in a mutter. "They should be careful what they serve to who. Well, whatever." He snapped his fingers, and the red wine vanished into a fizzle of bubbles, leaving behind a wine-free goblet in his hands. He reached into his pockets with his hand and took out a silver hip flask with a grin on his face. He had been to plenty of these parties, and while there was always a great selection of alcoholic drinks, they only served butterbeer in the name of non-alcoholic beverages, which Quinn didn't like to drink, too sweet, so this time around, he had brought from home. All right, let's get the good stuff out. He opened the flask and started to pour into the goblet. What are you doing? Quinn immediately turned the flask and goblet still in hand to see Daphne Greengrass standing behind him dressed in a stunning red dress that did delay his words a bit as his eyes roamed a bit. You look stunning, said Quinn bluntly. Thank you, said Daphne in reply, you look good in that. Quinn looked at his midnight blue checkered suit and nodded. Suits suit me, it seems, he said. I didn't hear your name called out, she said, or your surname, in fact. Oh, I came alone today, rest are bloody busy on Christmas, no work-life balance if you ask me, said Quinn getting a look from Daphne, which he ignored. As for the absence of announcement, the master of ceremonies didn't seem to like me very much, so he refused to announce my name. Daphne refused to believe that even for a second. The master of ceremonies didn't make announcements on the basis of his likes or dislikes. Her best guess was that Quinn asked his name not to be announced. You didn't ask my question, she said and looked at his hands. What are you doing? Ah, this said Quinn smiling and extended the goblet to Daphne. Would you like some pineapple cobbler? It's fresh and cold, which means it's very, very good. Quinn thought she would refuse, but Daphne took the goblet for him, leaving him surprised and out of a glass. Thank you, she said. You're welcome, said Quinn, shrugging as he conjured a cup for himself and poured himself a drink. Ah, that hits the spot, he said after taking a sip. Where's Astoria? Did she come? Asked Quinn. No, she went to another party at her friend's house, said Daphne. Lucky duck, said Quinn. I should have thrown a party myself. That would have been a pretty good excuse. You really don't like parties, said Daphne. Nope, he said after taking a sip, but now that you're here, I can enjoy this travesty. He looked around the ballroom. Why do they have to make things so tacky? Whoever organized and did the interior design has some strange taste. I thought you would like this, said Daphne, given how flashy you become when you organize big events. Especially after last year, you really did go all out from the moment Durmstrang and Beauxbatons stepped into Hogwarts. The 4 houses, founders, mascots, demonstration, the 7 rings in the first task, and the magical projection in the second and third round, the scale of the Quidditch tournament. Everything that Quinn had organized last year were the biggest event in Hogwarts' recent history. My dear Daphne, there's a difference between tacky and what I did. I might be a fan of the flair, but I do things with a certain class. My events don't go overboard with all the glitter and gaudiness. Everything in moderation is the key. It was then that Quinn noticed someone behind Daphne and raised his hand. Zabinai, he called. Blaise Zabinai, who was walking by, turned at the sound of his name being called out and saw Quinn West and Daphne Greengrass standing by a corner with Quinn motioning him to come to them. Ah, another one to keep me company, said Quinn smiling. I was dreading this for no reason. I should have known that you guys were coming. Hello, said Blaise. Good evening, replied Daphne. Ah, look at me forgetting something so important, said Quinn. Merry Christmas, and I hope you're having a great Yuletide, both of you. He was feeling chipper now. The trio wished each other Christmas and Yuletide greetings. Zabinai, you want something to drink? Asked Quinn. I have pineapple cobbler, citrus fuzz, Shirley ginger, lavender lemonade, rose fizz, lemongrass jasmine iced tea, virgin paloma, he said, taking out a handful of shrunken down hip flasks. Damn, I brought too many. All of them hold more volume than the regular flask does, so you guys would have to help me finish these. I guess I'll have the citrus fizz, said Blaise, and before he knew it, there he had a goblet full of fizzy golden in his hand. Hey, West, I was wondering if I could ask you something, asked Blaise. Sure, what do you want to know? Listen, I heard that thing you talked about with theology. Theodore not. I was wondering it was open to others. Ah, so he told you about that, huh? Well, I suppose it's natural, you both are friends, said Quinn, and he didn't mind. Daphne looked at both boys in confusion. She didn't understand the topic of the talk. What are you talking about? She asked. I offered Theodore not a job opportunity after Hogwarts. The job he gets depends on his interests, how well he does in Hogwarts, and the skill he builds in the next 2 years, said Quinn before turning back to Blaise. Sure, it's open to you as well. You get the same deal as I gave to Not, do well in the next 2 years, and you'll have a better starting point. Want to learn more? We can provide you with further training. It's all up to you want to do. Of course, there will be some caveats, but they will come with rewards as well. In the amount of time Quinn had spent with George, Elliot, and Leah, he had learned a few things about company culture. If an organization could provide the best job environment, the people working in that environment would like to stick because it was good for them, and then that would benefit the organization. And Quinn was all for getting the cream of the crop from Hogwarts and making them part of the West business. It could be said that Hogwarts was in possession of a golden goose in the form of Quinn West. Every student that had some connection to Quinn could get a golden opportunity from just asking, and if they did well, their immediate future would be secure with further possibilities in the later future. Really, you're not joking, are you? Asked Blaise. I have no reason to joke, Zabinai. If you do good, it would be better for me, said Quinn, but I do have a question that I'd like to ask. Sure, whatever you would like to ask. Is the reason you're asking me about this because of your mother? Irene Zabinai was a witch and the mother of Blaise Zabinai. She was famously beautiful and married 7 wizards who each died in mysterious circumstances, leaving her with a large amount of gold from each. It was unknown if she was the reason behind her deaths or if they truly were a string of unfortunate deaths, but it was a mystery talked much in many circles. To some level, even Quinn was curious if the woman was a killer or just really unfortunate, and he was also curious if Blaze was her son or stepson and who was the father. He, of course, couldn't ask either the mother or son about the birth status of Blaze. Quinn was even skeptical that if Blaze himself knew of his origins. Yes, I would like to get some distance between mother and me till I can figure things out, said Blaze. If others were curious about the 7 deaths, then there was none who wanted to know more about the truth than Blaze. He was at an age that he had got curious about the question, and currently, Blaze's mind was in turmoil about if the answer he would get be the one he was fearing. Moreover, Blaze never knew when his mother would get herself a brand new husband. He wanted to get out his mother's roof as soon as possible, and getting a well-paying job that could support his independence was essential to him. I see. I can't say I know to be in your position, I can only imagine, said Quinn. Well, you can come to me when you're ready, and you know where to find me if you have any other problems. Thank you, that means a lot, West, said Blaze sighing in relief. Even though he still had more than 2 years before he could actually take the next step, this promise was represented a great deal to Blaze. Work hard, Blaze. Only you can direct how your life goes, said Quinn, raising his goblet, which Blaze followed. You two should change the topic immediately, said Daphne suddenly. Blaze, your mother is walking towards us. Blaze straightened up and immediately looked back to see that his mother was indeed walking towards them with a glass of champagne in her hand. Oh my, well, I can definitely see why she's so popular, said Quinn. Blaze turned to give a Quinn incredulous look. Sorry, really, said Quinn, zipping his lips. Irene Zabanai was a blonde bombshell, a seductress-type beauty that gathered a lot of eyes around her. Even now, as she was walking here in her black velvet floor-length gown, many men were enamored by her, following her with their eyes. Blaze, so this is there you were, dear. I have been looking for you everywhere, said Irene Zabanai. Oh my god, even her voice is, thought Quinn. It was so smooth, velvety sexy was the word that popped into the mind when hearing Irene Zabanai's voice. Yes, Mum, said Blaze. Why don't you introduce your friends to me? Blaze turned and did the introductions. This is Daphne Greengrass and Quinn West and this my mother, he added at the end. Greengrass, so, you're Sophie and Jacob's daughter, said Irene looking at Daphne before turning to Quinn, her every move as erotically charged. Quinn West, you say aren't a handsome one. Thank you, ma'am. You two are gorgeous, said Quinn. He was feeling conflicted about whether he should use a clemency or not. It was very confusing. Oh please, dear, don't call me ma'am. It makes it sound like I'm old. You can call me Irene. Oh my god. Quinn screamed in his head as he nodded with a smile on the outside. Good, did your grandfather come today? Asked Irene, brushing a hand through her hair. I should go say hello. Unfortunately, my grandfather was busy today, so I came alone, said Quinn with a polite smile, but he was screaming inside. What a pity. I would have loved to talk to him. Daphne looked between Quinn and Irene, and she didn't like what was happening, so she did what seemed logical. She grabbed Quinn's arms, pulled him. Quinn, let's go dance. I like this song very much, she said. Sure, said Quinn letting him get pulled along. At novel bin at. Irene watched as the pair walked away, and a smile appeared on her face. Oh my, so innocent, she said with her hand on her cheek. She then turned to Blaze and asked, would you also like to dance, Blaze? You can always dance with me. Thank you, mother, but I would like to pass, said Blaze. Are you embarrassed, said Irene looping her arms around Blaze. My son grew up before I knew it. Daphne led Quinn to the dance floor as he finished the contents of his goblet and sneakily dropped it down behind him for the conjured goblet to vanish before it hit the ground. As they reached a good starting point, Daphne relinquished the lead back to Quinn for the actual dance. Well, doesn't this bring back memories, said Quinn as he held her hand with one and placed the other on her back. This is just like that ministry ball all those years ago. It was also during Christmas. Daphne nodded as she got into position. You wanted to dance because it was a waste to learn dancing and not dance. I said that, didn't I? Said Quinn smiling widely. Come to think of it, you're always there when I get to dance in public. That ministry ball, the Yule ball last year, and now, I always end up dancing up with you. I wonder I should dance more. 3 times in the last few years seems low. As Quinn spoke, Daphne stared at Quinn. How could he say things like that without understanding what they did to her? How was she supposed to respond to hearing that she was there every time he danced? I have been meaning to ask, how's your progress with healing going on? Taking up healing requires a ton of work, so I wonder if you're set for your owls. I know a paper doesn't decide your future, but if you want to get into a good healing program and learn from a good master, you'd need good grades on both your owls and newts. Quinn wasn't looking at Daphne as they danced and was keeping an eye around to make sure they didn't bump into someone, but when he didn't get a response, he looked down at Daphne and saw her crystal blue staring up at him. Daphne. The girl seemed to snap out of a trance and almost seemed floundered in Quinn's arms as she realized what she had been doing. Sorry, what did you say? I missed it, Daphne said a bit too quickly and then reprimanded herself internally for losing composure. Quinn tilted his head in confusion but repeated himself again. They have been going well, she said as she got her rhythm back. I've been reading the basic concepts of healing magic on my own time. It's not as complicated as I thought it would be. True, there are multitudes of things to cover, so many different types to master, but no matter what I come across, there seems to be a reason for them to be the way they are, and I only need to understand for them to make sense to me. Daphne wanted to become a healer so that she could heal Astoria of her blood curse one day, and no doubt that was her primary motivation, but as she actually picked up the basics of healing, the subject and magic seemed to suit her. Everything she tried to learn seemed to make sense to her, and things clicked. Her mind, it felt different from the understanding that she gained for the Hogwarts curriculum. Healing magic seemed to call out to her. She didn't know if it was because she wanted it so much or just had a sense of healing magic, but everything healing seemed to interest her so much. Sounds like you're having fun, said Quinn. The way her shined right now said it all. Do you also feel like that? Asked Daphne. Quinn's reply didn't come for a couple of seconds. It's the time for me, he said. Time? What do you mean? Somewhere along the line, I don't know when. I don't think it was a singular point, but somewhere, sometime, I began losing time, or to be more exact, the time seemed to pass quickly when I studied magic. I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly, but I get lost when I'm with magic. It's like I just got started a minute ago, but then suddenly, it had been an hour or two. That's what it feels like for me. It doesn't come every day, but it does come every so often, and I only realize that it came after the fact, but when it comes, I feel good. Terrific, said Quinn. People concentrated when they were doing a task, they would focus on what they wanted to do. But for Quinn and magic, he didn't need to concentrate. Magical learning would pull out the concentration for him, and it was damn beautiful to Quinn. I'm sorry if I trailed a bit too much, said Quinn, matching eyes with Daphne. No, that was fascinating. I would like to hear more, said Daphne. I would like to know more about you, she thought. Outside the dance floor, Jacob Greengrass and Sophie Greengrass watched their daughter slow dance with a boy as they seemed to talk and laugh while holding with each other. Look at those two, said Sophie, smiling with her eyes. I feel like it was just yesterday when we first saw them dance together. They were but children then. Look at them both now, all grown up. Jacob Greengrass stared at her daughter. Don't they look good with each other? Astoria also seems to think that. I remember hearing her teasing Daphne about Quinn. In the arms of a boy. I think Daphne likes Quinn, said Sophie, her eyes sparkling. They weren't children anymore. I think they suit each other. I wonder if I should talk to Daphne to see if she does like Quinn. Wasn't this around the same age he had started dating Sophie? She might need her mother's help. Thoughts began building in Sophie's head. His dear eldest daughter falling into the clutches of a boy. A boy like Quinn must have a lot of girls who like him. Sophie thought about when she was young and the time before she and Jacob had started dating. Her husband was very popular among the girls. She had to be assertive to show her interest. Boys, thought Jacob, were filthy runts with their top floors filled with dirty thoughts. That girl is shy when it comes to things like these. She needs to be more outgoing if she wants to get what she wants. His daughter going out with those filthy creatures. We would have to support Daphne, don't we, dear? Yes, we would need to support. Wait, what have you been saying? Daphne is too young to be things like that. It's time for her to focus on her future, said Jacob, his mind catching up with his wife's words. Now's not the time to support but to help Daphne understand that she has her entire life in front for things like silly crushes right now. It's time for personal development. Yes, that's it. Jacob finished feeling satisfied with his line of thought. Oh dear, you're being silly, said Sophie, looping her arm around Jacob's. She has her entire life to worry about studies and stuff, but this time won't come back. She leaned near her husband. It's time for her to experience this time and leave those worries for a later date. Jacob grumbled. He wanted to argue, but there was no use doing it. He could oppose this, but Sophie would support it, and he wasn't a fool. He could see his daughter held some interest in Quinn West, and in this situation, Daphne would follow after Sophie's advice, sidelining him. That was fun, said Quinn, handing Daphne another goblet after the dance. It indeed was, said Daphne, a small smile gracing her lips. Zabanai, did you enjoy your dance with your mother? Said Quinn with a teasing smile. Blaise sighed. His mother had dragged him to dance despite his opposition and resistance. Blaise. The Slytherin turned to see his best friend Theodore not walking towards them. Theo, said Blaise in greeting, you're late. My father is always late to these, said Theodore, pointing around the ballroom. He then turned to Quinn and Daphne. Daphne, West, good to see you both here as well. Quinn raised his goblet while Daphne nodded. Zabanai here just asked me the same deal I offered you, said Quinn. Theodore turned to Blaise, who nodded. He accepted, said Blaise. I did, but don't go spouting out this to everyone, said Quinn. If you think someone will definitely need what I offered you, then come to me first, and I'll decide if I want to bring them into the loop. I don't want to be swarmed by requests like today from Zabanai. We'll keep that in mind, said Theodore. This was too important for him to mess it up. Good, now chill. It's Christmas, have some fun, said Quinn before looking around the ballroom with a sigh. Now, if you three Slytherin will excuse me, he sighed more. I'll have to show my face to some people and engage in small talk. I swear I'll have to do something that'll give me a lifetime pass from this. When Quinn left, Theodore turned to Daphne and Blaise and asked, what did he mean by that? He doesn't like parties, said Daphne. And, he came alone, so I guess he needs to chat with some people, Blaise guessed. Scene break. Cornelius Fudge walked around the ballroom, smiling and nodding to people as he passed them by. He was looking around to see who was talking to who, trying to get the lay of the land and if some new connections were forming that he needed to know about. Everything's looking good, thought Fudge. But then he saw a group of people gathered around in a group with great chatter happening in there. It made him curious, what was happening and what were they talking about? Fudge walked towards the group and heard someone speaking to the group. It's all about adding value to your business. Matching what your competitor is doing isn't good enough. Giving the public what they have seen before isn't good enough. It's redundant to show them the same thing they can get another place. You have to give them something extra, something that would catch their eye enough to sway them away from your competitor. Fudge moved closer towards the group, and because he was the minister, he didn't need to muscle his way to the front of the crowd as people gave him the way. So, to attract customers to your business, you need something new, but that doesn't mean you need to release new products every season to generate that new wave of revenue. Let me tell you something, only around 5 to 10% of products every year are truly original. The rest of the new things you might see in the market are little improvements to existing products. Fudge finally made his way to the front to see the backside of a person dressed in a blue checkered suit talking to the entire group, who all were looking immersed and were hanging to his every word. So, remember to be greedy, not about money. That's actually secondary. You need to be greedy about progress and not stop in a spot and think that you can relax now that you're ahead of the pack. If it takes effort to get ahead, then it'll take more effort to stay ahead. You all need to add value to your products, to your process, to your employees. Anything you do better will help you better your business, and if you're better, your customers will line your coffers with their pockets very much happily. Fudge watched as the person turned toward his direction and saw a familiar face. It was Quinn West. Wests are at the ball, thought Fudge, surprised and taken aback. It was a critical time for him. He needed all the time he could get, and here he was standing, staring Quinn West in the face, having no prior information about his presence. He looked around to find George West, but there was no sign of the man with the most gravity of anyone invited. "Ah, Minister, didn't see you there," said Quinn. "I wish you a Merry Christmas and hope you're having an auspicious Yuletide." "Thank you, Quinn," said Fudge. "I wish the same to you and hope you're good health." "That's kind of you, Minister," said Quinn, smiling. Seeing that the minister had occupied Quinn, the crowd dispersed with only a few hanging around, but at a distance. "What were you doing there, Quinn?" asked Fudge. "So you heard that?" Quinn sounded shy. "That was just the little old me trying to see if I could share something that I learned from hanging around family shops, though I don't think I have something of use to offer in this regard." Fudge recalled how everyone was listening to Quinn's words and shook his head. "It looked like everyone was deeply interested," said Fudge. Quinn simply smiled. "Quinn, I didn't know you were here." "I must have missed the announcements," said Fudge, "and even if he did, some of his people should have informed him someone was getting fired today. I would like to greet your grandfather, if you'd guide me towards him." "My grandfather isn't here today, Minister," said Quinn happily. "He got occupied with something and has been busy for a few days, so he couldn't attend today, and I came in his place because I was free." "Ah, is that so?" Fudge tried his best not to sound disappointed. "Yes, but if you'd like me to pass along a message, I'd be happy to do so," said Quinn courteously. Of course, if it was some bullcrap, his grandfather wouldn't hear a word of it. "No, it's fine. I'll talk to him myself." "All right. How's Hogwarts going?" "I'm hearing good thing now that Dolores is at the castle." "Madam Umbridge," said Quinn and then just smiled, refusing to comment. Fudge, looking for all things positivity from his initiatives, took that as a glowing recommendation. "Minister, if you see Madam Umbridge, tell her that I wish her a Merry Christmas and that the remaining of her Yuletide goes well," said Quinn before taking his leave. After a while, Umbridge, who was also present at the ball, came strutting towards Fudge. "Cornelius, so this is where you were. Lucius Malfoy wants to talk to you," she said. "Oh, Dolores, I'll be there in a minute," said Fudge. "Also, I just met Quinn West." "What?" "Yes, he said to wish you a Merry Christmas." "What a sweet and intelligent boy he is. Please make sure that you take care of him at Hogwarts. I'm sure Quinn personally will do great things in the future. You should have listened to his words, they were insightful." Fudge then went on to pile praises for Quinn onto Umbridge as she stood there turning to stone with every word that came out of Fudge. After Fudge left to talk to Lucius Malfoy, Umbridge remained rooted in her spot. She wasn't expecting to hear praises of Quinn from Fudge's mouth. She wasn't expecting to hear anything about Quinn. The winter break was supposed to be the time free from the mention of the boy's name. But now this happened. Umbridge could read between the lines. Fudge wanted to maintain a positive relationship with Quinn, but that was the last thing she wanted. "I must reveal his true face to Cornelius," she thought. Umbridge felt someone looking at her and turned to look up towards the second floor to see a figure leaning towards the railings. It was Quinn West. When their eyes met, Quinn raised the goblet in his hand towards her with a smile on her face before pushing himself away from the railings and walking away while still looking at Umbridge, to whom that smile looked one of mocking. Her breathing heaved as anger started to build inside her. Her eyes remained affixed at the place where Quinn stood as her eyes turned red with fury. "What the fuck is this?" In the grand entrance hall of Hogwarts, an enormous crowd of students gathered around the bulletin board. There was turmoil bubbling in the crowd, spreading, clawing, restricting them, making them feel bound and controlled, not in control. The board was filled with a myriad of new notices that everyone noticed first thing in the morning of the day after the students returned to Hogwarts after the winter/Christmas/New Year break. Every single of the new notices followed the same template, and it was damn clear who was behind them. Educational Decree-No. 26. Educational Decree-No. 29. Educational Decree-No. 30. Educational Decree-No. 37. Educational Decree-No. 40. Educational Decree-No. 46. Educational Decree-No. 47. Educational Decree-No. 48. What in Merlin's hairy balls was that woman on when doing this? Eddie threw up his hands towards the bulletin board, not able to comprehend the sight in front of him. Forbade boys and girls from being within 6 inches of each other. That's I guess for Diggory and Cho because Diggory hasn't been cooperating, said Marcus, reading the new educational decrees. Prohibited joke products made by Fred and George Weasley for their candy that makes it look you're sick. Banned items that were not of educational value. I'm guessing she's trying to ban Quinn's aid card because she's not able to shut it down. Boys to keep their hands outside their cloaks. That's just stupid. Proper dress and decorum. Was there a real need to turn proper dressing into decree? She had the power to enforce this even without turning it into a decree. The proper dress and decorum decree makes sure that we don't try to alter our uniforms to get around the hands out of the cloaks decree. She's trying to be smart, said Quinn. That thing at the party really irked her, thought Quinn, and he wasn't feeling happy about it. The aid cards from the very first generation were built with a feature that showed if the office was open or not because Quinn's timings for consultation were never consistent and because Luna popped in and out whenever she felt like. There was not a single definite schedule where you could come to aid to get help. One needed to look at a card to see if the office was open for a consult. I would need to send out a school-wide warning to hide the cards in circulation to protect them from being prohibited. Quinn sighed because he didn't know how many cards would survive this ban before he did something about it. Quinn also realized that now with this, he would either need to start sitting in his office for definite hours every day or start an appointment system to predetermine who will get to see him. She finally did something to annoy me, thought Quinn, his lips pursed. I guess I'll have to do something to make her life more difficult. It's only fair. Quinn felt a hand on his shoulder and turned his head to see Cedric Diggory standing behind him. What are we going to do with this? Asked Cedric. This is already going way overboard. Cedric wasn't as stressed about the newts as his other 7th-year peers and had a solid handle on things to perform well. What he truly wanted from this year was to enjoy Hogwarts before graduating, and this was dumping a bucket of ice-cold water on it. I won't say not to worry about this, lover boy. This is an apparent attack on student freedom in Hogwarts, and I would definitely need to think some things to get a workaround for her rising dictatorship, but I'm sure we can overcome this. Spread the word in your trusted prefects. We'll need the help from the prefect network. Dolores Umbridge had power inside Hogwarts that was unquestionable, and that wasn't a point of debate, but that power wasn't absolute. She could be challenged. It was just the question of how to challenge that authority. Well, we'd need to get creative. Creative until the time came where the bug had spun enough web to trap a toad in its trap. Scene break. There was a time in the history of Hogwarts when the school required multiple professors for the same subject because of the number of students attending. The times when the young population was too high for a single teacher to handle and effectively teach, and every subject used to be headed by a head of department who would take on apprentices doing their apprenticeships under the head of department who were masters. The apprentices would teach the younger kids in the lower grades, while the masters would teach the higher grades consisting of older kids. But that practice had left Hogwarts with the rise of other magical schools around the world, Hogwarts being one of the oldest schools of magic, and the parents not needing to send their children to foreign to learn magic. When that practice died, the apprenticeship in Hogwarts also closed down because now a single professor needed to teach all 7 grades on their own and couldn't take responsibility for guiding an apprentice. In recent history, during the Second Wizarding War of Britain and in extension the continent of Europe, the birth rate of the magical population of the British Isles and Ireland slowed down in the wartime, and as such, for around 10 to 12 years, the number of children born in the magical households dipped to a low in a very long time. It was interesting to note that the first-generation magicals, Muggleborns, population didn't change and the ratio of first-generation magical children to those born in magical households was at an all-time high. The effect of that dipped birth rate was showing now as for the last decade, the number of children Hogwarts was at a lower end of the scale, with the castle operating at its lowest capacity ever since the First Wizarding War. Though that trend was now becoming a blip as for the last couple of years, the number of Hogwarts inductees was again at a rise to a healthy amount as it was before the war. I haven't done this before, and I'd have to say, it seems like a much bigger responsibility than I thought it'd be when you told me about it before, said Quinn looking up from a stack of parchment. Phileas Flitwick smiled in his high chair that he used to keep himself at the table level and stopped grading the assignments given to the students for the winter break to look up at Quinn, who was helping him grade assignments. They say in Flitwick's personal office. Hogwarts had a dedicated staff room where most of the professors could be found in the school hours mingling together during their off periods, but after evening, they would retreat into the personal offices to do duties like grading assignments and papers in peace and quiet. Grading assignments is a consummate part of a Ravenclaw prefect's duties even since I took over the position of head of house, Flitwick said with his toothy smile. It starts right from 5th year. I make them grade a portion of 1st and 2nd year students' assignments while the 6th year prefects such as yourself grade a part of 3rd and 4th year assignments. The 7th year prefects don't have grading as a primary duty because they're busy with their newt preparations, but they do take over the 5th year prefects from time to time because of the owl year. You didn't get to do this last year because you were too busy with the Quidditch tournament, so I never assigned you this task. Quinn read the essay assignment on the banishing charm from a fourth-year Hufflepuff, and after thinking a lot and going back and forth, he gave up and asked, "This is tough. I don't know if I should grade these based on how they did relative to each other or if I should grade them absolutely on the amount of understanding on the topic," said Quinn, because relative grading and absolute grading had their merits and demerits and choosing one could change the way grades came out at the end. "Don't apply relative grading," said Flitwick, not raising his eyes from the papers as his quill wrote remarks. "Rate them on their understanding they have on the topic and remember they're fourth years and not sixth years like you. They'll naturally know less than your grade. It might not be the correct analogy, but go easier on them." Quinn nodded and looked down at the parchment. Judging from the structure, how penmanship transformed from the start to the end, and the overall content, it was definitely the last day of the vacation effort. So after thinking it through, giving it much thought, and going back and forth, he wrote A for acceptable on the top of the parchment and on a grading table for Flitwick's reference and records. "How was your break?" asked Flitwick. "It was uneventful," said Quinn. "I didn't do much other than roaming outside for half a day and hang out around the house for the rest of the day. Nothing special, I suppose." Ever since Quinn had come to Hogwarts, every time he went back home, be it in the winter or in the summer, he would spend a lot of time outside the house, roaming around the country, which was made easier with flu travel and later apparition. Being stuck at Hogwarts for the most part of the year really tingled Quinn's exploratory tick, so he would just go around looking for anything new he could find. "And how about your return? What do you think?" They're a bit annoying, but we will see how it turns out," said Quinn, then looked up. "How about you? I heard that she ended her inspections before the break. How do you think you're going to fare when the results are out?" At novel bin at. "That. I wouldn't know, and I try not to think about it," said the half-goblin. "I did my job to my best, and my work speaks for itself. There's nothing for me to worry about." Flitwick looked up with an almost bored expression. "I've held this position for decades. There have been many attempts from parents who don't like the idea of a half-breed goblin teaching their children. This isn't the first I have had the threat of getting fired from Hogwarts, and I'm sure it won't be the last time either, but just like every other time, this will pass like a silly little breeze," said Flitwick with utter confidence. Quinn nodded in admiration. And Flitwick didn't need to be worried about his job. The progress report of magical didactics was a document used to evaluate Hogwarts teachers. It was passed by the Department of Magical Education. Some basic biographical and magical information that the document required included name, age, star sign, address, magic rune, expiration number, agility, magical technique, accuracy, wand control, among others. Based on answering some questions, like "Do you consider yourself a risk taker?" Give an example, the teacher would be graded appalling, bad, fair, good or excellent. But the truth was Umbridge used it ostensibly as a means of evaluating Hogwarts teachers. In actuality, however, Umbridge targeted any teacher close to Albus Dumbledore that she felt she had a reasonable chance of dismissing without raising suspicions. There was a great chance that Umbridge might target Flitwick because of her blatant hate for half-breeds, but the thing was that Flitwick had exceptional credentials: Master of Charms, a long-time champion in various dueling circuits, and an excellent, memorable professor who provided outstanding guidance to essentially everyone who had graduated out of Hogwarts in the last few decades. If Umbridge touched Flitwick, she'd be attracting eyes from all over. The same thing went for McGonagall and Sprout, and well, Snape, who was like a guardian angel to all who strutted under the banner of Slytherin. To be direct, there was no way to kick out the head of houses without the four making grievous errors, which they hadn't, especially after Umbridge was on everyone's tail. "Well, if she annoys you, tell me," said Quinn. "I'll add it to the list of things that need to be retaliated upon. Maybe it'll turn into a great spectacle." "I will keep that in my mind," said Flitwick before sighing. "I just hope that everyone will come out this safe and sound." But both knew that the chances of that happening were meager. Umbridge was on the warpath from the moment she stepped into Hogwarts. She was going to get someone, and there were a few good candidates for her to whack. The question was how many of them would go. Scene break. Eldon Pembroke, fourth-year Hufflepuff, dawdled his way, feeling the lowest of low this afternoon. He was given detention in the defense against the dark arts because he got frustrated and raised a question and maybe got into a heated debate with Umbridge, which landed him into the mess. "Ugh, what I'm going to do," he groaned. How was he going to spend hours on end alone with Umbridge for an entire week continuously? He arrived at the Hufflepuff common room entrance and sighed for the umpteenth time today. He couldn't even open his mouth to utter the password and enter the common room. "Hey, Pembroke." Eldon turned left where the voice came from and saw Quinn West standing at the end of the hallway, which surprised him because he thought the voice came from somewhere nearby. Eldon walked towards him when Quinn beckoned him. "Hello," said Eldon. His confusion, which mixed in with his misery, sounded downright pathetic. "So, I heard you have a detention with Umbridge." "Yes. You're not feeling great about it, are you?" "No." Quinn stared at Eldon for a good moment before patting his shoulders heavily. "Wait here for a bit, I'll be back in a bit. Don't go anywhere." Eldon watched as Quinn walked away. He didn't have anything to do, so he stayed still, and even if he did, Eldon had no energy to do anything. After a couple of minutes, Quinn returned, but in his hand were 2 piping hot bacon sandwiches. He handed one to Eldon and took a bite from another one. "Eat it. You'll feel better," said Quinn. Alden looked at his sandwich for a while before looking up and saying, "What do you want?" "The detention with Umbridge," said Quinn. "It's not going to be pretty." "I know that. Who doesn't know that?" Detention with Umbridge made it automatically fated to be awful. "Well, I can make it much more bearable. I can make the next week, which is supposed to be hellish, to feel like normal detention," said Quinn. Alden perked up hearing that. It was the greatest proposition he had heard in his entire life, and that was when he was offered the Albus Dumbledore's chocolate frog card in return for some exploding snaps, which was a ridiculously good deal. "What is it?" asked Eldon. Quinn took out 2 potion vials from his robes and handed them to Eldon. "Take these 2 before you go in Umbridge's office, and you'll be set for the day. I can give you one of these every day till your detention ends." "What are these?" "The less you know, the better, kid." One was the same potion he had given to Harry before he went for his detentions, but with some modification. Harry knew the pain of using the blood quill, but Eldon didn't, and even if Quinn gave him one day to experience the pain, there was no telling how good was Eldon's acting were, so he made it so Eldon would feel extreme irritation when using the blood quill. That would make his discomfort believable. The other one was the antidote to the Veritaserum that Umbridge might give to get some blackmail material out. There was no reason for the second one, but it was precautionary. There was no telling what was brewing in Umbridge's twisted mind. Eldon took the vials and stared at them for a good while before looking up at Quinn. "Will they really work? Are you absolutely sure?" 100%. "But there's a condition for this." "What is it?" Eldon was willing to follow if it would make his life easier. "You can't tell anyone about this. Not a single soul can know that I give you this. If you tell anyone, you'll not be feeling good about it," said Quinn. Hermione Granger wasn't the only one who could weave in special little traps into things. "Deal," said Eldon almost instantly. "Good, now scurry away and remember the deal," said Quinn, and watched Eldon walk to the Hufflepuff entrance with a renewed vigor. "That's one more," Quinn muttered as Eldon disappeared from his sights. The more Umbridge dished out detentions, the more people Quinn would get to give the potions, and more detentions meant that the web that the bug spun for him would be more lethal. The Northern Sea, a sea of the Atlantic Ocean separating the British Isles from the continental mainland. It connected the Isles to Netherlands and Belgium, Denmark to Norway, touched the shores of Germany, and even made its way to the lush country of Sweden. In the sea, on a small island surrounded from all sides with blue, a small, scrappy, splintered wooden boat swayed lightly on the shores with a flimsy braided rope of husk tying it to the simple pier. The sea was too placid for a sanguine moon that hung above. The birds that flew hastily could feel that the placidity was a sign and rushed to take shelter. There was a storm a-brewing. The boat began to roll from side to side, and the temperature dipped all of a sudden. Dark clouds obscured the moon. They churned grimly in the night sky, as black as a witch's Sabbath. The mercurial moon flushed with the silver from the thunderhead, casting the shivers of moonlight with a ghostly glow. Underneath the sky and the moon, the rain moved towards the small island and the boat like a Dementor's wraithy veil of despair. A wind blew and winnowed, rippling the surface of the corpse-calm sea. The boat heaved and tossed in the rising, swelling waves. The sea was calling it, but the rope didn't allow. Hanging taut, it was as if it knew if the boat left, it would never come back. The rain shroud passed by, spitting the harsh tears on the great mirror that reflected the sky. The rain whipped down like crystal nails, and streaky lightning emblazoned the sky. The sea tides rose, the boat jerked and soaked in the northern winds, speeding the impending dome. The lacerating rain stung the rope, the strands snapped one by one. Even the unity that made the rope strong couldn't stop nature's wrath-roaring edict. It snapped, and the boat heeded the call of Poseidon. It bobbed like a cork upon the capacious sea. The timber planks buckled and bulged, then squeaked and shuddered, but the boat righted herself once more like a brave hero against the bravery. But the bedlam of the sea wasn't kind nor fair. The boat rose with the swell, inclining upwards to its destruction. It was propelled up onto the lip and hovered there, a flyspeck on the cobwebbed lines of the wave. Time seemed suspended. The whirlpool gaped under him with dire white jaws. It roiled and spun, inviting craft in. Then the boat plummeted down into its milky depths, swallowed whole in a final, terrible squeak of timber. It was then black-shrouded figures began descending from above, surrounded in black sooty smoke of hell. It was as if the pandemonic sky had spit them out. The haze cleared and appeared from within were black hooded figures with snake-like eye slits covering their faces. All held brooms in their gloved hands as they looked above as the clouds overhead funneled together, and from the middle descended a dense trail of haze blacker than the pits of Tartarus. The haze landed on the island between the hooded and masked figures, but unlike them, this one wasn't holding a broom. All he wore was a simple loose grey robe over the skeletal frame. "This cold," said the robed figure, the touch of despair, a hint of sorrow, and the infinite empty void. "It can't be found anywhere but in their breeding grounds." "At novel bin at." "Avery," said the man with snake-like features. The thunder still struck, and the winds continued to roar, but his voice was as clear on a cloudless day. The rain still poured, trying to drown everything, but not a single drop hit the man. One of the hooded figures stepped forward and bowed his head. "Bring the jailers to greet me," said the man, his voice deep. "Take Yaxley, Crabbe, and Goyle with you." "Yes, master," said Avery, and nodded at the 3 hoods that stepped out. The 4 went out to a small outhouse on a raised cliff at the edge of the island. Flew flashes, and some time later, the 4 men returned with 4 others bound in chains behind them. The rain mixed with the beach sand coated them as they were dragged on the ground while they tried to struggle. They were dumped right between the encirclement of the hooded individuals. "Gentlemen," said the master, The 4 bound men, hit wizards in charge of keeping an eye on the fortress built on the island, looked up from the ground as the rain hit their faces. For a moment, they were confused about what they were looking at: a man with increasingly waxy, reptilian, and bone-white skin. One of the jailers remembered something that he had read in the papers. It was an interview with Albus Dumbledore, and in it, the interviewer had asked Dumbledore to describe the Dark Lord more than a decade and no pictures of the Dark Lord, so who better to ask but the man who led the opposition to the tyranny in that interview? Dumbledore went on to describe the Dark Lord's appearance, the one he had seen in Harry's memories. The Dark Lord, said the hit wizard in horrid exclamation. You're correct, hit wizard, said Voldemort, it is indeed I, the Dark Lord. Voldemort. A chill went down the 4 jailers' spines as their hearts started to thump inside their chests. Suddenly, the early February rain wasn't cold, the heat of fear filled their bodies. The realization of the fact what Dumbledore was speaking for months was indeed true came crashing down on him. I have some very important things to do at your place of work, gentlemen, said Voldemort. Unfortunately for all of you, your presence is a hindrance. As such, all of you will have to go. The thin and long fingers took out the thing that felt the most comfortable in Voldemort's hands and held it with the gentlest of the touch, a picture of serenity. On the contrary, the 4 hit wizards in charge were thrashing on the ground at the sight of the Dark Lord brandishing a wand. The last thing the hit wizards heard was the whisper Avada Kedavra, and the last memories of their lives were tainted and overwhelmed by the bright flash of AK green. Not a moment after the 4 deaths, Edward Nott stepped forward and spoke, "We will start, my lord," and took out his own wand. But Voldemort raised his hands and stopped his Death Eaters as all of them took out their wands to charge the fortress. "I'll take care of this myself," said Voldemort, "my most loyal of servants." All Death Eaters lowered their eyes. "Deserve for me to be freed by my own hand. They have kept the integrity of my name alive in these hallowed halls for more than a decade. They have earned to be rewarded, to be honored, to feel the first touch of unfettered air and know in an instant that it was me. Not to mention, if you all go inside, you will only be hindrances. The real jailers will consume all intruders without a second of delay." The Death Eaters shivered. Every single of them knew the despairing touch of a Dementor felt. Barty Crouch Sr., during his campaign to put every Death Eater behind bars, had made Dementors escort them while they were under arrest. The now dead man was vindictive to the limit in his golden days and had made sure that their brief time in the chains with the Auror office was as unpleasant as he could possibly make it. Voldemort stared straight ahead at the triangular monolithic tower. It was made from black stone covering every inch of the building. He had only once visited this island, and that too for a very short period. During his reign, when no one dared to even speak his name, his servants roamed freely and without consequence. There was no need for him to ever step on this island. So he took a moment and gazed at the world's most horrid wizarding prison, the Fortress of Azkaban. The island in the North Sea on which the wizard prison was built had never appeared on any map, wizard, or muggle. Its first known resident, Acrisides, practiced the worst kinds of dark magic and constructed a fortress on the island, luring muggle sailors there to torture and murder them. After his death, the various concealment charms placed on the isle faded, and the Ministry of Magic became aware of the mysterious site's existence. Those who entered the deserted fortress to investigate discovered, among other horrors, an infestation of Dementors. The wizarding authorities of the time considered destroying the fortress, but, fearing reprisal by the dark entities or the island itself, decided against such action, and the ministry allowed the sizable colony to remain. The island was thus left unmolested and unchecked for many years, decades, until the International Statute of Secrecy was established. Due to the impracticality of using small, local prisons, which could result in bangs, smells, and light shows if inmates escaped, plans for a single, purpose-built wizarding prison on some remote Hebridean island were made at the passing of the International Statute of Secrecy. However, when Damocles Roll was elected Minister for Magic in 1718, he insisted on using Azkaban instead, seeing the Dementors as a potential asset. Putting them to work as guards would save expense, time, and lives. This plan was eventually put into motion and, despite protests, Azkaban was made the magical prison of Britain, and Roll's decision was a major success as Azkaban showed a zero breakout rate for centuries. During his term, Minister Eldritch Diggory visited Azkaban and was horrified at the inhumane levels of despair and insanity that the Dementors induced in the prisoners. He formed a committee to find alternative solutions or mitigating measures, the least of which was to remove the Dementors. Even this, however, met opposition from those who feared a mainland invasion if the Dementors were deprived of their food source. Diggory died of dragonpox while in office, and thus the campaign to find an alternative to Azkaban's Dementors stalled. Reversing his predecessor's position, when Minister Hephaestus Gore took office, the prison was renovated and reinforced, shedding its fortress-like appearance and turning it into the triangular monolith, and had remained the same way till today. Voldemort raised his wand towards the tower. 3 energy orbs of blood red muddled with black manifested and flew out to place themselves in a triangular position 1 meter apart from each other. The red light from the orbs cast a glow on Voldemort's indifferent face. The orbs began violently vibrating, and the Death Eaters all took a step back. 3 beams of crushing power, one from each, came crashing into each other at the midpoint of the triangle, and the shaking reached a peak before the spell went still like the calm before the storm. The very next second, a concentrated beam discharged out from the midpoint towards the fortress. For a second, nothing happened. Then came a zapping sound. Voldemort's spell had crossed the sound barrier. After a streak of red electric bolts covered the surface of the tower, there was another couple of seconds pause before the exterior of the monolithic building started to crack. With every passing second, the cracks grew, and rubble began falling big and small, but it kept falling. A flurry of screeches followed after as hooded wraiths in hundreds began flying out the tower and more began descended down from the chaotic clouds. The Death Eater Brigade clutched their wands in nervousness as the screeching tattered robes formed a dark dome surrounding the island. Only Voldemort seemed unconcerned. He lazily flicked his wand, and fans of yellowish-brown flames began flying out in waves over waves, crashing out into the dome of Dementors. Louder screeches filled the sky, but now they were of pain and fear. Patronus spell was the mainstream spell of choice to handle Dementors, and if used correctly, it did amazingly well. But a Patronus was a gentle option. There were spells on the dark spectrum that could be used against the Dementors. The wraiths were immortal and couldn't be killed, but that didn't mean that they couldn't be made to feel pain and fear. After half a minute, Voldemort stopped and lowered his wand hand. A small smile appeared on his face as he saw a single Dementor fly out from the tower and float in front of him. It screeched harshly. "Submit to me, and I will let you feed," said Voldemort. "You will be able to feed more than you and your kind have ever done on this island. This is a prison, and if you submit, I will free you from it. Refuse and I will plunge you into the pits of agony beyond imagination." The Dementor hovered in his place for a good while before bowing its hooded head. As it did that, the Dementor's dome crumbled and the wraiths flew away. "Now, come to out, it's time to return home," said Voldemort, gazing at the tower in shambles. Another smile appeared on his face as he saw a familiar figure step out into the open. Scene break. One day she was at the top of the world, serving her beloved master from the bottom of her heart, seeding chaos and destruction, spreading the fire of her master's terror. Those were the best days of her life. She had found the purpose of her and was living the dream every single second of her life. But then, one day, everything came crashing down as her beloved lord, the one who she would do anything, disappeared. He had gone to take care of something on his own, but he never returned. The whispers that he was dead reached her ears, but she knew that it wasn't true. She knew that he was out there, needing her help. However, before she could go out to help her master, she was captured by the filthy Aurors, and before she knew it, she was in Azkaban. The worst day of her life, not because of the Dementors. They weren't a problem, it was the day she was barred away from helping her master. The next decade she spent in her prison wasn't bad. The Dementors were a bit pesky, but they were cute, trying to push her into gloom. It seemed that they didn't know who she was. She was despair. Their attempts meant nothing to her. They tried to suck out her happiness, but all it did was bring out her memories with her beloved master, but they weren't able to suck them out. She didn't allow it, it wasn't allowed. Then one day, the only mark on her body that had faded away over time began darkening and returned to how she remembered it was during happy times. Her master, her lord, her everything had returned. From that day forward, she waited in eagerness for the day her master would come to get her. And then one cold day, like every day, the Dementors were bothering her, like every day, but then they suddenly went as the tower began shaking. It had never shaken like it did today. In the blink of an eye, the roof and wall of her home, her cell, crumbled away, leaving her to see the side of the sky for the first time ever in 13 years. Even when they had changed her cell, they had blinded her for the time she was outside. She finally had an image in her eyes to match the sound of waves she heard every day from her cell. She slowly stepped out towards the edge and just took in everything. Then she heard the voice she had been waiting to hear. It was just a whisper, but it was everything. "Time to return home, Bellatrix." Scene break. "My lord." Voldemort turned away from talking to Bellatrix Lestrange and turned to Peter Pettigrew, who called out to him. "Speak, Wormtail." "The thing I talked about to you before," said Peter, "about talking someone else with us. They were here to take the imprisoned Death Eaters, but Peter wanted to take someone else with them. So, where is this boy you want to take with us?" Voldemort asked. He didn't care what happened to the other prisoners. They could die for all he could care, or make it to the mainland and do anything they wanted, which happening was low with the island being surrounded by the Northern Sea, and the Dementor-treated prisoners couldn't bring out magic even if they did try to attempt apparition without wands. "Bring him here," said Peter. Two Death Eaters dragged a sickly-looking man, holding him up with his arms around their shoulders as the man couldn't stand on his own. Voldemort wasn't impressed. All his imprisoned Death Eaters were able to stand and walk, albeit weakly, after more than a decade in Azkaban. This one didn't look he had been in prison for even half of that. "What is your name, boy? Speak," said Voldemort impatiently. The man feebly raised his head to look at Voldemort and gazed at the Dark Lord with his dead eyes. He opened his mouth, and a raspy voice escaped his chipped lips. "Rivers Lock?" Quinn stared at the spread newspaper on the table in front of him, looking at the 11 black and white photographs that filled the whole of the front page, 10 showing men's faces and the 11th, a women's. Some of the people in the photographs were silently jeering, others were tapping their fingers on the frame of their pictures, looking insolent. The one face familiar to Quinn stared ahead without an expression. Each picture was captioned with a name and the crime for which the person had been sent to Azkaban. Antonin Dolohov, read the legend beneath, a wizard with a long, pale, twisted face who was sneering up at Harry, convicted of the brutal murders of Gideon and Fabian Pruitt. Augustus Rookwood, said the caption beneath, a pockmarked man with greasy hair who was leaning against the edge of his picture, looking bored, convicted of leaking Ministry of Magic secrets to he who must not be named. Quinn's attention, although were drawn to the sole woman and one man. The woman's face had leapt out at him the moment he had seen the page. She had long, dark hair that looked unkempt and straggly in the picture, though he had seen it sleek, thick, and shining. She glared up at him through heavily lidded eyes, an arrogant, disdainful smile playing around her thin mouth. Somehow, she retained vestiges of fabulous good looks, but something perhaps Azkaban had taken most of her beauty. Bellatrix Lestrange, convicted of the torture and permanent incapacitation of Frank and Alice Longbottom. The man, on the other hand, seemed indifferent and wasn't even looking into the camera while the mugshot was being clicked. His dead eyes seemed to look into the distance. Rivers Locke, spoke the legend beneath the pale dead-eyed young man, convicted of abduction of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, breaking and entering at Hogwarts, and endangering lives of Hogwarts students. Quinn sighed as his eyes went up towards the headline over the pictures he hadn't read because of the photographs. Mass breakout from Azkaban Ministry fears Pettigrew is rallying point for old Death Eaters. This shit is bonkers, said Eddie. 11 Death Eaters out of Azkaban and Peter Pettigrew, the man's at the peak of his popularity. Read the article, said Marcus. Fudge commented on it. The Ministry of Magic announced late last night that there has been a mass breakout from Azkaban. Speaking to reporters in his private office, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, confirmed that 11 high-security prisoners escaped in the early hours of yesterday evening and that he has already informed the Muggle Prime Minister of the dangerous nature of these individuals. We find ourselves, most unfortunately, in the same position we were 2.5 years ago when the murderer Peter Pettigrew escaped, said Fudge last night. Nor do we think the two breakouts are unrelated. An escape of this magnitude suggests outside help, and we must remember that Pettigrew, as the first person ever to break out of Azkaban, would be ideally placed to help others follow in his footsteps. We think it likely that these individuals, who include he who must not be named's right-hand witch, Bellatrix Lestrange, have rallied around Pettigrew as their leader. We are, however, doing all we can to round up the criminals and beg the magical community to remain alert and cautious. On no account should any of these individuals be approached. Bullshit, said Eddie scoffing. Complete and utter bullshit. What other options does he have, said Marcus critically. He can hardly say, sorry everyone, Dumbledore warned me this might happen, the Azkaban guards have joined you-know-who, and now his worst supporters have broken out too. I mean, he's spent a good 6 months telling everyone you and Dumbledore are liars, hasn't he? Marcus ripped open the newspaper and began to read the report inside while Quinn looked around the Great Hall. His fellow students were not looking scared or at least discussing the terrible piece of news on the front page, but very few of them took the newspaper every day like he and Marcus. There they all were, talking about homework and Quidditch and who knew what other stuff, and outside these walls 10 more Death Eaters along with a Neo-Death Eater, Novellus Oxionite, had swollen the Dark Lord's ranks. He glanced up at the staff table. It was a different story here. Dumbledore and McGonagall were deep in conversation, both looking extremely grave. Sprouthead the Prophet propped against a bottle of ketchup and was reading the front page with such concentration that she was not noticing the gentle drip of egg yolk falling into her lap from her stationary spoon. Flitwick had stood up on his chair, atop his chair, and was hunched over the newspaper, his face at point-blank range. Meanwhile, at the far end of the table, Umbridge was tucking into a bowl of porridge. For once, her pouchy toad's eyes were not sweeping the Great Hall looking for misbehaving students. She scowled as she gulped down her food, and every now and then, she shot a malevolent glance up the table to where Dumbledore and McGonagall were talking so intently. Oh my, said Marcus wonderingly, still staring at the newspaper. What? Said Quinn. He folded back page 10 of the newspaper and handed it back to Quinn and Eddie. Tragic demise of Ministry of Magic worker. St. Mungo's Hospital promised a full inquiry last night after Ministry of Magic worker Broderick Bode, 78, was discovered dead in his bed, strangled by a potted plant. Healers called to the scene were unable to revive Mr. Bode, who had been injured in a workplace accident some weeks prior to his death. Healer Miriam Strout, who was in charge of Mr. Bode's ward at the time of the incident, has been suspended on full pay and was unavailable for comment yesterday, but a spokeswizard for the hospital said in a statement, St. Mungo's profoundly regrets the death of Mr. Bode, whose health was improving steadily prior to this tragic accident. We have strict guidelines on the decorations permitted on our wards, but it appears that Healer Strout, busy over the Christmas period, overlooked the dangers of the plant on Mr. Bode's bedside table. As his speech and mobility improved, Healer Strout encouraged Mr. Bode to look after the plant himself, unaware that it was not an innocent flitter bloom, but a cutting of Devil's Snare, which, when touched by the convalescent Mr. Bode, throttled him instantly. St. Mungo's is as yet unable to account for the presence of the plant on the ward and asks any witch or wizard with information to come forward. Bode, said Quinn. You know him? Asked Eddie. Bode. It rings a bell. Yeah, I remember. Broderick Bode, the man was an unspeakable, worked in the Department of Mysteries, said Quinn nodding as his memory provided. I met him in passing at a party with grandfather. He seemed like a jolly man. A pity. A flitterbloom turning out to be a devil's snare. That sounds oddly suspicious, said Eddie. You said he's an unspeakable? Maybe someone wanted to kill him. No one knew that Eddie was indeed right, and Broderick Bode's death was indeed an attempt to seal his lips with the strangle of death. The newspaper was set in between Quinn and Eddie as both read it, but suddenly a blonde head of Luna Lovegood dipped in between them. Broderick Bode, said Luna, her eyes sparkling. She picked up the newspaper and read it with unblinking eyes. Eddie and Quinn looked at one another, then to Luna, who straightened up, closed the paper, and started to walk away. To send a letter to Daddy, she said. Broderick Bode, Flitterbloom, and Devil's Snare. Luna was already in her own world, switching from fourth-year Ravenclaw to Quibbler columnist. Let's hope she doesn't trip and fall on her face, said Eddie, following Luna with his eyes. Quinn guffawed shortly, recalling when he, Eddie, and Marcus had seen Luna trip out and plant her face right into the mud because she wasn't paying attention to where she was going. Luna's only reaction was that it had been a while since she tasted dirt and how it tasted different from when she was a child. So, Marcus, how do you think this is going to turn out? Asked Quinn as he dabbed the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, curious about Marcus' thought on the matter. Marcus stared at the newspaper for a good moment. Well, Dumbledore's reputation is about to take a good ride on a broom up and up. With this, it would be difficult for the Ministry to keep their stance that you-know-who isn't alive. The public support would start to tilt towards Dumbledore's side. He glanced up at the staff table. Ministry would yet again try to suppress the news, but I don't think it would work as well this time around. Quinn nodded. The breakout was the breakpoint that was always lingering in the background. Before this point, Fudge couldn't be blamed for his refusal to believe that Voldemort had returned. There was no other evidence other than Harry Potter saying that he had seen Voldemort. But now, the breakout was indeed enough reason for Fudge to at least sit down with Dumbledore and sort the matter out. But the swamp of politics won't let Fudge go, and neither does Fudge want to exit what he thinks is the key to power, thought Quinn, sighing. People were emotional. He wasn't any exception, but the sight of emotions muddling minds was never a good sight. The next couple of weeks are going to be interesting ones, said Quinn. The next couple of weeks, there was only one topic of conversation in the corridors now, the 10 escaped Death Eaters, whose story had finally filtered through the school from those few people who read the newspapers. Rumors were flying that some of the convicts had been spotted in Hogsmeade, that they were supposed to be hiding out in the Shrieking Shack, and that they were going to break into Hogwarts, just like the 11th escapee Rivers Locke had done. Those who came from wizarding families had grown up hearing the names of these Death Eaters spoken with almost as much fear as Voldemort's. The crimes they had committed during the days of Voldemort's reign of terror were legendary. There were relatives of their victims among the Hogwarts students, who now found themselves the unwilling objects of a gruesome sort of reflected fame as they walked the corridors. Susan Bones eclipsed Harry Potter in popularity because she had an uncle, aunt, and cousins who had all died at the hands of one of the 10, and that her aunt, guardian, and only living family member, Amelia Bones, was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Many hounded her, wanting to know what the DMLE was doing to catch the escaped convicts. The sudden pressure increase on the poor Hufflepuff was so much that Quinn had decided to pair her with Harry in a meeting to alleviate some stress. The girl had said miserably that she now had a good idea what it felt like to be Harry. And I don't know how you stand it, it's horrible, she said bluntly, putting a bit too much power into her banishing charm that Harry had to actually put in some effort to defend himself. It was true that Harry was the subject of much renewed muttering and pointing in the corridors these days, yet he thought he detected a slight difference in the tone of the whisperers' voices. They sounded curious rather than hostile now, and once or twice he was sure he overheard snatches of conversation that suggested that the speakers were not satisfied with the Prophet's version of how and why 10 Death Eaters had managed to break out of Azkaban Fortress. In their confusion and fear, these doubters now seemed to be turning to the only other explanation available to them, the one that Harry and Dumbledore had been expounding since the previous year. It was not only the students' mood that had changed. It was now quite common to come across 2 or 3 teachers conversing in low, urgent whispers in the corridors, breaking off their conversations the moment they saw students approaching. They obviously can't talk freely in the staff room anymore, said Quinn nonchalantly, as he, Eddie, and Marcus passed McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout huddled together outside the Charms classroom one day. Not with Umbridge there. Reckon they know anything new, said Eddie, gazing back over his shoulder at the 3 teachers. If they do, we're not going to hear about it, are we? Said Harry angrily. Not after decree. What number are we on now? 4 new signs had appeared on the house notice boards the morning after. News of the Azkaban breakout. Educational Decree-No. 49. By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. Teachers are hereby banned from giving students any information that is not strictly related to the subjects they are paid to teach. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree No. 49. Signed, Dolores Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor, Ministry of Magic. This latest decree had been the subject of a great number of jokes among the students. Lee Jordan had pointed out to Umbridge that by the terms of the new rule, she was not allowed to tell Fred and George off for playing Exploding Snap in the back of the class. Exploding Snap's got nothing to do with defense against the dark arts, Professor. That's not information relating to your subject. When Quinn next saw Lee, the back of his hand was bleeding rather severely, but the Gryffindor was smiling widely as he shook 2 empty potion vials, a standard care package that every Umbridge detention attendee got from Quinn. Many had thought that the breakout from Azkaban might have humbled Umbridge a little, that she might have been abashed at the catastrophe that had occurred right under her beloved Fudge's nose. It seemed, however, to have only intensified her furious desire to bring every aspect of life at Hogwarts under her personal control. She seemed determined at the very least to achieve a sacking before long. Quinn had listened on her as she toad-huffed in her office. Every single divination and care of magical creatures lesson was now conducted in the presence of Umbridge and her clipboard. She lurked by the fire in the heavily perfumed tower room, interrupting Trelawney's increasingly hysterical talks with difficult questions about ornithomancy and heptomology, insisting that she predict students' answers before they gave them and demanding that she demonstrate her skill at the crystal ball, the tea leaves, and the runestones in turn. Umbridge even dared spend more time in Hagrid's creature farms than any other student in Hogwarts. She braved staying close to even the stinkiest of Hagrid's beasts just so that she could maximize the harassment she could punch into Hagrid, and it seemed to work because Hagrid was oddly distracted and jumpy in lessons, losing the thread of what he was saying while talking to the class, answering questions wrongly and glancing anxiously at Umbridge all the time, seemingly lost his nerves. The third one to be targeted by Umbridge's constant hounding was Lily Potter, but Umbridge didn't disturb Lily as she did Trelawney and Hagrid. She just sat in the back of the class and stared at Lily without saying a single word, but there was something brewing and everyone who attended the Muggle Studies class knew that Umbridge was planning something. Scene break. It was the end of another meeting, and Quinn exited the room of requirements, closing it behind him as his duty of the room manager. He stared at the crowd of people slowly drifting away. It was late at night, and after another session with Drill Master Quinn, everyone simply wanted to collapse on their beds and go to sleep. Good work, everyone. I look forward to meeting you all in the next session. Please make sure to revise and keep the magic alive, said Quinn, his voice reaching into everyone's ears without leaking into the surrounding. Come on, let's go, said Eddie as he cracked his neck. I've work to do, said Quinn as they walked towards the grand staircase. Work, or work, asked Luna. Work, said Quinn. Return before it's too late, said Marcus. Yes, Mum. On the 6th floor, Quinn separated from the group and silently made his way to the entrance of the architect's vault. He took out the teal ring from his pocket and slipped it on. The teal ringlet appeared on the wall, and Quinn touched the teal gem in the center of the ringlet, opening the swerving teal portal through which he effortlessly slipped in like he had done so many times. As soon as he entered the first room, Quinn sighed, staring at the erect pedestal. It was always up whenever he entered. It was fun a couple of times, but after that, he was sick of it. He conjured a floating silver disc and sat on it, his legs crossed. He was sick of all the shaking that happened while he solved the mechanism. Was utterly annoying. Quinn raised a hand and placed it on one of the pillars that held up the roof. He was about to channel some magic to kickstart the process when he heard a loud gasp of surprise. Quinn froze on his silver disc and slowly turned towards the source of the human gasp, which he knew didn't come out of him. Quinn saw a head of red hair. She was looking at the swirling teal portal so he could only see her back, but there was no doubt in his mind about the person's identity. She turned towards him with an utterly surprised expression, and Quinn closed his eyes, mentally preparing himself for what was about to come. Quinn, what is this room? She asked. Quinn took a deep breath and opened his eyes to her standing before him. For the most part, Quinn associated the vaults with quiet except for a case or two. He had gotten used to spending hours after hours doing his work in utter silence. He had become comfortable in it. But after a very long time, Quinn felt that the silence was entirely uncomfortable right now. He felt that the architect's vault's first room was more silent than T-Hum's delight. Quinn, she said again. He stared at her blankly. His brain ran at full speed, threatening to overheat, but at the same time, it was drawing blanks regarding the situation in front of him. At the same time, a small portion at the back of his head was screaming a screeching emergency signal right at him. Obliviate, 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 but he knew that wasn't going to be an option. Not for him. Quinn stepped down from the silver disc, and his legs were very unhappy that they were being used. His entire body felt unhappy. For 4 years, he had kept this all to himself, but all that came crashing with just one person stepping through a wall. At novel bin at. What the hell was the architect thinking? Why doesn't she need a ring? He thought. The shock and surprise of seeing her here gave way to anger about his carelessness. A detection ward at the start of the corridor outside was all it would have taken. Ivy, there was a good pause before he continued. I'll be honest with you, but this reminds me of the time you broke into my office. Ivy Potter, the repeat intruder, stilled in surprise, remembering the aftermath of the break-in. Don't worry, said Quinn, seeing the expression on Ivy's face. This and that are two different situations, though I can't say I'm not feeling angry. He looked around the vault. This isn't my property, though I'm the current challenger. Ivy lowered her eyes. She had followed Quinn, her curiosity getting the best of her. With hindsight, she could have just asked Quinn about it at a later time, but thinking about that now was worthless. Quinn sat down on the steps leading to the pedestal and patted the spot next to him. Ivy gingerly followed and sat beside him. Quinn didn't speak for a good time while Ivy sat beside him, feeling a tiny bit awkward. He was angry and wanted to shout at Ivy about intruding on his privacy, but the shock of the vault's existence being found made him trigger his occlumency out of panic. In his first year, recon was birthed in Hogwarts and became possibly the most significant breach of personal privacy that ever existed in the history of Hogwarts. Every morning Quinn had ever visited the Great Hall for breakfast, he had used legilimency to spy on people. On multiple occasions, Quinn had used audio transmitting chips to listen in on conversations. Just this year, he had planted a recording device in a person's room, even though it was Umbridge, and broke into her office repeatedly using recon to change the tapes. Damn occlumency, dulling my hypocrisy, he thought. I suppose you were curious, said Quinn after calming himself down. Ivy nodded her head. When did you find out about this? He asked. Before Christmas. You suddenly disappeared between the 7th and 5th floor, and then almost every week, you vanished after the meetings ended. Ivy fiddled with her finger. Before Christmas? For that long? Damn, no wonder you were so curious, said Quinn, but, I'd say, Ivy, don't just barge into places you have no idea about with a care in the world. You might seriously get injured. Hogwarts, as you know, isn't as safe as it's set out to be. Ivy once again nodded. She had her own share of experience with dangerous rooms, the Philosopher's Stone chambers, the Chamber of Secrets, though she was petrified, and an office occupied by a protective owner. 2 of 3 times, she had actively entered the dangerous rooms on her own accord. What's this place? She asked, seeing that Quinn wasn't exceedingly angry, or at least wasn't showing it. Quinn turned to Ivy and stared at her. What? Said Ivy, feeling conscious because of Quinn's intense gaze. You will have to promise not to tell anyone about it. If I am to tell you about this, you will have to promise me not to share this with anyone. Not a single soul can know about the existence of this room. If you can't give me that, I will suggest that you exit this room and pretend that it never existed. There was the option of kicking Ivy out without telling her anything. But curiosity killed the cat, and Ivy Potter was one curious cat. I promise you I won't tell anyone, said Ivy. All right then, don't make me regret this, said Quinn before starting. This is a special room, of course, as you have found through the situation. It's hidden from the general public of Hogwarts, the professors, the students, the house elf. No one knows about them, about the cursed vaults. Cursed vaults. Aha, cursed vaults, forgotten through the annals of time, only known to a select few. Quinn sported a smile, feeling proud about being this part of history. This vault that we are standing in is made by Stigward Grag, the architect, said Ivy, recalling the name instantly. You were reading his biography. Luna brought it for you. You have a good memory. Yes, I did read that. I read it because of this vault, the architect's vault. How did you find this place? Asked Ivy, looking at the plain room. The only thing that stood out to her was the teal portal behind her and the pedestal in front. The Hufflepuff ghost, Friar, is the one who told me about it, said Quinn. He dropped me off at a starting point for me to make my way to this room. Quinn showed Ivy his ring. I found this ring. It's the architect's ring. It led me to this room, and from October, I have been coming here to this place. But why? I mean, what is in here for you? Asked Ivy, looking around. I don't know, said Quinn. I don't know what awaits me, but I do think it will be worth the time. This was constructed by Stigward Grag, and he put in some effort to hide it, so I'm guessing there must be something worthwhile. Quinn got up from the step he was sitting on, took out his fake wand to conjure the same silver disc he had conjured before, but this time it was big enough for 2 people. He turned to Ivy and extended his hand towards her. Come on, he said. Ivy got up, held Quinn's hand as he pulled her up on the silver disc. What are you going to do? She asked. I'm going to quench your curiosity, said Quinn. He turned to the pillar beside and put the wand tip on the stone to inject the magic to get the process started. What do you Maya? The entire room started to shake like an earthquake was passing by. Quinn, of course, wasn't surprised, but the same couldn't be said for Ivy as she eked when the room started trembling, setting off some dust from the ceiling, and even though she was off the ground and couldn't feel the quakes, the noise was enough to scare her and grab the nearest support she could, which happened to Quinn. Whoa, exclaimed Quinn as he reflexively wrapped his free arm around Ivy as she grabbed onto him. What is happening? Yelled Ivy loudly, her grip tightening. Is the room going to collapse? Are we going to die? What? No, of course not. But Ivy seemed not to listen as she clutched into a death hold and showed no signs of leaving him. All Quinn could do was leave her be and continue solving the mechanism. After the shaking stopped, the pedestal completely sunk in, and the archway staircase revealed that Quinn breathed out a sigh and looked at Ivy. She didn't seem cognizant of the fact that the shaking had stopped and was still holding on to him. She's cute, a thought passed through Quinn's mind as he gazed at her. Ivy, it's over, he said. Prompted by her name being called, Ivy finally opened her eyes and cautiously/doubtfully looked around, and everything had indeed stopped shaking. Then realized her position, and her heart skipped a beat as she forced down the red from coming up on her face. Her finger loosened the hold on Quinn's shirt, but she didn't step away from him, or to be more accurate, she couldn't. You hand, she said. My hand. Quinn looked at his left arm, and to his surprise, his left arm was wrapped around Ivy's waist. Oh, I'm sorry. Quinn immediately removed his hand from Ivy, and she took a small step away from him. Quinn lowered the silver disc to the ground, and both stepped off. Wanting to quickly move on, Quinn directed Ivy's attention to the changes in the room. Well, what do you think? He said. Ivy took her eyes off the ground and pushed the thoughts about the closeness to Quinn away for a later time and gazed around the room. That thing in the middle is gone, she said, and then pointed at the revealed staircase. That wasn't there before. What's in there? She sounded like an excited child. How about we go and check it out? Both of them reached the staircase, and with a wave of Quinn's fake wand, the entire staircase lit up. Isn't this cool? Said Quinn. How did this appear? Asked Ivy. Why did the room shake? It would be better if I show you, said Quinn. I'll be casting a little magic on you. All right. When he got the permission, Quinn cast illusion magic on Ivy and showed her what he could see through his earth sense. Wow. Ivy could suddenly see the entire mechanism that was inside the vault walls. This is what magic you're using. I'm using illusion magic. The entire vault room is a safe that needs to be solved to reveal this hidden doorway. All the shaking was the parts being moved around, said Quinn in explanation, and then went into a bit of detail. Now, how about we go to the next room, said Quinn. Maybe it was because Quinn finally had someone to share the vaults with that he was feeling more loose-lipped than usual and told Ivy about the bits and pieces of knowledge that he learned while learning earth magic and things about the architect he had read. In the second room of the architect's vault, Quinn once again sent out hundreds of light orbs into the air and to every corner to light up the enormous space. Welcome to what I like to call cuboidal creation, said Quinn. He had also named the first room the hidden lock. Cuboidal creation? Asked Ivy. Yes, come on, let me show you what this room is all about. Quinn led Ivy to the edge, looking down at the chasm. There are two ways we can do this, said Quinn. We can go down slow on a silver disc like before, or we can go down the fun way. The fun way, said Ivy immediately. Quinn looked at Ivy approvingly. Excellent, that's spirited. Life's all about having fun. I like your style, Ivy Potter, so don't blame me. Blame you? Why? Quinn grabbed Ivy by her hands and pulled her along as he stepped off the edge and down. Both fell down, with Ivy screaming while her mind out while Quinn grinned as he watched her while falling. Near the end, Quinn used a resto momentum on himself and Ivy to land them neatly on the ground. Ivy's knees, though, weren't in agreement. She collapsed on the floor, heaving because of the shock. The redhead glared up at Quinn. That wasn't fun. You could have given me a warning or ugh. She stood up and hit Quinn on his shoulder as hard as she could. Sorry. Quinn laughed. After Ivy calmed down, she looked at the comparison apparatus in the middle of the chasm and a cube sticking out of the floor. He had already cleared out the wall cubes. Unlike the first room, the things in the second room didn't reset every time he exited. The objective of this room is to create replicas of the shape that the room asks for, said Quinn. You see the cube sticking out of the wall. I need to take material out of it and that strange shape on the small stand. Yeah, that one. I need to make an exact replica down to the smallest millimeter. Can I try? Asked Ivy. Sure, let's see. Quinn looked around for a material cube with an easy-to-mold material. He pulled two lumps out of one of the cubes and shaped one into a simple cube before placing both the cube and the lump on the ground. Shape the lump into the cube, said Quinn while sitting next to the cube and the lump. Ivy sat down on the ground and took out her wand. She observed the objects in front of her with intent, intelligence flashing in her eyes. While transmutation wasn't exclusively taught in Hogwarts, magic disciplines often intersected. Transfiguration had plenty of similarities with transmutation, so the task to shape the lump of rock into a shape shouldn't be difficult for Ivy. Quinn silently sighed. The replication task was easy enough, and anyone with decent skill could do it, but it wouldn't be a vault without a twist thrown in. The material cubes are getting tougher, he thought. Every cube in the room was made from a different stone. Every successive cube had something different from the previous one, and after going through dozens after dozens of cubes, the materials were becoming stranger, more difficult to mold, trickier to manipulate. Quinn had even started to suspect there was an alchemist behind the creation of these cubes. Not only that, the shapes were getting trickier. There were multiple angles, oddly shaped faces, edges that suddenly flowed into curves. The latest one even had pockets of air inside. Internals are no longer going to be completely solid, aren't they? If Quinn's prediction were to come true, then the task's difficulty would rocket up abruptly and keep on rising as the internal structure continued to change. Let's see who's better at architect, thought Quinn, his competitive side raising its head against a dead man. I'm done. Quinn left his thoughts behind. Sitting in front of him were two cubes. Let's see how you did. Quinn picked up the cubes and inserted his magic into the cubes. He could see what Ivy had done. It was methodical and both practically and theoretically sound. Ivy Potter, you know how to apply yourself. This is perfect, said Quinn. There's not a single ounce of transfiguration in here, nothing temporary. This cube is entirely in a stable state. Well done. Quinn smiled heartedly. The fact that she could eliminate transfiguration out completely in a task that she was just given was proof of sound conceptual knowledge. So, can I help you here? This was her chance to spend more time with Quinn. Hermione had told her about what Eddie Carmichael and Marcus Bebley thought about Quinn, and she knew Daphne liked Quinn, so if she was able to spend time with Quinn, here in a place that seemed to be a tightly held secret, it would allow her to become closer to Quinn. No. The answer was prompt, concise, and straightforward. The reason I told you about this is that I wanted to satisfy your curiosity and make you leave. The cursed vaults are close to my hearts, they're special to me, and I don't want that to change. Allowing you would change that. So I'm sorry, but you can't be here. Ivy pursed her lips and sighed. At least, she tried. But how about this, said Quinn. He was feeling generous. If it's possible, then I'll bring you to the end of the architect's vault. I'm willing to share the end with you, and let me tell you, the end's the best. The two gazed at each other. All right, I'll take that. But you better show it to me, said Ivy with an appreciative smile. Soon after that, Quinn led Ivy out of the vault and decided to leave for the night. It was late at night, and Ivy didn't have the Marauders map with her, so Quinn escorted her to the Gryffindor Tower. You said cursed vaults. Do you mean that there are more than one? Yes, there are 4 more, 5 in total. Wait, don't tell me that all the late nights that you do are because of these vaults? What are the other vaults? Are they made by the founders? They finally reached the hallway just outside the fat lady's portrait. That's a tale for another time, Ivy, said Quinn laughing. Maybe some other day, I'll tell you about them, maybe after I complete all 5 of them, his tone turning a tinge serious at the end. Deal, said Ivy, half dapping, slapping Quinn's hand, and then ran towards the fat lady's portrait without awaiting Quinn's reply. That wasn't a deal, said Quinn, having been left alone to stare at his hand. Good evening, everyone. Please gather around so we can get started, said Quinn, addressing the crowd gathered in the room of requirements. It had been a few months since DA had begun its sessions, and the learning activities were now in full swings. Every attending member had assimilated the sessions and their homework/self-study into their regular routines, leading to a peak learning environment. It helped that Quinn had created a competitive environment to motivate learning, through one-upping the others. What are we going to learn today? Revealers? Wards? Or maybe something that hinders the opponent like the anti-disapparition jinx? The usually disciplined Hermione Granger sounded like a child hopped on sugar left to play in an amusement park. Quinn smiled. I appreciate your enthusiasm, Hermione. Hermione blushed a bit out of embarrassment. But today, we're going to examine something that would allow you to defend yourself. Defensive spells. That's what we're going to tackle today. The art of protecting yourself. It may be when you are off balance, when your opponent attacked first trying to the initiative, at times you can't dodge, or whenever in the myriads of possibilities that you might need to stop an incoming attack. Duels are short ordeals. When a spell hits, it gets tricky to recuperate using your own magic quickly enough, and that too in the heat of battle. So the objective of defensive spells is to protect yourself at all times and not come in contact with spells or any harmful object. A decent bone-breaking spell could fracture a vital bone like the femur, in the thigh, or fibula and tibia, in the lower leg, enough to hinder mobility, leading to a vulnerable position until they could be mended back. That duration of injury could be converted into defeat, or death, by an opportunistic opponent. We'll be starting with the standard shield charm, Protego. He slashed his fake wand, and an invisible barrier rippled in the air. A versatile spell that can be used in a multitude of situations, everywhere from a spell to physical objects. This will be a first in the series of defensive spells. Quinn lazily waved his fake wand, and the names of DA members appeared in the air, every name paired with another. After the Theodore Knot incident, Quinn had taken up to himself to form pairs that would facilitate learning at a higher pace. One will cast the shield charm, and the other will cast a disarming spell. Then both will switch sides. After you think that you're comfortable blocking a disarming spell, change spells and switch it up to introduce some diversity of experience. As everyone shuffled to their pair, a single nervous hand went up from the group. Sorry. I'm not paired with anyone. Quinn nodded. I know, Neville. You will be practicing with me today. Everyone halted their actions in surprise and turned their heads to look at the pair. Generally, Quinn would go around the room giving out pointers or sit in a corner doing his things, but not once had Quinn paired with anyone during a DA session. Neville gripped his wand tightly in both hands near his chest. Me. Yes, Neville, you. Now come on, let's not waste time and get started, said Quinn. Also, before every gets started, please, gather around. I have one extra piece of advice I want to share, he said to the crowd. The DA members formed a circle around Quinn and Neville, who faced each other, wands ready. I'm going to share a personal tip with all of you. It has served me well when I cast defensive magic, said Quinn. Neville, would you give me your best reductor, please? He smiled. Neville gulped. Reductor, but you said that we aren't allowed to use lethal spells against each other. His voice trailed at the end. There's no reason to be nervous, Neville. In fact, good job bringing up the rule, said Quinn. But, I need a reductor for me to demonstrate the Protego. I assure you, it'll not hurt me. You can believe me, Neville. Neville licked his lips. He wasn't sure about it. Neville wasn't feeling comfortable pointing his wand at a friend while arming it with a lethal spell. He touched his forearm where the Gryffindor common room password was written in magical ink. For years, Quinn had been helping him with the passwords. Every week, he would go to the aid office, and Quinn would update the ink. But then he saw the confident smile on Quinn's face. There was no doubt that Quinn was better at magic than him. He clenched his jaw and nodded after a deep breath. I'll do it, he said. Quinn beamed. He raised his wand, and a Protego shield rippled into existence. Let out everything you got, Neville. Neville slowly raised his wand and carefully aimed his wand at Quinn. He glanced behind Quinn, and it was of assurance that everyone had their wands out. If he messed up, they would be ready to defend themselves. Please, don't mess up, Neville thought reducto. A blue spell light thrummed out his wand and zapped towards Quinn, who didn't even flinch in the face of a that could blow apart his body. The blue zap banged against Quinn's Protego, and the entire barrier rippled into sight. Neville held his breath as a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. Contrary to his worries, despite the wild rippling, the barrier remained intact and outlasted his reducto, standing strong even after the blue spell light fizzled out of existence. Now, that wasn't bad, was it? Said Quinn smiling. Neville hurriedly nodded. He felt his racing heart calm down. That's what a good Protego spell can do, Quinn spoke to the crowd. Now, time for the tip I used to face Neville's reductor. Everyone perked up their ears. I used the emotion of determination to power up my Protego. Many confused expressions and head tilts emerged in the crowd. Do you remember how I told you that emotion is an essential part of magic, and how any spell's quality can be benefited by applying an emotion or a mix of them? The question is to identify the emotion that would help, figure out an experience or memory to evoke that emotion, and finally properly channel it in your magic. Quinn had preached the importance of emotion a lot, though most people here didn't comprehend the role of emotion in spells. He turned to the one person in the room who he knew understood and had applied sentiment to their magic. Harry, tell me what you think when casting a patroness charm, he asked. Harry wasn't expecting to be called out all of a sudden. Admittedly, he had only been paying half attention to what Quinn was saying. His protego was spell was excellent, he thought. I think of happy memories. I was expecting more detail, but okay, said Quinn. The secret behind patroness charm is the feeling of happiness. The happier the memory, the better the charm would work. We will learn more about this when we tackle the spell in later sessions. For the shield charm and the majority of defensive spells, you need to think of memories that would evoke emotions like determination, perseverance, stubbornness, defiance. For example, if you have a memory of you were stubborn about accomplishing something and saw through your objective to the end. Maybe your parents, relatives, friends said that you wouldn't be able to do something, but you proved them wrong and stuck it to their faces. That one raised a lot of heads. Memories like these will help you cast a stronger shield that would stand firm against even the strongest of spells. Think about such memories. Dive deep to find them, and your defensive spells would be able to withstand more beating, last longer, and even be easier to cast, Quinn finished passionately. He dismissed everyone and was about to start up with Neville when he heard, "What do you use?" Quinn and many others turned to the speaker, seeing that it was Daphne who had raised the question. "What do you mean?" asked Quinn. "What do emotion or memory do you use?" Quinn cleared his throat and sighed deeply before taking up the question. "A couple of years back, I encountered a problem. I think it was the greatest problem of my life at that time and maybe to this day. Losing his magic was the worst time of his life, and the summer break he spent regaining it was his greatest show of struggle from him. I spent an entire summer break trying to solve that problem, be it either day or night. I was constantly working on it." He gazed at Daphne. "I imagined that while facing Neville's reducto. At novel bin at." Everyone felt the seriousness in Quinn's voice. For many of them, it was the first time they had seen him like this, different from his familiar jolly self. Those close to Quinn were curious about what he was talking about. "Though I don't use those emotions anymore," said Quinn nonchalantly as everyone was turning away. Everyone halted. They once again turned towards Quinn. "Then what do you use?" asked Daphne again. If he didn't use that memory, why did he answer the question with it, and why did he give them the advice if he himself did not use it? Don't get me wrong," said Quinn, noticing everyone's expression. "There was a time I used emotions like determination and stubbornness. There's nothing wrong with them, I just don't use them anymore, that's it." "You didn't answer the question." "Don't worry about it," he didn't want to say. "Out with it," Eddie shouted from the crowd. "I will tell, but don't try to copy me." Quinn looked at everyone and said, "I use fear as my emotion of choice while casting defensive magic." "Fear?" asked Daphne. Quinn nodded. "Fear is a natural, powerful, and primitive human emotion. Fear alerts us to the presence of danger or the threat of harm. It's what teaches us what's dangerous and what's not. A baby who touches a candle flame and gets burned will never touch it again because they know it'll hurt and form a fear of that action. Why do we block or dodge spells? It's because we know that they will cause harm to us, so we avoid it. Spells like a pinching hex might not inspire fear, but I have developed my mind to think what it would feel like if 100 pinching hex attacked me at the same. I'm able to think what it would feel like, what a spell hitting me would feel like when it's dialed up to 11. I taste the fear and will do anything to avoid it. My magic while feeling fear would go above and beyond when I'm in danger." It was a revelation while Quinn was using the summer break when he lost magic to charge his defensive magic. He had noticed that there was another emotion attached to those memories, it being fear, and Quinn was subconsciously drawing from the emotion of fear, and it was giving a substantial boost. Previously, determination was the primary, and fear was the subconscious secondary emotion. After the realization stuck, Quinn switched it up. Fear became the primary emotion, and because it was a dark emotion, Quinn used determination as the secondary and the emotion that kept fear in check. The result of the experiment was a major boost to power for his defensive spells, and that was precisely the reason why he didn't want to share this with everyone. "Don't use fear," said Quinn, warning. "Fear, while powerful, can cause an internal collapse at difficult situations when pressure is at peak. Magic and emotion are volatile and tricky to manipulate, so I repeat that none of you attempt to use fear as the force behind your magic. The emotions I mentioned before have their own specialties and are much more stable than fear. Moreover, after a certain level, channeling fear doesn't feel pleasant. The aftermath more often than not ends up pushing you feeling all worked up." It had taken a while for even Quinn to not let the fear dominate him in the after effect. Quinn warned a couple more times before starting with Neville. They followed the same defense-offense system as others, with Quinn shooting disarming charms just strong enough to challenge Neville but not enough to overwhelm. "So, Neville, you have been doing good for the past few weeks," said Quinn after Neville blocked a shot. "You have had the best improvement than anyone else." Neville flushed red a little. On inside he was feeling like his delight would fly him out of the room. "That is until," Quinn said. "That is ever since Bellatrix Lestrange escaped Azkaban." Neville froze up. The fresh shield he had brought up collapsed of the shock and daze. Neville looked around to see if anyone had heard. What? "You don't have to worry about anyone listening in. I have cast a silencing ward around us for this conversation," spoke Quinn. "I noticed the name Longbottom while reading upon Bellatrix Lestrange, and after a search in the archives, I found that Frank and Alice Longbottom were your parents. I don't want to talk about it, said Neville in a surprisingly determined voice and cast shield charm, which was immediately met by a disarming spell from Quinn. I don't want to talk about your parents, Neville, said Quinn. The reason I bring this up is that it's related to your sudden boost in magical improvement. Neville stared at Quinn skeptically. He searched for something on Quinn's face. When we started I noticed that your wand wasn't compatible with you, said Quinn. The compatibility factor was terrible, and when I asked around, I found out that you always had trouble with magic. Neville looked uncomfortable. It's not your wand, is it, Neville? Quinn already knew the backstory, but he needed to weave it up to proceed with the conversation. Neville stared down at the wand in his hands. It's my father's. I figured. That wand's the reason why you struggled with magic, Neville. What do you mean, said Neville. It was the first time he was hearing this. The wand chooses the wizard, Neville. You can't just pick up any wand and make it work. A magical and his magical focus needs to be synced for the magical to be able to bring out its magic to the fullest. The truth of the matter was that in a person's life, they went to get themselves a wand at the age of 11. Quinn wasn't sure about others, but if one went to Ollivanders, they would be told about that the wand chooses the wizard, saying but that was it. Once in their lives, people heard that saying, maybe twice if they went in for another wand in their lives. No usual person would be expected to remember a single event in their lives that happened when they were at the tender age of 11. By the time people grew up, they would forget about the saying from the strange wand shop owner. Moreover, it was a severe violation of commonplace manners to ask for people's wands. So while everyone brought their children new wands because it was expected to do, not everyone knew why new ones were brought except for wanting their children to have new ones. That's why it wasn't strange that Augusta Longbottom, Neville's grandmother, the old lady, would remember the reason behind buying wands. Combining that with the sentiment, had Frank Longbottom's wand end up in Neville's hands. Your father's wand wasn't compatible with you, and for 4.5 years, your magic didn't channel properly. That's the reason why you have been struggling with magic ever since coming to Hogwarts. Neville remained rooted to his spot. He had thought he was terrible at magic for his entire life because something was wrong with him. Not only him, but everybody else felt the same. His granduncle had to drop him off from the top of the stairs just to bring out his magic. But here he was hearing Quinn West saying that it wasn't his fault, but his wand's. But why you just said that I was doing good. Wands are complex magical artifacts. Just as wands can fall out of sync with their users, they can also form bonds with those they previously rejected, said Quinn. He pointed at Frank/Neville's wand. That wand, from what I can tell, is made from ashwood, and ash wands are known to cleave to their one true master and ought not to be passed on or to be gifted from the original owner, because they will lose power and skill. The wand rejected you previously is now accepting you and is finally conducting your magic perfectly. Why now? Tell me, how did you feel about the breakout, or to be exact, how did you feel about Bellatrix Lestrange's escape? The mention of the name made Neville's blood boil. That vile woman had turned his mother and father into what they were today. He had spent his entire life seeing complete family, people his age spending time with his family, and all he had were parents driven to madness. It always made him wonder what it would be like. I hate that vermin, said Neville acidly. He wanted nothing more but to take revenge against Bellatrix Lestrange for ruining his life. You have gained a goal, Neville, and with it come has a resolution. The wands liked it and had offered you its support. Neville clenched at the ash wand with the unicorn core. The wand was the constant reminder of what a failure he was. It reminded him of his grandmother's disappointment and how he had let his parents down. It felt him conflicted. The wand was the reason for his struggles, but now it supported him because he wanted to kill her parents' assailant. Let's continue, said Neville. He didn't want to continue this topic. Quinn obliged and shot a disarming spell on Neville's shield charm. The shield was substantially stronger than before. Focus and deep determination were being amply channeled through the spell. Take advantage of it, Neville, thought Quinn. The wand will be the best conductor for you, and when the day comes that Bellatrix Lestrange dies and your goal accomplished, that wand will fall out of sync with you. The correct thing to do would be to urge Neville to buy himself a new wand. But right now, the wand in Neville's hands was a constant reminder that it wasn't his fault. It reminded him of the wrongful humiliation he suffered. Those emotions would keep Neville in focus and keep him motivated to keep improving, to prove everything wrong. Determination, perseverance, and defiance were powerful emotions after all. The architect's vault's second room, cuboidal creation, had exceeded Quinn's expectations of the amount he thought it would take to go through all the material cubes. Before he knew it was already, February had walked to the end of its second week, bringing with it wetter and warmer weather. Quinn's gut told him that he was already behind schedule despite not knowing the vault's contents. Quinn gazed at his Friday pocket watch. It was already 6:30 in the evening. He had just completed all his work and delivered on his scheduled commitments so that he could free up the weekend and spend time in the architect's vault for 2 days and grind the last leg of the second room and proceed to the next stage of the vault. He snapped the cover close on the watch. Another half hour, then I close up. With nothing to do, Quinn decided to do some work on Aid's accounting. Making a profit was never Quinn's motive when he had set up, but in the few years of operations, Aid had been able to very narrow margin, almost negligible, of profit from serving the needful students of Hogwarts with their problems. Quinn would have seen more gains if not for his favor exchange policy, but that policy had given returns other than monetary ones. The other reason behind Aid just only break even most months was the operating expenses required to run Aid. In particular, the coin that was needed to keep the Aid workshop fully equipped with herbs, other potion ingredients, rune supplies, among the various other things that Quinn and Luna, mostly the former, went through regularly. It was because of Quinn's meticulous accounting skills and financial sense that he hadn't needed to borrow from his personal funds. Occasions such as paying Ludo Bagman's debt to goblins were a few exceptions when Quinn had used his own funds. At this rate, February's going to end up in red, noted Quinn. But he wasn't worried. Aid would make for all its losses from March onwards. With the Aid Notes series, they were bestsellers since the first release years. Time ticked away, and after another time check, only 10 minutes remained to 7, so Quinn got up to pack things up for the day, but just as he was about to enter the workshop to do the end-of-the-day scouring spell, the detection ward outside his door triggered a bell in his mind. 3 people. Quinn stared at the front door with his hand at the handle of the red workshop door. He waited, and waited for 2 minutes. The people outside didn't enter the office. Quinn shrugged. If they didn't want to come in, then he wasn't going to wait. However, the second he pushed the workshop door open, the door chime rang like a mosquito buzzing near the ear. Quinn heaved a sigh and turned to be surprised by the sight of Daphne standing at the threshold. Behind her, Tracy pumped her brows with a grin in greeting when their eyes met, with Astoria standing on her tiptoes, trying to peek over Daphne's shoulder. "Hey, you 3. Daphne closed the door, leaving Tracy and Astoria outside. The brief gaze Daphne shared with them before closing the door told that the other 2 had no intention to accompany Daphne inside. Why did they stay outside? Aren't they coming in? Daphne took a deep breath, then turned away from the towards Quinn. I've something to talk about alone. What is it? Said Quinn, swiftly moving back to his bar stool. It must be something serious, he thought. Daphne gracefully sat herself down on the chair opposite Quinn. She straightened the pleats on her skirt. The Slytherin hadn't matched eyes with Quinn once since entering the room. She mustered the courage and spoke up. The outing to Hogsmeade is on Sunday. Quinn nodded. The second Hogsmeade weekend was scheduled to fall on this Sunday. He wasn't going this weekend. He was to spend his time alone with a room full of burdensome stones. I was wondering if you would visit the village with me. Is there something wrong, Daphne? Said Quinn. It was so unlike her to be fidgeting with her hands while speaking. Is there something bothering you? Please don't be hesitant and share what seems to be the trouble. Is there a problem? Is that why you're asking me to accompany you to the village? Daphne finally looked up towards Quinn. He was usually sharp as a tack, so why couldn't he understand something so simple? Would she need to be blunt as Tracy had asked her to be? Daphne. I am asking if you would go on a date with me this Sunday on 14th of February, she said as direct as her heart would allow. Mother magic. She did it. Quinn froze up in his chair. His mind seemed to kick up like a sputtering motor. Hogsmeade weekend. Outing. 14th of February, a date on Valentine's Day. Oh. The moment that slipped out of his mouth, Quinn's mental status took a tight mental slap from itself. Daphne didn't take that surprised slip as discouragement and recognized for it was. She decided to push forward. Would you? She asked. But Quinn wasn't one to be pushed into an answer. He relaxed his tensed hands on the table and joined his hands, intercrossing his fingers. Daphne also seemed to be riding the wave of her mustered courage and hadn't removed her eye from Quinn. Both stared at each other for a few seconds to realize that it was a bit bashful to stare into each other's eyes after the exchange they just had, and turned away from the other's gaze at the same time. The ticking of the wall clock behind Quinn filled the room, stewing in a spell of awkward silence. Daphne's question had pushed. The ball was in Quinn's hand. He was to break this silence. He looked at her, and a flurry of thoughts flashed through his head. It was as if someone had opened every memory book in his mind with even the slightest mention of the girl sitting opposite him. He had known her for several years. From the very first day on the Hogwarts Express, she had been so quiet and cold that day. He recalled the day he had seen her smile for the first time, recalled the occasional giggle he had stolen from her, her worried expression shining in the moonlight when she grilled him about Astoria's cure, the many conversations he had with her, the times he had danced with her, the many hours he had spent with her discussing and teaching her magic. His thoughts went back to the last year and how she had looked in the black dressing gown on the Yuletide ball, she catching his eye as she danced with the Bulgarian meathead, and one different decision would have him escorting her. It seemed that his weekend plans needed to be changed. I'll be delighted. His soft voice made her blue eyes look at him. To visit the village with you this Sunday. He smiled softly. It's a date. Daphne stared with wide eyes and raised eyebrows. She had come here hoping the worst, that Quinn would reject her and maybe ruin her friendship with him, but after last year, Daphne had to try. She couldn't give up because of her fear without giving it a chance. Now Daphne was glad that she asked. She had wanted something, and she got it. She nodded as if Quinn's answer was expected. I'll meet you in the entrance hall on Sunday. I'll be waiting for it patiently. Quinn smiled. Outside, Tracy and Astoria waited for Daphne to come out, hopefully with good news. Both were feeling a worry for Daphne. Tracy tapped her foot against the floor as she kept her eye trained on the office door, while Astoria couldn't stay still and was pacing the corridor. What if he refuses? Said Astoria, coming to a screeching halt in front of Tracy. What if he already has a date? We didn't know until very late that he was going with Delacour last year. What if he's going with someone else, and we don't know about it? What would happen then? I asked Eddie, said Tracy. He said that Quinn hadn't said anything. Didn't he also not know last year? It could be the same this year. Tracy had no answers to that. Even though she had asked Eddie if Quinn had plans, she had stressed that he was not to poke or chance an answer out of Quinn. Eddie Carmichael wasn't the subtlest of people. Let's just trust Daphne. She'll come out with good news, I know it. Astoria bit her thumbnail and resumed her nervous pacing. All this talking had just amped her worries more. She didn't want her sister to be heartbroken, neither did she want to pin the blame on Quinn if it did happen. The door jingled open, and out came Daphne, looking the same she did every day. Tracy and Astoria all but rushed towards her but pressed the brakes when they saw Quinn step out as well. Right, well, that's settled then, Quinn said, and Daphne nodded. He turned to Tracy and Astoria and waved once before gently closing the door, leaving the three girls behind. Tracy and Astoria stared at Daphne, who began walking wordlessly, not giving them an answer. Dear sister, why are you just walking away? Please use that mouth of yours to speak something, it's not for decoration. Daphne, Greengrass? You answer me, what happened in there? Did you chicken and not tell him? Don't you dare tell me that is what happened. Daphne stopped and twirled on the balls of her feet, her hair, robes, and skirt lifting just a bit. Tracy and Astoria halted. Daphne Greengrass never twirled. The two girls got their answer in the form of the brightest smile capable of melting from the Ice Queen. Eddie was gazing at his bed with furrowed brows when he heard climbing steps. He could tell from the sound that it was Quinn. Quinn, help your mate out. Well yeah, he said without looking back. As he expected, it was indeed Quinn. With what? Eddie lifted the two jumpers from his bed and turned towards Quinn, who was placing his book bag at his study table. Which one should I wear on Sunday? I have a Valentine's Day date with Tracy. We are going to the village. This one, on the right, or the one on the left? I like them both, they are my favorites, but I can't seem to decide between one. What do you think? Quinn looked at the two options. The one on the right was black with a white collar. The left one was also black instead of a white collar. It had a white stripe on the side pockets. He looked at Eddie. He had changed into his casuals after Quidditch practice. Lo and behold, he was covered in all black from head to toe. The white and yellow one you got on your birthday, the one that your mum sent. Eddie's shoulders slumped. He looked at the jumpers in his hands. What was wrong with them? He looked excellent in both of them. What are you and Marcus going to do on Sunday? Said Eddie as he stuffed the jumpers into his cupboard. I won't be with you guys, he added smugly. I have a date. I don't know what Marcus will be doing. Is that so? The white and yellow jumper slipped out of Eddie's hands. He turned towards Quinn. No fucking way, he muttered his breath. Say that again, said Eddie. What do you have on Sunday? I have a date. Quinn leaned back against the study table. Relaxed. His hands rested on the tabletop at his sides. Eddie closed the distance between them briskly and gripped Quinn's arm. With who? His gaze incredulous. Daphne. Greengrass. I don't think there's another one. You asked. No, she did. You accepted. Yes, thus the date. On Valentine's Day. Yes. Another series of steps climbing sounded as Marcus entered the room with a small huff. He shuffled to his study table and hung his book bag on a hook attached to the table's side. This week was a bit hectic, don't you think? Said Marcus. Too many submissions, we even got a new set of assignments. I really want a relaxed weekend. What's wrong with you? He asked looking at Eddie, looking strangely serene. On Sunday, many will cry, and then they will mourn, said Eddie, prophesizing. Don't exaggerate, said Quinn. I'm confused. What are we talking about? Asked Marcus. He sat down on his bed. He's got a date. What? Marcus all but flew off his bed. Who? When? Why? He asked. Daphne. Valentine's Day. She asked. He accepted. Marcus gripped the hair on the top of his head and smacked his lips. A calm weekend. Yeah right, that's not going to happen. Scene break. Seeing that a chunk of Quinn's time was to be subverted to spend time on a date, Quinn entered the architect's vault early in the morning, before breakfast was served. He packed 3 meals and other supplies for the entire day so that he wouldn't need to emerge until he was satisfied with his work done, and if he was required, Luna was there as the point of contact. He had even made sure that those with detention with Umbridge had their doses of potions packed in unbreakable vials, and just to be needlessly sure, he had changed the tapes in her office. It just turned out that when Quinn was in the flow of things, cut from the outside world, some guests decided to visit Hogwarts on an impromptu visit. Dumbledore sat in his office, working on various school-related tasks that needed to be taken care of. He sighed as he picked up another report. There were so many of them. He had been too busy with outside matters. Work had piled up in his absence. He lightly raised his hand, and a lemon drop from a nearby glass ornate dish rose up and flew between his index finger and thumb. Dumbledore popped the lemon drop into his mouth as his aged eyes read from behind his half-moon glasses. As expected, nothing beats a lemon drop, smiled Dumbledore from behind his long beard. Someone's at your door. Dumbledore glanced at the portrait of a past headmistress before gazing at the entrance to his office. They wouldn't speak if it was someone from within the school, so it was someone from outside. To enter the headmaster's office, one had to speak the password to the stone gargoyle that would remove its wings from the way. After that, a wall behind the gargoyle would split open to reveal a stone staircase that led to a door with a griffin knocker that would finally open to his office. He could hear the gritting stone noise of the wall splitting and the faint steps from the staircase. Dumbledore expected a knock on his door, which was there for his privacy, but contrary to his expectations, the door flew open. The guests were people he wasn't expecting today. Professor Umbridge, Dumbledore looked at her companion, Cornelius. To what do I owe this pleasure? Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, dressed in his parent green suit with a bowler hat on top, entered the Hogwarts headmaster's office with his eyes narrowed, squinting, and frowning as he gazed around the office furtively. The last one to enter the office were two Aurors, both part of the minister's detail. They stationed themselves on either side of the door like guards. Dumbledore, said Fudge, his lips pressing into a white slash. How have you been? Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his expression serene, the tips of his long fingers together. I have been well, Cornelius. He watched Fudge pace his office. What seems to be the matter, Cornelius? You seem to be stressed. You know exactly why, said Fudge pointedly. I am not sure, I understand. Fudge slammed his hands on Dumbledore's desk. I'm talking about the mass breakout in Azkaban? You're using it to spread lies about the Dark Lord's return? I want you to stop it immediately. I assure you, Cornelius, but I haven't said a word of lie. Stop pretending, Dumbledore, said Fudge, his pasty white skin turning red. I know you're behind all the articles. I want them to stop, so make them stop. Ever since the Azkaban breakout, the public's view had changed. It would have been fine if the ministry would have provided a legitimate theory behind the escape, but their official statement was full of holes, and the public could see those holes as clear as the sun in the clear noon sky. So, they turned to the next reasonable explanation, which was Dumbledore and Harry's version of the story. The ministry had suffered a massive dip in approval ratings, and in direct correlation, it showed in Wizengamot. The support he had from independent seats, parts of Grey faction, estranged parts of Light faction, all who had been supporting him, suddenly went crawling back to their holes. All he had left was his own personal supporters and the Dark faction, but that wasn't enough. My apologies if you are facing difficulties, Cornelius, but I haven't been partaking in any of these activities that you're talking about, said Dumbledore, inclining his head. The portraits of old headmasters and mistresses were not shamming sleep today. All of them were watching what was happening below, severe and alert. But Dumbledore's behavior made many light-hearted ones chuckle. Dumbledore, I'm warning you to make your Light faction step down, said Fudge, or you are going to regret it. Fudge leaned over Dumbledore's desk. You have already lost so many positions. Who knows, you might just lose the position of headmaster. I do have an able replacement lined up and a draft for a fresh educational decree. Umbridge giggled behind her hand, standing tall behind Fudge. She knew who Fudge was talking about. Even the Aurors at the door chuckled. So, what's it going to be, Dumbledore? Said Fudge. He was sure that this threat would work. After all, he would have taken it if it was him. But who was going to tell Fudge that not everyone thought like him? Dumbledore sighed. He finally had some free time after a busy past few months. He wanted to stay in Hogwarts and spend some time among the children. But, now he had to face this. There was a limit to every man, and he was very close to his. Suddenly, the temperature in the room started to rise. The cold February office began to heat up like a tropical summer. Fudge, Umbridge looked around the office, confused about what was happening. Cornelius, why are we doing this? Said Dumbledore, getting up. When did you get this childish? The room's temperature kicked up another notch. The office suddenly became smoldering hot. Dumbledore, what are you doing? Fudge spluttered. Aurors? Arrest this man. When no answer came from the Aurors, Fudge turned back. What are you? There was no one behind him. Not the Aurors and not Umbridge. Instead, he saw 3 pairs of socks, 2 black, 1 pink, lying on the ground. He turned back to the front, and his heart almost leaped out of his throat when he saw Dumbledore standing close to him, peering down at him. At that moment, Fudge finally realized who he was facing. This wasn't the eccentric, mild-mannered headmaster. No, he was facing the man who defeated Gellert Grindelwald. The only man who the Dark Lord feared. Dumbledore. Cornelius, even I have a limit to my patience. You coming here isn't doing it any good. I am the minister. Do you have anything else remaining you wanted to tell me other than that you want me to stop the articles? And no. Dumbledore waved his hand, and 3 pairs of socks came flying into his hands. Then, I think it's time for you to leave, said Dumbledore as he slipped socks into Fudge's front coat pocket. You know your way out, Cornelius. I won't be seeing you out. That day, the Minister of Magic could be seen running through the halls of Hogwarts with sweat dripping all over his body. That day, Umbridge and the 2 Aurors woke up to find themselves lying on the ground just outside Hogwarts' boundary, with no idea how they got there. One second they were in Dumbledore's office, but the next, they were outside Hogwarts with the Fudge heaving while crouching on the ground. Not a peep about the incident was heard from Fudge or from his faction. On the morning of the Sunday, a big herd of Hogwarts dressed particularly carefully. They arrived at the Great Hall that smelled of delicious house elf-cooked food like it did every morning, but today, there was something different in the air. Loaves in the air, said Marcus sitting opposite to his 2 best friends, a grin splitting his face. Quinn looked up from his newspaper. Is that teasing that I detect? That's rare for you. Look at you both, dressed so sharply. Marcus glanced at Quinn. Even you're dressed sharply for your standards. Eddie was dressed in his white and yellow jumped and black pants, while Quinn put on a green sweater over a white shirt and tie above gray checkered pants. That's obvious. I have a date to hit out of the park. I need to dress the part, said Eddie, his chin high and arms crossed. It's a gentleman's duty to be dressed appropriately when he's escorting a lady. Quinn repeated the wise words from a certain butler back home. What are you going to do today? Any plans for your lonesome today? Marcus took out an envelope from his robes. I'm going to a party. A party? Today? I don't recall there being a party today, said Eddie. That's because you're not invited. Marcus lightly waved the invitation in his hand. What's the party about? Asked Quinn. Even he didn't know about this party, and he usually got an invite to everything. It's a tea party, but instead of tea, they're going to serve hot chocolate. Eddie and Quinn looked at each other and communicated with a couple of discreet wiggles and eye movements. The host, it's Luna, isn't it? Said Eddie. Marcus nodded. Who else is coming? Me, Luna, Astoria, said Marcus, and Quinn nodded, foreseeing the answer, and Madame Pomfrey. Eddie did a spit take, and a forkful of broccoli slipped down on Quinn's plate as he stared incredulously. I thought it'd be safe if we had a faculty member nearby in case Umbridge decided to vulture around, said Marcus, so after some discussion, we decided to hold it in the back part of the hospital wing with Madame Pomfrey. He looked Quinn. I exploited your relation with her to be allowed to set up the hot chocolate party in the hospital wing, so thank you for that. You didn't ask me for permission. Marcus waved Quinn's query off. Don't sweat the small stuff. Ever since DA had begun its operation, Marcus had taken it upon himself to maintain the group's secrecy. In every DA representative meet, Marcus stressed that the members needed to be very strict regarding the mention of DA outside the room of requirements. It was no secret that he didn't like Umbridge and what she represented, so he did everything he could to make sure DA remained a secret only known to the members and no one else. His efforts had been paying dividends as DA had remained a secret. There wasn't even a whisper of a rumor about a secret group operating in Hogwarts. Eddie. The voice brought a smile to Eddie's face. He got up and hopped onto his feet under the gaze of his two grinning friends. Ready to have fun? He asked. Tracy Davis nodded. I am. I hope you have a fun day planned. I have the first part of the day planned out, said Eddie. I hope you have your own half planned out. I have great expectations. For their date today, Tracy and Eddie had divided the day into two halves. The first half was taken by Eddie, while Tracy took the latter half. Mine is going to be better than yours, said Tracy. Eddie chuckled. If you believe that, then you don't know me. I'm really competitive. He jutted his chin towards Quinn and Marcus. Ask them, they will tell you. Quinn and Marcus nodded. Then I must tell you that I am called the Slytherin's Queen of Fun, said Tracy. Eddie opened his mouth but was hit by a grape. He looked at Quinn. What? He asked. Quit while things are going good, said Quinn. No need to put an axe to your foot. Quinn, you should also get going. Daphne's waiting for you, said Tracy. Oh my, she's already there. Quinn put down his utensils. A bluish-green glow scoured his hands clean. Well then, can't make her wait, can we? Scene break. Daphne Greengrass stood a little to the side of the oak front doors, looking pretty with her long flowing hair, attracting a lot of eyes from the people gathered in the entrance hall, waiting to be allowed to exit the castle to go Hogsmeade. Daphne was one of the most beautiful girls in the school, even with the reputation that had gained her the moniker of Ice Queen. She was one of the most sought-after girls in Hogwarts, having to face many confessions and offers to go out on dates. The rejections, cold as ice as the rejectees had known to describe, were a part of why she had gained the moniker. It fit. Daphne, the plant, her namesake, were entirely poisonous, especially the colorful berries they produced. Many Hogwarts students preferred to stay in their school uniforms throughout the day despite the rules allowing casual clothing after classes. So today, Daphne Greengrass dressed in casual clothing further enhanced the blonde's attractiveness. Daphne was minding her business, internally all agog about today, when a large gang of Slytherin girls passed them, including Pansy Parkinson. Greengrass, screeched Pansy to a chorus of snide giggles. Alone today, I see. Where is Davis? Usually, she buzzes around you like a fly. Oh, I remember, isn't she going out today with that blockhead Carmichael? I thought she would develop a sense of refined taste in your company, but it seems I was wrong, she snickered at the end. You wouldn't know refined if it was staring you in your face, Parkinson, said Daphne in a calm, leveled voice. Why don't you and your cackle stand a distance away from me? I don't want to catch anything. Pansy turned up her nose in scorn. She was always like this, treating others as if they were people were beneath her. She snorted and turned away, searching if Draco had arrived. Sorry to keep you waiting. I haven't been waiting for long. You look absolutely stunning today. Thank you. I like your sweater. Green suits you. Ah, before I forget. I got a gift for you. Just a little something I thought you'd like. You didn't have to. The conversation behind tugged on Pansy's ears. For one, she was curious who it was, curious about the pair, who were clearly about to go out on a date on Valentine's Day. But the second, more pressing reason that pushed her brows to her hairline was that her ears identified the second voice as that of Daphne. Pansy turned, and the sight made her fly open wide as her breath caught. The voice she recognized was indeed Daphne, but it was the other person that lit the burning sensation in the chest or stomach. Why was it always her? Why did everyone choose her, even though she was always so obnoxious and arrogant? Was it because of her looks? Did the vixen's charm ensnare even the one who almost every girl in Hogwarts sought after? I was recently working with crystalline solids when I came across a mix that reminded me of your eyes, said Quinn West, with a smile capable of making hearts flutter. In his hands was a blue lotus made entirely from an electric blue crystal radiating a glimmering shimmer. It's gorgeous, said Daphne, her eyes entranced by the things of beauty in her hands. I'm glad you liked it. How about you try giving it a tap from your wand? Daphne glanced up, her electric blues searching for an explanation while her hand went to her wand. Take the flower in your left hand and give it a tap. Daphne did so, and the moment her wand tip touched the crystal flower, it broke into dozens of tiny cherry blossom-shaped petals, all trickling down Daphne's fingers, through her palm and the back of her hand, arriving at her wrist, where they united back to form a crystal wrist ring band, gracing her wrist with a mesmerizing electrifying blue. Do you like it? Daphne wordlessly nodded. In that moment, Daphne thought this was the most exquisite piece of jewelry she had seen, even more enchanting than the pieces in her mother's collection that Daphne had wanted for herself. That's great, said Quinn, sighing a relieved breath. I was worried it might be too flashy for your tastes. TCH, show off little shit making others' life difficult. Quinn turned to see that it was Eddie who had muttered the words under his breath. Quinn beamed, thank you for your generous compliments. Eddie's face contorted as if he had sucked on a lime. Oh, you smug bugger JAC. I am back. The sudden arrival of Tracy halted Eddie's mouth as he greeted her with a smile. It's nothing. I was just asking Quinn if he could make me one of those, said Eddie pointing at Daphne's wrist. I thought it would look good on you. Tracy's eyes turned to eggs as she beelined to Daphne and joined her in admiring the ring band. Daphne, it looks fabulous on you, she said. Quinn gave it to you. Yes. I am envious. So am I, muttered Eddie, shooting glare beams at Quinn, who wiggled his brows. I'm pure awesome, they seem to say. Okay, ladies, it's time for us to leave, said Quinn. I just saw Filch limp, so we should probably line up, stay ahead of the crowd. It was not only Pansy Parkinson who had witnessed the scene. Many eyes had chanced upon the fascinating crystal lotus, its receiver, and the one who had gifted it. All it took was one domino tile to be tipped over for the complex domino sequence known as the Hogwarts rumor mill to grapevine a piece of gossip. It started from the queue of people being signed out by Filch talking about it, spreading to friends who had come to embarrass the new couples going on their dates, expanding to everyone in the Great Hall one door away, and it was only time when everyone would know about the blue lotus made from crystal. That was if it was called the Hogwarts Fact Mill. Alas, the Hogwarts rumor mill was a different creature. Just in a few exchanges along the Great Grapevine, the blue crystal lotus had turned into a blue sapphire lotus, and another few links after, the news was that Quinn West had gifted Daphne a rare blue diamond lotus. Unbeknownst to them, Hogwarts had crafted a love saga with Daphne and Quinn as the central characters. They were busy getting started with their date. Quinn smiled as he stepped out of the castle, and the fresh air reached him, finding it somehow easier to walk even with all the students crowding the path. It was a fresh, breezy sort of day, perfect to go down to the village and have fun. So, Daphne, he said, what do you want to do first? I was thinking that we should start with some Hogsmeade shopping. Buy things we need. What do you think? That would be fine with me. Excellent, then where should we go first? We can shrink most things, so the order won't matter. Do you have one of those pockets of yours? Yes, good, then we won't need to have anything delivered. I think we should start with Ceridwen's cauldrons. The subject of how to start the day carried them all the way down the drive and out through the gates. Quinn was again reminded how easy it was to talk to Daphne, no more difficult, in fact, than talking to Eddie and Marcus. He didn't need to check his words or lead her in conversations, it was delightful. They wandered toward Dervish and Bangs. A large poster had been stuck up in the window, and a few Hogsmeaders were looking at it. They moved aside when Quinn and Daphne approached, and Harry found himself staring once more at the 10 colored pictures of the escaped Death Eaters. The poster, by order of the Ministry of Magic, offered 1,000 galleon reward to any witch or wizard with information relating to the recapture of any of the convicts pictured. It's funny, isn't it? Said Daphne in a low voice, also gazing up at the pictures of the Death Eaters. Remember when that Peter Pettigrew escaped, and there were Dementors all over Hogsmeade looking for him? And now 10 Death Eaters are on the loose, and there aren't Dementors anywhere. Yes, it's indeed strange, said Quinn. It seems they are indeed out of the Ministry's control, he said in a whisper. Only a very select few in the Ministry and the DMLE were aware that the Dementors were no longer under the control of the Ministry. Others outside the Ministry knew the truth of the situation, but none wanted this news to get out. No one in the right mind wanted to leak the news and incite mass panic. The official party line for everybody was that the Auror's office had deployed to their full capability to catch the escapees. The 10 escaped Death Eaters and the other escapee were staring out of every shop window Quinn and Daphne passed. It started to rain, but fortunately, they had arrived at Scrivenshaft Quill Shop. Let's go inside, said Quinn, pulling Daphne inside the shop. Daphne briefly glanced up the shop sign, recalling the Ministry Christmas ball when she was the first year. Quinn had introduced his family as the owner of Scrivenshaft Quill Shop, which had confused her for a long time, and only later did she find out the truth, later from her mother and then some from her father. Quinn walked into the lively stationery supply shop / printing solution shop. The shop had changed much through the year, the most change coming after last year with Quinn's Lunar Developer putting color into literally everything. Before Lunar Developer, Scrivenshaft wasn't as colorful as it is now. Right now, every corner of the shop was flushed with color. There's no one at the front desk, said Daphne. Quinn turned his eyes away from the shop and pointed at the bell. Ring it, Ben will come out. Daphne pressed the button, and the ring chimed clear and loud around the shop. Quinn and Daphne glanced up at the ceiling, hearing hurried steps rush on the second floor, travel down the stairs, and the back busted open, and a baby-faced young man slid into the room. Welcome to Scrivenshaft. How "What can I do for you today?" said the man before in one breath, and only after did he look up. "Mr. W. West, you are here. Did you say that you would be visiting?" The man seemed to have a nervous breakdown. Quinn smiled. "Good morning, Ben. Please, calm down, take a deep breath, and relax." Ben Sapworthy, the current manager of Scrivenshaft, the successor to Gary, who had moved up to the position of head of Silver Moon Printing Magi Tech. Chapter 152. Why? Yes. After Ben calmed down, he welcomed them again and asked how he could help them. "We are here to get some school supplies," said Quinn, then turning to his companion. "This is my friend Daphne Greengrass, and Daphne, this is Ben Sapworthy, he's the one who prints the aid notes and cards. He also designed a good amount last year for the Quidditch tournament." Daphne Greengrass gracefully curtsied that Ben returned clumsily. "Daphne, if you have any stationery and printing needs, you can write to Ben, and he will help you out." Quinn turned to Ben. "If she writes to you, please make a priority and apply the me discount." "Yes, of course." Daphne Greengrass. "Understood." After the short rain ended, they exited the shop, leaving behind Ben to relax. "He was fidgety," said Daphne. Quinn nodded. "He will need to work on that aspect." "It might not be my place to ask, but may I ask why? Why is he in charge?" Ben Sapworthy might be a nervous wreck, but the reason he's in charge is because of his art and design skills. He can draw and design like it's no one else's business. His skill as an artist speaks for itself. The reason he's there is so that he can do his work in peace away from the rush and bustle of the alley named Market. They walked across Hogsmeade, and while walking, shopping, and talking, they somehow made their way to a side road in front of a small tea shop. It was a cramped, steamy little place where everything seemed to have been decorated with frills or bows. "Do you want to go in?" he asked. Daphne observed the little tea shop, glancing at the number of golden cherubs that hovered over the shop sign. "Is this what people would say cute?" she asked. "Yes, that's what people would say." Quinn peered inside, and it was the same scene inside with cupids, pink, frills, and bows. A pit settled on the bottom of his stomach. He had been rushed in his proposition to go inside this shop unpleasantly reminded him a lot of Umbridge's office he would know. He had, after all, watched hours of footage. Daphne scrutinized the group of little chubby cherubs sprinkling pink confetti over the guests. "I would rather not if that's fine with you," she said. "I am of the same mind," he said, spotting Roger Davis, the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain, holding hands with a blonde, kissing over a sugar bowl. "I don't think today is the right day to enter the shop, maybe some other day." "I think 3 broomsticks would be better," said Daphne. "I'm feeling a little parched." At novel bin at. Quinn nodded. That would indeed be better. The pair turned away from Madame Putafoot's tea shop and headed to Madame Rosmerda's 3 Broomstick Inn. The pub, as always, was flush with activity. It seemed that even 3 broomsticks couldn't get away from the spirit of Valentine's. Quinn could spot splashes of pink, red, and white around the establishment, though the tasteful utilization made Quinn comfortable. "Let's find a place to sit," he said. Luckily they were able to find a relatively quiet table in the seating area. "What will you have today?" he asked. "A butterbeer will do," said Daphne. Quinn came back with a glass mug of butterbeer, 1 tankard, Eddie's gift, full of hot chocolate peppermint, and a bowl of chips, crisps, for the table. "That rain can put a hamper on such lovely weather," said Quinn. "A pity that it rained, especially how sunny the day had started as." "February can do that to you," said Daphne, pushing a stray stand behind her ear as not to stain her hair with butterbeer. Thankfully, it was only a light spray. A heavy pour would have been truly unfortunate. "I saw that you brought some herbs from Dogweed and Deathcap. From the assortments you purchased, I would guess burn salves." "Yes. The schedule that you provided us," by us Daphne meant the representative, "you have Incendio next on the list, so I thought it would be an excellent opportunity to try my hand on burn heals. If the brewing goes well, we would have the salves ready in case someone got burned." A typical teenager wouldn't talk casually about supplying burn salves for many dozens of students out of her own pocket, but people sometimes forgot that Daphne was heir to the Greengrass fortune and had no shortage of coin. The boy sitting opposite to Daphne was similarly from an exuberant background, but unlike Daphne, who preferred to keep things simple, Quinn had an air of posh attached to him. Everything from the subtle ambience of the aid office to the way he dressed screamed a subtle class. "What do you think Tracy and Eddie are doing right now?" asked Daphne. "Let's see if Eddie's on schedule." Quinn took a look at his pocket watch. "Tracy doesn't fly much, so Eddie borrowed my broom so both of them could go flying today. There's an added thrill because of the flying ban, sticking it to Umbridge. I hope they stay away from the castle," said Daphne, glancing outside through a window. "I wouldn't want them to get into trouble." Marcus grilled Eddie. "They will be flying some way up north, away from the castle," said Quinn. "Speaking of Marcus, did you hear about the tea party he's having with Luna and Astoria?" "You missed Madame Pomfrey," Daphne sighed. "I don't know how they were able to convince her to let them have inside the hospital wing. Marcus and Luna might be quiet, but my sister is anything but. I fear that Madame Pomfrey might kick them out. Luna knows a one-way silencing ward, so it'll be fine if they made some noise. Madame Pomfrey might not look like it, but she enjoys a good tea time." Quinn was the authority on the matter. To this day, from time to time, he took a picnic basket to the hospital wing and set up a table to kick back and relax. As the two talked and conversed, enjoying each other's company, a part of their minds were thinking that coming to 3 broomsticks might have been a poor decision. Both would have preferred a quieter setting with not so many people around them. Daphne calmly sipped on her butterbeer, but she could notice the number of eyes on them. She simply smiled, nodded, and tittered along with Quinn, ignoring whatever was happening around her. Quinn was thinking along the same lines, thinking if it would have been better if they had just remained in Scrivenshaft, or if Madame Pudafoots would somehow be a better choice. The double door to the inn pushed open, for a cold gust of winter wind further hilled by the downpour to enter the building, stroking the nearby occupants like death's touch, sending shivers down spines and goosebumps up the arms. The door closed behind 4 Gryffindors, the ones known to many as the Golden Squad. "It's bloody crowded today," said Ron, shrugging his robe off his shoulders. "It's Valentine's Day," said Hermione matter-of-factly, as if it answered everything. She could spot couples dotting the pub, some sitting shoulder to shoulder, then there were those still new in their endeavors with some distance between them. "Let's see if we can find a table," said Harry, scoping the place. "I see one, it's perfect for 4. I'll get the drinks." "What does everyone want to drink?" said Ivy and took the orders. She separated from the group and went to the bar while the other 3 headed to their table. "Just when I thought the weather would warm up, the rain pulled in right down," said Ron, his mouth pinched. "It's cold out there in the air. It isn't like the Quidditch gear is particularly warm. My fingers feel like they would fall." Harry heaved a sigh, averting his eyes as his posture sagged. His detention period with Umbridge had long ended, but vile women had refused to let his Quidditch ban lift. It had been so long he had taken his broom to the air, he had forgotten what it felt like to have the wind sweep his hair back, fluttering his robes. He even missed the chill prickling his skin when he sped through the air. "It's okay, mate," said Ron, patting his best friend on the shoulder. "We will win the cup for you." The season had been looking good for Gryffindor. They were only in second above Hufflepuff and only below Ravenclaw. The chances to make it to the finals were excellent. Harry nodded outwardly with a thankful smile, but inside, those words didn't do much good. Harry wanted to play, he wanted to be on the field, wanted to chase down the snitch and be the reason the team won. He was happy for Ginny getting the seeker position, but he really wished that he was in her place. "I really hope he makes a move quickly," thought Harry. He really wanted to get back on the broom. Isn't that West, there," said Ron. Bubbles of surprise popped in Harry's mind. He was just thinking of Quinn. Was the man really the devil? He goggled his eyes around the pub to see if Ron had spotted someone else. "And that's Greengrass with him," said Hermione. Harry followed her eyes and captured the Slytherin and Ravenclaw sitting together. To his surprise, Daphne Greengrass was laughing, albeit softly, a rare sight despite knowing the girls since they were little loitering children. "That's rare, seeing those two alone together," Hermione said. "Usually, they would be accompanied by their respective friends." "Reckon they're on a date," said Ron. The Hogwarts rumor mill hadn't read the Golden Squad yet. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Her eyes. It was unusual, but there was a chance that Ron was correct this time, she thought. But before she could accept the guess, she needed to know if it was true. Hermione scanned the room and found the perfect people to ask, sitting right behind her. "Lavender," she called to the Rubenesque one of the Gryffindor duet who worshipped the paper on which Witch Weekly was printed. Lavender Brown turned back, and so did her exotic partner of Lavender, Parvati Patil. "Hello, Hermione," they said in a sing-a-song duet. "Yes, hello," Hermione subtly jutted to the subject of her query. "Those two, what's the deal there? Did they come alone, or are they with others?" "You don't know," Lavender said and then giggled along with Parvati. "They're here on a date." She stretched it long. "Everyone knows it. I was there, you know," Parvati dreamily sighed. Quinn arrived in the entrance hall and started with gifting Daphne the most beautiful sapphire flower that, with a touch from Daphne, turned into a stunning wrist ring band. Parvati glanced over Hermione's head and suddenly said, "Oh hey, Ivy." Hermione jerked her head back and felt a quiver in her stomach. She turned to see standing behind her was her best friend with a tray in hand. Ivy wasn't looking at Hermione, her eyes were solely focused on the pair sitting a distance from them. She watched the two laugh and giggle. The boy she liked was clearly leaning forward. She could tell that he was enjoying herself. On the other side, she could see the relaxed shoulder of Daphne Greengrass. For her, Daphne, it was a big deal. "Ivy," said Hermione with a pained gaze. Ivy set down the tray on the table, her movements deliberately slow. With her hands free, they went up to her chest, grabbing a fistful of her cardigan and shirt. Her eyes were still checked on to that table. Ivy took an uneven step back, her head finally tearing away, but now her head hung low. She spun away and hastily rushed out, leaving behind a lingering grimace. Hermione hurriedly got up from the table and chased after Ivy, nigh close to stumbling as she pushed out of the door to the inn. "What was that?" said Ron. I don't know." Harry stared at the inn door as if waiting for Hermione and Ivy to return any moment. When the door didn't open, he turned to Quinn and Daphne's table. She hadn't told him anything, he thought, not liking that he didn't know something about his twins. But, what if? Harry gazed at Quinn, wondering what if. Outside, Hermione came to a heaving halt. She panted with her curly hair hanging down as she gripped her knees. Hermione pulled her gaze from the spot of brown peeking through the snow and looked at Ivy. Ivy was gazing up at the sky, her hands clenched into fists, arms stiffly stuck to the sides, rigid like steel rods. "I thought this might come someday," she said. "I was preparing for it, you know. And I just got something great, something even she didn't know about, though it would pull him closer." But she was too late. Daphne had clenched the chance before her. No, she wasn't late. It was only the first day, she thought, as for the wrist ring band that she had clearly seen sitting on Daphne's wrist. Quinn had a tendency to give gifts. He had made Fleur a necklace, and look how that turned. Yes, everything wasn't over yet. She had her trump card, and there were plenty of chances to apply. But then her knees went weak. She ended up on the ground, with her legs folded backward. Despite the speech of the grandees in her thoughts, seeing Quinn enjoying himself no a date with someone else did her squeeze on her heart, raising a burn up her body. It's nothing, she said, I just need to try harder. It's only one. For now, she wanted to go back to Hogwarts and crawl into her bed. After spending some time talking, Quinn and Daphne exited the 3 broomsticks. They continued on their Hogsmeade crawl, with Daphne buying supplies for months in preparation for her owls and Quinn tagged along with her, keeping her entertained. By the time Daphne had checked everything in her head checklist, I was already late, so both decided to return to the castle. It turned out to become a shopping date, said Quinn. Daphne nodded. That it did. Going around the village with company, friends, was nothing new for both Daphne and Quinn. They did this every time they came down to Hogsmeade. It could be said that the date was uneventful, even a bit boring, but both were fine with it. They were worried in their hearts that it might go the wrong way, but boring meant that nothing went wrong. For them boring was good. Then, how would you rate me and today? Asked Quinn as they walked at a sedate pace on the Hogsmeade tiled roads. What was that you liked? That's to be something to be thought more, said Daphne coyly. She wasn't expecting for the day to turn into a shopping date. Her thoughts were that they would go straight to 3 broomsticks and spend time there and nothing more, but roaming around with Quinn, listening to his stories was surely the highlight for her. As they moved closer to the castle, the distance between the two also became closer. From standing a couple feet apart from each other, they slowly inched closer to each other. Soon they were walking with shoulder nigh from touching. The distance was important to both, neither allowed just anyone to enter their personal space, and were only open to their close friends. Right now, there was no sense of discomfort. Between the two, no one knew who it was, but it started with the side of their hands touching. They immediately pulled away. But then their hands came close again, and this time, their pinky fingers intertwined, and soon they were holding hands. Neither knew who it was. It may have been Quinn, or it might be Daphne, or maybe both, but their hands touched each other. Both pulled away immediately. They looked at each other, searching each other's eyes. They removed their eyes and looked to the front, but they had smiles on their faces. Their hands met each other again. This time they didn't pull away. Both gingerly intertwined their pinky with the others before Quinn took the lead and took Daphne's entire hand into his. They had held each other's hand before while dancing, but this felt different. This felt different. Quinn beamed brightly as Daphne to his side looked dazzling with a brush of ethereal red on her cheeks. No words were exchanged as after a day of talking, the pair decided to opt in for silence, enjoying the moment and making a memory. Quinn, Daphne. Their hands slipped out of each other's soft grasps as they turned to the familiar voices to see Eddie and Tracy walk their way, joining them at the end of the day. Tracy and Eddie eagerly exchanged what they did today, making them impromptu judges for their 2-part date. While they did that, Quinn and Daphne listened to them with one ear and let it from the other as they got themselves busy stealing small glances from each other. The date had come to an end. Sheets of parchment hung pinned to the wall. Eddie frowned, glancing up at the matte brown bulletin board as people gathered around him. Well, he was part of the crowd. Whispered in buzzing discussion about the words printed on the sheets of parchment titled in angry red and with content body punched out in bold black that hung high above their head, as if looking down on them as plebeians that needed to follow the words like royal or even divine orders. This again, he said. What got her knickers in a wad again? I thought we were doing fine. He would have preferred more displeased, but after experiencing it so many, he had been dulled to it. Desensitized was the term his best friend, the smart one, would use. The bulletin board that Eddie stared up at was covered with newly minted educational decrees fresh out of the printers, printed on tan parchment. On every decree, Dolores Umbridge's name was bolded out, in some ways making the name more important than the contents, and Eddie didn't know if it was just him, but her signature seemed angrier, rougher, brasher than the older ones, as if Umbridge had penned them with the nip digging into the parchments. This was the second Umbridge had decreed a wave of orders. The first time she had done this was a day to remember. The bulletin board had needed to be changed to a bigger one because of the sheer amount of educational decrees that were decreed to be posted permanently, ordered in another educational decree, had left no space for other notices. Even the new one was already looking like it would need to be replaced. After all, Umbridge decreed a couple of them every week, sprinkling them like they were diary entries. It was an apt comparison as people had begun speculating Umbridge smoothed by the numbers of decrees she issued in a week. She must be really pissed for a second dump of this shit, Eddie snorted. What do you think? Has she finally gone bonkers? Marcus, standing by Eddie's side, didn't reply. His eye perused across the board, carefully browsing every word, thinking what changes would this wave bring to Hogwarts and his along with his friend's life. He wanted to be the first to know if there were going to be any big shifts in Hogwarts. Would there be any significant threats to that would require adjustments to counter? Number 50 bans from Hogwarts all literature written by non-wizards or half-breeds. Number 52. Requires students to consent to allow their owl post to be checked for illegal contraband. Number 55 requires any complaints about Hogwarts or its staff to be made in writing to the High Inquisitor. Number 56 confines pets to common rooms and dormitories and owls to the Owlery. Number 60 imposes restrictions on the usage of the school library and common rooms. Number 63 encourages students to be forthcoming regarding suspicious or outlawed activities from their professors and peers. Number 64 allows the establishment of the Inquisitorial Squad. What is the Inquisitorial Squad? Number 67 gives the High Inquisitor the power to confiscate any unauthorized book from students. And, number 68 forbids the use of red howlers inside Hogwarts. That's for the Weasley twins, I guess, Marcus sighed after reading through the decrees. Some of them weren't going to hinder him anyway, but there were some outright annoying to him, as a Ravenclaw banning books by half-breeds and non-wizards was poppycock and highly insulting to the name of an institution of learning. Marcus was pulled out of his thoughts when he heard a muffled commotion coming from what he thought might be coming from outside the entrance hall. At novel bin at. What's that? Said Marcus. I don't know, but let's go take a look, shall we? Eddie said, looking at the oak door. The crowd gathered at the bulletin board began moving towards the door, attracted to the commotion. The screams were indeed coming from the entrance hall. They grew louder as Eddie and Marcus ran toward the stone steps leading up from the dungeons. When he reached the steps leading outside, they found the front of the oak gates packed. Students had come flooding out of the Great Hall, where dinner was still in progress, to see what was going on. Others had crammed themselves around whatever seemed to have caused the commotion. Eddie pushed forward through a knot of tall Slytherins, Marcus following after him. They saw that the onlookers had formed a great ring, some of them looking shocked, others even frightened. McGonagall was directly opposite them on the other side of the hall. She looked as though what she was watching made her feel faintly sick. Trelawney was standing in the middle of the entrance hall with her wand in one hand and an empty sherry bottle in the other, looking utterly mad. Her hair was sticking up on end, her glasses were lopsided so that one eye was magnified more than the other, her innumerable shawls and scarves were trailing haphazardly from her shoulders, giving the impression that she was falling apart at the seams. Two large trunks lay on the floor beside her, one of them upside down. It looked very much as though it had been thrown down the stairs after her. Trelawney was staring, apparently terrified, at something that Marcus and Eddie could not see from their position but that seemed to be standing at the foot of her. No, she shrieked. No, this cannot be happening. It cannot. I refuse to accept it. Just when Eddie and Marcus reached the front, they heard a high girlish voice, sounding callously amused, and instantly they knew who Trelawney was afraid of. You didn't realize this was coming, said the voice which could only belong to Umbridge. Incapable though you are of predicting even tomorrow's weather, you must surely have realized that your pitiful performance during my inspections, and lack of any improvement, would make it inevitable you would be sacked. You see can't, howled Trelawney, tears streaming down her face from behind her enormous lenses. You see can't sack me? I've been here 16 years. Hogwarts is my home. It was your home, said Umbridge, and Marcus was revolted to see the enjoyment stretching her toad-like face as she watched Trelawney sink, sobbing uncontrollably, onto one of her trunks, until an hour ago, when the Minister of Magic countersigned the order for your dismissal. Now kindly remove yourself from this hall. You are embarrassing us. But she stood and watched, with an expression of gloating enjoyment, as Professor Trelawney shuddered and moaned, rocking backward and forward on her trunk in paroxysms of grief. Marcus heard a sob to his left and looked around. Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil were both crying silently, their arms around each other. Then he heard footsteps. McGonagall had broken away from the spectators, marched straight up to Trelawney, and was patting her firmly on the back while withdrawing a large handkerchief from within her robes. There, Sybil. Calm down. Blow your nose on this. It's not as bad as you think. Now, you are not going to have to leave Hogwarts. Oh really, Professor McGonagall, said Umbridge in a deadly voice, taking a few steps forward. And your authority for that statement is mine, said a deep voice. The crowd around the oak door parted, students scuttled out of the way as Dumbledore appeared in the entrance. What he had been doing out in the grounds, Marcus could not imagine, but there was something impressive about the sight of him framed in the doorway against an oddly misty night. That's really fucking cool, innit? Said Eddie with a toothy grin on his face. I want to do that, definitely. Leaving the doors wide behind him, he strode forward through the circle of onlookers toward the place where Trelawney sat, tear-stained and trembling, upon her trunk, McGonagall alongside her. Yours, Professor Dumbledore, said Umbridge with a singularly unpleasant little laugh. Her eyes acidly glared at Dumbledore. I'm afraid you do not understand the position. I have here. She pulled a parchment scroll from within her robes, an order of dismissal signed by myself and the Minister of Magic. Under the terms of Educational Decree Number 23, the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts has the power to inspect, place upon probation, and sack any teacher she, that is to say, I feel is not performing up to the standard required by the Ministry of Magic. I have decided that Professor Trelawney is not up to scratch. I have dismissed her. To the great surprise of many, Dumbledore continued to smile. He looked down at Professor Trelawney, who was still sobbing and choking on her trunk, and said, You are quite right, of course, Professor Umbridge. As High Inquisitor, you have every right to dismiss my teachers. However, you do not have the authority to send them away from the castle. I am afraid, he went on, with a courteous little bow, that the power to do that still resides with the headmaster, and it is my wish that Professor Trelawney continues to live at Hogwarts. At this, Trelawney gave a wild little laugh in which a hiccup was barely hidden. No, I'll go, Dumbledore. Shall leave Hogwarts and seek my fortune elsewhere. No, said Dumbledore sharply. It is my wish that you remain, Sybil. He turned to Professor McGonagall. Might I ask you to escort Sybil back upstairs, Professor McGonagall? Of course, said McGonagall. Up you get, Sybil. Sprout came hurrying forward out of the crowd and grabbed Trelawney's other arm. Together they guided her past Umbridge and up the marble stairs. Flitwick went scurrying after them, his wand held out before him, he squeaked, locomotor trunks, and Trelawney's luggage rose into the air and proceeded up the staircase after her, Flitwick bringing up the rear. Awesome, said Eddie, clapping lightly, they are like a team with Dumbledore as the captain? I also want to do that. Marcus, you can be Sprout. We will give Flitwick to Luna. Quinn can be McGonagall. I, of course, will be Dumbledore. Umbridge stood stock-still, staring at Dumbledore, who continued to smile benignly. And what, she said in a whisper that nevertheless carried all around, are you going to do with her once I appoint a new divination teacher who needs her lodgings? Oh, that won't be a problem, we have ample space, said Dumbledore pleasantly, pointing to the grand castle behind him. Also, Dolores, he said in a voice tinged deeper, it seems that you are forgetting the authority of the headmaster. My authority, don't forget, that while you might be the High Inquisitor, but I am the headmaster. This is my school. I am in charge of the professors, in charge of the house elves, in charge of the students. Do not forget that, in the end, Dumbledore was standing tall and his background, the students of Hogwarts were all staring at Umbridge with the ancient castle lit up in the night sky, Eddie's eyes sparkling with a starry light, complete son of the wand this man is. Umbridge's tight smile twitched. She clasped her hand at her front. Well, then, you would be happy to meet the new divination teacher. That won't be necessary, said Dumbledore, smiling merrily as if thinking of joyous, this time around, I didn't fail to find a new teacher, pointing out the reason why Umbridge was here. You see, I have already found us a new divination teacher, and he will prefer lodgings on the ground floor. You've found? Said Umbridge shrilly. You've found? Might I remind you, Dumbledore, that under Educational Decree 22, the Ministry has the right to appoint a suitable candidate if and only if the headmaster is unable to find one, said Dumbledore. And I am happy to say that on this occasion, I have succeeded. May I introduce you? Oh, he's on a roll, said Eddie feeling the vibe. Dumbledore pointed behind Umbridge, and for the first time, everyone noticed that the area was covered in a drifting white mist. Everyone heard hooves. There was a shocked murmur around the crowd, and those nearest to the mist hastily moved backward, some of them tripping over in their haste to clear a path for the newcomer. Through the mist came a face that could be seen in the Forbidden Forest, white blonde hair and astonishingly blue eyes, the head and torso of a man joined to the palomino body of a horse. Dumbledore smiled happily to a thunderstruck Umbridge. I think you will find him suitable, he said. From a hallway window on the first floor, looking down at the area outside the front oak door, a pair of stone-gray eyes watched everything unfolding away from everyone. He had just exited the vault for the day, and seeing that it was still time for the feast, he was going down to the Great Hall to get some food. On his way, though, he saw a crowd moving out of the castle, so he went to see what it was all about to come across a familiar scene. Shit, said Quinn, his voice filling the hallway, I forgot about the centaur. Scene break. I bet you wish you had divination, now, don't you, Quinn? Asked Eddie, smirking. It was evening time a couple days after the sacking of Trelawney, and Eddie was doing some regular maintenance on his broom and carefully moving his hand as not to make any mistakes in the air. His broom was his greatest asset after himself. Not really, said Quinn indifferently, who was reading The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho, a fiction book for a change. It was a treat. The second room was almost over, only a couple material blocks remained. I've never really liked horses. He turned a page, reading the beautifully written words. He's not a horse, he's a centaur, said a Ravenclaw girl, sounding shocked. They were in the common room. A gorgeous centaur sighed another girl, a fifth year. Either way, he's still got 4 legs, said Quinn coolly. In no way was he discriminatory against centaurs, but Forenza was a problem. He was the one last year when Quinn was exploring the Forbidden Forest who figured out that there was a child under the noir transformative suit. That was the problem. If Forenza could figure out that, who knew if he could figure out his identity? Quinn didn't have much expertise in divination and the predictive arts. He didn't have the gift of sight, and as such, Quinn didn't see any use in learning about that subject because it wasn't any use to him. Moreover, Quinn had absolutely zero ideas about the centaur culture's divination. He had no idea what level of predictive powers they had their hands in. I'm going to stay away from the divinating horseman. As long as Forenza is concerned, Quinn West doesn't exist, thought Quinn. When do you think she's going to can Hagrid? Asked Eddie. Soon, very soon. I am surprised that she didn't can him with Trelawney. That bitch probably wanted to stroke her sadistic desires by kicking them out one at a time. That sounds like her. What do you think about the Inquisitor squad? What about them? I mean, most of them are glorified Umbridge dogs. All from Slytherin. I won't put it that way, but you're correct. You worried about them? No, I am not. I am a prefect. They can't order me around. What about the cluster? Said Eddie. As per the extended rules, DA wasn't to be mentioned outside, and words like group, organization, society, club weren't to be used. That's why members started to use words like cluster, bunch, pack when mentioning DA. Marcus and other leads will take care of it. They have been doing a great job keeping all of it under wraps, said Quinn, lightly pinching the top corner of his book's page to turn it over. However, the next second, his eyes stopped on the first sentence of the page. Eddie's words had started a chain of thought in the coils of his brain. He sighed and glanced at the page number on the bottom before closing the book. He didn't need bookmarks and set it between his leg and the armrest of his armrest. He stared into the air. While the DA representatives were indeed doing a good job, there was one problem threatening the anonymity of DA, which hadn't their minds. It's a perspective problem, he thought. The possibility of external factors influencing the DA members not entering their minds wasn't strange. None of them were thinking outside the walls of Hogwarts that kept the ugly and complex real world out. I guess I would need to talk to the original Sneak, thought Quinn. After all, she was still in DA and, from his memories of this session, observing the members, she was as dissatisfied about being involved as she was in the original. Please remember everyone, beware of the Inquisitor Squad, said Marcus. It was the end of another night of DA sessions with everyone ready to return to their dorms. Especially, Gryffindors. The Inquisitor Squad's detention record is mostly made up of your house. If you encounter one, please steer clear, and if you do get a session with Umbridge, please remember to report it to one of the representatives. The humiliation during the minister's visit at the hands of Dumbledore wasn't met with silence but with an education decree wave in which a decree constituted the creation of the Inquisitor Squad, responsible for maintaining discipline and order in Hogwarts. Justified by the spike of detention rate in the school, which in truth was because of Umbridge handing out detentions like hotcakes to anyone she could find. She had created the problem and now had brought in a solution to counter it, but in reality, all it was a ruse to increase Umbridge's authority in Hogwarts. To the Slytherins, please keep us informed if you hear anything the Inquisitor Squad might be planning, Marcus said, stressing on the topic. And to Eddie, please avoid picking fights with the Inquisitor Squad. It's the one-way ticket to getting banned from Quidditch, and I'm not sure you'd be excited about that. I never pick fights, came the reply, dissatisfied and defiant. They are the ones who are being bloody cretins. That's not my problem. Whatever you do, don't end up in detention, Marcus said and thought if there was something else left to address. That's it from my side. If there's nothing else, we can close this session and end for the night. I actually have something to say. Eyes turned to Quinn, who stood in the inner part of the room of requirements, away from the door. I would like a few people to stay behind. I have something to converse with them. Quinn glimpsed around the confused crowd all looking at Marietta Edgecombe, Luca Caruso, Ifron Mushtak, and Graham Ramsey. Please stay behind while everyone else leaves. I would appreciate the privacy. He smiled towards everyone. That would be all. I wish everyone else a good night. At Novel bin at. Suddenly, all eyes moved to the four people asked to stay behind. The same question sprouted in everyone's minds. What did Quinn want with the four? Ivy Potter, the elected leader of DA, stepped forward and posed the question in everyone's mind. What is this about? She asked. Quinn turned to the girl who had stepped out from the crowd. I just have something to say to these four. Is this personal or about DA? It is. Then I'd like to be kept in the loop. I'd be staying behind. Quinn noticed the way she had worded her sentence. That's fine with me. You can stay behind, he said. What about the other representatives? Do they need to be here? Their presence isn't needed. You can communicate the happenings to them later. Quinn subtly glanced at Daphne, the Slytherin representative, and blinked his eyes. I'll tell you later, they said. He didn't miss the smile in her eyes, something that one could only notice after spending much time with Daphne Greengrass. Marietta Edgecombe, 6th year Ravenclaw, one of the four asked to stay behind, raised her voice. She had a pinched expression and arms folded across her chest. Can we do whatever this is sometime later? It's getting late, and I have assignments to get through. How about we take this up the next time we assemble? It'd be more convenient for everyone. I'm sure everyone feels this way. She turned around to look at the other three, seeking support. A little time spent talking won't hurt your assignments, Edgecombe. And I'm sure someone as smart as you have her assignments ready to submit before time, said Quinn, smiling politely, not genuinely. Marietta watched Quinn furtively as he picked a lint of his robes. He wasn't interested in whatever she had to say. She glanced at the other three, but they turned their eyes from hers. Cowards? She thought. Soon after, the DA population left, leaving only 6 people in the vast and now exceedingly empty room of requirements. The atmosphere in the room was ambiguous. Marietta Edgecombe was tapping her foot against the floor, her jaw clenched. Luca Caruso, Ifron Mushtak, and Graham Ramsey were tingling their fingers and toes. Ivy has a pensive expression, repeatedly glancing towards Quinn. It wasn't long she had seen him sitting together with Daphne. Now, Quinn spoke with his hands behind his back. The reason I have asked you four here is to address an issue that has become prominent due to recent events involving the educational decrees, the Inquisitor Squad, and the overall Dolores Umbridge situation with her gaining more power in Hogwarts. Quinn noted the slight shuffle in the four people as they shifted their weight at his words. One of the important principles, or to say rules of DA, is that, he made a short pause, we don't exist, we are as real as the points given to Gryffindor by Snape. There was no response from anyone. It had been repeated so many times that everyone was way past being sick of it. The reason why this rule was introduced is to ensure everyone's safety and freedom from Umbridge's pesky little thumb. Our efforts have been going splendidly well, with not a peep of DA to be heard from the mouth of an outsider. Keeping our anonymity has been of utmost importance, especially now when Umbridge is trying to find anything wrong in Hogwarts so that she could usurp control. I'm sure none of us desires that. Which is the reason it's high time that we strengthen our efforts to keep operating. Ivy frowned in confusion. They already had this discussion among the representatives, deployed new measures, and made sure to freshen the gravity of the situation in everyone's mind. Why are you saying this right now? She asked, glancing at the four. A thought flashed in her mind. She turned to face the four, her eyes squinted as her tone became confrontational. Did these four do something? Did they spoke about Da to someone outside? No, I didn't say anything, said Graham Ramsey, stepping forward in a hurry. Neither did I, said Luca Caruso. He was a bit calmer, though his pace gave his nervousness away. Ron Mushtak shook his head and shrugged. Me neither. All Marietta did was narrow her at Quinn. I am well aware that none of you have said anything about Da to anyone, said Quinn. Ivy was stumped. If that wasn't the case, why did he ask these people to stay behind? She tilted her head in confusion. Then why are we here? She asked with furrowed brows. Caruso, Ramsey, Mushtak, and Edgecombe, said Quinn, all have parents who work in the ministry. His words set attention in the mentioned four. Normally, that won't be the problem. He turned to Ivy. Your father works in the ministry as well, but unlike you, he pointed at the four, their parents work in a position below Umbridge's positions over which Umbridge have a lot of power, where she can exert a significant amount of pressure. A deafening silence fell over the room. The matter was out in the open, and silence that presided over spoke volumes. The four with parents were at some point had become aware of the risk they were putting their parents in by joining a group like Da. I fear that because of that reason, you might come under pressure to secure your parents' job at the ministry by maybe selling out Da to Umbridge, said Quinn. He raised his hand to stop the incoming rebuttals. I'm not saying that you'll be doing so. There's no sense in accusing of something that hasn't happened yet. But that doesn't rule out the event happening. So, right now, I would like to present to all of you a proposition. Quinn, wait, said Ivy. Maybe we should talk about this first. What proposition? Said Marietta Edgecombe, cutting off Ivy. I will allow all four of you to exit right here, right now, said Quinn immediately. Quinn, Ivy exclaimed. This was spiraling out of control. Decisions like this were to be made with the agreement of the group. Quinn continued to stare at the four. There's a condition, he said. He couldn't just let them go without keeping leverage on his side for insurance. Your names will remain on the original signing document. It will be proof of your involvement in Da, effectively tying you up with Da. You will not be allowed to mention anything about Da. If you decide to give us away, we will drag you down with us. Plus, you won't like what is to happen if you decide to betray the group. Ivy withheld a gasp at Quinn's words. The knowledge about the original signing document being a jinxed parchment was a secret only known to her and Hermione. It was the last failsafe to identify the traitor, the sneak. So, how about it? The conditions of the deal are clear. Any takers? I will take it, said Marietta Edgecombe, straightforwardly. She never wanted to take part in Da. Because of Cho, her best friend's constant instance and nagging, she decided to join Da and participate in this farce. Her dissatisfaction only grew with every session, where she was forced to leave the safety of her dorm and risk getting caught. Excellent, you're free to go, said Quinn and turned to the other three. What about you guys? Do you want to take my offer up? The three pondered on their decisions silently for a few minutes, and only some contemplation did they decide that they would stay with Da. I'm staying, said Ron Mushtak, as chill as a sloth resting on a tress. My mum's not a big fan of Umbridge. Plus, she's always complaining about how bad her job is, so she won't mind if she gets canned, and my dad makes good money, so no problems there. Quinn chuckled. Your mum sounds like a fun person. He turned to Marietta. Well, Edgecombe, it seems our time together as fellow Da members have to come to an end. Marietta scoffed with her chin held high. Good, getting out of this farce is the best thing that could have happened to me. She noticed the expressions of slight disgust and anger others were giving her. Don't look at me like that. What do you think is going to happen? That learning all this will make you top duelers? Oh please, don't kid yourself. This is just all of you playing around, pretending that you're doing something great. Defense against the dark arts is just a subject that, it's not if you don't learn it, your life will end. You know what? She might be not pleasant, but Umbridge makes some good points. There's a reason why we have aurors, they will protect us. We don't need to learn all these spells and charms. She looked at Ivy. Just because her brother says that you know who's back doesn't mean that he's really back, and I have always thought that Dumbledore was a wacky in the head. No wonder he believed Potter's words so quickly. So, I suggest you all drop the asinine fantasy of defeating the you-know-who and come back to reality. He's not back and will never be back. I bet you this, in some days, we will get the news that the Aurors have arrested the escaped prisoners. They will be shipped back to Azkaban where they belong, and everything will go back to normal. Quinn, Ivy, along with the other three, watched in struck silence as she rambled on like a locomotive train, piping out word after word as the train did smoke. Even her unusually high-pitched voice sounded like a blaring train whistle going non-stop. When Marietta finally became silent, Quinn stepped forward and raised his hand for a handshake with her. It was a short time, but I thank you for supporting Da, even as unwilling as it was. Marietta clasped Quinn's hand and said, I thought more of you, Quinn. I thought you would be more realistic and not engage in this sort of farce. But to my surprise, you were here, and not only that, but you also brought in your friends, and more than that, you also brought a whole group of Slytherin into this. Quinn stared at Marietta, who seemed to exercise the gift of speech to the limit with a thin-lipped smile. It seems I haven't stood up to your expectations for me. Marietta let go of Quinn's hand. I hope you'd continue to keep Da a secret. While I don't like this, I do care about Cho. It would be sad if she got into trouble, especially with how good things are going with Cedric. Sometimes I can't understand how did she bag someone like him. Boys can be so superficial, just looking for looks. Just when they thought that there might be one good bone in Marietta's body, she took it in her hand and cracked it over, making it as crooked as every other. Thank you, Marietta, said Quinn and gestured towards the door. Marietta puffed up her chest and walked towards the door with her chin held high, but she had taken a few steps when she felt a jolt hitting her back, sending prickling creeping through her body like a hundred-legged centipede crawling on her skin. She could feel her body, her muscles turned stiff like stone, and before she could even look down, Marietta felt her neck rigid, leaving her looking at a spot a few feet away from her. She tried to speak something, but her voice had seemed to betray her as not a peep came out of her throat. She pushed harder, tried to yell, screech, and shout, but the result was the same silence, setting a tinge of panic in her, but she couldn't even show it with her entire body that seemed to have gone comatose. But then she heard, "I'm sorry, Marietta, but we aren't over with." She listened to the sound of footsteps moving near her until the figure dressed in Ravenclaw robes stood in front of her, and because she couldn't move her neck or her eyes, she could only stare at the legs and boots. But she knew who it was. "As much as I trust you, this simply can't risk its existence. Get out." She heard the voice of Quinn speak slow and flat. "We're going to add just a little something to you to ensure that you will have help if and when someday you decide to make the mistake of betraying the people you love so much." A hand entered her sight, and it was holding a wand. She watched with her breathing turning heavier by the second as the wand touched her throat, and she could feel the cold touch of wood against her skin and the tip pushing against her larynx. The cold wand turned warm as a stream entered her body through her neck. It felt like she had gulped down a warm drink quickly, lining her insides with a warm and fuzzy feeling, but she wasn't feeling comfortable. This was sending deeply unsettling shivers down her entire body. If you ever decide to betray Da in any form, speak about it, write about it, walk here to reveal the location, point out members to reveal their involvement or any other way you can think of. Remember what I told you about. Intent is an integral part of magic. Your eyes will stop seeing the light, your voice will betray you, your skin will steal away your touch, and you'll again turn into stone. Beware, Mariette, you won't want to turn deaf, mute, and blind because the curse will make that state stay there for a while before you get you to return to normal. If you get misguided again and try to go on the wrong path again, the curse will return to play with you, and this time it will stay for longer. The more times you try, the more you will be able to enjoy and appreciate life and experience it with your sense of taste and smell. Marietta wanted to scream, struggle, free herself of her stone-like state, and hit Quinn with everything she had, but she was helpless as a fish out of her water. Hearing Quinn's words settled a deep sense of pitying despair. It clenched like a hand gripping down on her beating heart. As this was happening, Ivy watched and heard what had happened. In experiencing so, she was reminded who Quinn West was. She recalled the man who had entombed her into a wall because she impersonated his friend. Ivy was reminded of the man who had bound her and Hermione in his office and threatened to ruin her and her brother's life. This was the same person who had implicated her and Hermione deeper by tricking them into coming along with them back in time. It reminded her that it might have been because she had become friends with Quinn that he decided not to do something like what he had done to Marietta, or exactly like what he had done to Marietta when she found his secret cursed vault. After that, Quinn sent away a heaving and scared silly Marietta and nervous other three, but not before instilling a good sense of motivation in the minds of Caruso, Ramsey, Mushtak to keep quiet about what had happened her to themselves, leaving only Ivy and him in the room. "Hey, sorry about that," said Quinn. "I didn't mean to ignore you back there, but I had to do it now with only them and you present. It would have not gotten the approval if we had put it to a vote. I had to move quickly and decisively for this to be effective. Will she really suffer all that?" Partially," said Quinn, making Ivy look at him with confusion. "She would feel what I said a couple of times. But I'm not capable enough to freeze her entire body and take 3 out of 5 senses time after time for eternity. After a few times, the curse will start to wane and eventually fade away. I can, of course, cast it again. But I'm sure the fear would keep her away from violating the rules." Ivy once again stared at him, and her heart told her to say it, speak, tell him outright. She had observed him with her today, but both didn't seem much different from what they usually were, which meant it wasn't still late, and she could get in. Ivy stared at Quinn, but the more she stared at him, the more her thoughts went to the events of Valentine's Day. She broke eye contact and hurriedly spoke. "Yes, I know. I mean, I understand why you did it. I myself would have shot you down if you had put it to vote." Quinn chuckled with a refreshing smile. "I know. I wouldn't want it any other way." She once again looked at her, and her heart told her to say it, speak, tell him outright. She had observed him with her today, but both didn't seem much different from what they usually were, which meant it wasn't still late, and she could get in. Yes, she should do it. She was going to do it. Now, right now. Ivy opened her mouth. "It's okay. I don't blame you. We should go back. It's getting late. Everyone must be wondering what are we doing." She couldn't say it. The sound of heavy stone dragging across a stone floor echoed in the vast room. It was the gritty sound one could hear when a stone pestle was ground against the grainy surface of the mortar, just louder. Quinn stared at the material cube. It had just come out of the wall, turning white to show that it was this one's turn to be worked upon. He turned back away from the material cube, and on the opposite end of the room stood the entrance with the chasm sitting halfway across. He had finally reached the end of the challenging period of unending tribulations of repeated transmutation. With this, said Quinn, I will be free. He closed his eyes and unwrapped the memory of the object to be replicated that sat on the apparatus cube in the chasm. Ever since the objects had shown to have internal flaws, Quinn had ditched measuring through scaling equipment and turned to Earth sense to scan every inch of the object and save the information in his mind to be used during replication. Quinn placed his hand on the material cube, and his closed eyes squeezed tighter with brows furrowing when he felt the coarse texture against his fingers and palm. Coarse material, in his experience, wasn't good when it came to replication. It was too grainy and had too many air pockets that needed to be worked around and eliminated to get a perfect replica. Definitely a product of alchemy, thought Quinn as his magic trickled into the stone. The stone required exuberant amounts of magic to be turned from the stable to the flux state through which the magic of transmutation worked. There were naturally occurring rocks with similar properties, but the way the stone was structured screamed artificial to Quinn. He pulled his hand back and came out. Stuck to the inside of his hand was a viscous clay-like gelatinous blob. It was the transformative state that made the transformation of a substance possible. The viscous blob jiggled atop Quinn's hand as he walked towards the chasm. His every step was filled with a sense of anticipation. One more transformation, and this would be done, he thought. He held the blob in between both his hands as he jumped down and stepped down on the floor with a slow grace. Quinn stood near the apparatus cube and stared at the blob in hand. He injected magic, and it shivered with minute spikes waving on the white surface. He felt volatile material fluctuating in his hands with a tenacity that fought against his magic, defying his will to change, trying to claw to its original state, resisting the change that was being imposed on it. But in the face of the force as large as the ocean to the rowboat that blob was, it couldn't resist the unconquerable wizardry. Quinn pulled back his hands apart, leaving the blob to float in the air between the facing palms, trembling and spiking as it flattened into surfaces, curved into arches, and polished into the reflective surfaces while others donned matte qualities. He further concentrated, and tiny air pockets bubbled up inside the in-progress replica. They were irregular globs, defined squares, pointy polyhedrons, among many other things dotting the innards of the now ready-to-be-compared replica. Everything has an ending, he said, and placed the object that screamed randomness on the cylinder platform with dull clack of stone. He gulped as his eyes moved back and forth between the target of replication and his replica. Did he miss anything? Was there a pesky air pocket inside that passed by his senses? Or was there something entirely different with the last material cube? The answer was none of them. Quinn felt a tremble pass beneath his feet. His ears picked up rumble, and his eyes went up towards the ceiling, and a crinkle of dust entered his mouth, causing him to spit out a conjured mouthful of water to clear out the dust. Yuck. Before the splashes of water off the floor could even settle down, the entire room began shaking violently. Oh, for magic's sake, Quinn stumbled backward, landing squarely on the floor. Not this again. Couldn't he have done things differently? At novel been at. The material cubes began shifting out of the walls beside him and trading position right in front of his eyes. A cube just to his side rose above and flew into the sky like an elevator going straight up. A tremble stronger than before struck Quinn, and he found being raised into the air. The cube on which he had fallen had dislodged from the ground and was rising up. After the initial surprise passed, Quinn watched with an incredulous stare or dazed look as dozens of cubes were floating in the air. A cacophony of flying cubes unraveled in front of his eyes, spiking his heartbeat up as cubes crossed by, missing each other by inches, even centimeters from serious collisions. When things stopped moving and the shaking settled, Quinn finally got himself up and took in the changes that had unfolded in front of him. He was standing on an above-the-ground bridge constructed from a string of cubes going from one end of the room to the other end. Quinn stepped to the edge of the cube and stared down to find the chasm had vanished. In its place was a flat floor, one much deeper than the previous floor. He turned his head to the left and saw the room's entrance at the bridge's end. When he turned right, he found another new thing that interested him the most. It was another doorway opening in the way, one that hadn't been there before. The exit. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the empty room as he walked towards the new doorway. He stopped right in front of the dark doorway and stared deep into the dark tunnel with no end in sight, not knowing where the tunnel led to. An orb of light swirled upon his palm as he raised his hand forward and faced it towards the tunnel. He curled his finger, sans the index, and touched the orb for it to gently float into the tunnel, with Quinn watching behind it sedately, his eyes darting everywhere the orb shed its light. The tunnel finally opened into a room smaller than the second room but bigger than the first one, but like both before, it followed the same theme of drab and dull gray. Quinn furrowed his brows as his eyes roamed across the room. It was too simple. The first had the center pedestal standing out, and the second had the chasm as an identifying piece, but this was a plain cubic room with no exceptional details. The only point of focus stood directly opposite to him in the form of a door. It was an actual door with a doorpane and a handle, though just like everything, it was also entirely made from stone. There was something wrong here, thought Quinn. He could feel it in his veins. The architect's a bastard, said a silent voice in the back of his head. He flicked his hand like throwing a ball up for a glowing red Empyrean ball appearing spiral in the air before falling into his hand. Quinn narrowed his eyes and threw it like a skipping stone on a lake, and because of the property embed into the Empyrean, the ball mimicked a skipping stone and skipped across to the other side of the room. Nothing happened, the room remained as it was before. Would Quinn give up? No. Quinn started to throw objects made from Empyrean all over the room, at the floor, to the walls, over to the ceiling above. Once again, nothing happened. Quinn put his hands to the side of his mouth and shouted, "I am going to dig your tomb and robe your grave." His voice reverberated off the walls, but nothing came in return. No reply, filled with vitriol, threatening spells, and slash or collapsing walls. It seems he is indeed dead. Glad to have that cleared. Cool, now to the difficult part. He looked down on the floor and carefully put his leg a step forward. Nothing happened, so he moved his back leg forward, and yet again, nothing happened. Well, 2 rooms, and he hasn't thrown me into freezing ice, personality-altering curses, water shenanigans, or carnivorous plants, said Quinn. Maybe the architect wasn't Hitler, he thought. Screw it, he thought, and started to walk normally. And on his 3rd step, a pizza box-sized square in the floor sunk beneath his leg. Quinn looked down, and the first thought that entered his mind was pressure plate. Did it not trigger because the Empyrean ball wasn't heavy enough? Did it work like a landmine? He thought. Within the span of a single blink, something shot at him from the sunken plate. It collided against an invisible shield spell before it could head Quinn in the head. As the object lost its rising momentum and fell back, Quinn raised his hand and caught it out of the air. Being careful about not shifting his weight on the pressure plate, Quinn observed the object in hand. It was like around the size of his fingers with the thickness of a pencil, perfectly cylinders with 2 flat sides on both ends. He tore his eye away from the ammunition for a second and looked at the floor, and as he expected, there was a circular hole in the floor, and if he was thinking right, the circular hole was the top part of a cylinder. Quinn fiddled with the cylinder for a moment before pocketing it. He looked at the spot 1 step ahead and planted his back leg onto it, triggering yet another pressure plate while his other leg let off some weight of the previous pressure plate, making it rise. This time, 2 cylinders were pelleted towards him. They slammed against the shield barrier and then floated down into his hands. Quinn pinched one of them between his index finger and thumb and brought it above to his face, and squinted at it. It was roughly the same thing as from the first tile. So did the other one. He looked down at his feet and saw the 2 holes. He glanced at one of the cylinders and watched as it fell from his hand and landed on the floor. As it bounced off, the cylinder turned into a blob. Quinn's eyes narrowed. It was transmutation, he thought as the blob contacted the floor and disappeared. It was more like sunk into the stone floor, and in the same instant, a hole filled up. Quinn licked his lips and stared at the sole remaining cylinder in his hand, cocked his arms, and threw it as far as he could. He kept his eye on the square tile beneath his feet, but his ears were peeled open. The second he heard the sound of the cylinder hitting the floor was the second he saw the second hole fill up. But then the next second, 2 cylinders shot up at him again, and Quinn had to jerk his head back to miss them by a breadth of a hair. Shit, it's on a loop, he exclaimed, and his eyes widened as he heard 2 clatters. His mind connected the newly acquired pieces of knowledge and pulled up a shield, and it had barely materialized when another 2 cylinders came colliding. Quinn watched the shield ripple mere inches away from his face and wondered about the possible double headshot he came close from suffering. The realization made him spring into action. The 2 cylinders in free fall suddenly came to an abrupt stop and flew spiraling into Quinn's hands, 1 in each hand, courtesy of summoning spell. Okay, Quinn muttered choppily as he clenched his hands tightly around the cylinders. He shuffled his foot aside, just enough to create space for his other leg which he rested on the sunken tile. Both of his feet were now on the same tile. Don't panic, said Quinn to himself, calm down and think. The solution, yes, it's easy. Quinn waved his hand, and a silver platform appeared in front of him, hovering off the ground. If I'm not on the ground, I won't trigger a pressure plate. Yes, keep it simple, said Quinn and hopped onto the silver platform. He turned back and grinned to see no sunken tiles, meaning no shooting projectiles coming for his head. Yeah, Quinn smirked. Stupid oldie trying to be smart. Didn't think of this one, did you? Humph, the aquatic vault creator is better than you. At least he had the sense to disable brooms. Oh, wait, brooms weren't a thing for a primitive oldie like you, Grag. The smirk drained from Quinn's voice as he heard a familiar voice echo in the room. It was a sound he had so many times in the second room, the sound of when a material cube slid in and out of the wall, the gritting sound of stone against stone. His eyes honed onto the source, and he looked up towards the ceiling to see a square, the same size as the 2 pressure plate tiles he had stepped on, sunk up into the ceiling. Something else is coming, he thought. Thud. Quinn had just enough time to turn and pull up a shield to see a baseball bat-sized cylinder impact on his shield, sending waves of ripple flying across the surface. The hit was nowhere near powerful enough to dent his shield, but it was powerful enough to crack his bones if it hit. The thought brought up fear in his mind. Fear was good, he thought as Acclumency began taking help, it would help. The third room couldn't hear Quinn's thought, and neither did it care for his thought because as Quinn's eyes followed the baseball bat cylinder falling, another tile sunk up in the ceiling. Quinn heard it and knew another one was coming. Thud. Another baseball bat crashed into the shield dome that Quinn had pulled up. Quinn's eye twitched. This second one was stronger than the first one. Thud. What? Quinn turned to see ripples and just caught a glance of the baseball bat sinking into the ground. Quinn's eyes widened as he recognized what had happened. The force of this baseball bat was lighter, which meant it was from the first ceiling tile. The conclusion, auto loop. Thud. Second ceiling tile, thought Quinn, judging from the impact. He looked up and saw 2 sunken tiles, and then with his eyes on the ceiling, a 3rd square tile sunk in. Thud, thud, 3rd tile. 2 projectiles. Stronger than 2nd tile projectile, thought Quinn as 2 from 3rd ceiling tile hit him, and then immediately 2 combined from the first 2 ceiling tiles also made impacts, sending ripples that collided with other ripples, making more ripples on the shield's surface. Roughly 2 seconds, he thought, there's a 2-second gap before a new tile sink in. Every tile remains sunk, meaning that the attacks will stack up with time. His mind processed the facts he had, and another hypothesis was formed: the longer I stay off the ground, the more ceiling tiles would get activated. The ceiling tiles had begun sinking when he had stepped off the ground. So, if I step down, the ceiling tiles would deactivate, he thought, and then looked up. That's 3 seconds. Time for the 4th one. He looked up, and indeed a 4th ceiling tile sunk up. I should step down. It would be easier to stay in one spot on the ground. Bang! It came out of a sudden. Quinn, who had been standing firm on the silver platform, was sent flying. As he flew, his body almost parallel to the floor, Quinn's eyes caught, for a brief second, through the rippling still entirely intact shield, what had hit him. The projectile was no longer baseball bat-sized, but what he in the situation judged as Luna-sized. The size and speed had enough momentum to send Quinn together with his shield. It was like a football being kicked. The ball wouldn't rupture, but it would go flying. With whatever composure he could muster while being forcibly flung, Quinn cast a resto momentum to slow himself down. A blue light covered Quinn's entire body as he visibly slowed down and gyroed upright at the exact moment he contacted ground on his feet. Quinn released a held breath. That was sudden. His words died down in his throat, and he snapped his gaze down. He was standing on a sunken tile. The internal alarms blared, and the emergency message blasted to his body, but before it could act, spikes came out of the ground. A painful howl pierced the room. Quinn heaved and grunted in pain as his eyes trembled in and out of focus with the sight of stone spikes penetrating into his leg. From his ankle to his thigh, every part of his leg was pierced. Quinn grimaced as a spike scraped his bone. He gritted his teeth and let the pain flow freely. It was helping his consciousness. Okay, don't take the spikes out, Quinn thought. He had to keep the wounds closed. But he couldn't remain here stuck with the spikes. He needed to free himself. Remember the 2nd floor tile, he thought. He had the facts clear in his mind. His hand trembled as he made a shaky swing, and the tip of the spikes was lopped off the body of the spike A with smooth slice of transmutation. Oh okay, Quinn breathed out shakily, and his half-lidded eyes moved up to the room's entrance. He had been thrown quite a distance away from the entrance. Quinn closed his eyes, and he could hear his breathing. He opened his eyes, and steel shone in the stone grays. The sound of his labored breath was all he could hear. Quinn watched as the bodies of the spikes with splotches and trails of blood retreated back into the floor, leaving behind the tips lodged in his body, stabbing his legs. A pained moan escaped him as the stone sliced around in his open wound. It was clear to him in his acclimacy-churning mind that he needed to do something about the lodged into his mind before he could do anything else. I have time, he thought. His eyes went to the 2nd floor tile a distance away from him. It shot 2 projectiles at me, the finger-sized pencil projectiles that he still had in his pocket. And just like every other tile in the room, it was on a loop. But that was it. It's on a loop that starts after both projectiles are replenished. It didn't work with only one. For the projectiles to be reshot, both projectiles needed to be sunk inside the floor. In his initial experiment, Quinn had dropped the projectiles into the floor one by one, and the fact that the tile didn't shoot after the first Quinn dropped drew his attention. All parts of the tile need to go back inside for it to loop, he had observed. Even if a single piece stays outside, the tile won't enter the next reiteration. Quinn stared at his shaking legs. There was more than a single piece outside the tile. And that's why he had time. As long as he didn't trigger another tile and kept the current tile from resetting, Quinn had all the time in the world. At least I hope so, he thought, staring around the room, remaining cautious in case there was a penalty for staying still for too long. The next order of business, as Quinn stared at it, was regaining his mobility. Okay, let's go on about it one at a time. Quinn waved his hand over a piece lodged in his thigh to shrink so that he could smoothly dislodge it, but nothing happened. Quinn wet his lips and breathed out deeply. It's okay, don't get angry, just check it, he thought to himself. He closed his eyes, and magic flowed into every stone lodged into his body. Alchemically modified substance. Quinn groaned. Like the 2nd room, it seemed that this one was also constructed from stone altered to resist magical change. He couldn't shrink it. His entire face scrunched up, even taking deep breaths wasn't working, and Quinn could feel acid bubble up inside him. Maybe because he had a face and name for the person behind all of this, Quinn felt his emotions spike more than any other vault. He hadn't felt like this since he had almost frozen to death in the icy vault. Quinn exhaled once and closed his eyes. His tensed-up face eased, and he got back to the task at hand. Fortunately, Quinn had slogged and slaved diligently in the 2nd room and remembered coming across the same substance. So while he couldn't shrink it, he could transmute it into another shape. The spike edge stuck in the middle of his thigh began to wiggle from the center as if someone had melted a block of metal and turned it into liquid. That just without all the incinerating molten heat. Slowly, the stone turned into sludge and began oozing out of his wound, trailing down his leg, taking a route around the other injuries. After a few seconds, the stone had left, leaving an open wound, but that wasn't a problem for a pursuer of healing magic with deep knowledge of blood magic. A green glow covered the wound, and the blood stopped leaking out and instead was diverted into other intact capillaries. After several minutes, green glows dotted Quinn's leg. His legs trembled, but with a little help of body magic, he remained standing. Quinn stared at a triangular cone covered with dried-up blood. He breathed on it for the red to evaporate in a hazy mist, after which he pocketed to not ever meet the spikes anytime soon. Okay, that's that, he said as he stood straight, his face twitching in grimace as he did so. He pushed more juice into body magic, and his expression loosened. Quinn stared at the room's entrance, and roamed his gaze everywhere in between. He had no clue of what sort of traps waited for his path. Quinn glanced up and weighed his choices. The room was big enough that even if he mounted his hoverboard and made a run for it, he wouldn't reach in time 12 or 13 seconds. 8 seconds was that. What would be 2 more levels be like, he thought. A cinder block of tungsten weighing the same weight as him suddenly dropped from the sky at a distance, sending booming shocks across the room. Quinn kept his eyes peeled on the cinder block, but no projectiles came shooting, no spikes pierced, or any other torturous carriers of death made any appearances. The sick bastard built it for living targets, Quinn spat when he saw that the floor beneath the heavy tungsten cinder block was as flat as they came. Quinn sighed. The option of using a decoy so he could make a run for it was out as a viable strategy. All right, he said, taking out a shrunk-down hoverboard, let's try out my chances. He dropped it on the ground, put one leg on the board, and the very next second used his other leg to push off forward while pumping magic to start the lift off the ground. 1. Quinn stared at the ceiling as the board sped straight towards the hoverboard. 2. Here it comes, he thought. A ceiling tile depressed into the ceiling, but his body went stiff when it wasn't the same tile that had depressed the last time. Quinn jerked his head down as his eyes darted around frantically, and what the room presented to him was a barrage of fist-sized cones. Dozens of cones covered Quinn's vision as they collided with his shield, sending ripples all across. A bitter grin surfaced on his face. His assumption had been incorrect. Architect. The words never graced the world, but the sound of another tile depressing did. Instinctually Quinn looked down and saw the still hovering, and it was only a beat later he registered what had happened and immediately cut magic, thus landing on the ground. The punishment for his error was a rotating disc coming for his legs. Fortunately for Quinn, all he needed to do was jump as it went below him, but he was again punished with the reminder that he wasn't in perfect health. Quinn let out an agonizing yell as he landed on his feet. But alas, he couldn't stop to rest or lament, as even though he was discounted from a ceiling trap, he was once again on the ground. His eyes once again got busy, looking for the next source of distress. However, it wasn't his eyes but his ears that alerted him of the danger this time. He looked up, and there was the danger in the form of a square column of whose length he couldn't judge falling right over his head. Quinn raised both hands, and magic soared into the air, wrapping around the stone column. A tremendous weight settled on his magic, and in that moment, Quinn felt like the Greek titan Atlas with the weight of the sky on his back in the eternal journey to keep it collapsing on the ground to prevent the union of Uranus and Gaia. Quinn had lost the will to voice his thoughts. Today was supposed to be a good day for him, with him completing the second room and scouting the third room, which he did, but then everything went south. He shook his head of the stray thoughts to get back on track. He stared at a step in front of him. There's no telling what it would trigger, and he didn't have the courage to try fly over once again today. That would be for another day for future Quinn, who he hoped would return with a renewed vigor and motivation. Right now, he just wanted to get home. No use of contemplating this, he thought, and took a swift first step to the next tile and moved ahead with minimal movement, leaving the overhead column fall. He would have loved to see the column disappear into the floor, but alas, he didn't have the time. Thud. Without skipping a beat, an object banged against his shield. Quinn furrowed his brow, switched off his shield, and reached out his hand, and grabbed the thing. Sat in his open palm was a small cube with razor-sharp edges. He felt underwhelmed. He thought it would be yet another pain-inducing ordeal, but it was a nugget. Quinn looked ahead at his path, and there was roughly 10 more steps worth of distance left. All right then, let's see if it works, he said, and took a step forward while pocketing the cube. Once again, another object was shot at him. Again he caught it, and once more, it was a cube. The only difference was that it was shot slightly slower. The force wasn't as great as before. A pattern, he asked. He pocketed another cube and took another step. This time the cube came from just a few feet away from the ground. It was yet again a level slower than before. A pattern, he concluded. Another pocketing and step later, Quinn was holding 3 spheres, smaller than the cube. Another step got him 2 spheres. A third consecutive step got him a solitary sphere. I'm not in danger, he thought, daring not to say it aloud, afraid of jinxing it. He didn't jinx it, as after 5 more steps, Quinn stood with 3 pyramids and 4 cylinders atop his palm. Quinn turned back and looked at the room, his gaze weightless. I'm out, he said. What felt like days for a weary traveler in a harsh desert were finally over. Scene break. Eddie climbed the stairs, skipping steps along the way, and entered his dorm with a cloud in his step. He walked to his study desk, humming a peppy tune, and shrugged his shoulder to drop his book bag near the desk. He threw his outer robe onto his bed and was shuffling towards the bathroom when he stopped as he came across Quinn laying full starfish on his bed. When did you get here? He asked. There was a silence before a subdued voice said, An hour. Tough day. Quinn grunted in affirmation and then asked, "You sound happy. What happened?" "Hagrid got canned. The bitch did it in front of 5th year Gryffindors and Slytherins. You happy about that?" "Oh, no, why I'd be happy with bitch getting her way. I'm happy because tomorrow Gryffindor and Hufflepuff play to see who's going to play us for the cup." "Ah, that." His voice trailed. Eddie walked to Quinn's bed and plopped himself on it. He heard Quinn groan and saw him turn over to face side down on the bed. "I'm not going tomorrow." "Ask Luna," said Quinn, his voice muffled against the bed. "What's up with you?" After another spell of silence, Quinn spoke again. "Curse for me, please." "Huh? What the hell are you talking about?" "Just spout some profanities. I'm too tired." "Curse in my proxy." "Why?" Eddie asked, and again there was no reply, so he shrugged and started to showcase his exceptional talent in the creative artistry of obscenities. During what Quinn and Eddie felt was a beautiful string of words, Marcus entered the room and was stumbled mid-stride when the terror of words entered his ears. He watched with incredulous regard as one of his best friends spoke a number of vulgarities ridiculous even for him, while he could also see his other best friend lying prone with his face smushed into the bed, raising a limp thumbs up. "What in the name of everything good are you two doing?" he said. Eddie stopped and waved his hand. "Did you hear? Hagrid got canned." Marcus thought he heard a muffle that vaguely sounded like got canned from Quinn. "Yes, I heard that," Marcus said, walking towards them. Umbridge dropped by the Muggle Studies classroom, and he had just come back from said class. Quinn slowly turned his head sideways out of bed. "What happened?" he asked, his eyes half closed. Marcus sighed. "She gave Professor Potter an ultimatum. Umbridge said that if Professor Potter continued to teach outside of the formal ministry-approved curriculum, then she'd be let go. To remain at Hogwarts, she'd have to teach the decades-old books that the ministry deems as the latest Muggle culture." He could still picture the expressionless features of Lily's face as Umbridge sweetly explained the rules and how that brave appearance had crumbled into a worrisome after. "That's sad," said Quinn before closing his eyes. "What's up with him?" Marcus asked Eddie. Eddie shrugged. "I don't know. He's tired, I guess. I found him like this." "I've got a feeling Umbridge has only just started being horrible," said Marcus darkly. "I wouldn't say that," said Eddie, draping a sheet over Quinn. "She's already plenty horrible. She banned Potter from Quidditch. I don't like the bloke, but I won't wish that for even my worst enemies if you know what I mean. However, the bitch got much more horrid bile in her body, so I won't let it past her to pull off something more repulsive. You mark my words, she will do something worse. She got her revenge on Dumbledore for appointing a new teacher without consulting her," said Marcus. "Especially another part human. You saw the look on her face when she saw Firenze she shot back by canning Hagrid and the thing with Professor Potter." "Bah," said Eddie. "As long as she leaves Quidditch alone. She can do no worse, and after what Quinn did at the start of the year, she won't be touching it." "Is Quidditch the only thing in your head?" "Of course not. I'm a raven, my fat friend. I have multitudes of thoughts in my mind. Didn't you hear me back then spitting out those lines? That wasn't Quidditch." Marcus sighed as he switched off the miles in the room on his way out of the dorm. "I'm not fat." Eddie wrapped his arm over Marcus' shoulders as they stepped down the stair. "You will make the best pillow," and then put his hand on Marcus' belly and made it jiggle repeatedly. "Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Let me do it more." "Stop it. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk. Oh make, worries of collector." Turning back the sands of time to the point in history when the first educational decree wave descended onto the publics of Hogwarts. Ivy Potter dragged her feet above the stairs to her dorm room after a long day of classes and assignments. She entered her room with the thoughts of skipping dinner and going directly to bed, but the drawer of those thoughts was shut closed when she saw Hermione pace up and down in the room. "What happened?" she asked, dropping the book bag on her desk and lifting a ton of her shoulders. "Why are you pacing around like a trapped ostrich?" "Did you see the notice board?" said Hermione, still trying to burn foot tracks on the rug. Everyone in school saw the notice board. "Hermione. Educational Decree No. 40. What about it?" "It says that all items that are not of educational value are banned from Hogwarts," Hermione said, panicked. "What should I do?" "Hermione. I don't think you have items that are not of educational value. You don't even own a chocolate frog card." "But I own this." Ivy looked at the thing Hermione slapped onto her hand. "This is an aid card." "What about it?" "Aid cards aren't educational items." "Knowing Umbridge, she'll definitely get rid of them," said Hermione, her hand on her forehead. "Turn the card around and read what it says." Ivy turned the card, and to her surprise, a short prose sat on the back instead of a sign that showed if the office was open or close. "The recently passed Educational Decree No. 40 have banned non-educational items. Aid cards fall under that category. To protect yourself from possible detentions, it's advised to hide or dispose of the aid cards on your person at your convenience and desire. Aid consultations will not be responsible for any possible harm that may come upon you because of the possession of our non-educational products. May you have a good day." So it says. Ivy looked up and shrugged. "It's pretty clear to me. Burn the cards and be done with it." "No, Hermione, Umbridge will." "No." Ivy stared at her adamant friend, who had finally picked a stationary spot where she stood with her arms crossed. "At novel bin at. I can't let my precious collection turn into worthless dead ash pile. They're beautifully crafted works of magics that should be preserved, admired, and studied rather than burned." Ivy stepped back at the cat's hissing shriek that Hermione's voice sounded like by the end. Then what do you want to do? We have to get the collection to safety. Hermione's eyes turned fiery as she declared, Hogwarts is no longer safe. Immediately after, she headed towards the door. Where are you going? To secure the safety of my collection. Scene break. Hermione and Ivy, what can we do for you two today? Ivy glanced between the Weasley twins and Hermione, trying to figure why Hermione had come to the two people she usually would absolutely not go to for help. I need your help to smuggle something out of Hogwarts. Can you do it? The Weasley twins' brows disappeared into their hairlines. They turned to each other, and their faces made expressions as colors on a rainbow. Did I hear it correctly, brother mine? I think you did, brother, or we might be dreaming. Both brothers reached forward and pinched the other. Ouch, it's not a dream. They turned back to Hermione and shifted in their chairs to sit straighter. What do you want to be smuggled out? Asked Fred. An item of the great importance of me, said Hermione severely. I'm willing to pay any price for its safe exit and transport to my home. George leaned forward. Any price, you say? Like what? I'm willing to turn my eyes away from your activities for an entire month, said the strictest prefect in Hogwarts. 3 months. It became clear to the twins that if Hermione Granger was willing to go such limits, then the item must really be of great importance. So they decided to milk it. Hermione narrowed her eyes. 2 months, she said, raising 2 fingers. Deal. Ivy sighed. She couldn't see sense in whatever was going on here. But maybe it was because she was too tired, she thought. The next day, 2 figures exited Hogwarts through uncharted routes and delivered 3 identical packages to a private owl mailing service. Later that day, 3 nondescript native brown barn owls took flight, with one of them going to Hampstead Garden suburbs, northwest London. The timeless ticks of the spread eagle silhouette novelty wall clock put together by an eccentric Ravenclaw for the place she worked and learned, desiring to powder the room with her flair to make it her own in small ways. The water at the lake was quite foamy today, she said, breaking the soft silence with her dreamy voice. I fear your wool season has come early this year. The nip of Quinn's pen came to a scribbling stop against an order letter to be sent to his ironmonger for a new batch of medals. He searched, but it was the first time he had heard that. He wondered if he should ask about what a Yorwell was. Why are Yorwells foaming up the lake? He asked. When they breed, you see, she said, a faraway look in her eyes. The Malemitze. Ah, I remember now, yes, Yorwells, he amended quickly. That look in her eyes was the harrowing signal that he might be pulled into a rabbit hole that would whisk them both him and her to the deepest dusty corners of the library, scouring untouched bookshelves on what would more likely than not turn into a wild goose chase. The room yet again lulled into a working reticence as Quinn returned to penning his letter while she on the other side to her flipbook of a bizarre concoction of color eating up the pages. Neither had anything to say nor felt the need to fill out that mundane silence. And if not for the disorder that came knocking on their door, the silence would have flowed to the end of their today. Before Quinn could even respond to the knocking, the bell chime rang, and in came Umbridge, strutting. Quinn raised his brows on the account that she even bothered to knock. His gaze went behind Umbridge, where Filch stood hunched on the threshold showing his crooked teeth. Madam Umbridge, he said in greeting, not bothering to stand. What in the grand scheme of things led for you to make your way here to this humble dwelling of service and assistance? Umbridge squished her brows together, and her strut collapsed. Quinn smiled patiently. What I mean is, how can I help with you today? Umbridge smiled sweetly, but Quinn knew he had been successful when he saw the throbbing vein on her forehead. Mr. West, Umbridge said, to answer your question, I'm here today to present you with a gift from the Ministry. A gift? He asked. McGonagall would forsake Quidditch before he would get a gift from Dolores Umbridge. Yes, a gift to help to assist, as you put it, with your journey as a student of Hogwarts. He wondered why she was beating around the bush, trying to be clever as he could judge. It wasn't a successful attempt, he thought. What that might be? He asked. With a smile glistening with joy from the bottom of her heart, Umbridge took out a rolled-up parchment from her punchy pink purse and handed it to him. A gift to help you, who has been helping others, to show that there's someone who you can count upon when in need of help. Quinn held back from rolling his eyes as he unraveled the cord tie. He already had those people in his life, and Dolores Umbridge wasn't them, would never be. But the understanding dawned on him the moment his eyes fell upon the printed contents of the parchment. Umbridge beamed sadistically at the sight of emotion voiding from Quinn's face, knowing that she had finally got him. I had that, Umbridge said, referring to the parchment in Quinn's hand, made a few weeks ago. It took some time to arrive, but it came through today, so here I am to give you the good news personally. Quinn continued to stare at the parchment in his hand. He knew that it would come. Knowing her, he was sure it would come, but seeing it in his hands was a feeling different than what he had envisioned and prepared for. Quinn. He tore his eyes away from the parchment and looked up. It's okay, Luna. He shook his head comfortingly, seeing the worried look on her face. He handed her the parchment. This concerned her as much as it did for him. Luna received the parchment and immediately looked at it. Her dreamy, idyllic eyes regained a sharp focus the moment she read the contents. Educational Decree-No. 77. By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. All extracurricular activities are subject to review by the High Inquisitor. Signed, Dolores Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor, Ministry of Magic. It was just a single line, a straightforward sentence, but one that left no doubt about its power. Luna, can you please give us some room? I will join you shortly. Luna looked up at Quinn, her brows drawing together, grabbing a fistful of her cardigan and shirt. Quinn smiled assuredly. It was all he could do right now in the current moment. She silently got up, a different silence from her usual zoned-out silence. Luna turned and glared at Umbridge, who didn't even spare her a glance. She lackadaisically walked to the door, where Filch smiled crookedly at her to the caretaker. Every student was a hateful little runt, no difference. Luna waited for him to get aside, but when he didn't, she roughly shoved him aside with as much force her petite body could muster to her praise. Filch did flap around his arms to regain his disturbed balance. "It seems you finally achieved what you failed back then," he said, crossing his hands over his desk. "I assume that you already put aid through the review process, and it was concluded that it failed the review." Umbridge let out a toe-curling giggle, as expected of the top student of Hogwarts. "And that's exactly why aid failed the review, because of you." Quinn gave her a blank stare, which she took in strides. "We can't have the top student divert their attention and potentially ruin their studies. Especially when you're taking Newt-level courses and at an important junction of your life. Didn't I say it before? I'm here to help you." "Yes, you did," said Quinn and stood up. "I guess it's time to close up." "Yes, it is," she said with the mirth and gloat flashing on her ruddy complexion. "Argus has come prepared, so all you need to do is hand him the key." At the door, Filch picked up planks of wood, a hammer, and a box of clinking nails from outside of the room. "You can return to retrieve your personal articles later." "I had imagined this, but never thought I would do it." Quinn took out his fake wand and swung it once. Like a squid spurting ink in water, an inky black diffused in every corner of the room. The deep brown table turned to ash black, the glass wall took on an obsidian tint, vibrant paintings turned to black slates, healthy green plants turned to healthy dark plants in seconds. Every square inch of the room was colored black. It was the color of death, a shade common at funerals, which Quinn thought fit the situation. Quinn draped his robe cloak over his arm and looked at Umbridge with her eyes darting all around the dark room. "Shall we go?" he asked. Now that this had happened, he had some work to do and wanted to get it quick. He didn't wait for a response and began walking towards the door when he felt a hand grip on his bicep, making him stop. He looked at the obvious suspect and asked, "Yes. Before we go, I would like to see what's inside." Quinn followed Umbridge's gaze and saw that she was looking at the black workshop door. He looked down at the shorter woman, and a few seconds passed in silence. "No." Umbridge jerked her back at Quinn, her grip tightening around Quinn's arm. "My apologies, but I might have listened incorrectly. Did you just refuse?" "Yes," Quinn nodded. "You're not going inside. I hope you understand what is happening here, Mr. West, but aid is disbanded. I demand." He ripped his hand out of her grasp. "I refuse." Umbridge's hand slowly rose up to her chest as her eyes turned cold and hard. "I order you to open that door right at this moment." "As I said before and now will repeat, I refuse," said Quinn flatly. A deafening silence enveloped the room, and mixing with the black surroundings, it descended into a room one would instinctually avoid. Umbridge turned her chin up at Quinn, and her lips curled up into a plastic smile. "Detention for you, Mr. West, and this time you aren't getting away." "Be that as it may be, you're not getting through that door," said Quinn. Got her. Umbridge held her wide from her body, and with her chest thrust out, she walked to the workshop door. She took out her wand and was about to cast an unlocking charm when she saw that there wasn't a lock on the door, just a door handle. She grabbed it and tried to open the door, but neither push nor pull conceded her entry. She turned to Quinn and was about to ask when she saw Quinn's blank stare, and her words died in her mouth. She cleared her throat and stood taller. "We'll just have to come here later and employ a forceful method to enter. I am looking forward to finding what you attempt to hide. I hope it's not something illegal." She was met with silence. "Well then," Umbridge turned her wrist to look at her watch. "It's already time." She looked up at Quinn. "We'll be starting your month-long detention today and right now. At novel bin at. Quinn shrugged half-heartedly. If she wanted to give him what he needed, he wasn't going to stop her. Scene break. The west corner of the 5th floor of Hogwarts was traveled to by students when they wanted to visit the aid office and otherwise remained a part of the castle devoid of people because of no active classroom in the vicinity. This was the reason why Quinn was so elated when Flitwick had assigned him the classroom for the office, because he knew if aid was successful, then a part of the castle would be landmarked and defined by aid. So it surprised Umbridge and even Quinn that not even halfway through the west corner, to see an entire crowd of Hogwarts students clogging the entire hallway. There were uniforms accentuated with blue and bronze, those with red and gold, numerous with yellow and black, and even green and silver. There were ghosts that flew in the air. Even the chaos agent Peeves the poltergeist was in attendance, uncharacteristically silent under the dead gaze of the bloody Baron. Quinn's eyes caught the group of professors standing at the head of the crowd, and in that group, he saw his head of the house, Phileas Flitwick, clutching a familiar parchment in his hands. He immediately understood the reason behind this crowd by seeing Luna, flanked by Eddie and Marcus, standing beside the professors. It brought a broad smile to his face, which he made no effort to hide. They needed to know that everything was fine, especially those who he taught in secret at least once a week. He did his best to communicate that all was well. "What is this?" said Umbridge, stepping forward. "Why has this crowd gathered here?" The big man himself, with his colorful robes and long white beard, stepped forward out from the crowd. "We heard that you disbanded aid." "Is it true?" said Dumbledore, asking for the group. Yes, said Umbridge, still confused why the entire school was gathered here. I have decided that aid takes too much of Mr. West's time, thus a risk to his academics. Is that so? Said Dumbledore, glancing at Quinn, who stared back at him, the smile still present on his face. He looked back at Umbridge and spoke. For 4 years, this being the 5th, Mr. West has operated aid to great success without ever letting his academics slip. In fact, as you as his professor must know that he's the brightest of his age. He pointed at the mob behind him. This crowd here has gathered here because Mr. West with his work at aid has touched everyone in some form or another. They have received help at his door. No matter how old they are, no matter what houses they belong to, they have never been turned away. For the students, can you also reconsider your decision and reinstate aid? Umbridge breathed a resigned sigh. I'm moved by this show of unity by the school, but at the same time, I feel pity because the support you have gathered is focused on the wrong person. The entire crowd muttered in confused discussion at her words. What did she mean by focusing on the wrong person? Flitwick stamped forward, and his lips curled into thin lines, showing teeth. What are you trying to say by that, Dolores? His voice screeched. I'm simply trying to state that when I asked Mr. West to show me what is behind a closed door in his office, he refused to comply with orders of both a professor and High Inquisitor, even after I gave him repeated chances to revert his stance, but alas, it was to no change. She glanced behind and stared Quinn down. He must be hiding something that he's afraid of showing me because he realizes that it's wrong and unethical, and that's why I had to make the difficult decision of giving him detention, which pained me a lot because Mr. West indeed is the brightest of the ones I have taught. That is why I hope that the disbandment of aid would set him on the right path. It's for his own good, or so I think as his professor, concerned for his future. Quinn continued to smile without a change in expression, and everyone saw. It made many wonder if Quinn was indeed hiding something behind that glass wall of his. No one knew, sans a select few, what resided behind it, and his apparent refusal to reveal was indeed a sign of guilt. Mr. West, said Flitwick, let's go right now and see what's behind the wall. It's okay. I won't let anyone take advantage of you, so please be fearless and let's make it clear that you have nothing to hide. Quinn matched eyes with his head of the house. Thank you, Professor, but I apologize, I'm not willing to share what's in my workshop. Mr. West. But Quinn shook his head. He had already decided. No matter what happened here, he wasn't going to change his position and keep on course. Dumbledore said, Mr. West, are you sure about this? Yes, Headmaster, I am sure, said Quinn. Dumbledore sighed. I see, then there's nothing we can do. There was nothing he could do here without Quinn's cooperation, but there was something he couldn't do. He turned to Umbridge. Professor Umbridge, I wish you luck in your disciplinary actions and hope whatever you find is harmless personal items that Mr. West isn't comfortable sharing. We would be waiting with bated breaths to see whatever you come up with. Umbridge stiffened, body and all, only momentarily. She regained composure but couldn't stop her smile from twitching. She hadn't missed the message. Dumbledore's intentions was as clear as his half-moon spectacles. By asking her to inform him, Dumbledore had declared that she wasn't going to get any assistance from anyone else, other than Filch. It wasn't a problem for her. A good blasting curse would get the work done, but it was highly humiliating. I shall keep you informed, Headmaster, she said, her nostrils flaring. Now, I ask that everyone give us space. It's time Mr. West serves his detention. The crowd parted like Moses dividing the sea, giving a passage for Umbridge and Quinn to pass. As Quinn passed, he communicated to some people. He smiled calmly at people he knew, winked to Eddie, Marcus, and Luna, nodded to the Golden Squad, and as he passed by the tail of the crowd, he matched eyes with a distraught Daphne. To her, he mouthed, I will be fine, to assure her that all was well. Umbridge and Quinn were almost out of earshot of the crowd when a loud shout came from somewhere in the ocean of black-robed students. Fucking bitch. Umbridge's steps faltered in shock, but she acted she didn't hear and continued to walk, and it would have saved her face if not for the fact she couldn't hear snickering coming from just behind her. She consoled her that in a few minutes, she was going to get her revenge. We have arrived, Umbridge said, fighting to keep the itch out of her voice. She opened the door to her office and stared at Quinn. He once again half-heartedly shrugged and walked into the pink and cat exhibit. Umbridge entered behind him, her eyes shining with a twisted light as she closed the door behind her. Umbridge's office was as Quinn had seen uncountable times through a screen, every surface draped with lacy clothes and frilly covers. It had the same overwhelming scent of peony flowers that he had to cover his nose away from while on his few visits to the office. The wall that seemed to be Umbridge's foul shrine to kitten-decorated plates still made him uncomfortable. Please sit down, Mr. West. Quinn removed his eyes from dead flowers in the vases and casually made his way to the straight-backed chair prepared for him. He sat down and set his hands on the small table draped in fresh lace. He caressed the pattern of the frills with his digits, trying to feel the history of numerous cutting wounds and trickling blood, wondering if she cleaned the covers or replaced them every time. Umbridge scampered around the room, preparing the supplies for the detention, getting the giggles while doing it. There you go. She placed a stack of parchment on the table and, with trembling hands, gently laid a black quill on top. We're now ready to start on your disciplinary rehabilitation. From today, we're going to work together and put in the effort to instill in you the qualities of a fine young wizard. Now, you are going to be doing some lines for me. You have the quill and parchment. Please start without delay. She leaned forward, her face above his head, as she whispered in the softest of voices, I want you to write, I will obey Professor Umbridge. Quinn felt her hand brush from his shoulder to shoulder as she passed by towards her own chair across his small table, behind her own full-sized desk. He lazily shrugged at her intent gaze, barely holding the sparkle within. He picked up the black quill and asked, "Ink, please." He had to pretend to be a first-timer. "It's a special pen, dear," she giggled with a closed mouth. "You won't be needing ink." "How convenient." Quinn placed the nib on the parchment, almost tearing the page with its unnatural sharpness, and wrote the first line, "I will obey Professor Umbridge." Umbridge's cheekbones rose at the sight of the red words being inked on the parchment. She leaned forward to get a good look above scalpel cuts that appeared on the back of Quinn's hand. But she felt a strange sense of discordance at the sight she had enjoyed so many times. Umbridge tried to pinpoint on hit. For a few seconds, it evaded her like a mice evading a cat on its trail, but when the cat finally caught up, the reason became apparent. He hasn't stopped writing, she thought. Not a single student he had handed the blood quill had even continued to write after the first cut. They had all stopped writing to inspect the sudden injury. She looked up and abruptly came face to face with dull, bottomless, even dead eyes staring down at her, and even as she was trapped in the stare, Umbridge could hear the pen's nib scribbling against the parchment. She slowly leaned away, but Quinn's gaze remained directly looking at her without as much as a twitch on his face. The wound on the back of his hands healed. "I will obey Professor Umbridge. I will obey Professor Umbridge." The cuts appeared on Quinn's hand again, but he paid them no attention and continued to look at Umbridge as if he was amid doodling stray scribbles and not blood letters. "Mr. West." "Yes, Professor." "Why are you looking at me?" Quinn tilted his head. "No particular reason. In this room, I find you of the most interest. I would suggest that you pay attention to your punishment and do it diligently. This isn't for you to find interesting, but to look back on your actions and find and think on your faults." "I'm taking this seriously," he said and raised the first page of parchment. "See, I have already completed a page, and I assure you that I'm diligently retrospecting my actions. Looking at you helps me keep the incident fresh in my mind. I will obey Professor Umbridge. Look down at your parchment, Mr. West. I'm sorry if I'm making you uncomfortable." However, he didn't look down and wrote, "I will obey Professor Umbridge." And on it went. Again and again Quinn wrote the words on the parchment, and again his hand got cut, healed, and then cut again, rinse and repeat. But in all those long hours, Quinn never looked away from Umbridge even for a second. He continued to single-mindedly stare at her. Somewhere in that time, Umbridge couldn't take Quinn's anymore and looked away. She pretended that Quinn didn't exist and started to grade assignments as if it was any regular after-school today. When darkness fell outside Umbridge's window, she finally broke the silence. "That will be all for today. We will continue tomorrow." Quinn put down the blood quill on the considerably thinner stack of blank parchment. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped the blood trails, dry and fresh, leaving behind a tender yet intact skin. And he did it without looking away from Umbridge. After that, Quinn stood up and left without saying a word in reply. He walked in the deserted corridors. The sound of his footstep could be heard as he walked by, with only the occasional portrait briefly opening their eyes to throw a drowsy glance at him before returning to their shut-eye again. He felt a slight tug on his trousers, but Quinn showed no reaction to it. He felt the tug crawl up his leg, then on his shirt, up at his shoulder, and finally, Quinn raised his hand up to see a pink cube with spider legs crawl around his arm's length, making its way to his palm. It did a swivel on his palm, like a cat would do in its resting place, before retreating its spider legs and making his palm its new home. "Good job, little fellow," he smiled. "I think a Potter and a West with a long string of young children would be enough, don't you think?" Scene break. What followed the next day were looks of pity. Wherever Quinn went, he was met by sympathetic head tilts and nods, words of comfort, and all sorts of consolation gifts. "This is freaking hilarious." Eddie cackled at Quinn, who held an assortment of chocolates from Zonko's, given to him by a pair of Hufflepuff girls. Hey, Quinn, listen, are you sad that your toy box got taken because you were naughty? Do you want sweets to cheer you up? You have a lot of them waiting for you on your table back in our room." Quinn openly stared down, rapidly blinking at the box of chocolates. He was at a loss for words. What sort of brazen gall was this? Had the brains of Hogwarts students melted due to lack of intellectual challenge? They gave him chocolate. Him? Quinn West, the MC, the master of chocolates. He turned his eyes away from the chocolate box to Eddie, who was hunched over with a hand on a wall, wheezing his guts out. "Oh, shut up," Quinn said, and got in response a raised finger, asking for a minute, in which Eddie proceeded to laugh louder, after which he walked over while wiping a tear. "I haven't laughed this much in such a long time," he said and patted Quinn's shoulder. "Thank you, mate, that made my week. Give it a rest. It's not that funny." "So you do believe it's a little funny?" Quinn clicked his tongue. Today wasn't his day. "Ah, hey, Quinn, there you are." Quinn turned back to see Tracy and Daphne walking towards them. It was Tracy who had called to him. "Not you two," said Quinn. "Please, no." "Huh, what do you mean?" Tracy asked, touching her face. And that apparently broke the dam as Eddie started to laugh with his arms holding his sides. In annoyance, Quinn shot a silencing charm at Eddie, which, while stopping the sound of laughter, didn't stop Eddie Carmichael, who started clapping to express the hilarity he was feeling. "What's wrong with him?" asked Daphne. "Who knows," said Quinn, crossing his arms. "Maybe somebody slipped him a laughter potion as a prank." "You guys were looking for me?" he asked at the end. Yes, said Tracy. Well, it's not us but Marcus. He sent us to find you and ask if you'd be attending today's party, by which she meant the meeting, with your detention with Umbridge and all. Quinn scratched the back of his and sighed. I can't be sure. She kept me till midnight yesterday. Knowing her, she'd do the same again. But please don't let me be the reason for the party's cancellation. You guys enjoy it, I'll see if I can join you. He turned to Daphne. In my absence, I'll ask that you be the room manager for today. Daphne nodded, taking the responsibility in stride. Tracy looked at Quinn and Daphne. She wasn't sure if these two noticed, but they were staring at each other. So Tracy did what a good friend would do and grabbed the still laughing Eddie by the front of her collar. I almost forgot, she said. I have something to do. Eddie, would you come with me? I need your help. You will, thanks. She pulled him along, leaving her best friend and best male friend alone. Daphne broke the silence between them. She asked, how are you doing? Aid has been dear and close to your heart. It's a strange feeling knowing that today I won't go to my office, he said, turning progressively pensive. Turn on the lights, cast a scouring charm before casting the spell to turn all aid cards indicator to show that the office was open, in case someone still have some lying around. That I wouldn't sit in my workshop and do something or give Luna something to do when she comes drifting in. Or that I won't listen to people who would come in with their problem. Daphne stepped closer to Quinn and grasped his hand. Quinn glanced down at her hand and laced his finger through hers, a small smile working its way to his face. Enough about me, Quinn said as they started to slowly walk in their corridors. Let's talk about you. Now that I have some free time, would you like me to tutor you? Owls are nearing, and if you'd like, we can get together at the library every day, just the two of us. If the proposition was a beautiful and ornate tiara, then the last part was the crowning jewel on it. Daphne had no reason to think, much less refuse. Excellent. Quinn felt that glass was no longer half empty but half full with something important. Starting tomorrow, we'll meet every day at the library. Now, tell me, what's the deal with Astoria? This morning she handed me a letter. Strangely, it only had a cyan solid circle on it. Nothing else, not a single letter, just that circle in the middle. Daphne softly chuckled behind her hand. She thought you'd be feeling down and didn't want you to dwell on things. So she made that letter to confuse you. She thought you'd try to find it was and distract yourself. Oh my, when did she get so smart? I thought she had somehow picked up Luna's habits. But I guess I do need to thank her for it. Do you think she'd like sweets and chocolates? I actually have an excess and would like to give some out. They wandered around aimlessly through the corridors of Hogwarts, their hands still intertwined. Scene break. That day passed in a haze of Quinn spending time in his dorm room, doing what he did in his workshop, just in his room. Quinn's second detention started the same way the first one did, except that after 2 hours, Umbridge couldn't handle Quinn's dull and dim eyes boring dead into her every ticking second away as he wrote sheet after sheet with his blood. That's enough for today, she said, glancing at him sideways while keeping her head still. You can leave. I hope you'd continue to reflect on your actions. Quinn wordlessly nodded, took out his handkerchief, and slowly and deliberately wiped the blood off the back of his hand, still staring at Umbridge, who leaned away from him. Only after Quinn was done did he stand up from his chair, slowly and noisily tucked it into the small table, and then he walked out, closing the door behind him. Umbridge sagged in her chair, dabbing her forehead with her pink handkerchief, but then the door opened up, and she froze to see Quinn standing still at the threshold. Yes, Mr. West. Do I still have to return tomorrow? There was a clogging spell of silence with both staring at each other. One had a mechanic look while the other was looking back as if she had no choice and could only grip her robe behind the cover of her desk. Yes, she said finally, her forehead wrinkling. She then raised her chin. You'd be returning here for the rest of the month. Understood, and then the door was shut closed. Outside the room, Quinn was walking away with a lightness in his step. His attempt at making Umbridge uncomfortable was a success. Other than him, every person who had spent detention with Umbridge had given more or less the same reaction, and those reactions had fueled the fiendish flames of her sadism. But Quinn had flipped the script and had taken away everything that would allow Umbridge to experience euphoria. He didn't show any expression of discomfort, never stopped because it was painful, irritation for those who took Quinn's potions, and the constant staring was the accessory that tied the entire attire. He took out his pocket watch, and it was already around the time the meeting was supposed to end. But the group would still be there, he thought, and confirmed it by recon, and thus, he headed to the 7th floor. Quinn reached the troll painting, and as per the instructions he had given Daphne, he whispered the meeting's password to the plain wall for a stone grey door to grow out in it from the floor below. He pushed forward, and in one step, he went from a deserted silence to a charged jabber, though he did cause a stunned dipping blip only for the gathering raising the bar up again. Ah, said Astoria, gliding towards him, you came here to pick us up? That's so nice of you. You can sit down and wait, we're just about done. Quinn raised his hands and grasped Astoria's cheek, pushing and pulling them around without a care. Watch you reach you doin'. Stoff. She raised her hands to free her tortured cheeks but was immediately boxed out by Quinn, who continued to make Astoria's head dance. Where did the sweet, bubbly girl who I met all those years back go? He asked, letting go now that he had his fill. Astoria all but apparat away from him, cupping her face on both sides as she did. She died with her cheeks, she spat, tears pooling in her eyes. Daphne, he's bullying me. Astoria yelled. Tattler, said Quinn, jabbing. Stop it, you two, said Daphne, shaking her head. She turned to Quinn and spoke, Astoria's right. We are almost done. You shouldn't have come in today. Quinn shook his head, it's okay. I'm actually here for something else. He looked at the group towards a girl with strawberry blonde hair. Susan, would you please stay behind? I'd like to talk to you something with you. Every pair of eyes in the room simultaneously turned to Susan Bones, who suddenly felt that there were roots shooting down from the soles of her feet, digging into the floor. Everyone, including Susan, had the same thought. The last time Quinn had asked someone to stay back, one of those people had stopped coming to Da. After the meeting ended, and Quinn sent everyone away, including Ivy, who he had to assure that this wasn't related to Da, he faced Susan Bones in the empty room. May I know what's this about? She asked. Quinn calmingly smiled and relaxed his body language as he replied, you don't have to be nervous, Susan. You're not in trouble, so please relax. At novel bin at. Susan perked up as the light in her eyes did a complete change. Oh, then why? Actually, I need your help. My help? Sure, what can I do for you? There was barely anyone in Da who wouldn't help out the Quinn West. Most would be proactive if a situation like this came along. Quinn reached into his robes and took out an envelope along with a matchbox-sized box wrapped in brown paper and what looked like a tiny ring. I would like if you'd send these to your aunt, he said. Auntie Amelia, she asked, tilting her head. Yes, Amelia Bones, said Quinn, or to be clear, I want you to send this to Amelia Bones, head of DMLE. The curtain of confusion lifted from Susan's eyes almost instantly at Quinn's last few words. She now knew what Quinn was actually doing. Quinn, any letter to the head of DMLE must go through proper channels, Susan said as if reading from a script. I'm aware of that, he said, but if I do that, it will take weeks for my things to reach her desk. But, if you were to send it, would reach her desk no later than tomorrow afternoon. This is of importance and needs to reach her as soon as possible. Susan bit her lip, contemplating what to do. It had been ingrained in her to avoid precisely this sort of thing. She was not to become a channel to get to the head of DMLE, and that personal and professional lives were different and needed to be kept that way. Just this time, she said, I'll do it just this time, but you have to promise not to let anyone else know about this, because if others knew that she had done it, then it'd open a potential dam of requests in the future. Quinn smiled and put his hands on his chest. I assure you that this will stay between us, and if someone asks, you can say that I wanted to talk about Cedric's farewell party that I'm planning. The next day, before breakfast, Susan went to the Ollery to ready her owl, Sacrum, for flight. She secured the matchbox-sized box and an envelope with her name on it to Sacrum's feet. She took out the petite ring just big enough for an infant's finger and pulled it for it to snap open from a point. Put it around the feet, she muttered as she clipped the ring around Sacrum's feet and gasped when she saw the long-eared owl slowly starting to vanish. Susan hurriedly took Sacrum to the balcony of Ollery and whispered into his ear, go to Auntie, Sacrum. Fly swiftly, and by the time she let the owl fly, it had vanished from sight, turning the silent flying owl to become completely invisible. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement, DMLE, the largest department at the Minister of Magic, and after the Minister's office, it was without an argument, the single most important of the various departments. The only department that could get in the debate was the Secretive Department of Mysteries, DOM, as aside from DOM, every other department was answerable to DMLE. DMLE held the vital responsibility of functioning as a combination of police and justice facilities. The scope of duties was so vast that DMLE was divided into a vast array of divisions and further subdivisions. They housed the Elusive Horrors Office, the Militant Hit Wizard Division, the Hectic Improper Use of Magic Office, the Clerical Division of Wisengamot Administration Services, the Connecting Bridge in Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, and so many others that held their personal territories of responsibilities. And sitting on top of all that power was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Susan Bones, the head of the House of Bones, and the second most influential person in the Ministry of Magic after the minister himself. She sat in her office, the prestigious office passed down from one DMLE head to the next, and a symbol of power in the ministry. The one who sat in this office exerted influence to every corner of the ministry and even to the non-magical world. Amelia, the current holder of the office, was an unusual case as head of DMLE were usually either Aurors, hit wizards or judges in the Council of Magical Law. Amelia Bones was none of that. She had started her ministry career in the Wisengamot Administration Services as a clerk at the lowest rung of the ladder and had made her way up to the top of the chain, becoming an outlier in the history of heads of DMLE. It was 10 in the morning, and Amelia caught up with the events that happened after she went home yesterday through the reports submitted by every facet of her dominion. Amelia closed the last report of her engaging morning and glanced up at the wall clock to see that she still had a quarter of an hour before she needed to leave for the daily meeting with the division heads under her. She didn't have anything else planned into her docket, so she decided to go early to the conference room and maybe stop in a place or two for spot checks. But as she stood up, her secretary entered the office through the large heavy double doors with a brown-wrapped box held in both hands. This came from Susan. The secretary placed the box on her table, and there was an envelope sitting atop the box, and Amelia recognized her niece's penmanship. The plans to leave early for spot checks flew out of Amelia's mind as her hands went straight for the letter. Her dear niece was the only remaining family she had left after the war and was the person she cared for the most. So any letter that came from Susan instantly became a priority for her, as this was the only mode of communication Amelia had with Susan. I should raise a motion in Wiesengamot to allow magi facts in Hogwarts, Amelia thought as she opened up the envelope. To her surprise, a smaller envelope slipped out along a letter. Amelia unfolded the letter and it was indeed from Susan, but the penmanship on the smaller letter addressed to her wasn't her niece's. Madam Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Amelia's lips thinned into a line as she narrowed her eyes at the way the unknown writer had addressed. Did Susan get coerced into sending this? Were Amelia first displeased thoughts as she didn't want people to bother her niece because of her job, but as she read Susan's letter, the contents caught her attention. Quinn West. She looked at the letter and the box. According to Susan, they were from George West's grandson, and the boy stressed that they were of utmost importance and to be opened immediately. Amelia opened the letter first, curious to see what Quinn West had to say. Her first thought was that it was beautifully written, but her eyes widened, and her mouth slackened as she read the words. The first thought had long become an afterthought by the end of the letter. Is this a joke? Her thoughts scrambling to understand. Her hand hastily went for the accompanying box. She undid the wrapping paper and uncovered a dark mahogany wooden box with no marking on the outside, not even a latch or hinge. She lifted the lid and gasped when she saw a dozen of what she recognized as shrunken-down film reel cases. It's not a joke, it's real. She picked up one of the cases, popped them open, and sat inside full reels. And if the letter was to be trusted, they were proof of the mentioned allegations. She read the letter a couple of times over just to be sure. The contents of the letter didn't change. The double doors once again opened, and the secretary peeked inside. Boss, it's time for the meeting. Boss. Amelia didn't speak for a while, but when she finally did, she said, cancel the meeting and get me head Auror Scrimgeour, Captain Auror Roberts, and Senior Auror Potter. No, not him, get me Senior Auror Black instead. If this is true, Amelia thought, then this is going to be big. She glanced at the letter, her eyes fixed on Quinn West at the top of the page. Scene break. After a hefty practical lesson of herbology, gardening in the greenhouses, Quinn walked into the entrance hall, ready to have a good lunch. I wonder if there will be bacon pie, Quinn thought, his stomach mere clicks away from growling like a crocodile. West. Quinn turned at the mention of his name, his thoughts about stuffing his mouth broken by the sight of Draco Malfoy standing in the middle of the hall. Malfoy, said Quinn, changing his direction to walk towards Draco, how's the junior inquisitor life suiting you? First the prefect and then this, you have been doing well this year. Draco stared at Quinn, and contrary to his expectations, Quinn didn't seem to be down or miserable. He was smiling like a refreshed man. Umbridge is going to break down the door in your office today. Quinn quirked his brow, tilted his head just a smudge, and stared at Draco. Draco squished his brows together. What? Why are you looking at me? I'm surprised with you, Malfoy. Very, very, very surprised. Why? Why would you tell me about Umbridge's plan? Quinn looked around and shook his head. You don't have your usual friends galore with you, so it's not to gloat, and you don't have the mocking smear on your face that you usually have when picking a fight with the golden boy, so it interests me much. For why would you tell me this? Draco pursed his lips and stared at Quinn, a muddle of thoughts flashing through his mind. You could stop it, he said. A word from your grandfather and Fudge himself would come down to reprimand Professor Umbridge. You could have put her into place the first time she tried to close down Aid and give you detention, but you didn't. It's been 2 days since she closed down Aid and gave you detention, but there hasn't been a peep from you. Draco intently watched Quinn, who was still smiling. Why? I want to know why. Draco couldn't comprehend why Quinn, who was constantly on loggerheads with Umbridge, would continue to let the woman try time after time to make it difficult for him. If it was him, he would have written to his father a long time ago. After all, unlike Hogwarts professors, who were backed by Dumbledore, who the parents couldn't pressure into getting professors into trouble, Umbridge answered to Fudge, who could easily be pressured by people like their families. At novel bin at. I'm 16 this year, said Quinn. What? Said Draco, his tone uncertain. I'm 16 this year, repeated Quinn. Next year, I turn 17 and will be of age, and the year after that, I will have graduated from Hogwarts with what is considered to be the minimum required to be a functioning adult. Quinn flicked his hand, and an aid card appeared between his fingers. I decided to open aid during my first year, sent the request during the summer before my second, and by the time Christmas of that year arrived, aid had been officially established and ready to serve the students of Hogwarts. Do you know that most of the things in the office that you see today are built by me? I didn't buy a good 70 to 80% stuff and instead crafted the tables and chairs I crafted from wood, the glass wall I tempered from stray shards, the plants I grew from seed, the knickknacks I use for decor, I made them in my spare time. Quinn paused in thought before shrugging. Behind the glass wall, Draco's eyes widened. There's an honest-to-magic workshop where I brew potions, inscribe runes, design my creations, and charm items. Even in that room, I have handcrafted half of the stuff. The other half is professional tools like cauldrons, vials, rune tools, among many, and even some of those things, I have modified to my preferences and needs. I didn't go to my family and say that I wanted to make something like aid and told them to make things happen. I'm sure if my grandfather tried, I would have a letter from the Board of Governors that I could have used to get started, but I didn't because I wanted to do things on my own. Whatever aid is today is because I worked hard for it to be so. Quinn sighed. He didn't intend to speak so long. Don't get me wrong, I've relied plenty on my family's name. There are things in my workshop that a typical middle-class family wouldn't even imagine buying for their children. The Quidditch tournament wouldn't have been so big if my name wasn't West, and Wests weren't what we are today. The point I'm trying to make is that I considered myself to be a self-made man. I want to become something because it was me who made it possible and not my family name. He put his hands behind his back, but because of the golden spoon I was born, others wouldn't see me that way if I don't go over and beyond. Quinn came into this world not knowing the reason, but he got something he never thought existed. The day he first used magic and smashed the ball into a wall which bounced back into his face, knocking him into his bag that day, Quinn had decided that he wanted to be great. He wanted to accomplish something with this new life of his. He was given a gift, and he was going to use it to the limit. I am neither an underdog, said Quinn, and Draco scoffed, bringing a smile to Quinn's face, nor I have the rags to riches tag on me. I'm the complete opposite. I'm the star favorite, and if I want, I can be swimming in a goblin vault of galleons the very next day. The latter I was born into and can't do anything about. Don't want to do anything about because frankly having ton load of coin is great, but the star favorite, I worked that on myself. Quinn stared deeply at Draco. Umbridge is nothing but a blip in my journey, someone not worthy to even be mentioned in the footnotes of my memoir. If I can't handle someone like her, then there's no way I will be able to accomplish things I have planned for myself. Going to my family just because I don't like a person is the weakest, most pathetic thing in my book. Draco flinched, recalling the many times he had sent letters back home because of the same reason, hoping that his father would do something. I'm here to carve a path of my own. Quinn raised his hand with only one finger pointing up. Someday I will be big enough that Quinn won't be known because of West, but West will be known because of Quinn. He pointed at Draco. So Draco Malfoy, the heir of Malfoy, do you just want to be that? Or you want to be something more, something that will be just Draco? Draco felt a tingle crawling over his skin, a heavy feeling in his stomach. Moreover, his heartbeat raced. His father, even his mother, would always tell him to be better than the Mudbloods, to be better than the Blood Traders, to be better than the Green Grasses and Knots, to be better the other Slytherins, to be better than someone like Diggory, and most importantly, be better than Potter, but never in their conversation had they said to be better than Quinn West. Never had they brought the person standing in front of him into comparison. Was this why? Draco thought. Because they weren't even thinking on the same level, much less doing things? They both were in the same position, both were of the same age and had influential families with more money than they could spend, yet here was he feeling proud about becoming a part of the Inquisitor squad, while Quinn didn't even put Umbridge in his eyes. How could there be such a big difference? His thoughts were interrupted when he heard Quinn speak while looking over his shoulder. Oh, it looks like it's about to start, said Quinn. What? Draco turned to see what Quinn was looking at and did a double take when he saw Amelia Bones, head of DMLE, with a group of Aurors of whom Sirius Black was a part of, being led by a confused-looking Pomona Sprout. The group walked straight into the Great Hall. Come on, let's go take a look, said Quinn. I hope it'll be fun. Draco, still trying to make sense of things, could do nothing but follow along. Scene break. If not for the fact that she was here on important DMLE business, Amelia would have loved to take a leisurely stroll around Hogwarts, visiting the castle after such a long time. She would have loved to talk to her old head of house but had to pull on her professional face and ask her to lead them into the Great Hall. There she would have again loved to sit and talk to her niece, but here she was walking towards the staff table. Amelia, what brings you here? Asked Dumbledore, getting up from his headmaster's chair as the Great Hall whispered around them. She observed the old man. He didn't seem to be surprised at all. It didn't surprise her. This was his school, and she glanced at Black. There were people in her own team who could have informed him. Dumbledore, she said, the sound of saying it without professor, still sometimes felt strange in her mouth. We're here for official DMLE business. I hope you'd cooperate with us. Of course, whatever you want, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. Amelia nodded and then turned to Scrimgeour. She, after all, wasn't an Auror, but it wasn't bad. She had head Auror Scrimgeour at her beck and call. Scrimgeour nodded and stepped forward to do his duty. He turned to look at Dumbledore's immediate right and took out his wand. Dolores Umbridge, for in suspicion of owning a highly illegal dark item, 29 counts of child endangerment, and 29 counts of child abuse, you're hereby under my authority as the head Auror placed under arrest. I ask you to surrender your wand willingly, or we will be forced to strip it away from you. Then stand up, with your hands visible, and come around the table to be cuffed. The Great Hall exploded. There was so much noise that people with sensitive ears had to cover them to stop the pain. Students and professors alike stood up from their places and chattered away about what the hell was happening. But cutting through the noise like nails against blackboards was Umbridge's shrieking shrill voice as she stood up, turning all sorts of red. What? How dare you? I will have your head for this? Do you know who you're talking to? I'm the senior undersecretary to the minister. Just wait till Cornelius hears about this. You'll be packing by the end of this day. Dolores, Amelia interjected, her face flat. Don't threaten my subordinate. You have no power over him. Umbridge froze. Now come over peacefully, or I will have you stunned, bound, and wand stripped in front of the entire Hogwarts, said Amelia. So what it will be? I have no problem either way. Listen here, Bones. Do it, said Amelia, cutting off Umbridge. A red-hot stunner hit Umbridge at Auror force, knocking the pink toad into her chair, which because of her weight, tipped and tumbled back, falling onto the ground with Umbridge still on it. Amelia looked unbothered. There's that. Let's get her cuffed and bound. Don't wake her up, she'll just scream bloody murder. Sirius grinned and saluted. Yes, boss. Amelia turned to Dumbledore. I apologize for the commotion. My men and I will clear out as soon as possible. But before we do, can you show us to her office? We need to collect evidence. Of course, anything for the Aurors, said Dumbledore, serenely smiling under his beard. Scene break. Draco watched with his face bulging eyes as everything took place so suddenly. 1 minute he was talking to Quinn, the next watched as Umbridge got a stunner shot to her face. Nicely done, don't you think? Draco turned to Quinn, who stood with his arms crossed, a smile on his face. Looks like Umbridge won't be breaking into my workshop after all. You, don't tell me you did this. Draco asked, stammering. Quinn looked at him and smiled. She might just be a blip, but she overstepped her insignificant blip bounds, so she had to go. Quinn patted Draco on the shoulder. This is what just Quinn can do. There was never a need to get West involved. Let's get closer. I want to see if I can get a picture. It'll sell amazingly, I think. Draco watched with head spinning with too many thoughts as Quinn strutted into the great hall. A small kindling of green flames burned on a dark stone floor. Strangely, there was no wood feeding the fire, nor was there any sort of propellant spilled on the floor that could be lit to burn a fire with a dim green. All of a sudden, the green fire roared, its flame reaching above and beyond, turning the dim kindling bloomed into a voluminous blaze of illuminating green. Out of the wisps came the figure of Quinn, the tongue of green licking his body as he walked out of the fireplace. He looked back as the blazing fire soothed back to a calm kindling, but the next second, anger overtook the flames, and this time, it was the tall figure of Albus Dumbledore in all his bearded glory that walked out. Dumbledore took out the death stick from his pocket as he asked, I suppose you have been here before, Mr. West. He waved the wand, and all the soot and dust cleared from his clothes, beard, and glasses. On the contrary, Headmaster, I haven't been here before. That's surprising to hear. May I? Dumbledore asked, gesturing at his wand. Quinn nodded, and with a twirl from Dumbledore, Quinn was rid of all the flu-soot. It's surprising to me as well, but this is indeed my first time here, said Quinn, taking in the new surroundings. They stood at one end of a very long and splendid hall with a highly polished, dark wood floor. The peacock blue ceiling was inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that were continually moving and changing like some enormous heavenly notice board. The walls on each side were paneled in shiny dark wood and had many gilded fireplaces set into them. Every few seconds a man or woman would emerge from one of the left-hand fireplaces with a soft whoosh. On the right-hand side, short queues of people were forming before each fireplace, waiting to depart. Halfway down the hall was a fountain. A group of golden statues, larger than life-size, stood in the middle of a circular pool. The tallest of them all was a noble-looking wizard with his wand pointing straight up in the air. Grouped around him were a beautiful human woman, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The last three were all looking adoringly up at the man and woman, both dressed in robes. Glittering jets of water were flying from the ends of the two wands, the point of the centaur's arrow, the tip of the goblin's hat, and each of the house elf's ears, so that the tinkling hiss of falling water was added to the pops and cracks of operators and the clatter of footsteps as hundreds of witches and wizards, most of whom were wearing glum, early morning looks, strode toward a set of golden gates at the far end of the hall. Let me guide you then, said Dumbledore. They joined the throng, wending their way between the ministry workers, some of whom were carrying tottering piles of parchment, others battered briefcases, still others reading the Daily Prophet as they walked. As they passed the fountain, Quinn saw silver sickles and bronze newts glinting up at him from the bottom of the pool. A small, smudged sign beside it read, All proceeds from the Fountain of Magical Brethren will be given to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Quinn retrieved a gold galleon and flicked it into the fountain. The coin arched in the air before splashing into the water, after which it slowly sunk down, soon joining its lower-valued brethren waiting to be collected for their eventual noble purpose. Dumbledore led him out of the stream of ministry employees heading for the Golden Gates, toward a desk on the left, over which hung a sign saying security. A poorly shaven man in peacock blue robes sat behind the desk, reading his Daily Prophet. Quinn and Dumbledore stood before the desk for the man to notice them, but he was too engrossed in whatever he was reading in the newspaper. Quinn looked at Dumbledore and then gestured with his chin back towards the stream of people going in and out of the Golden Gates. Dumbledore chuckled but shook his head. Dumbledore reached his hand and ringed the table bell, which succeeded in getting the man's attention. He looked up from his newspaper to see them standing there, and his eye bulged out so much that Quinn worried that they might pop out. Dumbledore. The man hastily stood up, knocking his chair to the ground. We are here to attend a hearing, said Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore, escorting, and Quinn West, a prosecutor witness. Why yes, said the security guard and tapped his wand on the top of a metal box on a table behind him for the box to shoot 2 silver badges out of its metal chute. The guard handed them the badges and asked them to put them on. Quinn looked at his badge, Quinn West, criminal trial witness. He pinned it on the lapel of his suit. Dumbledore did the same, pinning his badge on his less than usual colorful robes. Please step over here, said the security guard. Dumbledore walked closer to him, and the wizard held up a long golden rod, thin and flexible as a short whip, and passed it up and down Dumbledore's front and back. Wand please, said the guard at Dumbledore, gulping at having to ask the Albus Dumbledore for his wand. If it was before this year, the guard wouldn't have even dreamt of asking the chief warlock Dumbledore for his wand, but today Dumbledore was a mere visitor with no part in ministry, and visitors were required to submit to a search and present your wand for registration at the security desk. Quinn watched as Dumbledore handed over the death stick to the random guard, who put it onto a strange brass instrument, which looked something like a set of scales with only one dish. It began to vibrate. A narrow strip of parchment came speeding out of a slit in the base. The guard tore this off and read the writing upon it. 15 inches, Elder Wood, Threstal Tail Hair Core ER, age in use unknown. Dumbledore simply smiled and asked for his wand back. The guard hastily placed the death stick onto Dumbledore's palm and then turned to Quinn to put Dumbledore's wand's nerve-wracking check behind him. Quinn took a silent breath as his hand pushed aside his suit jacket aside to reveal a wand shoulder holster with his real wand hanging by his side at the midpoint of his torso. While this was indeed Quinn's first time at the Ministry of Magic, he wasn't clueless about the check-in procedure for visitors. If he was coming here alone, Quinn simply would have brought his fake wand along and confu'd the guard to get past the registration, but that wasn't an option with Dumbledore looking over his shoulder. So after years of confinement in his briefcase, Quinn undid the layers of wards and seals placed outside and inside the storage of his wand to retrieve it for this occasion. He gripped the wand and the charmed holster loosened around the wand's length, allowing Quinn to pull it out. It was instantaneous. The prickling feeling of his wand being just under his arm was tempting enough for Quinn, but to have his fingers wrapped around it was another level of torture that Quinn was not a fan of. Occlumency didn't help. By no fault of his own, his magic being reached out to the call whispered by the wand was almost seductive. Quinn could practically taste the power, see the realm of possibilities that would open up for him, and once again was reminded of why he stayed away. His will wasn't strong enough to keep him from succumbing to the tantalizing enticements. He breathed a silent, shuddering breath as the wand left his hand. 14 inches, acacia wood, phoenix feather core, been in use for 5 years. That correct? Yes, said Quinn, barely able to raise his wand above a whisper, his eyes stuck to the wand. I keep this, said the guard, impaling the slip of parchment on a small brass spike. You get this back, he added, thrusting the wand at Quinn. Thank you, Quinn stiffly nodded and put the wand back in the holster with great difficulty. Thank you, said Dumbledore. He looked at the employee name tag, Eric. At novel bin at. Off they were again into the stream of people passing through the golden doors. Jostled slightly by the crowd, Quinn followed Dumbledore through the gates into the smaller hall beyond, where at least 20 lifts, elevators, stood behind wrought golden grills. Dumbledore and Quinn stood behind wrought golden grills. With a great jangling and clattering, a lift descended in front of them, the golden grill slid back, and both moved inside it with the rest of the crowd. Quinn found himself jammed against the back wall of the lift. The grill slid shut with a crash, and the lift, elevator, ascended slowly, chains rattling all the while a cool female voice rang out on every floor they stopped. After several levels of stops, only Quinn and Dumbledore remained in the lift. When the door once again opened, the lift, elevator, voice spoke again. Level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the improper use of magic office or headquarters and Wisengamot administration services. This is us, Mr. West, said Dumbledore, and both stepped out into a corridor lined with doors. Dumbledore led him through a couple of corridors before stopping in front of a heavy oak door. He turned to Quinn and said, This is the waiting room arranged for you. Make yourself comfortable in there as I go and inform the Auror office of your arrival. When it's time, I'll come to fetch you. Quinn nodded and turned to the door as Dumbledore walked away. He looked down on his clothes with a look. His suit straightened, the tie clip momentarily loosened for the tie to adjust itself, but the very moment he did it, Quinn winced. Using magic with his real wand so close to him, literally below his arm, wasn't a good idea. He pushed open the door and entered the room to see a man sitting on a side of a large U-shaped sofa, couch, set, reading a magazine that he must have picked up from the stack present on the table square low table present in the center well of the sofa set. The man looked up from his magazine and stared at Quinn with his stone-gray eyes. So you have arrived, good morning. Quinn closed the door behind and nodded. Dumbledore dropped me off. He walked to the sofa set and sat himself down beside the man. How have you been? Said Quinn. Grandfather. George West submitted the magazine back to the stack. I am well, thank you. But imagine my shock when I get a letter from my grandson that he has been named a witness in a criminal case, and not any witness, but a prosecutor's primary witness. He turned to face Quinn. At least the last time you got in trouble outside Hogwarts, but this time you managed to somehow get into this while staying firmly inside Hogwarts. It's not my fault, said Quinn, defiantly. She closed my business. I had to do something. From what I've heard, you gave them months' worth of tapes. George West had his word to get information on confidential evidence. She tried it once before, so I had to prepare something in case she tried again. The detention footage was just an opportunity to nail her when she tried to do something stupid. This blood quill that the woman used, she used it on you. Was it painful? Quinn nudged George's shoulder with his own and smiled. Of course not. I never felt any pain from them. I had prepared for the possibility months before. George searched Quinn's face for the truth before turning away. Your sister wasn't happy with when she heard about this. She wanted to port Kea here and make sure that the Umbridge woman doesn't see daylight ever again. Quinn chuckled. I got pages with expletive words sprinkled in almost every paragraph. She really blew up like an exploding snap. Thank the business, she's not here, and I return to Hogwarts in a couple of hours. I'll talk to her when the dust settles. You can come to me anytime, you know that, right? George said, silently commenting on Quinn's choices. That wasn't ever a question in my mind, said Quinn. Why won't I come to my own family when I'm out of my depth? George nodded. Anything else you'd like to tell me? He asked. Well, I have been, how should I say this, well, courting, as someone of your age would say, I have been courting Daphne Greengrass. In short, I'm dating Daphne Greengrass. Oh, said George. Oh, is that so? Well, I hope everything's going jolly, I suppose dating as they say these days. Yes, everything's going well. The grandfather-grandson duo had breached this subject a couple of times before, but now that had indeed happened, neither knew how to continue. The waiting room door opened, and a man dressed impeccably in a black two-piece suit, white shirt, and black tie came inside. Mr. West, the trial's about to start, said the man before looking at Quinn and nodding. Quinn stared at the man for a moment before recognition struck him. You're Lucas Norgiard, said Quinn, from Limax Group. The now identified Lucas, along with Axel Thorne and Neil Aggard, was one of the 3 founding members of the Limax Group, the West-owned private security group, or to put it simply, a magical mercenary group. I'm surprised you remember me, said Lucas. We only met for less than an hour when you visited Denmark. Quinn stood up and shook Lucas' hand. I have an excellent memory. I suppose you're here as grandfather's bodyguard. Indeed, I've taken on Mr. West's detail as the point of his personal security. It was tradition for the 3 founders to spend some time with George every year, so every year, one of them would spend a month in George's personal security detail. It not only helped them keep a solid connection with George, but they were able to meet other people and get new clients and contracts. George West, after all, sat around with many high-profile individuals. Then, I'll see you after the trial, Quinn, George said as he got up, and remember that you don't have to answer any question you don't like, keep your calm, and you'll be fine. I'll be watching, so no need to be nervous. After that, Quinn was left alone in the waiting room. A silence descended over the room. He waited for half a minute before he hastily stood up, all but ripped his suit jacket off him, and removed the shoulder wand holster of his body. He picked up his suit jacket, removed an expanded pocket that he stuck to the inside of his suit jacket this morning, and stuffed the wand holster inside the pocket. Only after doing that did Quinn take a breath of relief as he slowly paced up and down the room. After he felt the worked-up energy calm down, Quinn sat opposite his suit jacket, his elbows resting on his knees as his entire body slouched forward, his eyes focused on the ground, away from the suit jacket. Leaving him alone in a room with his real wand was a bad idea. No one knew it better than himself. He wasn't used to this, he never was. The reaction that a magical focus perfectly attuned to himself brought out of him was the reason Quinn had locked his real wand away. After years of not experiencing the feeling, Quinn was reminded of how it felt. His memories didn't do the real thing justice, and it wasn't even close. The problematic part was that Quinn didn't know what to do about it. Getting rid of it wasn't an option, Quinn thought, not with what was brewing on the horizon. The door once again opened. Mr. West, it's time. The barrister has started to present the evidence. Mr. West, are you all right? Said Dumbledore, seeing Quinn with his head down, his suit jacket thrown messily on the sofa. Quinn didn't answer. He got up and walked to the other side of the sofa, picked up the suit jacket, put it on, and smoothed out the creases. Dumbledore watched as Quinn turned towards him with his eyes closed before taking a deep breath and opening his eyes. The usual smile appeared on Quinn's face as he said, "Let's go, headmaster. It's time to bury a toad." The courtroom was dimly lit. There were no windows, merely torches in the brackets, lighting the room in an ominous glow. Empty benches rose along the walls of the room, but ahead were many shadowy figures in the highest benches of all. They had been talking in low voices, but as the heavy door swung open and Dolores Umbridge entered the courtroom with 2 aurors flanking her, the room fell into silence. A callous male voice rang across the courtroom. "The accused, Dolores Umbridge, has arrived. Cornelius." Umbridge broke forward towards a section of the benches, looking up at the Fudge, who currently had a complicated expression on his face. "You have to stop this, Cornelius. These imbeciles have got it wrong." The thick unchained monocles around Umbridge's wrists forcefully drew her hands towards her back, where little clasps locked together to restrain Umbridge's hands together. The escorting aurors grabbed Umbridge by the shoulders and dragged her into the chair in the middle of the room while Umbridge cried indignantly. Metal chains rose from the feet of the stone chair and wrapped her arms to the armrests. "The accused will maintain decorum, or she will be found in contempt of the court." Umbridge, however, didn't seem to be listening. She desperately wanted to speak with Fudge. He hadn't visited at all since she had been arrested. "Cornelius, please tell them that I did no wrong. I was simply following the ministry's will." Silence. The aurors took the thunderous shout as orders and muted Umbridge with strong silencing spells. Umbridge continued to shout, but all she could do was move her mouth and emote through her red face. The 50 people in the courtroom, wearing plum-colored robes with an elaborately worked silver W on the left-hand side of the chest and all staring down their noses at Umbridge, some with very austere expressions, others look of clear disgust, while there were looked on with rosy faces and bemused smiles. Behind Umbridge, where she couldn't see, sat the audience to the trial, those who were part of the court of Wisengamot. The trial of Dolores Umbridge, while wildly popular, wasn't open to the public or media. The ministry had locked down the trial because of the sensitive nature. Only those with certain standing could attend, people like George West. In the middle of the front row of the Wiesengamot benches, behind a podium, sat Lawrence Oler, an old judge, who had long retired from politics but had been called to take the temporary position of Chief Warlock Fudge, who had occupied the position after Dumbledore had to vacate because of the accused being someone from his party. Oler stared down at Umbridge, his brows furrowed. She had disobeyed his order of maintaining decorum. Very well, he said. The accused being silenced forcefully, let us begin. Criminal hearing of the 15th of March, said Oler in a ringing voice, and the court scribe sitting bottom row began taking notes at once, into the offense committed by Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic in sabbatical and working as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, along with the ministerial position of High Inquisitor. Adat novel bin adat. Today, I, Lawrence Oler, will be the judge presiding over this case. The prosecution barrister and defense barrister will present their cases along with the evidence to support their claim. He looked at the people sitting by his sides, members of the Wiesengamot jury. It's for you to decide if the presented evidence you're going to hear today proves the defendant's guilt. I also informed them that it's their job to consider the evidence and not the law. I'm the judge, I'll be in charge of ensuring that the trial proceeds lawfully and, if needed, will guide you all on the finer points of the court's law. Oler turned to the front and finished. We may now begin. In the well of the courtroom, 2 tables sat on either side and a few paces back from the Umbridge's chair. From the left rose a man dressed in black barrister robes. Sirius Black, Orror's office, from prosecution. From the right table rose another man also similarly dressed. Jones Spindlewheel Spindlewell and Rubus, for defense. Oler nodded and then looked at Umbridge. Ms. Umbridge, I'm going to read you your charges, and after I do so, you'd be allowed to speak again, but if you again disrespect the court, I'll send you to Azkaban for your offense here even if you're found not guilty on your charges. If you understand, please nod once. Umbridge nodded, but her eyes were glaring daggers at Oler. Very well, the scribe may note that Ms. Umbridge has given her affirmation, said Oler and then read her the charges. You're accused of possessing an illegal dark magic item, 29 counts of child endangerment and 29 counts of child abuse. Please tell the court if you're aware of these charges with a simple yes or no. The Aurors pulled of the silencing charm, freeing Umbridge to speak with a tone slicing with acid. Yes, I'm aware. Oler didn't care for the tone and blandly continued, as this is a Wiesengamot court, the court of the highest order, there's no need to pass it along the upper chain. We will be moving along. I ask the prosecution to start with the opening statement. Sirius Black stood up and began, Your Worship and the members of jury, as the charges indicate, we the prosecution from the Auror's office have arrested Dolores Umbridge because of her heinous crimes that you must know about from the indictment of the charges provided to you. Dolores Umbridge, on the 13th of March, was arrested from the Hogwarts Great Hall because the Auror's office had found out that she had been torturing the dear and bright young children, abusing her power as both a professor and the High Inquisitor. She, who's supposed to ensure that our children are safe, was instead harming them. The jury murmured as they peered down below at Umbridge, who looked like she wanted to bite someone's head off. To get a clearer picture of what happened on the day of the arrest, I'd like to call upon our first witness to the stand, said Sirius and turned to the usher. If you'd call in head of DMLE, Madam Amelia Susan Bones. After a moment, Amelia Bones, a stern woman wearing a monocle and a suit, came into the courtroom and took the stand. Madam Bones, started Sirius, after Amelia took the oath of truth, if you'd describe on how the Auror's office came to arrest Dolores Umbridge and press charges against her. On the morning of the 13th, I received a package that contained dozens of film reels and a letter drawing my attention to what was on the film reels. According to the letter, Dolores Umbridge had been torturing students in the name of detention, and that many students had fallen prey to her malicious activities, and that she needed to be stopped. I see. What did you do after reading this letter? I called upon Head Auror Scrimgeour, Captain Auror Robard, and you Senior Auror Black into my office because of the graveness of the situation. What did you and your team do after? We watched the reels using a projector in a conference room. What did the reels show? The reels confirmed the letter's contents. Amelia raised her hand to touch her monocle. The reels showed Dolores Umbridge handing the children in detention a quill and telling them to write lines. When the children wrote using the quill, the upper part of their hands was cut open, and the quill used the children's blood as ink. Amelia looked at Umbridge. She made those pitiful children write for hours, cutting their hands for hours, drawing their blood for hours, and they didn't have any means to refuse, leaving them scared and scarred. Sirius turned to the Oler and said, Your Worship, the prosecution would like to play the mentioned reels for the jury. Permission granted? A projector was set up and loaded with the first reel in the series provided to the Auror's office. The projector projected the footage, not on a screen but in the air, as a hologram. The jury and the audience gasped when the reel showed Harry Potter writing with a quill as it cut open his hand and drew blood. Everyone watched with wide-eyed horror at Umbridge's gleeful smile, and she spoke to Harry, which was all audible because the footage was recorded on a sound film that not only stored video but also audio. Member of the jury, as you can see, this is the reason why the Auror office decided to prosecute Ms. Umbridge, said Sirius, pleased with himself for choosing Harry's detention footage. She did this to 28 other children, who went through the same torture, and every child did it not for a day but for a week, some even going as far to write with the pen for 2 weeks. He turned to Amelia and smiled, Thank you, Madam Bones. I'm done with my questioning, but please remain seated. My friend from the defense would like to ask you some questions. Spindlewheel stood up from his chair and faced Amelia. Madam Bones, may I ask you to tell the jury how you got these tapes? I was sent them by a Hogwarts student named Susan Bones. Susan Bones is your niece, correct? Yes, she's my niece. How did she procure these reels? Spindlewheel asked and then turned to the jury. We have already received permission from Ms. Susan Bones that her Aunt Amelia Bones is to state her account. We have a written statement to match it. My friend, Sirius Black doesn't have any complaints about this. Sirius got up and nodded. I confirm that the prosecution doesn't have any objections to this. Susan received these tapes from another student and, seeing that I'm the head of DMLE, was asked by him to deliver them to me, said Amelia as a proxy. Do your niece always send you crucial evidence for cases? Sirius immediately stood up. Objection? Your worship, this line of questioning isn't relevant to the case, he said heatedly. Oler nodded. Sustained. Mr. Spindlewheel, please keep the line of questioning to the point and relevant to this case. My apologies, your worship, said Spindlewheel and turned back to Amelia. Madam Bones, when did you decide to go arrest Ms. Umbridge? You and your team go out crusading to Hogwarts the second you saw the reels, didn't you? False, said Amelia, plainly. Before any action from the Auror's office, the reels were sent to be analyzed to verify their authenticity and that they weren't some fabrication to falsely accuse Ms. Umbridge of a crime she might not have committed. And what did the forensic analyst say about the tapes? Amelia shook her head. That's not my place to say and would be hearsay to give the forensic analyst's account. I can, however, tell you the results of the report submitted to me. Spindlewheel narrowed his eyes while Amelia looked up at him, confidence shining behind her monocle. She wasn't going to fall into his trap. A witness was only allowed to present their side of the account, and saying others' accounts was hearsay and, if done repeatedly, could be a blow to the witness' credibility as it became unclear if they were telling their or someone else's account. I see, said Spindlewheel. Then what did you do after? Oler cut off Spindlewheel and spoke to Amelia. For the better understanding of the jury, would you please state the results of the forensic report? Yes, your worship, said Amelia and then turned to the jury she'd be otherwise a part of. The result proved conclusively that the footage recorded on the reels was 100% authentic without any signs of magical alterations or fabrication. Thank you, said Oler, jotting down his personal notes. Please continue. Spindlewheel silently sighed. He didn't want the jury to directly hear that the tapes were genuine articles. But there was no use of dwelling on such things. He had to move along. Madam Bones, it surprises me that you personally went out to arrest Ms. Umbridge. I didn't know that head of DMLE had started to take part in arrests, he asked. The case was serious enough that I decided to go along for this particular one, said Amelia, but her voice softened as she continued. I also wanted to make sure that my niece was alright. She hadn't written if she had been part of those detentions, and I couldn't watch hours worth of footage. The aunt part of me couldn't sit still. I had to see my daughter. Yes, she said daughter. Spindlewheel narrowed eyes, glanced at jury, and spotted some nods and approving whispers. He looked back at Amelia, and there was a smile in her eyes. Damn it. Thank you, Madam Bones, he said. That'd be all from my side as well. She needed to go before the jury began to tilt towards the prosecution. Amelia got up, bowed to Oler and the jury before leaving. Sirius got up from his chair, poker-faced, but inside, he was doing backflips. Your worship, next we'd like to call upon Captain Auror Gawain Roberts to the stand to tell his account of the arrest. Captain Auror Gawain Roberts, a stern, square-jawed man with a gait of confidence and discipline, took the stand, bowing to Oler and jury, sworn to say the truth, before turning to Sirius. Captain, would you please tell us about your investigation of Ms. Umbridge's office at Hogwarts? Yes, we went to the scene of the tapes right after we detained Dolores Umbridge. We were primarily looking for the quill scene in the footage. After some searching, we not only found the quill but also many more, all used, bloodstains still present. Another round of gasps and chattering fired up in the courtroom as all looked Umbridge, who had fixed her sight straight ahead, looking into the distance. What did you do with them? Asked Sirius, after Oler silenced the rowdy crowd. We bag-tagged them. Roberts was cut off by Oler. Captain Roberts, please don't use we in your testimony. Give only your own account, and please refrain from using jargons. Roberts nodded with a set jaw. It had been a while since he had to speak in court. His days as the lead orar on cases were past him. These days, he mostly did supervising duties. Captain, who do you mean by when you say we? Asked Sirius. It was an excellent prosecutor's job to ease the witness's time in the court. That would be myself, you Senior Auror Black, and Junior Auror Shinkers and Reedus 4 went into Dolores Umbridge's office to secure evidence for later analysis. I see, as the lead orar on this case, you're aware of the blood reports on the quills you found. Yes, I do. Mind telling what these reports stated? After we saw the footage and identified the students, my team took blood samples from all of them and sent them to the lab to be compared. The result was that the lab found a match for all 13 bloodstains we were able to retrieve from the 29 blood samples we collected. Excellent work, Captain. Now I have one last question. Would you please tell us how these quills work? Of course. These quills work on the same principle as contract signing quills, which for clarification, take a small amount of blood from the user to use as ink before healing the small pin wound made to extract blood. Dolores Umbridge's blood quills, as we have come to call them, require a student to write for hours, so it keeps on sucking blood, and it's charmed to cause deep cuts in the shape of the words that the students wrote. By now, none of the jury members were looking at Umbridge with pleased eyes, not even those with the dark faction. If she had laid her hands on the boy who lived, she would have not hesitated to lay them on their own children. Spindlewheel got up, feeling a bit worried about the direction of the trial. Captain Roberts, did you find anything else in Ms. Umbridge's office other than these quills? We discovered a suspicious amount of ash in the office's fireplace. When we analyzed them, we found that they were from parchment. We think they're from the parchments that the students wrote on. But you have no proof to confirm that claim. No, we don't. Spindlewheel turned to Oler and said, "That'll be all from our side, Your Worship." Sirius Black rose again and spoke. For the next witness, the prosecution would like to call to the stand, Albus Dumbledore. The moment Sirius asked for Albus Dumbledore to be called, the courtroom buzzed in murmurs, be it the Wisengamot jury or the audience members. Everyone had something to say, and all ears to listen what others had to say. Dumbledore hadn't been seen in the Ministry ever since last year, and to see the ex-chief warlock step into the courtroom was a momentous moment. The usher exited through the door, leaving a sliver of a crack open. Not a single person in the courtroom didn't have their eyes anywhere but the door. Half a minute later, the usher entered back into the courtroom and stood by the door side, holding it open, and then from the outside, entered Albus Dumbledore, walking in with a smile on his face, like he had never left. His twinkling eyes shone in the dim room, taking in everybody that sat in the room. He silently walked over to the stand, bowed to Oler and the jury before facing Sirius. "Please state your name and occupation for the record," asked Sirius. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. I serve as the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Wizardry and Witchcraft." If it was before, then the list would have extended to Supreme Mugwump of International Confederation of Wizards and Chief Warlock of Wisengamot, but today, he was just the headmaster. "Mr. Dumbledore, can you tell us how did Dolores Umbridge come to be teaching at Hogwarts?" Dumbledore glanced at Umbridge, seeing the eyes that wished to shoot a green jet of magic that had put an end to him. "Dolores took the position at Hogwarts as the defense against the dark arts because I was unsuccessful in procuring a replacement for Alastair Moody, who vacated the position after the end of the previous term. She was appointed by the Ministry through an educational decree issued during the 50s, which stated that if Hogwarts isn't able to fill a teaching position, then the Ministry would provide a suitable replacement." "So, is she?" asked Sirius. "Is Dolores Umbridge a suitable replacement?" "Objection," said Spindlewheel, standing up. "Your Worship, that question doesn't have anything to do with the current matter in hand. The prosecution is trying to attack and slander my client's character." "Overruled," said Oler, not even looking up from his table as he wrote his notes. "The charges on the accused are of child endangerment and abuse, which she supposedly performed while in her tenure in Hogwarts. Her ability to guide students is critical in this matter. Headmaster Dumbledore, you may answer that question." "At novel bin at." Spindlewheel sat down, his face ugly scrunched up. He had done some digging with his friends who had children in Hogwarts. Not a single of their children had anything positive to say about Umbridge, much less sing praises. "I truly wish I could say otherwise," said Dumbledore, sounding sympathetic, "but Dolores isn't fit to hold a teaching position." "Would you mind elaborating?" "She eliminated the practical portion from defense against the dark arts, which renders the subject moot, as its core aim is to teach students to defend themselves, and learning theory without practical lessons is not the way to approach the subject. Even if somehow, students were able to learn the subject, which I repeat isn't possible, Dolores replaced the curriculum with asinine material that is a black spot in the name of education." "Objection." Spindlewheel got up once more and spoke to Oler. "Your Worship, the decision to change the curriculum and eliminate the practical portion of the subject was a ministerial decision, and my client was only following the orders of the Ministry. Mr. Dumbledore is trying to put unjust blame on my client, and because of that reason, I suggest that Mr. Dumbledore be disqualified as a witness." Spindlewheel was Umbridge's barrister, not the Ministry. His aim for this trial was to get Umbridge out of trouble, or at least make it so that she came out relatively unscathed. If he had to bury the Ministry in the process, he would do it. Fudge's bloated face went red in his seat. He could feel the stares on him. It wasn't entirely his decision, Fudge thought. It was Umbridge who had suggested that to him, but he couldn't say any of that as it was his signature that went on the orders. He looked up at Umbridge, but she refused to make eye contact with him. Oler tapped his digits on his table, thinking about Spindlewheel's appeal. After thinkings for a few moments, he told his decision. Albus Dumbledore's statement about the accused's teaching abilities is not going to be included in this trial, but the court isn't going to disqualify him as a witness. The prosecution may continue with Albus Dumbledore. Sirius pinched his lips together for a brief moment. He wanted the responsibility of education degradation in Hogwarts and had thought that Spindlewheel would let it pass, thinking that he might have some contact with Fudge, but it seemed that Spindlewheel was firmly on Umbridge's side. No matter, thought Sirius, it might be a small bump in the short term, but in the future, they could nail Fudge because of the blame now falling upon him. Headmaster Dumbledore, did Dolores Umbridge ever come to talk to you about protesting the change in curriculum? Asked Sirius. No, she didn't. Sirius glanced at the jury but didn't expand on it. Sometimes, it was better to let things sit and let people make up things in their minds. As the headmaster, what can you tell us about Dolores Umbridge's influence at Hogwarts in her position as the High Inquisitor? Dumbledore paused in thought before answering. Dolores, in her position as High Inquisitor, issued more than 60 educational decrees over the span of months, and using those, she had created an environment in which it was problematic to defy her. If a student wanted to complain about a professor, they needed to go to Dolores, meaning that if some had to register a complaint against the Professor of Dada to the High Inquisitor, they wouldn't because they are the same person. Every single educational decree ever issued restricted students in one way or another, not one did give students more freedom or benefit from what they had before Dolores stepped into Hogwarts. I would also like to say that if it wasn't Dolores' fault for ruining Dada, then it was 100% her fault that I got multiple requests from my students about dropping Muggle studies as one of their subjects because Dolores restricted Professor Lily Potter from teaching anything outside of ministry-approved material, and I would like to point out that she accused Professor Potter, a Muggleborn, of teaching make-believe things about our Muggle counterparts. She also blatantly disrespected Professor Phileas Flitwick, a half-goblin, when she banned books by half-breeds. Professor Phileas Flitwick is a master of charms and has published many academic books which enhanced the value of the Hogwarts library, and by introducing that decree, she made him feel not welcome in what has been his home for decades. Dumbledore's voice had turned passionate when he had started to talk about his professors. Sirius, who listened to Dumbledore speak, smiled. If there had been any damage to Dumbledore's credibility because of his previous statement being thrown out, then he now surely had recovered it. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore, said Sirius and turned to Spindlewheel. Defense can cross-examine the witness. Spindlewheel stood up from his chair and spoke with his eyes on some papers laid on his table. Mr. Dumbledore, I don't have much to ask you, but I do want to talk to you about a particular incident. He raised his head to look at Dumbledore. Would you please tell the jury about the incident in which you assaulted Ms. Umbridge by transfiguring her into a sock? A silence zoned down into the courtroom as everyone looked between Dumbledore and Umbridge. Dumbledore had turned Umbridge into a sock? They didn't know about this, which boggled everyone's mind because it was Umbridge, and the woman would have chewed him to the bone by now. But here they sat, listening to this for the first time. What would you like me to tell about it? Asked Dumbledore, his speech unhurried and stance open. Why did you turn Ms. Umbridge, along the two Aurors who were accompanying the minister, into socks? Fudge closed his eyes, cursing his past self who thought it would be advantageous to be a part of Wisengamot jury today. Now he had to sit here under the eyes of his peers, without being able to leave. After today, one thing was for sure, people would look at him, the minister, differently. Amelia, on the other hand, was already looking forward to going back to her office and ordering the two Aurors who had been assigned to the Fudge, and asking them why she wasn't informed about this, then further ask them if they would be like to be booted from the Auror Corps. The minister threatened to have me arrested because I asked him to leave. He ordered his Aurors to arrest me, and I felt threatened because of my wand not being near me, said Dumbledore with a lack of urgency. You didn't have your wand? But you transfigured 3 people into a sock. 2 of them were Aurors. Yes, I did, with wandless magic, said Dumbledore as if natural. And despite that, you felt threatened? Spindlewheel asked, his tone uncertain. Why yes, any wizard would feel vulnerable without their wand. I'm no different. Now that I look at it, I feel that my actions were hasty. If I had talked through it, no magic would have come into use. So you agree that it was your fault? Partially, yes. Rest of the fault lies in the hand of the minister, Cornelius Fudge, who threatened you? Yes. And Ms. Umbridge, who was a bystander and hadn't threatened you, was a victim of your magic. Yes, that seems to be the case. But in reality, you attacked her because she threatened your position as the headmaster. No, that wasn't my intention. But, you didn't apologize to her afterward when you realized your fault. No, I didn't. Spindlewheel turned to the Oler and the jury. The defense has nothing more to ask of Albus Dumbledore. Sirius stared at Spindlewheel, his lips pressed into a white line. He was good, Sirius thought. In one line of questioning, despite Dumbledore's calm external, Spindlewheel had successfully dented Dumbledore's credibility as a character witness. But it was fine. Looking at the bigger picture outside of the courtroom, they the Light faction could nail Fudge for implementing the now in question educational decrees. Sirius got up from his chair and spoke to Oler. Your worship, the next witness is who we prosecution and defense have deemed to be the student representative of the 29 affected students. Spindlewheel nodded. The defense confirms the prosecution's statement. I would like to call Quinn West to the stand, said Sirius. When the jury and the audience heard about the student representative, some thought it would be a random student, while others remembered that it'd be Harry Potter from the projected footage, but they didn't expect to hear the name West come out of the barrister's mouth. The usher led Dumbledore out, and when he returned, he came back with a teenager dressed in a dark gray 3-piece suit. It wasn't anything particular, but no one doubted that this was a West. Maybe it was the way he dressed, or how he walked, or perhaps it was just the way he looked around the courtroom like it wasn't a stage too big for him. Quinn calmly took the stand, bowed to the jury, then to Oler, and nodded to Sirius and Spindlewheel before matching eyes with Umbridge, to whom he sent a small smile, not one of mockery, but a straightforward one with no reflective intention, then smiling. After Quinn was sworn in and asked to state his name for the record, Oler was the one to address Quinn. Mr. Quinn West, on behalf of the court, I'd like to thank you for stepping forward as the representative of the students affected, said Oler with a comforting smile. Quinn wordlessly bowed with a smile. If it was putting away Umbridge, he would rise from his grave if needed. Sirius stood up and began the prosecutor's side of questioning. Mr. West, you're one of the 29 students who were assigned detention with Dolores Umbridge, correct? Yes, said Quinn, to my knowledge, I'm number 29. The projector was fired up again, and the holographic footage showed Quinn sitting across from Umbridge, writing with the blood quill in hand. If you'd tell to the jury what did Dolores Umbridge made you write? What did she make you cut into your hand line after line, for hours at length, and for many days? Quinn turned to the jury and spoke in a clear voice, I must obey Professor Umbridge. Many members of the jury gasped. All of them immediately looked at Umbridge, who looked ahead as before, but this time around, her eyes were focused, and chin raised high. It was clear what she thought of the matter. Mr. West, please tell the jury why did Dolores Umbridge assign you the detention under her? I refused to open a locked door for her. Sirius turned to the jury. Mr. West is an exemplary student who's always top of his class, a prefect for his house, respected by his peers and well-liked by his professors. This makes him a model student, but that's not all. Mr. West here started a club with the aim to help Hogwarts students. He calls it AID, which is the abbreviation of Aid in Distress. He has been helping students through AID since his second year, much before he was awarded the position of the prefect, which tells us much about Mr. West. But, this year, AID faced jeopardy when Dolores Umbridge threatened to close the beloved club right at the start of the year, and she did it by threatening Mr. West through an educational decree which didn't have the authority to close down AID. She tried to abuse her authority. Objection, spoke Spindlewheel. Your worship, the prosecution is speculating Ms. Umbridge's intention and in doing so are slandering her. Sustained, said Oler, prosecution will refrain from making such comments. Mr. Apologies, Your Honor, said Sirius unperturbed, but I speak the truth because Dolores Umbridge tried to shut AID down again, and this time she brought forth an educational decree just so she could bar the doors of AID from ever helping another student again. He turned to Quinn and asked, Mr. West, can you tell everyone what Dolores Umbridge said to you when she came into the office? Professor Umbridge, said Quinn, came into my office with Argus Filch, the caretaker, while I was talking with my friend Luna Lovegood. She handed me an educational decree which stated all extracurricular activities are now subject to review by the High Inquisitor. He looked at Umbridge when I asked her about AID's review, and in reply, I got the answer that AID was already reviewed and had failed. As such, it was being closed immediately. Thank you, Mr. West, said Sirius and turned to jury to continue for Quinn. The Auror office took statements of Hogwarts professors, and not once had Dolores Umbridge talked with them about AID. We asked Dolores Umbridge herself who did she consult on the matter. Her answer was a simple, no one. She took the decision on her own, without ever consulting anyone, which means that she had private motive to shut down AID. Objection, said Spindlewheel. Your worship, the prosecution is spouting rubbish. On the contrary, your worship, Sirius turned to Quinn. Mr. West, can you tell me what happened after the first time she tried to shut down AID? She gave me detention for disobeying her. And what did you do? I thought it was unjust and went to my head of house, Professor Phileas Flitwick, to have it annulled. What were the results? He annulled it right on the spot. There you have it, members of the jury. Dolores Umbridge clearly felt humiliated because her power trip was halted and decided to take revenge by turning her malicious eyes towards Mr. Quinn West and AID. Umbridge gritted her teeth in her chair. She wanted to shout and scream, but she knew that if she said anything, she would be found in contempt, and the Nobody Oler would punish her. He had the ability to dismiss the jury and take matters into his own hands if she wasn't cooperating. Sirius once again turned to Quinn. It was time to drive this witness image in the eyes of the jury to the top floor of the ministry. Members of the jury, if you may recall, when we questioned Madame Amelia Bones, she said that she received the reels from a student of Hogwarts. You'd be delighted to know that it was Mr. Quinn West who bravely decided to step forward against injustice and take action by revealing to us the true and vile nature of Dolores Umbridge. As Sirius had expected, everyone in the court except a few like Oler, Sirius, Spindlewheel, Umbridge, and Amelia, and a few others who already knew of the fact started to look at Quinn in an even positive light. On the other hand, Umbridge wanted nothing more than to slit Quinn's throat and watch his blood drain. That'd be all from the prosecution's side, said Sirius and sat back down. Spindlewheel stood up. It was his chance, and it was his last chance. There were no significant witnesses after this, only some minor character witnesses which he had prepared to paint his client in a slightly good light. Spindlewheel was no fool. He knew when he had seen the tapes that he wasn't going to win this one. Mr. West, he said, it was time to put in whatever dents he could put in to reduce the sentence. Please tell us when did all of this started? Quinn stared at the lawyer and spoke the prepared scenario, the one based on truth and mixed with just a dash of falsity. It all started when I noticed Harry Potter acting strange, holding his hand, and taking glances at Professor Umbridge while in the Great Hall. I knew something was wrong, so I asked him as a friend, and he told me what had happened. Then and there, I decided that this couldn't be allowed to continue. As such, I came with the idea of recording Professor Umbridge's detention to prove that she was doing something illegal. Spindlewheel nodded and turned to the projector, which was still projecting but had halted on a still image. Members of the jury, if you'd notice the position of the footage, you'd notice that it's pointing down, meaning that the camera was somewhere up above, near the ceiling. He turned to Quinn. Mr. West, please tell us how you recorded the reels you submitted. I planted a small camera in Professor Umbridge's room, near the ceiling, which recorded all the footage I submitted. To be clear, you secretly recorded Ms. Umbridge. Yes, I did. You realize that what you did was highly illegal. I'm well aware of the illegality of secretly recording someone. And despite that, you still did it. Yes. Why didn't you go to any of your professors with this? What guided you to take matters into your own hands? Through the use of educational decrees, Professor Umbridge had made it so that it's difficult to move against her, said Quinn. He wasn't present in the courtroom, and as such went on to repeat what Dumbledore had said about educational decrees. Just this time, he talked about educational decrees restricting teachers instead of students. I wasn't confident if the professors would be helpful in this case. And even I did reach out to them or the Auror's office, they'd have their hands tied because of the lack of evidence that Professor Umbridge did the crimes. If one would see the footage at length, they'd notice that Professor Umbridge never went as far enough to leave permanent marks on our hands. She'd stop just before the blood quill would leave a mark. So you didn't trust your professors or the Aurors to their jobs? Or any adult that they would be able to help you? Asked Spindlewheel, attempting to paint a picture of a child playing vigilante. I trust my professors, the illustrious Aurors, said Quinn with a confident smile, but this is a court of law, and without evidence, every adult here has their hands tied. I simply did what a good citizen would do, even if it meant doing something illegal. I see. Ms. Umbridge asked Mr. West to open a door in his office, which he refused to do so. Mr. West, please tell everyone why did you refuse to do so? Quinn glanced at Umbridge for a second before coming back. I was angry at aid being closed. She had tried to close it before and had failed, but this time she succeeded. What's behind that door, Mr. West? Personal things. So, it's fine if you install a camera inside her office, but it's not good if she asks you to show her what's behind a door because it's personal stuff. Can you see the double standards here, Mr. West? Yes, I can see it, said Quinn. Spindlewheel narrowed his eyes at the lack of fluster or panic that he tried to incite. But unlike her, I don't torture people in my office. My office is named Aid, I provide help, a complete opposite to what she did to all of us. Spindlewheel immediately moved on to the next question, not willing to let the jury ponder on Quinn's words. His attempts to make the kid panic and crack under pressure were for naught. Mr. West, in the dozen or so quills that were found in Ms. Umbridge's office, we couldn't find a match for your blood even though you were the last person to use those quills? Why is that? Quinn shrugged. I wouldn't know. He, of course, knew. Quinn had known that there were many blood quills, but because he didn't want to leave his blood behind in Umbridge's hands, he cleaned the blood quills before leaving. As for the blood-ridden parchments, Umbridge burned those in her fireplace. Even the blood sample he had given to the Aurors had been stealthily swapped with a sample extensively treated so that it couldn't be used against him. I see, said Spindlewheel, not continuing that line of questioning. It was better to let the suspense remain and let the jury think suspiciously of Quinn. You waited for months as your friends and classmates continued to serve these detentions. It was only when it was your turn that you decided to turn the reels to the Auror department. Why is that, Mr. West? It seems you only care about yourselves, asked Spindlewheel. Quinn lightly shook his head. Me serving detention had nothing to do with the timing of me sending tapes. Actually, I was going to complete my detention before sending them in, but then I saw something, and it changed my mind. His face turned grave, and his shoulders slumped sadly. I mentioned my friend Luna Lovegood being there when Professor Umbridge came to shut down Aid. I sent Luna out so that she won't have to see it shut down. She is as much a part of Aid as I am. But it turned out that she told everyone what was happening because when Professor Umbridge and I exited the office to go her office for detention, the entire school was waiting for us in the way. Quinn looked at the jury directly. I saw my friends, classmates, juniors, seniors, and even the professor, and all of them were looking at us with sadness and sorrow there. I realized they weren't sad for me getting detention. Professor Umbridge gave that to the best of us. They were sad that Aid had shut. At that moment, it hit me that I was successful, that I had created something that really helped people, and now that it was gone, they had come to see if it was true, and seeing me walking with Professor Umbridge told them that it was indeed true and that she had taken away the one thing that she had failed to take away before. In the instant I saw those faces, I realized that I couldn't wait any longer, that I had to send the reels out before Professor Umbridge broke Hogwarts morale, and that's why you only see me one time in the tapes. And that sealed it. Spindlewheel knew it, Sirius knew it, hell, even Oler knew it. That little speech had done its job in turning the jury's support firmly away from Umbridge and into the prosecution's lap. That'd be all from defense, Spindlewheel sighed. He knew it was over, but his job wasn't done. Moving forward, Spindlewheel brought forth his character witnesses, but they didn't do much work as Quinn's passionate speech had rendered them moot, not to mention Sirius went the extra mile and tried to discredit every character witness that was called on. After that, when all the witnesses and evidence had been presented, both sides presented their closing statements and rested their cases. Now, the members of the jury would cast their vote, said Oler, looking to both his sides. Those in favor of clearing the accused of all charges, he asked in his booming voice. There were hands in the air, many of them but much less than half. And those in favor of conviction. Oler looked at the overwhelming majority of the hands going up. Very well, Dolores Umbridge, by the law of Wisengamot, you have been found guilty on all your charges and will be facing just punishment. But Umbridge didn't hear any of that. Her entire being was busy staring at Fudge, who refused to meet her eyes. Why? She wondered. Why did her beloved Cornelius, who she had supported all along, had raised his hand when the judge asked for those in favor of conviction? Cornelius, why? She screeched in agony. I only did as you asked me to. You asked me to make Dumbledore and Potter brats' lives miserable, and I did so. So why do you betray me now? Cornelius, answer me. She lunged forward, but the chains kept her bound to the chair, yet the mad woman tried to spring forward, again and again, looking like her world had collapsed. Fudge, who had just betrayed his closest confidant by raising his hand in favor of conviction so that he could look like a just leader, tucked his chin down in shame, not daring to look at anyone. He hastily got up and out of the courtroom as fast as his legs could make him walk. Quinn watched all of this while standing on a side with a smile on his face. The trial of Umbridge had come to an end. Cheers. Diamond mugs splashing with golden liquid topped off with white frothy foam clinked against each other in the pub, buzzing with a Quidditch game sounding out from a radio with speakers cabling to every corner of the establishment, but louder than that were people boisterous with laughter, bursting with loud conversation while they sipped on simpler drinks like tapped beers and straight whiskeys or blew smoke from their flimsy rolls or chewed on pipes. You did great out there, said James Potter, raising his glass to his best friend, putting up with Spindle Wheel. That man tried to put Dumbledore into the bind. I don't like that slimy snake, always saving those shits from Azkaban, but he sure did well with Umbridge as his client. Sirius Black took a swig of his beverage. Today had been a good day for him. He had put Umbridge behind bars, got to see her crumble, and then got praised by literally everyone he came across. I think Oler went easy on Umbridge, said James, popping a fritter into his mouth. 30 years is less for a repugnant woman like her. She should have gone behind bars for at least 40 years, especially now when the jailers have changed to actual people. The island fortress had been rebuilt and now was under the direct jurisdiction of the newest divisional addition to DMLE Division of Azkaban Warden Administration. It's over. Oler gave her what he thought she deserved, said Sirius. Unlike us, he doesn't know what a bitch she truly is. Him ordering her 30 was the best we could get without pulling out everything else she might have done. Boss wanted this to be done quickly. There's no point thinking about it now. Well, said James, stretching the well out, we can, if you'd like, go digging around for her other misdemeanor now that she's not going to be around. I'm sure many would be much more motivated to come forward. If we put it together right and are able to get her further convicted, we could make her serve the new sentence consecutively. Sirius peered at James with his mug raised to his lips. James noticed the look and asked, What? Did you write to him yet? James, who was about to drink, slowly put his mug down and sighed. I did. He didn't write much back. What he did write was all deflection. I wrote to him back again, and then again. All I got was anything but why he didn't tell us anything. What did he say to Lily? She talked to him, right? She did. Harry did talk to her somewhat, said that it wasn't anything to worry about, that it was all part of the plan, and they couldn't tell anyone because it could have ruined it. But Lily told me that he was clearly avoiding the talk and ran out right after she breached the topic. Don't worry about it, mate. He's just at that age. You know how it was. Kids want to feel like adults, friends start taking a front row, parents get annoying, and all that jazz. He'll come around. Easy for you to say. James chugged his mug down. You're the fun uncle who he doesn't have to worry about nagging him. I'm the one who needs to discipline him when he does something stupid with you. Sirius laughed. There's got to be some upside to being a godfather. I'm having all the fun I can before you die in a ditch, and I take your place. You had too much to drink. Sirius leaned back into his chair of their corner table. But boy, that West kid really pulled something off, didn't he? Umbridge was nigh untouchable under Fudge, one kid, and a camera. She's shipped off to Azkaban. He kept staring back at her. Sirius looked at his friend, who was staring up at the ceiling. What do you mean? He asked. He blinked a couple times to keep focus. In the reels. Quinn, he kept staring at her the entire time. You didn't watch the part, but the kid kept staring at Umbridge while writing the lines in his blood. It scared her, I could tell. Hell, I was a bit nervous. That kid wrote the most of all, never stopped for a second, probably lost as much blood that the others lost in 2 days. You're right, that kid's something else. He never looked at the camera once the entire time he was in the room. Harry did look though, a couple times. Amateur move. James removed his eyes from the ceiling, brought them down to Sirius, and was surprised to see him leaning over the table, arms crossed with his head resting on them. Told you, didn't I? You had a lot to drink, said James, smiling. He slowly got up while shifting his body back and forth, trying to find the balance. Oh boy, James shook his head, trying to see if it would help shake some booze off. It didn't, so he sat back down. I wonder if Remus went to bed. Scene break. In an immaculate room with appealing Victorian decor, comfortable sofas and chairs to lounge on, and a stocked bar with liquors of choice, everything from butterbeer to gin was available for drinking, waiting to be poured. A soft melody, calm and elegant, sounded in the background, filling the room's ambience just as the painting set in grand frames did on the walls. 3 men sat around a table with alcohol and platters with assortments of cheese and bread between them. They were Jacob Greengrass, Lidwicus Folly, and Ashir Shafiq, the 3 heads of their respective families and members of the Grey Coalition, or, as it was popularly known, the Grey Faction. Umbridge is out of the picture, said Shafiq. The ice clinked as he placed it on the coaster on the table. Without her, Fudge is going to be trouble. Dolores Umbridge, for all her faults, was Fudge's strongest asset. She was the hammer and chain that held Fudge's office together with vicious ruthlessness. Without her, Fudge would have been split between his patrons a long time ago. Umbridge was why Fudge was able to spread his control into the various departments, which were usually divided into pockets of the powerful noble families. Fudge abandoned her right after the trial, said Folly. Do you think he knew about what she was doing in Hogwarts? If we were to believe what Umbridge said at the end, Fudge knew what was happening, said Shafiq. All of them were present in the courtroom as part of the Wisengamot jury. It doesn't matter if he knew or not, said Jacob Greengrass. He tapped at the newspaper sitting in the center of the table. It was a rush evening issue of the Daily Prophet with the Dolores Umbridge trial stamped out on the front page, the courtesy of the exclusive story-breaking journalist, the best in the business, Rita Skeeter. Fudge denied any knowledge of the happening, and Umbridge was made the scapegoat, he said. The real question is what's going to happen now. The elections are next year, and it doesn't look like Fudge is going to have another term. Which isn't good for us, sighed Shafiq. The other two nodded. Fudge's era had been good for them. When the leader was so receptive to external incentives, it made everyone down the power chain also similarly open-minded and open-pocketed. If Fudge goes out, then it's Amelia Bones who's going to go up next, said Folly and sighed. There's literally no one to stand against her. If she doesn't make any grievous errors, then she's practically a shoo-in for the job. And all knew that Amelia Bones wasn't one to make potential career-ending mistakes. The head of DMLE moving to minister, said Jacob, and the other two nodded, knowing what kind of change that would bring. Amelia Bones had been brought up in DMLE. She hadn't worked in any other department other than the one responsible for justice and order. We have to move quickly before she gets elected and brings her DMLE flavor to the entire ministry, said Folly. Should we support Fudge a bit to make sure he doesn't end up getting ousted by a vote of no confidence? Asked Shafiq while he poured himself another pour of whiskey. Jacob immediately rejected the course of action. No, that wouldn't be wise. George West wants Fudge out of the ministry after his term permanently. If we provide Fudge with support, he might end up staying in the ministry afterward, and that might displease George. George West showing interest in politics, that's rare, said Folly, cutting himself a cheese. His grandson was part of the trial, said Jacob. George West doesn't like himself or his family be part of the politics or be in the public spotlight. He isn't happy that his grandson was pushed into making decisions that put him into the public limelight. The more powerful and influential a family got, the more they started to retreat out from the public eye. The Wests hadn't been in the public eye for a very long time, and George West was adamant about continuing that status. Jacob raised his glass to his partners, to a bright future and a new era. Folly and Shafiq raised their glasses and said, to a new era. Scene break. Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord, sat in his room in a building situated in an unknown location. His bony fingers held the exclusive evening issue of Daily Prophets, reading through the pages that only covered a single story. It seems my curse is still at work, said Voldemort, his lipless mouth curling up into a thin smile. Master. Voldemort turned to his long-haired, silver-tongued follower. Speak, Lucius, what is on your mind? What should we do about Cornelius? Asked Lucius. He has been part of the Wisengamot jury, but his support couldn't keep Umbridge from being burned on the stake. Voldemort rapped his digits on the armrest of his chair as he stared into the flames burning in the fireplace. Keep him in the chair. As long as you can keep Cornelius Fudge in power, do it. Don't let him fall off before the end of his term. What about when his term ends? Amelia Bones, was it? The next in line, asked Voldemort, and Lucius nodded. Bones. 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 Ah, yes, I remember, the House of Bones. If I remember correctly, only 2 were left alive. Yes, Master. Amelia Bones and his niece, Susan Bones. The niece is the same age as my son. Head of DMLE, is she? We can't have her taking power in the ministry. It'd be a nuisance when we come to power. Tell me, Lucius, would Amelia Bones be open to some persuasion? I don't think so, Master. Amelia Bones is as hard as one comes. I see, what a pity. Then she needs to go. Then. Not now, Lucius, not now. Is there any progress on getting the prophecy, Lucius? Voldemort asked at the end. Unfortunately, Master, we haven't been able to retrieve it. Rockwood tried to apply his knowledge, but nothing much came out of it. Augustus Rockwood, one of the 10 Death Eaters who had recently been broken out of Azkaban, was an unspeakable during the war, but because of Igor Karkaroff blowing the whistle on him, he had been sent to Azkaban by Barty Crouch Sr. So even Rockwood wasn't able to get through. Voldemort looked down on his lap as his beloved Nagini slithered into his lap. His hand went to her, feeling her sturdy scales. They gave him the sense of safety. It seems we would need to do something different. Voldemort turned his face to the other side and spoke to his other follower in the room. Wormtail, how's your little friend doing? Is he feeling any better now? Peter Pettigrew, who stood in a darker corner of the room, spoke. He's feeling better, Master. Dementors don't suit him, it seems. It's taking him a bit longer to recover. He's not the sturdiest of individuals. Get his health back up, Wormtail. It's time for him to pay for his freedom. What do you wish from him, Master? Asked Peter. It's time for the leader of Novellus Oxyonites to return, said Voldemort, his dull eyes reflecting the flames of the fireplace. There's a need for a demonstration, a spectacular demonstration. Scene break. All right, people. It's a momentous day, Eddie said, facing a crowd made up of 40 members and people who had been part of Umbridge's 29. We have gathered here to celebrate Bitch's death, the fall of her tyranny, and the revival of what she took away from us. She isn't dead, said Marcus from the crowd. Bah, semantics. Eddie waved him off. Marcus shook his head with a smile. Yesterday, Umbridge got her judgment, and we got out justice. Now it's time to return everything respectable to Hogwarts by reverting the damage, and today, we start with her worst decision. He raised his arm, pointing towards the head of the crowd. I ask Quinn West, the Toad Hunter, to step forward. Rest, give him a round of applause. Amidst the wave of clapping, shouts, and calls of his name, Quinn walked out from the crowd and stood by Eddie, who wrapped an arm around his shoulder. This man has time and time again stood against Umbridge, being the beacon of hope in the tough times, and in the end, he's the one who put her away for good, and today, we are going to reward him by. He stepped aside and raised both his hands to point at a door barred with wood planks, reopening aid and returning our beloved Help Club. Consultation service, said Quinn. Help Club? When aid closed, it was a sad moment for everyone, and today we open it back and return joy to Hogwarts. Eddie slipped his hand behind his back, underneath his outer robe, and to everyone's surprise and shock, took out a big worn-down black crowbar. He pushed it into Quinn's hands, who instinctively grabbed it. Quinn looked at the crowbar with his brows raised, then up at Eddie. Where did you get this? And why? He asked, his hands not knowing what to do with the tool. Eddie shrugged, swiped it from Filch's room. Don't worry, I'm just borrowing. I'll return it. He gave him a thumbs up with a lazy smile. Now, take that and get your office back. Quinn felt the weight of the crowbar in both his hands as he spun it along its length. He looked at the planks nailed to the doorframe, raised the crowbar above his shoulder, and drove the sharp edge into the wood with the crowd erupting in cheers. Quinn then unceremoniously took out his fake wand, and with one wave, all planks came ripping out from the doorframe, nails and all. Quinn nodded with his lower lip jutting out. He turned to the crowd looking at him with wide eyes, leaning away, their raised hands in protection as their eyes darted between the planks on the floor and him. You didn't think I would take out all of them one by one, did you? He asked. He tossed the crowbar to Eddie, who fumbled to catch it. There's something known as a warning, said Ivy, her hand clutching Hermione's arm. Quinn grinned as he turned back to the door, took out the spare key, the original still laid with Filch, but it didn't matter as Quinn was going to change the lock. He opened the door with people peeking over his shoulder and gasped as the room came into view. What happened to your office? Asked Tracy, her hand touching her throat as she looked at the black that encompassed the entire office. The funeral I mean, it was just something I did, said Quinn and raised his wand, and color started to return to the room like a breath of life. Quinn stepped into the office, taking place after the longest he had been away from it during a school year. He turned towards the crowd and looked at the other person who was feeling as joyous as he was right now. He stepped to a side, leaving space at the door, and she glided right beside him, instantly recognizing what he meant. It seems we are back in business, he said, wrapping his arms around her shoulder. Luna nodded. I left my favorite scarf in the workshop. I can get it back now. She immediately ran inside the office, heading to get her scarf back. Quinn chuckled and turned towards the crowd, clasped his hands in the front, and smiled. Now that we are open again, I announce a special discount for the reopening. So, who's up for buying some notes? He wiggled his brows. 5th years. You didn't forget about the owls, right? The groans across the board were more melodious to his ears than the jingle of coin that followed immediately after. Quinn walked into the Hogwarts library, the single largest room in Hogwarts solely dedicated to books. He passed by the long front desk, manned by the eagle-eyed Madame Pants, who peered into the soul of everyone who entered her dominion, trying to instill the fear of horrible demise if any of her dear children were harmed. He strode through the sturdy bookshelves packed with thick tomes, dictionaries, encyclopedias, and historical texts that lined the walls, marched across the floors in rows, forming a maze of sorts for the Hogwarts student to navigate to the reading areas. The sound of his footsteps against the marble floor could be heard, as well as the sound of someone as much as clearing their throat a few bookshelves away. He entered the reading area, the most noisy part of Hogwarts, with the students collaborating in hushed tones while others scribbled over their parchment hunched over some book that they had picked out for their assignments. Quinn looked around, searching for the person he had come to meet. It didn't take more than a few seconds. She sat in the same place they occupied every day since the start of their meetings. Good evening, Daphne. How are you today? Quinn said, carefully pulling out the chair to not make any noise. Good evening, she said, looking up from her cache of aid notes. Only 8 weeks remain to your owls, he said. How do you feel about that? Ready to knock it out of the park? Daphne nodded. Excellent. What do you want to cover today? Asked Quinn, settling himself in the chair as he peeked over to what she had opened in the aid notes. Arithmancy, the law of quadruple pairings. Ah, no wonder. That one's a bit tricky, but I do have a trick that'll help you get a grasp of things. You actually don't need to. In the library, with a ward around them stifling all outgoing sound, Quinn tutored Daphne while clearing any doubts she footed. It wasn't difficult for Quinn to teach someone smart like Daphne, who had basics down. As such, time passed quickly, with Quinn enjoying going over some topics he himself hadn't touched in some time. I guess that's it for today, said Quinn. He pushed the parchment with a solved example towards Daphne. Your arithmancy just needs practice. Solve some more problems, and that'll get the concepts clear. Daphne nodded while comparing what she had done with Quinn's work. Quinn tilted his head. There was something different about Daphne today, he thought. His eyes slightly narrowed, wondering what it was, trying to pinpoint why it seemed so distant today. Daphne, he called. Yes. Please, look at me. The quill in Daphne's hand stilled. She glanced up from her work and looked at Quinn as he asked. Yes, she asked. Is there something wrong? He asked. Why does it seem that you're avoiding eye contact with me, and you haven't spoken much today? It's nothing like that. You must be imagining things. Quinn stared at Daphne, but the girl went back to taking notes. There was once again a silence between them. Quinn took account of the 3/4 of the hour they had spent together. Daphne hadn't spoken to him other than asking questions. Something was clearly bothering her. Daphne, he said again. How are things going at Aid? Daphne asked but didn't look away from her work. I heard you sold a lot of notes after the reopening. You're again going to get busy. Quinn opened his mouth only to close it. There was clearly something bothering her, but he couldn't tell what it was. He tried to think if he missed something her birthday. No, that had already passed. Had he promised something? Not that he could remember. A silence settled between them as Quinn gazed at Daphne while she never looked up at him. Then it struck Quinn, and he knew he shouldn't, but it did turn his frown upside down. Daphne, I'm still going to teach you, you know, he said, leaning towards her with his cheek resting on his palm. This isn't going to end just because Aid reopened. Daphne's quill stopped, and she finally looked up from her work. You don't have to do tha. We're going to continue this, said Quinn, cutting her off and intertwining his fingers with hers. This might have started because Aid got closed, but that doesn't, in any way, mean that it has to stop now that Aid reopened. Daphne grasped Quinn's hand back. You're cute worry about silly things, said Quinn, grinning. If you don't like something, you can always tell it to me. Daphne nodded. It's just that, I enjoy our time a lot but you get busy so. I do too, so very much, and if I want to spend time with you, then I'll take out time to do so, no excuses. In the quiet library, two people grew closer than they were before. Scene break. With the owls, newts, and the rest of the end-of-term examinations right on the horizon, it was time to pack up the extracurricular and co-curricular activities for the year and go into study mode. In Hogwarts, there was no bigger out-of-curriculum as Quidditch, and today was the day for its biggest game of the year. Yeah, Hogwarts? Are you ready for the biggest game of the season? Quinn's voice riding on the loudspeaker pitched to every corner of the packed stadium. Hogwarts students wearing their team colors, carrying rain gears in case of a downpour, holding their bottles, mugs, and glasses of butterbeer while screaming and chanting through their freshly painted faces. Pennants and flags flew throughout the stands as the Hogwarts crowd sat shoulder by shoulder, showing camaraderie among even the most estranged housemates. Half-naked boys could be seen dotting the crowd with their bellies painted with numbers and letters, offering the most excitement many had shown through the entire year, while some threw food at anyone who wasn't in their camp. Yes? Oh boy, now I'm regretting skipping the last game, Quinn grinned into the microphone. The game hasn't even started yet, but I can already tell that it's going to be a great one. And putting a little sparkle into this game, I'm happy to announce that for this season's finale, Ravenclaw vs. Gryffindor, I'll be joined by a guest announcer. Give it up for the one and only, head boy, captain of the Hufflepuffs, champion of Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory. A crackle coughed in the stadium as Cedric amped up the second microphone. Thank you for that introduction, Quinn. It's an honor to be a part of this game, but I would like to start with correcting you on something. I'm no longer the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. I stepped down from that position after our last game. Cedric's voice caused the Hufflepuff crowd to burst into applause, whistles, shouts, and cheers for the best player and captain they had in years. Ever so noble, aren't you, Mr. Diggory? Well, nevertheless, your contribution to Hufflepuff Quidditch and Hogwarts Quidditch as a whole can't be ignored. Quinn flipped over a sheet on his little commentator's table. You're Hufflepuff's all-time top-scoring seeker with the most snitches caught in the least games played. Your Hogwarts career spans over 5 years, 6 if we include last year's Quidditch tournament, and you were made captain when you were in your 4th year and have held on to the posting till this year. In that time, you led Hufflepuff to their highest win-to-loss percentage in a century, an impressive resume no matter how you look at it. You flatter me. I couldn't have done it all alone. I have my team members having my back on the pitch and the entire house supporting me to thank for. They have been with me every step of the way. My magic, you're humble. Have you thought of joining politics? I predict you'll do great there. It seems we have to cut this conversation here as Ravenclaw and Gryffindor have entered the field, he added at the end, seeing the entry signal. Both teams flew out of their corners, emerging out of blue and red fogs, as they flew low, nearer to the ground, just below where the stands started, circling around the pitch in formation, giving the people a glance at the two teams competing for the cup and the position of the best team. Today's game is quite exciting even without the final tag attached to it, said Quinn. First of all, we have to talk about the Weasley twins. Yes, we have to, said Cedric. Today can't be talked about without mentioning those two. It's their last game today, after all. Yes, the Weasley twins, Cedric. I apologize for the analogy I'm about to use, but if you're a historical figure in Hufflepuff Quidditch, then the Weasley twins are going down as historical figures in the annals of Hogwarts Quidditch. I forgive you, said Cedric, chuckling. Fred and George Weasley are all-time great beaters in Hogwarts history. They're the best duo in a very long time, a couple of centuries, to say the least. I have some data, but that doesn't do both of them justice. They have been consistently phenomenal in their 6 years of their playing. They have been terrifically effective against Chasers squads no matter what the year, no matter what house. It has been a pleasure watching them play, and I regretfully say that after today, Gryffindor is going to lose an asset that had been their backbone for years, going back to the Oliver Wood era. I agree wholeheartedly with you, Quinn. But, as we are talking about last games, it's the last game for Angelica Johnson and Alicia Spinnet as well. After today, Gryffindor will not only lose the Weasley Menace, they'll also lose 2/3 of the Gryffindor Vixens, leaving only Katie Bell as an experienced chaser. Quinn nodded deeply. He wasn't a huge Quidditch buff, but when you had been doing commentary for years, it was inevitable that he had become knowledgeable about the sport. After today, Gryffindor is going to lose their long-standing continuity and will need to rebuild. I just hope they'll be able to come together strong as ever the next year. And, we can't ignore his return to the Quidditch field, said Cedric, and the crowd knew exactly who he was talking about. Quinn smiled. On the orders of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, the season-long ban on Harry Potter, the Gryffindor Seeker, has officially been lifted for the final game of the season. He'll be replacing Ginny Weasley, who had been seeking for Gryffindor in Potter's absence. Harry Potter flew in the front of the Gryffindor team, one of his hands gripping his firebolt, while the other waved to the crowd as both teams stood in the center of the pitch. But today, they're going to be facing Ravenclaw, said Cedric, a bitter smile on his face. Yes, Quinn chuckled, with 4 Gryffindor players retiring today, I fear that it might turn out to be the feel-good ending they're aiming for. No, not with how he's playing, said Cedric, it'll take a titanic effort for them to overcome this Ravenclaw team. On the field, the two teams faced each other, waiting for Hooch as she performed a pre-game check on the game balls. So, Johnson, said Eddie, making Angeli look at him, you decided to put Potter on the field? Huh. Are you sure that's a smart decision? Oi, Carmichael, don't spout nonsense, Ron said, limbering up shoulders and neck. Hey, I'm just asking, Eddie said, raising both his hands, looking at Harry. I mean, Potter hasn't been on a broom this year, he might be rusty, and you know, the Weaslett had been playing well, so was it really a good move to bring in someone who hasn't played in a while when the cup is at stake? Keep yourself to your team, Carmichael, said Potter, or who knows, you might not get to touch the quaffle, and I'll have the snitch in my hand. All right, if you say so, said Eddie, rocking back and forth on the heel of his feet. You know you're right, I need to keep myself to my team. He wrapped an arm around Roger Davis' shoulder. It's Captain's last game, so the least I could do is to send him off with the cup. That seems to be the most fitting farewell. He looked at Angelina, Alicia, Fred, and George. We can let you guys touch the cup for a while if you guys want. Oh, Carmichael, said Fred, and George continued. We are looking forward to jamming a bludger in your face today. Eddie threw his head back and laughed. All the power to you, guys. You guys tried last time, and see where that got you. Let me tell you, a crushing defeat. He glanced at Hooch walking toward them and turned to Ron. Oi, Weasley, the not funny one, yeah you. I'll be coming for you today, hard, so try to touch the quaffle, okay? I'm warning you because I don't want to see you crying after the game. Back in the commentator's booth, Quinn watched as Hooch raised the quaffle. All right, rowdy people, Madam Hooch has raised the quaffle. The game is about to start. Let's see who gets the initiative and spearheads the game. His voice boomed through the stadium. On the pitch, Harry tensed on his broom, angling it perfectly before the start of the match. He tuned out Quinn and waited to see the quaffle fly up into the air. The second the official tossed the quaffle, he moved his firebolt as quickly as it could rev up. He banked left and flew spinning between the two Ravenclaw center chasers before they could make a play for the quaffle. Both dispersed, attempting to not get part of a collision when the free quaffle was up for grabs. Cho attempted to follow Harry but wound up blocked by her own chasers. The result was the quaffle fell unclaimed. At least until Alicia cut under it. She reached out to the falling quaffle, but before she could reach it, a blue blur scooped up it before her. What a diversion by Potter. Cedric's excited voice boomed in the stadium. Spinnet's speed was impressive. For a second, I thought she would go uncontested, but Carmichael struck again. No one's better than him the first grab. There he goes, gaining altitude, and what's this? He scores on the low side. Ron Weasley misses it by a foot. Score? That's a quick 10-0 to Ravenclaw. Eddie pulled up on his broom, coming to a halt before he went behind the goal hoops, and turned back to go back to his side, and on his way, he winked to Harry, who had come near to Gryffindor hoops. That was indeed great diversion, Potter, he said, but it's going to take a lot more than that to keep me away from my quaffle. Harry wrinkled his nose as his brows furrowed. That diversion was planned and practiced so that they could get their hands on the quaffle first and start with the tide on their sides. It was proven from the previous year's games, and this year, every time Eddie got the first grab on the quaffle, Ravenclaw would almost always lead, and it became difficult to wrestle that lead away. It seemed today was no different, and Ravenclaw gained a strong lead. Eddie shifted the gears on his broom, cutting very close to Angelina, causing her to drop the quaffle. It was quickly picked up by Eddie, who tossed it to the other chaser, who fed Roger Davies for an easy goal. Eddie's eyes glanced up to the scoreboard quickly. 120-40 was a promising start, but it meant he still had to be on high alert. As much as he liked Cho as his teammate, she wasn't doing much more than following Potter around, and he wasn't sure if she could keep up Potter from outflying her. Well, I just need to score more, he thought, and got back to work. The game continued, and both teams began piling up points. Ravenclaw much more than Gryffindor. Soon, the game reached its climax. It wasn't long before the golden ball was spotted, fluttering lazily down by the ground. It couldn't have been more than a few feet from the grass. Harry spun his broom around and angled himself into a corkscrewing dive until he had the line he wanted. Cho immediately followed after him. And Potter dives again. Quinn announced for everyone in attendance to hear. Is it a feint? I think it's not. Oh, there he goes rushing. Cheng follows. Oh, she gains upon him. Potter's back in the lead. It was then Cedric spoke up into his microphone. Carmichael has the quaffle. Everybody, the score's 350 to 200. If Carmichael scores before now, Ravenclaw will win the game no matter if Potter gets the snitch or not, but if he doesn't, the game will go to a shootout? Will he able to? Everything went silent for Eddie as he flew towards the goal hoops. The crowd's voice disappeared, the commentators became non-existent, there was only him and the goal hoops with only faceless silhouettes in his way. It felt good, he thought as he dipped below a raging bladder, rammed his arm into someone's chest to shake them off of him. This was the time Eddie felt in complete control. Despite the rushing wind assaulting his ears, he could listen to his heartbeat and even to the sound of his breathing. The pressure of the game on the line brought something out of him that nothing else did. I hope this never ends. He cocked his hand up his shoulder and threw the ball towards the uppermost of the 3 hoops. The quaffle left his hand, his fingers putting his special spin on it. He watched as Faceless Silhouette dived towards the quaffle, but the quaffle suddenly rose and slipped the blocking hand, dinged into the hoop's ring, and fell past the circle. The silhouette turned back into Ron Weasley and sounds returned. Goal, he heard Quinn speak, and immediately a second after, he heard Cedric speak. Potter's got the snitch. But it's too late. Carmichael scored 360 to 350 for Ravenclaw. Ravenclaws are the new champions. Eddie's chest rose up and down as he stared at the scoreboard. He looked at his team celebrating in the middle of the field. But he didn't join them. Instead, he flew towards the teacher's booth where commentators sat. Quinn spoke as soon as he arrived. Eddie, you won? Boy, you're a champion now. You did. Eddie placed his legs on the railings, the broom still under him, and pulled Quinn by his shoulder, cutting him off mid-sentence. Listen, Eddie said, his heart beating hard in his ribcage. Listen, he said again, I'm going to do this. What? What do you mean? Said Quinn, still leaning over the table as Eddie didn't let him go. I have decided. Quidditch, I'm going to do Quidditch, said Eddie. Quinn blinked a bit as the realization struck him. You mean after Hogwarts? He grinned. You're going pro after Hogwarts. Yeah, I will be a pro, yeah. Quinn's smile bloomed. Before Quidditch, Eddie switched things every week. It was only Quidditch that he stuck on. All right, go do it, said Quinn. You go become a pro? Someday, I'll buy a team and have you play for me. Eddie nodded, but it seemed he wasn't listening to it. He let Quinn go and flew away, but again, he didn't go to his team. Instead, he flew toward the stands. He landed in the crowd of green as the crowd parted to give him space. His eyes only had for a brunette that sat in front of him. Eddie, said Tracy Davis, standing up from her place, but before she could say anything, Eddie pulled her close and, holy shit, he kissed her. Quinn's surprised voice spread in the stadium. Tracy, wide-eyed with surprise, was pulled into her first kiss, but then realization struck her about what was happening, and her arms coiled around Eddie's neck as she leaned into the kiss. Sitting beside her, Daphne watched with her brows raised higher than ever as her best friend kissed Eddie Carmichael in broad public with so many watching. She wasn't sure if she could do that in front of so many people. Eddie and Tracy's lips stopped their dalliance as they stopped to breathe. Their foreheads rested against each other. I wanted to do that for a while now, said Eddie, putting his arms around her waist, pulling her closer. Trace smiled. No one was stopping you. I'm going to need more. We can go now. Okay. The cheers spiked up, but the two couldn't hear anything. What's the use of sitting here when nothing's going to happen, said Eddie, his arms crossed with a frown marring his face. I could be dueling you in the grounds outside than sitting here wasting my time. Quinn flipped a page on his book, his facial features softened, his features relaxed. If you want to, we can play Oxio Tug of War to pass the time, he said. No, I'm not feeling like Oxio Tug of War right now. You just don't want to lose. Nah. Marcus, sitting between Eddie and Quinn, placed his palm on his open book in his hand and looked straight up. If we are called here, then there must be a new professor who will teach us today. He turned to Eddie. It would look good if you do a revision on the theory. No, I'm not talking about Umbridge theory. Be ready in case someone does come to teach us so that we don't embarrass ourselves. It'll do us no good to blame Umbridge now, so try to brush up on the topics. Today was the first day after Umbridge's arrest, and first thing in the morning, they had been called to the defense against the dark arts for a supposed class. Do you know about something? Asked Eddie, taking out an actual defense against dark arts book from his book bag. Did the professors tell the prefects something about who's coming for the class? Quinn shook his head. There was no notification to the prefects about what was going to happen in today's class. Do you think Alastair Moody is going to come in? Asked Marcus. Or maybe an Auror would come to teach us. That'd be exciting. Do you think they'll answer my questions about the Azkaban 11? Quinn chuckled. Why are you already assuming that it's going to be an Auror? What if it's a hit wizard? Eddie asked. In his mind, hit wizards, who were exclusively combatants with much more firepower, were much more interesting than Aurors, who were a mix of combatants and investigators. Who do you think it's going to be? Marcus asked Quinn. I can't say, said Quinn. Maybe Professor Lupin would return till the end of the year. Or maybe, said Eddie, raising his finger. We're looking at it the wrong way, and it's not something one from outside. I bet it'll be Snape. Didn't he want to teach defense against the dark arts? I'm sure he wants to get his stinky hands on the job. And so it happened that Eddie was indeed correct, or at least partially true, as his words were immediately followed by an amused chuckle from near the classroom's door. Professor Snape did ask to be put in charge of the defense against the dark arts, but with the owls and newts so close, it wasn't a wise decision to give a teacher the duty of two subjects. Quinn, Eddie, and Marcus turned their heads towards the back of the room, and there stood Dumbledore smiling by the door, his hands behind his back, peering at them through his half-moon glasses that sat near the edge of the bridge of his nose. And because I found myself free, I decided to take on teaching. Dumbledore smiled widely as more and more students started to turn to look at him, immediately straightening up at the sight of the headmaster standing by their door. Dumbledore walked through the front of the class. He took out his wand and, with a flick, the green board on wheels pulled out from the corner to the front of the class. A stick of pinkish-red chalk rose from the board's ledge and wrote Albus Dumbledore on the board. He faced the class and was about to address the students but stopped to look at the windows in the classroom. Another wave and the numerous mirrors and lenses hanging around the room, fixed on ends of mechanical arms, adjusted themselves with every adjustment. The stream of light coming from the windows would get directed by the mirrors and lenses to light up the classroom better than it had been ever before. No defense against the dark arts had been in the position long enough for them to get proficient at the lighting system. Good morning, dear children. Dumbledore's beard rose at the edge of his mouth. He didn't get a good morning back because of the stiff surprise in the room. From today till the end of this year, I'll be taking defense against the dark arts for all years 1st to 7th as your professor. Unfortunately, you won't be able to find me in the professor's staff room like the others, but I'm willing to stay behind after every class to answer your questions. Yes, Mr. Belby, please ask your question. Marcus lowered his hand and asked, Sir, aren't you a transfiguration teacher? That's correct, but before I was the head of transfiguration and a professor of transfiguration, I was a professor of defense against the dark arts. In fact, it was my first full-time job. So please be assured, I'm qualified to teach you the subject. That wasn't ever a doubt, though the entire class. The greatest magical in the country as a longtime educator was a dream that even the uninterested of students would pay attention to. Quinn replaced his book into his book bag, took out a notebook and pen to pay attention. No way was he going to do other homework or work on his occlumency when Dumbledore was teaching a class. Now I understand that it's too late for us to follow a formal curriculum and get all of you caught up with what a 6th-year student would usually learn. Students looked at each other worried. Even if they had performed well enough in their owls to attend a Newt level Dada class, if they didn't score well in their 6th year, they would be removed from the 7th year part of the Newt level course. So we aren't going to follow a formal curriculum. Instead, our classes will be a series of interactive sessions about defense against the dark arts that I think will be beneficial for all of you. Please don't worry, the end-of-year examinations will be adjusted accordingly, and I'll personally set your papers and practicals based on what we discuss in our sessions together. That alleviated tension from the shoulders of students worried about the end-of-year examinations. Yes, Mr. Hopkins, Dumbledore said to Carl Hopkins, Gryffindor, who raised his hand. Professor, what would we do about next year? The Newts cover everything we were supposed to learn this year and will learn the next year. We haven't learned anything from Umbridge, and that would affect our Newt scores. I'm already in talks with Madam Professor Griselda Marchbanks, the governor of the Wizarding Examinations Authority that runs Owl, Newt, and Wombat. She sympathizes with the egregious errors made this year and has already put into the process to change the criteria for owls and newts. Of course, next year, your batch will require to learn an extra amount to at least cover topics required to contribute to the 7th-year curriculum. That seems fair, said Eddie aloud for everyone to hear. Knowing smiles surfaced on a few faces in the classroom, the faces of DA members. They couldn't care less if the end-of-year examination were the same as usual, and having that confidence felt good, so much so that their hidden smiles edged to smug. Now, I'd like to open this class with a question on which we would build for today, said Dumbledore. He raised his wand, and the stick of chalk rose with it, writing as Dumbledore spoke. What do you all think is important for magic to work to its fullest? The answers came immediately. Knowledge, said Katie Bell, a DA member. Intent, followed Cho Chang, another DA member. Emotion, finishes Marcus, yet another DA member. Dumbledore's hand, moving up to stroke his beard, stopped midway, and a smile surfaced as the rapid answers sunk it. That is correct, he said. Those 3, knowledge, intent, and emotion, those were the answers I was looking for. 15 points to Gryffindor and 30 to Ravenclaw. Then can you also tell me why they are important? Knowledge about what you want your magic to accomplish is required, as information and understanding gives the magic a solid structure that is essential for a witch to cast magic effectively, said Katie, expanding on her point. Without knowledge, magic's too unpredictable and quirky to cast consistently. Cho immediately followed after Katie. Intent is basically having a clear image of what you want your magic to be. If you're casting a disarming charm and have a clear image of a wand flying off the hand, then the magic will work much better than when you don't have an image in mind and are hoping that chant and wand movement would do the work for you. The clearer your intentions, the more the magic will work as you want it to work. Dumbledore opted out from speaking and turned to Marcus, who started talking when Dumbledore looked at him. Emotions are the power behind magic. Channeling emotions into magic will provide magic with an extra punch, with a peppy efficiency, and with an ease that just doesn't come otherwise. To provide an example, Shield Charm, Protego, works a lot better when you're thinking of a memory that invokes determination or perseverance or defiance, said Marcus. Dumbledore's eyes all but gleamed with delight. 25 points to Gryffindor and 50 to Ravenclaw, he said before asking, Mr. Carmichael, can you tell me when knowledge isn't necessary to cast magic? Everyone's head turned to Eddie, who sat leaning into the seating bench, one of his hands resting on the bench's back and behind Marcus's back. At novel bin at. For a majority of magic, asking for complete knowledge about every step of the magic is terribly improbable and not at all feasible. To take an example, if one wants to transfigure a desk into a pig, then it's too much to ask for the knowledge of the pig's anatomy, but the fact remains that we have been already taught this magic, and many of us can perform it. Now to directly answer your question, while having a base knowledge is critical, it's not necessary to know all of it. The magic will take of what you don't know. Of course, the more knowledge and understanding one has, the easier it gets for them to cast. But the point remains that one doesn't need to know everything to successfully cast a piece of magic. 15 points to Ravenclaw, said Dumbledore, smiling eye to eye. Children, if you keep answering like this, I fear that Ravenclaw and Gryffindor will have substantial leads by the time we end today. He turned to Quinn and posed him a question. Mr. West, tell me the demerits of emotions. Emotions are the powerhouses pumping the extra life into magic, but that extra something can very easily get out of control if the emotions aren't kept in a check. Even without magic, emotions have the tendency to heavily influence people, and when you put them into the playing pen with magic, while they're able to create something spectacular, they can just as cause chaos and derail both the spell and cause major harm to the caster. For example, using the feeling of glee or happiness to cast magic like a cheering charm will render amazing results, but if you don't keep these emotions in check, then they'll cause substantial difficulties. Happiness and glee might seem harmless emotions, but if one lets them affect you while casting magic, they will desensitize the caster from feeling sadness and sorrow, and no matter what the situation, they'll keep feeling happy. Soon, excessive optimism will kick in, and the decision-making abilities will suffer. They'll get easily pleased and easily persuaded, which would bump up the chances of getting taken advantage of by getting scammed. Thus, it's important to keep any and all emotion, while casting magic, in check. Excellent. Take 20 points for the answer, Dumbledore said, and the death stick shot mini fireworks from its tip. All of this was all I wanted to cover today and in the next session, and it seems that some of you have a marvelous handle on the understanding of these topics. It saves me from giving an introduction, which I'm deeply impressed for. So now, let's dive into these 3 factors and learn in detail how you can use and manage these aids to the best of your advantage. Dumbledore then started to speak about knowledge, intent, and emotion. And for the entire class, Quinn couldn't find a stretch of minutes where he could put his pen down as he feared he would miss jotting an exciting new interpretation or insight on the topics that Quinn thought he had already had a good handle. Ah, this is it. Now, I remember how this felt, thought Quinn as he made a note in his notebook. The last time he had felt like this was when learning occlumency with Alan. Every word related to mind magic that ever came out of Alan's mouth was so insightful, so effectively phrased, and so utterly wise that Quinn had many a time found himself coming of trances. Right now, he was touching on a feeling almost identical to that. Dumbledore was really good, thought Quinn. He didn't want to disrespect the other professors, but they had nothing on Dumbledore, just with one class from the headmaster. At the end of the class, Dumbledore stood by the door, bidding the students goodbyes as they exited to make space for the next class to come. As Quinn walked by Dumbledore, he nodded, Professor Dumbledore. Mr. West, great job today, greeted Dumbledore smiling, but then his eye widened as his eyes followed after Quinn, who had already walked away with the crowd. The smile on Dumbledore turned deeper as his entire face portrayed the emotion he was feeling. He couldn't help but chuckle and then laugh some. After all, Quinn West had just called him professor for the first time. Quinn stretched his body, touching his toes with the opposite hands, arching his spine back, twisting his waist, and all the works. He looked at his feet, the toes right at the edge of the line that separated between the room from the safe solid floor and the vast field of cubes dividing the floor that might as well be called landmines. He bent forward and rubbed his legs below his knees to scratch the phantom itch in the places his legs were pierced last time he was in the 3rd room of the architect's vault. Quinn cracked his neck and took a step onto the first cubicle tile, and unlike the last time, nothing happened. The tip of his lips curled up ever so slightly. He looked down and saw the small hole in the tile he had pocketed the cylinder shot at him the last time. If the material isn't reinserted, he said, smirking, then it's not going to reset. He took another step forward with his eyes on the next tile, which now had 2 holes as he had yet again pocketed the 2 cylindrical projectiles last time around. It was the next step Quinn was worried about. He looked to the opposite side of the room, and he was standing right in front of the exit door. A straight path laid in between them. It was the shortest path he could take to get to the door. It's the most obvious path, thought Quinn. Anyone with a sound mind would want to take the shortest path in a trap-laden area. There was no point in taking another route, hoping to face an easy path because the traps became increasingly difficult as he would move away from the entry door and walk towards the exit door. It had been proved by the amalgamation of his previous experience. He had faced tiny cylinder projectiles as he had tried to go deeper into the room and had been shot with small circular pellets when he had hobbled back. Both of those tiles were just near the entry door. But this was the architect who had designed this place, and it might be just him, but Quinn didn't trust the creator a bit. Maybe it was because he had a name and a face to rant on that Quinn was channeling everything wrong onto Stigward Grag. "All right," said Quinn, wiggling his body to get loose, just like planned. "Need to be quick and strong." He took another step and stepped onto the next tile, and immediately, like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens to strike the earth, a baton-sized rod shot from the ceiling. Quinn had only a split second to look up before the rod was near him. A red screen ballooned up in front of his eyes, and Quinn watched as the screen stretched towards him as the rod tried to tear through. Quinn raised his hands, and the red flexible tarp-like screen faded for the stone rod fell into his hands. Quinn injected his magic into the rod and nodded. "I knew it. I knew it." He had a reason for that mindless labor. Thank God it had meaning. He recognized the stone in his hand. It was the same type as one of the hundreds of material cubes he slogged through. "Ugh, this is going to be difficult." Quinn ruffled his hair. He held the tip of the rod with one hand while the other held on to the shaft. After a few seconds, Quinn pulled on the tip, and it came breaking off from the rest of the rod. He dropped the rest of the shaft onto the ground and watched as the rod turned into a blob and sunk into the ground. Quinn looked up, and as per the rules of the room, nothing was shot at him. A sigh escaped him as he pocketed the tip he separated using transmutation. The specially made stone, a product of alchemy, was complicated to transmute because of the complex physical structure, and it was okay with objects of smaller size, but when an entire column was falling over his head or an enormous mass of stone suddenly launching towards him out of nowhere, it would get difficult to maybe cut a portion off. "Nothing I can handle," said Quinn, clearing his throat. He stepped forward and depressed a tile, triggering a trap. This time the rods didn't come from the sky but from the floor. 4 rods emerged from 4 tiles a distance from him like something coming out of the water and drilled towards him. Quinn raised a hand and a cutting whistle like a screech as his magic cut down on the momentum. He raised his hand, and a rod floated towards him while the other 3 fell to the ground. Once again, he transmuted a chunk off before letting the rest sink into the ground. Quinn took another step without hesitation, and maybe he should have had some hesitation. The second the tile depressed, and abruptly Quinn found himself sinking into the ground into liquid. Quinn flapped around, but a 6-tile area around him had turned into liquid stone, and he couldn't find a place to hold. He tried to float, but it was like quicksand as he sunk, but unlike quicksand, the sinking didn't stop after he had displaced his weight. He raised his hand above, futilely trying to grab onto something, but alas, there was nothing, and soon, his wrist, hand, and then fingers disappeared into the floor. The liquid stopped sloshing around, and from the outer boundary of the liquid pool, the stone started to solidify, and the cube pattern began to reappear. But before the liquid could completely turn back to normal flooring, an air bubble rose to the top, soon a gurgle of them followed, and the entire liquid stone started to stir. Then breaking out from the viscous stone turned liquid came, atop of a sphere made from spinning air, sending out splashes of liquid. The sphere of air rose from the liquid, the air spun so fast that it turned solid, and not a drop of liquid entered the sphere. Inside the sphere floated Quinn, his face set into stone, his lips pressed into a line, only his eyes glowed a deep shade of purple. He looked down and jabbed a hand towards the liquid, and a blob of liquid stone floated out from the pool. Quinn looked ahead, and the air sphere flew forward outside the boundary of the liquid pool on the next tile, skipping 6 tiles that had turned to liquid. The sphere disappeared, putting him down on the floor, and the moment the tile depressed, the liquid turned solid and set off the next trap. 2 hands rose from the tile below, and 10 cold fingers wrapped Quinn's ankles. Immediately multiple chains with hands at the end shot towards his hands once again gripped their stony fingers around his wrist, forearms, elbows, and upper arms. Purple eyes turned towards the ceiling to see a depressed ceiling tile while feeling the grips around his arms and legs turn firmer by the second and the arm chains pulling his arms apart. They weren't going to stop until his body was into parts or his arms were separate from his body. 2 giant, waist-level, circular blades appeared from the ground as 2 adjacent pathways revealed themselves, crossing below Quinn's feet for the circular blades with jagged saw teeth to pass through his body. The blades started to spin rapidly and began to move towards him from his sides. Quinn now had his arms spread wide, with joints about to enter a pain stage. He blankly stared at the incoming circular blades. He tugged his right arm, and chains snapped before they could even groan. He looked to his other hand and once again jerked, and his arms were. He didn't move from his spot the path of the blades and instead stared at the liquid blob that he had pulled from the liquid pool. A blob stilled, and a layer of ice covered it before the liquid was entirely encapsulated in ice. After Quinn pocketed it, he started to pull off the hands clutching his body. All of them tried to clasp his hands, but Quinn threw all but one away that he pocketed. Quinn looked down, and the hands gripping his ankles turned into goo. The blades were a foot away from him when Quinn stepped ahead to the next tile. The next tile suddenly rose in the form of a cuboidal column, but before anything happened, it exploded into bits with a yellow light covering the blast. At novel bin at. Quinn watched the point-blank explosion behind his shield, and when the dust settled, a vortex of wind flew above the stump of the blasted pillar with chunks of debris trapped inside the vortex. He beckoned the vortex, and it dropped a handful of stone into his hand, which again froze into a block of ice that once again into his expanded pockets. Quinn stepped over the crude stump onto the next tile. A 3x3 cube tile area with Quinn standing in the middle disappeared and revealed a pitfall of around 20 feet with a bed of stone spikes waiting for someone to fall and give them the drink of blood they desired. Quinn glanced down, purple glowed in his eyes, and the entire 20 feet pit became a 20 feet long column of ice. He stepped over to the next tile, and the entire room started to shake hard enough to register high on the Richter scale. Quinn's eye narrowed as his balance began to stagger, coming close to step on another tile or even fall on multiples of them at a time. A pulse of magic pumped into his body, and his physical attributes rose up on the charts, and he stood his ground, but even that wasn't enough as the room started to shake more and more, so Quinn did the logical thing and stepped forward. The tile depressed a couple inches as they did, but the very next second, a column sprung up, pushing his lead leg handling his weight up and back. The earthquake and the sudden change of standing platform threw Quinn off balance. Quinn's mouth twitched as his expression turned sour. A pillar of ice rose above the tile that jerked up and threw him off balance. He threw his arms forward, and 2 cords of Empyrean snapped out of his palms, and the hardened tips at the end of the cords dug into the ice pillar. Quinn grabbed the cord tightly and came to a jerking stop, leaning at a dangerous angle with the floor with his feet firmly planted on the earthquake tile. He pulled himself up amidst all the shaking. The ice pillar melted away, and Quinn carefully jumped over the rising tile onto the next one so that he could stop the room from shaking. Quinn became vigilant the second the shaking stopped and began looking around. Quinn frowned. Nothing happened. He looked at his feet and blinked. The tile hadn't depressed. There wasn't a tile beneath his feet at all. He looked up, and the door was a few feet ahead of him. The realization struck him. Quinn turned back and saw the tiled area behind him. It was done. He had passed the trap zone. The purple from his eyes faded away to stone gray, and the heavy heaving began. The primal emotion of fear, anger, and urgency that bubble up to survive the stone quicksand waned away. Holy magic, Quinn said between breaths. I freaking flew. I can fly. He ignored his pumping heart and throbbing head and immersed himself in the memory of his first unaided flight. He leaned against the exit tunnel wall and slipped down to the ground. Come on, me. You know better. Time after time, he had reminded himself that balance between emotions, but in the heat of the moment, those thoughts of balance were pushed to the back seat. As he had sunk into the liquid stone, everything went black, and he couldn't even take in a breath. There was nothing but survival mode taking over. I'm tired, he voiced as his state went back to normal, and he stood back up. He teetered towards the dim light on the other side of the tunnel, his walk unhurried and weary, all the while bending his knees and keeping his head down to avoid banging his head to the top of the tunnel. The people of that time were much shorter. Quinn exited the tunnel, and immediately he knew that the vault had ended. The previous 3 rooms had been rough, undecorated, purely functional, but in front of him was anything but. His feet stood on an ornate polished marble floor with intricate designs and patterns, showing off the geometrical art form. The walls themselves into sculptures of the ancient Roman-era people dressed in togas, naked people, babies, sex centaurs, goblins, warriors with swords on horses, magicals working with cauldrons, architectural backgrounds reminiscent of that era. It had all the underlying characteristics sculpting immortality, shining a light on divinity and magic, and propaganda reflecting in every individual piece. The ceiling was a dome and the most bright thing in the room, the only colorful thing in the architect's vault. Murals on every single inch of the roof painted in stunning vibrancy, remarkable considering a millennium had passed since they were painted. But what caught Quinn's attention was the enormous bronze statue of Stigward Grag standing on a shallow pedestal, standing tall in the middle of the room. Quinn walked to the statue and noticed 2 things on the pedestal base that stood out to him. Written in Latin were the architect's name and short prose on him about who he was and what he had accomplished in his life. You who have shown aptitude are worthy to receive my legacy, Quinn finished with the last line aloud. He looked up, and a wry smile marred his face. Just with one line, he could tell how architect was looking at him right now. It said aptitude instead of skill. It screamed, whatever you went through was not an impressive feat, 'twas just a measure of the basic requirement to receive my much greater legacy. It screamed hubris. It screamed, I'm better than you. Oh, get off your high horse, Quinn spat. I'm taller than you. The second thing on the pedestal was a familiar etched square, strikingly similar to the trap tiles he had just walked through. A sigh escaped him seeing the tile. He was feeling mentally fatigued, and if this was going to be sprung a final boss, he wanted no part of it. He stared up and wondered aloud, if I press this and you turn into a robot, then I'm going to blast your head off. Quinn pressed the square with his palm, and it indeed depressed an inch. He hurriedly looked up, but the statue didn't move. Instead, the sculptures along the walls came to life and started to move. Quinn amped up his magic in preparation for a blitz, but the sculptures simply cleared up a portion of the wall, revealing a tunnel. Quinn sighed. He was sick of tunnels leading to different rooms. With no other options, he walked through the tunnel, and when he exited, it was pitch black. Quinn raised one of his hands to release a bubble beam of light orbs while his other hand rubbed both of his eyes, hoping that it would alleviate some fatigue. When he opened his eyes, all the tiredness went away like someone had slapped him without notice. Spread in front of him were mountains of gold. Wherever his eyes went, he was greeted with shining gold, reflecting golden light onto his entire body. He squatted down and picked up a gold coin. It was a galleon. That much was clear from the gringotts written on the coin, but the design on the minted coin was much different from the current version. There were statues, jewelry, ornate frames gilded in gold, a treasure chest with more gold, and precious stones and gems. If there was something that could be molded from gold, then it could be found in the mountains. Finally, he said. Finally, he repeated, a vault is actually a vault. Time after time, he got into vaults, and at the ends, there would be something, but there was never a treasure. He had long become desensitized to the word vault. My dream can finally come true, Quinn said and ran into the mountain of gold and started swimming. His dreams of swimming in a pool of gold had been blown up, and now he was swimming in a mountain of gold. I am rich, he shouted. I don't have to work another day of my life. Wastrel life, here I come. It was truly an amount that Quinn wouldn't need to work in a day in his life, and he would still have enough. It was an amount sizable enough for even a West. After getting his fill of sliding down on the mountains, Quinn started to wander around in the sizable room and came upon a row of bookshelves with old tomes preserved with magic. He took out a book and cracked open the spine. His eyes read across the Latin writing. Soon, he had sat down on a golden chair in the gold-flooded vault, reading through the pages. Genius, genius, Quinn shouted, his voice echoing in the vault. It had taken a single book for Quinn to label Stigward Grag a genius. Transmutation and transfiguration properties of so many metal and non-metal, even alchemic materials. This is a treasure. He couldn't put it into words, but having extensive notes on how different materials reacted with magic was an asset whose value in some circles would be greater than the mountain of gold sitting behind him, and Quinn would gladly be part of those circles. Quinn had encyclopedias of similar information. It had been 1,000 years after all, but none of the books were as extensive and as depthful as the one in his hands. Stigward Grag isn't an architect. Quinn shook his head. No, that was underplaying the man's work. Stigward Grag is a master of magic. Quinn stared at the talking crowd of the members with a hint of a smile. He saw them laughing and chatting with each other. The group's vibe had become merrier ever since Umbridge's leave from Hogwarts. Dumbledore's entry as the new defense against dark arts had pumped a new life into the students, and the members who had been ahead of the curve because of their secretly nightly adventures were reveling in the knowledge they knew and could apply before Dumbledore would introduce it. Moreover, there was no need for them to have Marcus breathing down their necks, whispering stringent secrecy rules in their ears. He sighed. Yes, there was no need to maintain secrecy. With Umbridge gone, DA could now go from its situational secret society status to simply an unofficial student club. He felt it was the right time. Quinn took out his pocket watch. There was about half an hour before the group would usually disperse for the night. He chuckled. Indeed, it was time. Everyone, Quinn said, snapping his pocket watch close, if I can have your attention for a moment, I'd like to discuss something important with all of you. His words, as they usually did, grabbed everyone's attention. I have an announcement to make, he said. Today will be my last day here at DA. There were audible gasps in the crowd. The past few months were memorable and definitely one of the highlights of this year and even my time at Hogwarts till now, and I'd like to thank you for the amazing time. He turned his eye over the entire group gathering around him, but after today, I'll no longer be attending these meets. That's all I had to say. Once again, thank you. The moment his mouth closed, the discordant chorus of questions attacked his ears, causing him to close his eyes for a moment as he raised his hand. One moment at a time, please. He opened his eyes and pointed at Marcus. Marcus took the cue and spoke up. Why? Is there a problem? Because we can talk about it and fix it. Tell us, we will fix it now. Oh boy, said Quinn, a chuckle in voice. There isn't any problem with DA. The system that we have built here is exemplary, but I don't think there's a need for DA anymore, and that's why I think it's time for at least me to exit. There were a lot of frowns and upward slanting brows, but the previous raucous of noise was absent. They understood what he was talking about. You see it, right? Now that Umbridge's gone, we don't have to sneak around at nights like thieves just so that we can learn some magic. Yet week after week, we meet just at night, and meeting after meeting, we trim minutes on time before curfew to get back to our dorms. It just doesn't make sense anymore for us to behave this way. Ivy said, do you not like this anymore? Nothing like that. It couldn't be farther than that. I enjoy my time here and think all of you're amazing individuals, but I think that the time has arrived for me to exit this group. Quinn tucked his hands behind his back. Moreover, all of you don't need me anymore. I have already taught you the 3 basic principles: knowledge, intent, and emotion, and all of you have gained much practice of using these over the months. All you need to do is follow what you've been doing and keep learning what you want. The members learned what everyone was learning, which was fine, for it was the necessity of the time. But now that the standard academia was back on track, it was time for individuals to focus their extra time on things they wanted to learn. If all of you desire, you can continue to learn as a group. In no way, I'm saying that DA needs to disband. No, that would be wasting an amazing resource, he said. For instance, if someone wants to learn certain magic, then they can ask around in the DA community if someone can help them learn the spell, which we have been doing, or if someone would like to learn it along with them so that you can compare your experiences and gain additional gains from the other's mistake. His words didn't seem to lessen the unease the group was feeling. They had become comfortable in their current environment, and Quinn had just pulled the safety blanket, leaving them out in the cold. Yes, Hermione, said Quinn, looking at the raised hand, please go ahead. Quinn had said that he was leaving DA, so it made her wonder, if we ask you to teach us something, will you? If I'm free, of course, I'd be more than happy to help out with magic. I would like to make something. Let me rephrase something I said earlier. I'm not leaving DA. I'm simply stepping down as an active member. Of course, that's only if you'd accept a passive DA member. We accept, Ivy said instantly. You will always be a DA member. And many others nodded and murmured in acknowledgement. The Golden Squad were the founding member of DA, the House representatives were leaders, and Quinn, the teacher, was the group's backbone. DA couldn't be mentioned without a mention of Quinn in every chapter of the DA annals. Quinn nodded politely with an upturned face. That's delightful to hear, he said. Well, there's still some time before we end for today. Is there something someone would like to ask, doubts you want to clear, or we can sit down and talk if that's what you'd like? I want to duel you. All eyes turned to the assertive voice, and there stood Harry Potter in the challenger's spot. Everyone turned their eyes back to Quinn, straining their ears and shushing others to be quiet. In all the sessions, Quinn had only once practiced with Neville, but other than that, he hadn't actively used magic other than demonstration, much less duel. What brought this on? Asked Quinn. Harry crossed his arms over his chest as he said, I know I learned a lot, but I want to see if I actually improved. Quinn squinted, his eyes lit with an inner twinkle as he tilted his head, contemplating how to respond. He nodded. All right, that's as good as any measure of improvement. Let's have it. The duel. The group formed a wide circle as a stage with wands out in everyone's hands for protection, as they had been taught if you were near any sort of spell activity, it was common sense to have your wand out. All right, Harry Potter. How do you want to do this? Quinn took out his fake wand and held it with hands behind his back. Standard rules, Harry said, pulling his sleeves up. The one who gets disarmed or stunned first wins. Are you sure? We can make it the best of 3 if you want. Harry's eyes narrowed. He stuck his chin up and shook his head. No, 1 or nothing will do. You said it. Quinn looked to the crowd and called, Astoria, if you'd toss a coin or something to start us off. Astoria beamed and shuffled to the center of the stage between Harry, who held his wand in front of him, while on the opposite side, Quinn still had his behind his back. Ready? She asked and held out a silver sickle in her and her wand in another, which raised my brows. She looked at both of them, and then with a flourish of her wand, the coin flew up. Astoria ran back to the crowd as Harry and Quinn stared at each other. One was smiling while the other severely gazed. A second passed, then 2, and the staring contest passed 10 clicks. Quinn and Harry turned to look up and squinted their eyes to see the glimpse of a floating sickle. They turned to Astoria, who was swaying in mischief, and raised their hands. Astoria stuck out her tongue, and with a wave of her wand, the sickle stopped hovering and dropped. The coin passed through Harry and Quinn's sight, rotating as it passed by and towards the floor. Harry gripped his wand and stretched his ears, and then the tinge of the coin hitting the floor came. Harry lunged forward with his forefoot and waved a stunner to zap towards Quinn. Quinn released his wand hand's wrist from his other hand, and with a shove of his shoulder and the flick of the wrist, a shield blocked the stunner. He didn't stop, and with his wand hand rising up with the momentum, he worked his wrist to shoot a blue pellet-sized orb not towards Harry but towards the floor. The silver sickle that had dropped from a ridiculous height had just reached the peak of its bounce, rotating on 2 different axes, was suddenly hit by the blue, glowing magic pellet on the current lower face and shot up because of the physical push formed the spell. Like launching a throwing knife, Quinn cocked his hand above his shoulder and flung his wand arm forward, and shot a yellow pellet towards the coin. The yellow light pellet enveloped the rotating coin, which launched it towards Harry at a blinding speed. The coin was met by a shield cast by Harry in the 2 spell worths of time and stood confident behind them. He raised his wand to cast his next spell, but his hand halted when he saw another yellow pellet crash from Quinn crash into the coin. He dropped his eye to the coin, and they bulged when he saw a rapidly spinning coin pushing against his shield, distorting it inwards as if trying to tear through it. He jumped when another yellow pellet enveloped the coin in yet another burst of yellow light, and his shield bulged deeper inside and rippled at 360 RPM, ripples per minute. Then without further warning, like a water balloon popping, Harry's shield tore, and the glowing coin stuck him square in the chest. Ugh! Harry groaned as his hand went to his chest, feeling the dull pain. Did the coin crack a rib? Come on, Potter, said Quinn, unhurriedly walking across the stage. I know my magic is interesting, but don't stand there admiring it during a duel. Quinn looked to his left, raised his free hand, and curled his finger back and forth in the beckoning finger sign. On the receiving end, Eddie cracked his neck before stepping onto the stage. You should know better, said Eddie, twirling his wand. Why waste time with Potter when you know that I'm the only one who's able to take you out? Oh really? Quinn smirked. And when was the last time you supposedly took me out? Oh, you know right now. An electric arc zapped out of the tip of Eddie's wand, him aiming to take Quinn out with the support of the fabled element of surprise. Quinn chuckled as he lazily waved, and the electric arc fizzled out of all its crackling juice. Come on, Carmichael, that was weak. Where did that punch go? Or does it only come at with repeated loosing? Eddie showed no reaction other than peering eyes Bamarda. He chanted suddenly and sent the yellowish-orange explosion spell barreling towards Quinn, who pulled up a specific spell more suitable for non-physical attacks that took the heavy brunt of Eddie's cannon blast. He turned to Harry, who was no longer clutching his chest and was now following them with their eyes. What are you doing, Harry? Quinn swiped to create a spinning air burst that crumbled Eddie's conjured rock spikes. Harry looked at Quinn with confusion flashing in his eyes. What? You asked for standard rules, remember? You're neither knocked out nor disarmed, so why are Quinn shot a stunner towards Harry, which he blocked, startled you standing there like a statue and not dueling. But Eddie cut him off and shouted, "Less chatter, Potter. If all you're going to do is daydream in between a duel, then the at least you can do is to buzz in his ear like a house effly." He finished with a fully charged reductor towards Quinn's feet, who had to receive it into a shield for the onlooker's safety. Harry gritted his teeth, gouged a chunk of the floor below his wand tip, set it ablaze in white fire, and hurled it towards Quinn. Quinn blocked a disarm from Eddie. "Now that's more like it." Turned to Harry's fiery ball of rock and redirected it towards Eddie. "Thanks for the help," he said. Eddie, who had already had another reductor on his tongue, bit it down and cast a shield, and even then was pushed back a couple steps due to the brute force of the rock, not to mention the white fire came near melting his shield. "Hermione." The girl jolted at Quinn's call. "Get in here." What? "These two are useless. Come on and show that you're the one who most improved." Hermione turned unsure eyes to both Harry and Eddie and saw them unleashing magic after magic towards Quinn, trying their best to take his head off. This was useless, she thought. She stepped out from the crowd and immediately felt her heart jump out of her throat when a disarming spell came galloping towards her. She eeked, but her hand moved instinctively and blocked the spell. "Good, now get to work," she heard Quinn speak before he pulled up a giant block of the floor as a shield before turning it into wolves that went howling towards Eddie. The crowd watched as three people dueled against a solo Quinn, who continuously switched between attack, defense, and the occasional parry. It was a showcase of skill. People with knowing eyes could tell that Quinn was pushing the three while keeping them in the running. There were many opportunities, but Quinn would always turn away and target another. "Not, step in." Everyone gasped as Quinn called for another. Everyone looked at Not, who froze for a second before stepping out from behind a couple people into the ring and began taking part in the 5-person play of flying spells. "Hannah, it's time. Come on." Hannah Abbott fidgeted onto her way into the ring, and her output wasn't what Quinn was expecting when compared to what he had seen in practice, so not half a minute later, he called again. "Luna, let's see if you actually listen to me." Luna shrugged, glided into the ring, and started to aim all of her spells towards Quinn's legs, making him sweat a little as 6 people that Quinn was trying to give a chance to disarm or knock him while not trying to disarm or knock them out. Luna strictly aiming for his legs, which he did teach her technically, was a bit worrying. But it was only worrying a bit. "Diggory," he said, "do you want to see if you can win with all this help?" And so joined the headboy and began the 7 versus 1 dance. Quinn, the masterful conductor, lead the 7 unknowing instrumentalists in a masterful orchestra. It was a beautiful show of skillful magic, matching attacks with specific defenses, timing attacks with just enough power to keep them out of offense while he took care of the others, and playing with some showboating with some parrying. "All right, time to end this," Quinn said after dueling with the 7 people. He turned to Hannah and shot a disarming spell, timing it perfectly to hit her just when she pulled down her shield. Quinn turned to parry a glowing red stunner from Eddie, but this time instead of sending it up, he sent it towards Not, who felt the brunt of some heavy magic and dropped like a sack of potatoes. His next option was Eddie himself, who he decided take out with a heavier stunner than Eddie's own and sent him flying back onto the ground. Now remained Luna, Cedric, Harry, and Hermione. Quinn turned to Harry and blew out a little puff of air towards Harry, who suddenly felt like he was standing in a storm. Harry's hands went up against the wind, and he never saw the stunner coming. Quinn turned to Hermione and shot his first depulso of the day at her feet, which knocked off her feet with only her arms saving her face from kissing the floor. She too never saw the disarming spell coming. "Diggory, sorry, but you're next," said Quinn grinning. "Luna's my best friend, so she can't go before everyone else." "Eddie went before," said Cedric Bombarda Maxima. Quinn pulled a shield against that, and Luna's full body bind. "He's used to it," said Quinn and ripped a spell that emulated punches and assaulted Cedric's joints, making him fall with a grunt, and then deflected another one of Luna's full body bind to finish him. In the ring, Quinn and Luna remained. They both watched each other. Luna shrugged and put her wand into her robe, and walked and stood beside Marcus. "Well, forfeit is always a legit option," said Quinn, shrugging. "Clap, clap, clap." Quinn turned and saw Tracy clapping and then Daphne. Soon after, everyone was clapping. Quinn did an exaggerated bow and then faced a lot of questions asking him to teach them that, especially young ones like Dennis Creevy. When the session came to an end, and everyone was moving out, Quinn wrapped around Astoria's shoulder. "What?" she asked, snuggling in a bit. Quinn took out the sickle she had tossed and placed it in her hand. "Sorry about the sickle, it's sort of bent." Astoria stared at the coin, and it was indeed bent into a crumpled piece of metal. "I would like to be paid back," she said. A light shined in Quinn's eyes, and he nodded. He wrapped his bigger hand, wrapping Astoria's smaller hand with the bent sickle completely, and blew on it. "What's that supposed to do?" she asked. Quinn winked at her as he removed his hand. "I have paid my debt." He smiled, removed his hand from her shoulder, and walked ahead to join her sister. Astoria tilted her head in confusion before looking at her hand. She opened her palm, and her mouth opened up like a gaping fish. There was a gold galleon sitting there with no signs of the useless sickle. "How did you do that? Also, do you want me to toss more sickles? Because I will do it if this is what I get." The winters began to wane, with the warm days rising and the young year turning older by the months, entering the spring of its time. On another splendid day, the Ravenclaw trio sat under a pre-bloom beech tree on the edge of the lake, where they sat under the warm sun to study for the incoming end-of-the-year examinations, where they stood less chance of being disturbed by others wanting to gain help from Quinn. The castle grounds were gleaming in the sunlight as though freshly painted, the cloudless sky smiled at itself in the smoothly sparkling lake, the satin-green lawns occasionally rippled in a gentle breeze. They spread their books out in the shade of the tree and sat down while Quinn talked Eddie and Marcus through concepts that they wanted clarification on. Ugh, Eddie tossed his notes down before leaning back onto the grass. I don't suppose Hogwarts is going to hit by a meteoroid, and the examinations get cancelled. Quinn chuckled as he solved a problem for Marcus. I can safely guess that's not going to be the case, and why are you complaining? He passed the notebook to Marcus. You scored pretty good on my mock test, that just means you're going to do better than that on the real ones. Eddie waved his tucked-up legs left and right impatiently. He didn't want the exams to cancel just to arrive sooner so that he could blaze through them. It was stressful for him, and any Ravenclaw, to spend time in the tense Ravenclaw dorms where everyone had developed an irritating habit of interrogating people about their study habits. Just flipping study and stop annoying me, he had thought. You should write more, Marcus said, turning a page of Advanced Transfiguration PT1 and peering at a series of diagrams showing an owl turning into a pair of opera glasses. If your dad doesn't think your scores are enough, he might not allow you to go to the summer camp, so try to improve your writing speed. You wouldn't want to lose marks because you couldn't write an answer you knew. Eddie groaned as he pulled his torso up back from the ground. He placed a hardback book on his lap, slammed a parchment on it, and sent his quill running. If he didn't score good, for a Ravenclaw, his pops wasn't going to let him attend a Quidditch camp that he had been invited to in the coming summer. With the end-of-the-year examination just on the horizon, their teachers were no longer setting them homework. Lessons were devoted to reviewing those topics their teachers thought most likely to come up in the exams. Griselda Marchbanks is going to be making rounds this time, Quinn said, quoting information from his contacts in the head of Magical Education Department. She's ancient. She took my grandfather's newts, and I believe that she was there for Dumbledore's testing as well. Now that's one old witch, said Eddie. I heard that she's really strict, said Marcus. Apparently if you try to waddle your way through a question in the practicals, she gives a straight 0, either you know it or you don't. Nothing to do with us, Edie shrugged, making a wireframe of the steps required to brew a skin regrowth potion. She's not going to be taking ours, poor 5th and 7th year chumps, he cackled. Marcus looked up from his notes to Quinn. You're going to be busy for a while now. You volunteered what? For the entire 2-week OWL process. Quinn nodded. I don't have much going, so it's fine. The vault was over, and it wasn't like he needed to study for exams, so when Flitwick asked him to volunteer, he agreed and was now in charge of directing the OWL students to their practicals. The weeks leading to the OWLs were like a volcano threatening to burst, with people trying to cram more stuff in their minds, trying to find resources on the prevailing black market for miraculous remedies to keep up at night, concentration, rote abilities, and the myriads that the con artists, mostly Ravenclaws, were trying to sell to the rest of the school. When the time finally arrived, the examination season was spread across 2 weeks like it usually was every year, with the theory exams in the morning and practicals in the afternoons. Because of his responsibilities, Quinn gave his practicals earlier in the morning, before he sat for his theoretical papers with the rest of his peers and classmates so that he could be free for the 2-week OWL process. Quinn stood in a corridor with a clipboard in hand. There were 4 panels of examiners in 4 different rooms who would first take up OWL aspirants just after lunch, while the newt students would go before dinner. For the first day of the exams, the 5th-year students were scheduled for charms on the first Monday morning. The OWL students were sorted randomly into 4 classrooms working as waiting areas, a waiting classroom per panel. All right, Quinn tapped a pen on the sheets on the clipboard. Everything seems to be in order and we're good to go. He walked to the other end of the corridor, pushed open the first examiner's panel door, and came across an amusing conversation. Little Albus. Quinn's ears perked up. Little Albus? Not something he or anyone in this school would expect to hear in a million years. The woman to call the 100-plus-year-old headmaster with the little prefix was Griselda Marchbanks, the head of Magical Education Department and an ancient woman of over 200 years of age. It made sense that she would call Albus Dumbledore as Little Albus. She was a tiny, stooped woman with a face so lined it looked as though it had been draped in cobwebs, but she spoke louder than most loud people did despite a slight tremble in her aged voice. I thought Cornelius would not stop before kicking you out of Hogwarts. He was never smart. I remember talking to him during his newts. All he did was blabber on and on without doing what I asked him. You should thank your stars that Dolores went ahead and threw her brain into the garbage. Not that it would help. It was pitifully tiny to begin with. It would not have helped her even if she used it. Good thing they sent her off to Azkaban. Good riddance. The woman didn't mince her words. Let the past be the past, said Dumbledore, his tone the usual, not at all reflecting the fact that the minister was about to be voted out of his position and a prominent ministry executive was shipped to Azkaban in a massive scandal. It's time for the younger generation to take the stage. Us old fellows can only look from the side and see them bask in the glory and be happy in the fact that we might have something to do with it. Old Marchbanks turned up her nose and huffed. Who are you calling old? Your joints must have turned rusty, but I am still quite spry. Of course, Dumbledore could only smile. Quinn cleared his throat, making his presence known to the other 2. Madam Marchbanks, if you're ready, everything from our side is ready, and we can start sending the students in. Who are you? Said Marchbanks, loudly. My name's Quinn West. Mr. West, here is a 6th-year prefect, said Dumbledore. He has volunteered today to be a liaison for the students and the examiners. Quinn stepped into the empty classroom and walked to Marchbank's table. I'll be sending in the students when you're ready. He took a sheet from the clipboard and laid it on the table, and with a tap of his fake wand, the single sheet turned into a stack. The top page is the list of students you'll be seeing today. He pushed the sheet aside, revealing a marking schematics with Abbott, Hannah written in the names field. You are to fill your gradings and remarks on these. Yes, I know, I have done it a countless number of times. Marchbanks waved impatiently. She narrowed her eyes at Quinn, her wrinkles deepening. West. Quinn West. Yes, I remember you from last year. Your scores were excellent. I had a pleasure reading your papers. A pity I couldn't be here to take your practicals. Thank you, Madam Marchbanks, said Quinn, giving a short, polite bow. Well then, I won't take up any more of your time. You have a long day ahead of you, Dumbledore said. Can you not sit beside me while I go through this? We could catch up, asked Marchbanks. Well, I'd love to do that. I don't think the students would want to have their headmaster in the room as they give their practicals, said Dumbledore. You are no fun, Marchbanks said before pulling up the list. Please take care of Madam Marchbanks, Dumbledore said to Quinn, who nodded. All right, send in the cavalry, said Marchbanks, pulling out a flask from her purse and setting it next to a cup and saucer before pouring herself a steaming serving of tea. Yes, first is Hannah Abbott, said Quinn, took out another sheet from his clipboard, and set it in front of her. Marchbanks put down her cup before it reached her lips and picked up the sheet. What is this? She asked. The sheet had 3 names on it: Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, and Terry Boot, and under every name was a list of charms. The charms under the names are what the student is good at. Marchbanks squinted her eyes at the sheet. But these charms aren't from the 5th-year curriculum. No, they aren't. If a student performs the 5th-year charms well and you'd like to test them for bonus points, you can refer to that list. The students which I'll be providing you are the ones who told me about their out-of-curriculum specialties. The students who Quinn listed were basically the members that Quinn, as a fellow member, was trying to get them better grades. He was confident that if Marchbanks took his offering, all the members would gain bonus points because he had seen them cast the spells. Oh my, I see. Certainly, if these children are able to perform their curriculum-taught spells, then I will give them chances for bonus points. That's great. I'm sure they would be thrilled. Do you have these lists for other subjects too? Yes, I do. I can provide you with the 3 casting subjects: charms, transfiguration, and dada. Then I'll like to receive those as well. You got it. Quinn then walked to the rest of the panel rooms and repeated the same conversation with the sweetest old people he had met. They weren't as old as Marchbanks, but they did match Dumbledore in age and were joyous about receiving the spell list. After ensuring that the panelists were all ready, he walked into the waiting rooms, started calling students, and so began the practical portion of Owls. All right, let's see, who's next, Quinn said to himself after he entered the room. Goldstein, Goyle, Granger, and Greengrass, he read before calling out, Anthony Goldstein, Gregory Goyle, Hermione Granger, and Daphne Greengrass. The 4 people stepped out from their respective groups and walked out of the room, their gait stiff and robotic. They looked at him like baby ducks, like they didn't know what to do. All of you realize that owls are the same as the rest of your examinations. The only difference is that the examiner is external, said Quinn as they walked to their respective panels. Are they strict? What are they asking? Do they have our theory papers? Are they, by chance, already graded? What are their moods like? Hermione spouted questions like a locomotive train did smoke. Quinn chuckled and stealthily cast calming magic. It's fine, they are cozy and pleasant, so don't worry about their moods. Perform well, and they will give you a chance for bonus points. He watched as all 4 gradually calmed down a level, his magic doing its work, though there was still some definite stiffness in their bodies. One by one, he led them to different panel rooms. Anthony Goldstein went first, then Gregory Goyle, and then Hermione Granger. Will she be fine? Daphne asked, looking at Hermione entering the room. She was rapid spouting chants under her breath. I think she'll be fine. She got 112% on a test, said Quinn. He looked down at Daphne, and it seemed that his magic couldn't overcome the pre-exam jitters, so he turned to the only alternative he could think of. Daphne felt a hand slip into hers, and it had its intended effects. You'll be fine, said Quinn. We went over everything that could ever come up in that room. You have a fantastic theory base and extensive practical experience from DA. You'll breeze through it with flying colors. You think so? She asked, leaning a bit. Absolutely. They reached outside Marchbank's door, and Quinn turned to face Daphne. What are the 3 attributes of focus? He asked. Knowledge, intent, and emotion. You have all of it, and that's all you will ever need. Now go in and knock the old lady's dentures out. Daphne smiled and giggled behind her hand. She nodded, straightened herself up, and knocked on the door before opening it. Daphne Greengrass. Marchbank's voice came from inside. Are you Sophie's daughter? You are, aren't you? Yes, I can see it. Come in, tell me, how is your mother doing these days? I have not seen her in a while. Do you want a biscuit?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.